Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 3 of the series. Chapter 117, Aqua Rose. With Shifeng's bid of 30 gold coins, the price of the skill book was greatly increased. A few Tier 2 NPCs shook their heads at this sight, giving up the bid, one after another. Although the skill book was good, its price was simply too high. Just as Shifeng was about to relax. 35 gold. A resonant voice resounded throughout the entire auction venue. Shifeng turned his head to look at the source of the voice, nearly cursing out loud as he found the voice's originator. The person who yelled out the bid was actually not an NPC with a melee job, but a Tier 4 female wizard. Magicians, 1, were always the richest individuals in God's domain. To a Tier 4 wizard, they only need carry out a single magical research to earn 30 to 50 gold coins. How unfortunate. Shifeng shook his head, no longer competing for the skill book. He only had slightly over 30 gold coins. He couldn't compete for it even if he wanted to. If he had known the skill book would be sold, then he would not have chosen to sell his gold coins for credits. Although Shifeng had retired from the bidding competition, the other Tier 4 melee job NPCs were still fervently competing over it. The price of the Thunder Flame Explosion had already risen to 45 gold at this point. Aside from the equipment that were over level 100, none of the items auctioned so far could beat this price. 45 gold going once. 45 gold going twice. At this moment, the sound of a notification from the system arrived. System, the Glimmer chestplate forging design you have placed on auction has been sold. After deducting the processing fees, a total of 2 gold 31 silver have been added to your bag space. System, the Glimmer chestplate forging design you have placed on auction has been sold. After deducting the processing fees, a total of 2 gold 44 silver have been added to your bag space. System, the Glimmer chestplate forging design you have placed on auction has been sold. After deducting the processing fees, a total of 2 gold 27 silver have been added to your bag space. A series of notifications arrived, numbering at least 20. Shifeng was immediately shocked when he heard these notifications arriving. He did not understand what had actually happened. During the time he had been in Blackwing City, there were actually so many players who had bought the Glimmer chestplate forging design, that in just a moment, his wallet had greatly expanded. Since Shifeng's wallet was bulging now as he yelled out without hesitation, 46 gold. 45 gold going thrice. This gentleman has bid 46 gold. Are there any higher bids? 49 gold, the Tier 4 female wizard knit her brows slightly. Shifeng was now extremely confident. If the female wizard truly wished to buy the skill book, then he would definitely lose the bid. However, the value of the skill book was certainly not that great to this lady. Shifeng did not believe that she would spend such a large amount of money just to buy it. 55 gold, Shifeng decided to be decisive instead of waiting for the price to slowly rise. For just a skill book, 55 gold coins was definitely an astronomical price. The female wizard was no fool herself, so she immediately gave up on winning the bid. Seeing Shifeng bidding with such a high price, the other NPCs looked at Shifeng like they saw a fool. Even if they were to hire a Tier 3 or Tier 4 job-related tutor to teach them a skill, the fees would not exceed 1 or 2 dozen gold coins. Moreover, the skills they could learn were much better than the Thunder Flame Explosion. Now, Shifeng was actually spending 55 gold coins to learn such a skill. He was no different than a fool for doing so. However, NPCs would not be able to understand the world of players. In the initial stages of the game, the prowess of a skill could greatly change the overall strength of a player. It was especially true for a super rare skill like Thunder Flame Explosion, which was an AoE skill that carried along a fainting effect. It would bring endless benefits to Shifeng in the future. Even if he had to spend 100 gold coins for the skill, it would still be worth it. Without any more NPCs joining the bid, the white-bearded old man finally slammed the hammer. Congratulations to Mr. Black Flame for winning the Thunder Flame Explosion. Shifeng joyfully handed over the 55 gold coins, receiving the Thunder Flame Explosion skill book in return. He then immediately learned the skill. Thunder Flame Explosion was a godly skill for grinding monsters and PK in the early stages of the game. With the skill in hand, Shifeng had thought of several more ways to grind monsters. Following this, the auction went on for another hour or so before ending. However, none of the items that appeared were the ones Shifeng needed right now. Moreover, every one of those items was auctioned off at prices of over 100 gold. The final item to appear was even an epic ranked item. Many Tier 4 NPCs madly bid for the item, with the final bid priced at over 5,000 gold. Shifeng could only observe the bidding process at that time, unable to join in on the actual fun. After the auction ended, Shifeng walked out the entrance of the auction hall, satisfied. He wanted to return to Red Leaf Town immediately to find out what had actually happened there. Just why did the number of players who purchased the Glimmer chestplate forging design increase so much? If there was still money that could be earned from the Glimmer chestplate forging design, then he would immediately create another batch. He would earn as much money from it as possible, alleviating the emptiness of his wallet in the process. Shifeng was originally considered a very wealthy person within the region of White River City. However, after making a trip to Blackwing City, he had suddenly discovered that he was actually just a poor bastard. Just as Shifeng was about to leave Blackwing City, a hurried shout came from behind. "Brother Black Flame, please hold on." Shifeng turned his head around, discovering Lonely Goose and the other players from before. Amongst the bunch, there was also Egoistic Blade, the person who had eagerly tried to chase him away. "What?" Shifeng indifferently asked. Although Shifeng could understand the reason behind Lonely Goose's exclusion of him just now, understanding only remained as understanding. After all, who would have any pleasant feelings with being chased away just after being invited? Hearing Shifeng's indifferent tone, Lonely Goose helplessly smiled, saying, "Brother Black Flame, I apologize for the incident just now. It was all a misunderstanding. I wonder if we can still have a chat." "Brother Lonely Goose, I've already said before, people who walk different paths cannot make plans together." How would Shifeng not know what the thoughts Lonely Goose and the others were? Before, these players were able to discard him because of profit. Now that they had found out he could enter the auction house, they all came running back. Regarding the behavior of Lonely Goose and the others, he felt only disgust for it. Forget cooperation, who knows when they would sell him out for profit once more. Seeing that Shifeng had turned around to leave, Egoistic Blade furiously shouted, "Don't simply throw away this chance we've given you. The influence that first-rate guilds like us possess far exceeds what you can imagine. By aiding us, you will be able to receive a generous return of at least 5 gold coins. That's enough for you to become the richest person in a town. Others won't ever get a chance like this, so you best think it through clearly. After some more time passes, your title will be of little value. This is definitely your one chance to make a lot of money." To any independent player, being able to become the richest person in a town was definitely just a pipe dream. Achieving such a feat meant that a player had to have more than 3 to 4 gold coins in their pockets. To a town that was still using copper coins as the main medium of trade, this was definitely an astronomical sum. Richest in town. Shifeng could not help but laugh, saying, "This is truly an attractive remuneration. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in it." What a joke. Before he had come to Blackwing City, he was already the richest person in the city. He did not lack in that amount of money at all. "May I know if you are Mr. Black Flame?" At this time, a beautiful female player walked over, asking. The girl looked to be between the ages of 21 and 22, her appearance extremely beautiful, and her body garbed in a gorgeous purple robe. The girl had her lips pursed, her eyes squinted into a smile as she looked at Shifeng. On her delicate white cheeks, a tinge of blush could be seen as she smiled at Shifeng, further increasing her charms. "That's right, and you are." Shifeng was not familiar with this girl before him. However, seeing that she was a level 7 cursemancer and she wore a complete mysterious iron set equipment, it would seem that her strength was definitely out of the ordinary. "Hello, you can call me Aqua Rose. We previously met inside the auction venue, but you might have missed me there," the elegant girl named Aqua Rose said with a smile. Hearing the girl's self-introduction, Shifeng was greatly shocked. One of the top 10 ranking cursemancers in God's domain, the Tier 6 curse god, Aqua Rose. Shifeng was actually able to meet her at this place. In Shifeng's previous life, Aqua Rose's fame was much greater than the cleric god, Violet Cloud. Were you at the auction just now? Feng was startled. It should be known that, in order to enter the VIP section's auction venue, one required a certain amount of status. Feng was only fortunate to have obtained the Demon Hunter title after doing the first phase of an epic quest. I naturally can't compare to Mr. Black Flame. I was only in there to take a look, unlike you, Mr. Black Flame, spending 55 gold just to buy a single skill book. Aqua Rose sighed, saying, hence, I am representing Twilight Echo to seek cooperation with you. I wonder if Mr. Black Flame would be interested in this. Twilight Echo was a grandly reputed guild in the virtual gaming world, a titanic existence. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose was one of the more famous elders of Twilight Echo, and her position was extremely high within the guild. Her fame was no less than that of Gentle Snow, and she was an existence of which very few had not heard. Hearing the conversation between Aqua Rose and Feng, Egoistic Blade and the others were extremely shaken, their tongues tied up as they dumbly stared. Originally, they had thought of Feng as a mere independent player. So, how much money would a player like that possess? If they were to give him 5 gold coins, he would definitely be deeply grateful to them. Yet, from Aqua Rose's words, Feng had actually spent 55 gold just to buy a single skill book. Even if they added up all the money they possessed, such an amount was still more than double theirs. Just who was this Feng actually? 1. Magician. I'm not really sure about this class, but since it wasn't mentioned in one of the 12 main classes, I'm assuming that it is some hidden class or one that was limited to NPCs only. Chapter 118, Another Road to Wealth. Receiving Aqua Rose's invitation, Feng nodded his head in agreement. In any case, he was bound to have to cooperate with the large guilds in Blackwing City. So, instead of choosing bloodthirsty war god and guilds of similar influence, it would be much better for him to choose the more famous and more influential, Twilight Echo, with which to cooperate. Moreover, Aqua Rose was a very well-renowned name. She was not a girl who prioritized profits but more friendly relationships. In Feng's previous life, one of Aqua Rose's close friends was targeted by a first-rate guild. The first-rate guild in question wanted to kill her friend back to level 0 no matter what, and they even wanted her friend to hand out all of her precious items. In order to aid her friend, Aqua Rose had unhesitatingly declared war with that first-rate guild. As a result, both guilds incurred massive damage, and Twilight Echo's overall strength was greatly reduced, becoming only an ordinary first-rate guild from then on. If a person prioritized profit over friendship, then they would never have done such a damaging action just to help a friend. However, Aqua Rose had done it. Aqua Rose's friend became extremely touched because of Aqua Rose's actions, becoming one of the fierce generals of Twilight Echo. In the end, Aqua Rose's friend, Unyielding Ice, had even become a tier 6 mage god, turning Twilight Echo into a tyrannic existence in God's domain. With Aqua Rose's personality guaranteed, Feng felt much more assured at cooperating with her. I know a good restaurant up ahead. Let's have a chat over there. After Feng agreed to her invitation, Aqua Rose revealed a faint smile. She then guided Feng towards the restaurant. After Feng and Aqua Rose departed, Egoistic Blade curled his lips in disdain, sourly saying, does he think he's amazing just because he has some money? He's just a wealthy spindrift. Sooner or later, I'll definitely be richer than him. Hearing Egoistic Blade saying so, Lonely Goose and the others could not help but look at him in disdain. Feng was already having discussions of cooperation in Blackwing City with Aqua Rose. Based on Feng's formidable wealth and special status, he would definitely become an influential figure in Blackwing City in the very near future. Feng was not someone that Egoistic Blade could compare to. In fact, Egoistic Blade himself knew this truth. He was only speaking to ease the pain in his heart. Red Rose High-Class Restaurant, it was one of the few upper-class restaurants in Blackwing City. Just the NPCs that were guarding the restaurant's entrance were already level 180 tier 2 jobs. Moreover, the delicacies served here were of absolute perfection. Even if the food served was just a virtual object, eating it would give one an unspeakable sense of satisfaction. However, the average player would definitely not have the courage to dine at this place. That was because just a random cup of tea already cost over a dozen silver coins. Inside a luxurious private room on the 4th floor of the restaurant building, Aqua Rose had casually ordered a few of the most expensive teas available. She sat down quietly, staring at Shifeng, completely unfazed at spending more than 30 silver coins on just beverages. Whatever sorts of cooperation you have in mind, just speak. It would feel extremely awkward if you just keep staring at me like that. Looking at Aqua Rose's smiling expression as she stared at him, Shifeng started inwardly getting the chills. Pardon me, I was just very curious about you. I never imagined that the famous chief forger of Star Moon Kingdom would actually be such a matured and composed man like you. Originally, I had even thought that the chief forger would be some quirky old man in his 50s or 60s, Aqua Rose smiled. I didn't know that Miss Aqua would be so interested in forging. Could it be, Miss Aqua wishes to recruit me into your guild? Shifeng drank a mouthful of the black tea served, smiling faintly. Shifeng did not feel anything out of the ordinary from Aqua Rose knowing his identity as a forger. After all, the name of Black Flame had become relatively huge now. As long as one made a quick search on the internet, they would be able to find plenty of related information. Aqua Rose shook her head, softly saying, "No. I know that Master Black Flame's ambition is not that small. Hence, I do not have such an intention. I only wish to purchase a few glimmer chestplate forging designs, and also some equipment made by Master Black Flame. For example, a secret silver weapon such as the Silver Dawn. In addition, I wish to make a long-term purchase of gold coins from Master Black Flame. Naturally, I would buy the coins at 20% above the market price. I wonder how Master Black Flame feels about all of this. There won't be a problem with selling you the forging designs and equipment. However, I can only say that I am helpless about the sale of gold coins. Moreover, I have an additional condition myself," Shifeng said after some thought. If Aqua Rose was willing to purchase his items in bulk, then it would naturally be a good thing. It was especially true for the glimmer chestplate forging design. Selling that item was no different than carrying out daylight robbery. Furthermore, Shifeng could also utilize Twilight Echo to purchase some items for him. As for the gold coins, Shifeng had no intentions of selling them. "Master Black Flame, please speak. If it is something that we, Twilight Echo, can carry out, we will definitely do so," Aqua Rose joyfully said as she saw Shifeng agreeing to her conditions. "I need various types of ores and stones. You should know that a lot of ores and materials are required to forge equipment. With the influence of Twilight Echo, I deem that it should be very easy for you all to purchase a large number of ores, right? In addition, I also require the entry pass for Blackwing City. If I cannot frequently come to Blackwing City, I would also be unable to conduct trade with you all," Shifeng calmly said. "At this point, Master Black Flame can rest assured. I can obtain as many ores for you as you want. Moreover, their prices will definitely be cheap. As for the entry pass to Blackwing City, even if Master Black Flame does not mention it, we will definitely prepare them for you." Hearing Shifeng's request, Aqua Rose's smile became even more dazzling. Twilight Echo's location was situated in the Storm Empire. The Storm Empire was a giant at ore production. Hence, the quantity of ores available was extremely high, while their prices were extremely cheap. It would be a very easy task for Twilight Echo to obtain a large amount of ores and stones for forging. Moreover, they could also earn a large sum of money from selling the ores and other materials. Shifeng naturally knew why Aqua Rose was so cheerful. Star Moon Kingdom was unlike the Storm Empire. Its geography was situated on flatlands, hence, the amount of ores available was very little, while their prices were extremely high. Hence why Shifeng wanted Aqua Rose to provide him with a large amount of ores, while he would provide the equipment, making it a mutually beneficial exchange. Moreover, if he was unable to use up the ores and materials he purchased at a low price, he could simply sell them off to the other guilds in Star Moon Kingdom. These guilds all needed to nurture their own forgers. Hence, they would need a very large amount of ores and materials. Shifeng would not have to worry about looking for a buyer at all. Shifeng did not imagine that, just by making a single trip to Blackwing City, he would obtain both the items he wanted, and also another road to wealth. "Let's trade the forging designs first, then. As for the other equipment and materials, we will trade them on another day. How about 2 days later?" Shifeng's heart was constantly filled with thoughts regarding the fellowship party of Jean High University. It was only a few days before the fellowship party would be held. With his forging skills, if he were to put all his efforts into forging equipment in these 2 days, he should be able to make a large sum of money. If he took the chance to sell off ores as well, he would make even more money. If his luck was good, he might be able to obtain a good harvest from the fellowship party. Master Black Flame, you too should know that God's domain has only recently started its operation, so every guild is slightly tight on gold coins. Can we perhaps conduct the trade with both gold coins and credits? If we can conduct the trade in this way, Master Black Flame, I will purchase as many glimmer chestplate forging designs as you possess, Aqua Rose said in a slightly embarrassed tone. Oh dear. Sure Phone pretended to sigh, showing a troubled expression. Seeing this, Aqua Rose became slightly panicked. Right now, every large guild was tight on gold coins, and though they wished to purchase them in bulk, it was an extremely difficult task. After all, God's domain only acknowledged coins, not credits. Moreover, the officials of God's domain had also declared that they would not activate the mechanics of exchanging credits to gold coins. Instead, they only conducted the exchange of gold coins to credits. Regarding the selling price of the glimmer chestplate forging designs, Aqua Rose had previously conducted an investigation. Each forging design was sold at around 3 gold coins. If she was to use only gold coins to conduct the exchange, she would at most be able to buy 4 to 5 pieces. However, after purchasing them, the gold coins spent would greatly affect the development of her guild. Yet, looking at Shifeng's appearance, he did not seem to be very lacking in credits. If she had to trade in only gold coins, then she would truly be left helpless. Chapter 119, God's Domain Upgraded. Miss Aqua, I wonder in what ratio you wish to trade at. Sure Phone let out a dry cough, softly saying. If it was the Sure Phone of before, he would not have minded fully selling the forging designs for credits. However, it was a different story now. Although credits were extremely important to Sure Phone, the value of gold coins right now was similarly huge. It was especially true after Sure Phone had come to Blackwing City. All the good items sold here had astronomical prices. Moreover, the NPCs here only accepted gold coins, running a no money, no talk policy. If possible, 2% gold coins and 98% credits. What do you think, Master Black Flame? Aqua Rose's curved eyelashes flickered as she spoke in an embarrassed tone. After all, the glimmer chestplate forging designs were just too expensive. Moreover, she intended to buy a large amount of them. Even if she were to pay just 10% of the price in gold coins, Twilight Echo might not be able to handle it. Sure Phone nearly spat out the tea he was drinking after hearing her offer. Paying 2% in gold coins meant that, for a transaction worth 100 gold, Sure Phone would only receive 2 gold, while receiving the remaining 98% in credits. Although Sure Phone was not trying to be petty, wasn't this amount a little too low? Miss Aqua, after arriving at Blackwing City, you should know that the items sold here will be of great help to us. However, the items here are just too expensive. In addition, the auction house would often sell top-tier items. The value of gold coins goes without saying. The ratio for gold coins you offered is truly not enough. At the very least, it should be at 10%, Sure Phone unhurriedly said. I know that I am troubling Master Black Flame. However, Twilight Echo is truly unable to bring out that many gold coins. If Master Black Flame is willing to reduce the ratio down to 5%, I am willing to pay out an additional 20% in credits. I wonder if that would be possible. Aqua Rose was similarly helpless. However, the coins in God's domain were simply too valuable. Even the coins obtained by the money farming teams of Twilight Echo, which consisted of 3,000 players, was not enough to support the guild's expenditure. Although Twilight Echo was constantly expanding the size for the money farming teams, from beginning to end, the amount obtained was never enough. Otherwise, Aqua Rose would not be bargaining ceaselessly with Sure Phone. Sure Phone entered a deep thought. The 5% was very close to his bottom line already. Moreover, Aqua Rose was willing to pay an additional 20% in credits. To Sure Phone, this was an extremely attractive proposition. Currently, 1 silver coin was priced at 100 credits. It could be said that the value of coins was the highest at this moment. At the very minimum, their trade would be worth at least 50 gold coins. An additional 20% would be the equivalent of over 90,000 credits, after tax. It was already a large amount. Alright, we'll go with 5%, then. How many pieces of the forging design does Miss Aqua wish to buy? Feng nodded his head, asking. Aqua Rose stretched out 5 of her delicate fingers. 5 pieces, is it? Feng could not help but be startled. After a half a day's worth of discussion, she only wanted 5 pieces. Was she toying with him? Aqua shook her head at Feng's words. It can't be 50 pieces, right? Feng was shocked. If all 50 pieces were sold at an additional 20% based on the market price, then each piece would be priced at 3 gold coins. 50 pieces would be 150 gold coins. Just thinking about it was enough to cause Feng to be excited. He didn't think that Aqua Rose would have such a big appetite, making a 150 gold transaction amount. This had far exceeded his initial estimates. Just within moments, Feng was able to earn several millions of credits. With this amount of money, he would have much more confidence when attending the fellowship party. After all, if one wanted to develop their influence, money was an absolute necessity. No, I want 500 pieces. I wonder if Master Black Flame has that many pieces. Aqua Rose brightly smiled. It was as if she was not buying glimmer chestplate forging designs, but a stack of plain paper. Miss Aqua, are you sure you wish to buy 500 pieces? You should know that the price for such an amount is not a joke, Feng verified once more. He could not help but admit that Aqua Rose frightened him. With this many pieces of glimmer chestplate forging designs, it was sufficient to provide for the needs of more than a dozen guilds. Twilight Echo would absolutely be unable to use all of them. Master Black Flame, I am very sure of it. However, with such a large transaction, I too have an additional condition, Aqua Rose said with a mysterious smile. Speak, Feng said. Within Blackwing City, your glimmer chestplate forging designs are only allowed to be sold to us, Twilight Echo. Moreover, with such a large transaction, even if only 5% of it would be traded in gold coins, that would still be 75 gold coins. I can only pay all these gold coins in installments. Of course, the first payment would be 10 gold coins. Afterward, I will make sure to pay off the debt within a month. I wonder if you can be satisfied with that. Aqua Rose said. After hearing Aqua Rose speak, Feng immediately understood her intentions. This girl intended to purchase his glimmer chestplate forging designs to resell them to the other guilds. That way, she too would be able to earn a ton. Feng similarly understood the reason for Aqua Rose's sincerity. Furthermore, he was not a petty person himself. He immediately said in a generous tone, all right, and since you are buying that many pieces, you only need to pay 10 gold coins. The remainder you can just pay it all off in credits. It would be fine as long as he could sell off the glimmer chestplate forging designs. As for who he sold them to, it did not matter that much. He wouldn't be envious of Aqua Rose either. Aqua Rose's connections were much, much wider than his own. Being able to sell that many pieces of the forging designs, and at an even higher price, would all be due to Aqua Rose's own ability. On the other hand, Feng did not possess such an ability, so why should he bother himself with these matters? He would be satisfied as long as he could earn all the money possible for him to earn from the forging designs. Following which, Feng searched for a lounge, spending more than 2 hours in it to make over 600 pieces of glimmer chestplate forging designs. Yet, even after making so many of them, his cost did not even exceed 2 silver coins. This way of earning money was literally quicker than robbing an NPC bank. Feng passed 500 pieces of the forging designs to Aqua Rose, receiving 10 gold coins in return. At the same time, Aqua Rose immediately deposited 17.88 million credits into Feng's account. In addition to the credits Feng earned previously, he now had over 18 million credits in his bank account. Feng had become a millionaire within an instant. Feng nearly fainted from the rush of joy he felt. Originally, Feng had thought that it would be fortunate if he was able to earn a few million credits in the following few days. Now, however, he had earned nearly 18 million credits in an instant. In a few more days, that amount might even rise to 20 million. Although it was not enough to put him on the same level as the young masters of large corporations, it was still enough for him to compete with Shadow at the fellowship party. Moreover, he would be able to establish a high-quality workshop quickly. Aqua Rose became overjoyed when she received the 500 pieces of glimmer chestplate forging designs. With Twilight Echo's influence, she would definitely be able to sell out all of the forging designs, earning a large sum of gold coins. The speed at which she earned gold coins would be several hundred times faster than that of the money farming teams. With this many gold coins, the development of the guild would definitely rise greatly. Who would be able to compete with Twilight Echo from then on? Master Black Flame, let's set our next transaction to be at 3 days later, then. At that time, I will bring you the various ores that you require. Also, please don't forget to bring more weapons and equipment. I want as many as you have. Alright, you won't be disappointed. After the two of them finished their trade, both promptly departed from Blackwing City, returning to their own respective countries to make preparations. At that moment, the sky in Red Leaf Town was growing dimmer. The players outside the town were all starting to return. After dark, the monsters in the wild would have their strength increased by 20%. Moreover, their numbers would greatly increase. If a player had the misfortune of being wrapped up like a dumpling by the monsters, dying back to town, then that would be a true tragedy. After returning to Red Leaf Town, originally, Sherfong had intended to investigate the situation at the auction house. He wanted to know why exactly the glimmer chestplate forging designs were being so well received. However, the color of the sky suddenly changed. The azure-colored sky turned rainbow-colored. It was a magnificent sight, which bewitched a person's mind. Immediately after, the entire sky had let out an overwhelming sound that resounded throughout the entire God's domain. System announcement, emergency notice. Emergency notice. System announcement, God's domain will be undergoing a system upgrade. The system upgrade will require 12 real-life hours. May all players please log out of the game within 10 minutes. A series of 4 consecutive system announcements resounded throughout the entirety of God's domain. Countless players were shaken by the sight and sound coming from the sky, all of them starting a discussion over it. They did not understand just what had happened to God's domain. Why was there a need for such a sudden upgrade to the system? What is happening here? Why is God's domain evolving so quickly? Sherfeng's brows creased into a bundle after hearing the system announcement. According to his memories, God's domain's first upgrade would only happen at least a month later. Right now, God's domain evolving was bad news to Sherfeng. Chapter 120, Evolution. Once the system announcement ended, every single player began looking for a safe location, preparing to log out of the game. Although many players held resentment towards the system upgrade, God's domain was quickly entering nighttime. Even if they stayed in the game, they would not be able to do much. The only things they could do were to trade off the day's harvest or chat with their companions, enjoying their time. Sherfeng took this chance to immediately run towards the auction house of Red Leaf Town, clearing out items such ore, herbs, and various other materials. As long as they were rare materials, Sherfeng bought them all. After purchasing all the items he could and filling his bag up completely, Sherfeng ran towards the bank, intending to return to the auction house once more to do more shopping. Unfortunately, the system notified him that he only had 3 minutes remaining to log out. He would not have enough time to make a return trip from the bank. I only managed to buy this many, Sherfeng looked at the time, releasing a helpless sigh. Fortunately, he had obtained quite a number of gold coins from the trade just now, allowing him to purchase materials worth more than a dozen gold coins. Soon after, Sherfeng headed to the hotel, preparing to log out. On his way, he met many players who were uncontrollably excited over the system upgrade that was to come. They all started a discussion amongst themselves, anticipating the benefits that would come with this system upgrade. Sherfeng only wanted to chuckle at them due to their anticipation. Without a doubt, there would be benefits from the evolution of God's domain. However, many would be unexpected. After arriving at the hotel, Sherfeng paid a fee of 10 coppers to rest for a day. Meanwhile, the other players noticed Sherfeng was extravagantly spending 10 copper coins to rent a room. They could only obtain such an amount after putting their all into grinding monsters for 5 to 6 hours. Such spending was simply too wasteful. However, when they saw that Sherfeng had already reached level 7, none of them dared comment on his actions. A level 7 player was definitely a character at the apex of Red Leaf Town. If they accidentally provoked Sherfeng, it would not be an impossible matter for them to die back to level 0. After all, these sorts of incidents often occurred in Red Leaf Town. These players could only inwardly look at Shifeng in disdain. One could be quite capricious when one was rich. Shifeng only minded himself as he entered one of the guest rooms, paying no heed to those other players. He would not bother explaining to those players the reason why he chose to rent a room and not just log out of the game from a random location. As the morning sun rose, Shifeng got up from his bed, removing the advanced gaming helmet from his head. It was 8 o'clock in the morning, just in time to start his usual morning training. At that moment, Shifeng's phone rang, the caller ID showing it was Blackie calling him. "Blackie, did something happen?" Shifeng answered the call, asking curiously. Normally, Blackie would not take the initiative to contact him unless it was an urgent matter. "Brother Feng, something big has happened. Quick, turn on your TV. Right now, the news channels are showing it right now. Almost every TV channel is showing it," Blackie said with ragged breaths, his tone greatly excited. If Shifeng was unfamiliar with Blackie, he might have thought Blackie had been doing some sort of extreme exercise. Shifeng turned on the old and small TV in his broken-down apartment. He then switched the channels, discovering that every TV channel was interrupted by the same news report. Today at 5 a.m., the top 1,000 largest global corporations all announced their decision to invest in God's domain. They wish to improve the development of the virtual economy further. At the same time, each of these corporations will all be establishing their own God's domain workshops. As for the latest report on God's domain, according to official statistics, all the vendors selling the God's domain virtual gaming helmets were flooded with customers within the short 3 hours since the announcement. This is all due to the corporations across the globe investing in the game. As a result, the player population of God's domain suddenly increased by over 800 million users. At the same time, the current player population was boosted to 1.8 billion users, breaking the world record for the number of players of any virtual reality game. Various news constantly played on the television. The news reports were advertising the idea of making God's domain a second world for mankind, encouraging everyone to experience the game. Also, to further advance the data collection by the main God system, further completing God's domain, the price of the basic virtual reality helmets reduced from 8,000 credits to 4,000 credits. As for the price of advanced virtual reality helmets and virtual gaming cabins, those remained unchanged. That was fast, Shifeng revealed a faint smile after listening to these reports. However, he was not shocked by them, although the report arrived slightly earlier than he expected. In Shifeng's previous life, these reports only surfaced after 10 days of God's domain's operation. Due to these large corporations investing themselves in God's domain, virtual reality games began receiving an extensive range of attention. The entire virtual gaming world similarly burned like a raging inferno, and the previously retired gaming experts all joined God's domain. Moreover, the few remaining popular virtual reality games were forced to shut down due to the popularity of God's domain. As a result, all the affected gamers transferred to God's domain, instantly causing the game's player population to explode. The competition within the game similarly grew fiercer. All virtual reality games had a definite similarity with each other: limited resources. If the original population of a single town suddenly grew from several thousand to over 10,000, the number of players competing over the available resources greatly increased. Naturally, the prices of items would also greatly increase. So that's why realization suddenly struck Shifeng. It was no wonder why the number of people buying the Glimmer chestplate forging designs had increased. It turned out that it was all due to these large corporations investing in the game and the additional 800 million new players joining the game. These players were all level 0, so, naturally, their need for equipment was intense. They would not hesitate to buy the Glimmer chestplate forging designs, forging a large amount of Glimmer chestplates and earning a lot of money. What a shame. These new players came at such a bad time. Shifeng pitied the players who had just joined God's domain. The timing they chose to join was just too unfortunate. Of all the times they could have chosen, they chose to join immediately after God's domain had its first evolution. With this, they were destined to be doomed. The upgrading of God's domain was the game's self-evolution. However, nobody understood the true meaning of this matter. Only after they experienced it for themselves would they come to understand fully. The reason Sherfone chose to use the words evolution instead of upgrade was because evolution represented evolving and adapting. It was survival of the fittest, in short. While players were living their lives in God's domain, the main God system constantly collected various data from the game. When the data collected reached a certain degree, quantitative change would become qualitative change, which meant evolution. Virtual reality allowed players the ultimate experience of a realistic fantasy world. However, the process of turning something virtual into reality was just incredibly difficult. Moreover, God's domain was an extremely realistic world in which magic and superhumans existed. Hence why the existence of the main God system. The system's purpose was to turn God's domain into an even more realistic world, constantly perfecting and evolving God's domain. Sherfone felt the main perpetrator for hastening the evolution should be himself. His reason that, in his previous life, the Hell mode of the team dungeon was cleared exactly a month after God's domain's opening, with the upgrade following soon after. Right now, the Hell mode of the team dungeon had been cleared, and similarly, the game announced a system upgrade almost immediately. In the end, they greatly expedited the schedule. Thinking up to this point, Sherfone suddenly felt he should be more careful with his future actions. Due to his good luck this time, he was able to have a chance encounter with Aqua Rose from Twilight Echo. This fortunate encounter allowed him to earn over 10 million credits easily. Even now, Sherfone felt like he was in a dream. However, after this evolution, it was practically impossible for him to earn that much money so easily. If he did not earn a large sum of money during this time, now that the major corporations have decided to involve themselves, in addition to God's domain's evolution, his plans in God's domain would suffer severe disruption. Finished reading the reports, Sherfone proceeded to train his body. This was an assignment he had to carry out every single day. Now that the major corporations have entered God's domain, they would surely have poached plenty of veteran gamers and newcomers with great potential. They may even recruit experts from fighting tournaments. These expert standards were entirely different from the average players of God's domain. They would only take a short time becoming an expert in the game. With the proper guidance, their development would have rapid progress. The arrival of these players would massively impact God's domain. In order to maintain an even greater advantage, Sherfone needed to quickly and diligently train his body. Training his body would hasten the absorption process of the energy from the nutrient fluids, providing even more nutrients and increasing the activity of the brain. This way he would be able to increase his combat prowess in God's domain further. After going through his morning training, Sherfone prepared to leave the house to restock his nutrient fluids. He would also search for a better home. It would have a negative impact on his body if he continued staying in this rented apartment, surrounded by an unhealthy environment. Since he had earned quite a bit of money, it was high time for him to switch to find a new place. Chapter 121, Invitation. When Sherfone arrived at Jinhai City's business district, he wandered about and discovered customers flooding the electronics department store. He noticed several youths rushing out of the department store after much difficulty, their hands holding a God's domain virtual gaming helmet and their expressions filled with joy and excitement. After leaving the apartment, Sherfone immediately hitched a ride to the business district in the city center. Ha ha ha, this is just wonderful. Fortunately, I came here as early as 7 o'clock in the morning to queue up. After 3 hours of waiting, I finally got my hands on it. From today onwards, I will be fighting for my future in God's domain. The lean youth wearing a blue t-shirt laughed loudly as he grasped the helmet. Do you need me to carry you guys? I have a friend who has been playing God's domain since the game started. Right now, he is already a level 4. As long as we have him to help us, we'll definitely level quickly. If we're lucky, we might even be able to have him carry us, another curly-haired youth proudly proclaimed. Really? Then it's a promise. Our futures will be in your hands from now on. As for your lunches at the university, we'll pay them for you. Leave it to me. He and I are close brothers. When these youths heard there was an expert willing to give them pointers and carry them, they were all incredibly excited. They fantasized about their beautiful futures. With the many global corporations fiercely investing in God's domain, in addition to the many news reports about it, the common folk all discovered a new way to make money. These large corporations would easily offer a gaming expert a high salary. So much so that, for some of the veteran and expert players, the annual salaries would reach as high as 3 million credits. This was an unimaginable figure when considering the virtual reality games of the past. Previously, those with an annual salary in the millions just from gaming were godlike players standing at the apex. Now, however, even retired experts could receive an annual salary of 3 million credits. Meanwhile, the current trending top-tier experts could receive an annual salary of up to 8 million credits. According to Shifeng's knowledge, the annual salary of the guild leader of Ouroboros did not even exceed 6 million credits, while Gentle Snow's annual salary was only 4 million credits. Of course, the snow goddess would not even pay heed to this small amount of money. She could easily obtain an income of several tens of millions just from advertisement. In addition to her family background, money was truly not a problem for her. Unlike Shifeng, who played God's domain to change his fate, fulfilling his wish that never was fulfilled, Gentle Snow's goal was purely the joy gained from stimulating adventures. Luckily, I'm not here to buy a gaming helmet, Shifeng sent a glance to the sea of people at the department store, exclaiming. He then turned towards a mobile phone store near the electronics department store. It was an inconvenience for him to continue using an old-modeled phone. Hence, Shifeng was prepared to switch to a quantum watch instead. Not only did it support communication between multiple languages, but it also supported bank account binding, allowing Shifeng to transfer credits at any given time. This way, he would neither have to always go to the bank to retrieve money nor would he have to constantly carry around a stack of cash, causing a bulge in his pockets. He could avoid showing others a bulge on his lower body, preventing an awkward situation from occurring. Immediately after Shifeng walked into the quantum watch store, a beautiful saleswoman came up to greet him. "How may I help you, sir?" Our store's #1 priority is quality. We have various models of mobile phones. I especially recommend the latest Quantum 3000. It has an independent binding, is water-resistant, and is definitely safe. Not only can it carry out payment in real time, but the Quantum 3000 also supports transactions from the virtual reality game, God's Domain. Alright, take me to see it then. This way, please, sir. Judging from Shifeng's tone, the beautiful saleswoman could discern that Shifeng intended to buy a quantum watch. Immediately, she respectfully brought Shifeng to the area dedicated to selling quantum watches. She then took out dozens of models. Not only were their designs beautiful, but they were also elegant-looking and convenient to use. They were all operated by a holographic screen, and even when carrying out vigorous activities, the clarity of the display and sound would not be affected in the slightest. "Sir, as we are doing a promotion for God's Domain, you only need to pay 29,999 credits instead of the usual 30,000 credits to take the Quantum 3000 home." Shifeng could not help but sweat at the saleswoman's promotion. Just how was this any different from 30,000 credits? This price was practically unaffordable for the average university student if they did not possess a well-paying job, and even then, they would usually need to save up for half a year before being able to buy one. However, Shifeng was indeed in need of the latest quantum watch. After all, it would be particularly convenient for him. Although running to the bank was good training for his body, it was, after all, a very troublesome task. It was especially true when he needed to make a transaction of millions of credits. He would definitely look fishy if he carried around a large suitcase filled with money. "Give me this blue one, then." Shifeng chose a good-looking model. Under the beautiful saleswoman's guidance, Shifeng carried out the bindings for his identity, original phone number, bank account, and so on. Shifeng then swiped using his new quantum watch, paying the bill for it. It was a very convenient item. Now that he had obtained a quantum watch, Shifeng went on to purchase 10 bottles of A-rank nutrient fluids and 50 bottles of B-rank nutrient fluids, spending a total of 150,000 credits for them. Although it was a heartache to spend so much money, in consideration for the future of his body, Shifeng still needed to carry out several in-depth strengthening training sessions. So, he needed to purchase this number of nutrient fluids at the very least. DDD. His quantum watch rang and vibrated, notifying him that his class monitor, Zhao Ruoshi, was calling him. Aside from notifying him about the class assembly last time, the class beauty, Zhao Ruoshi, had never once contacted him. "Class monitor, is something the matter?" Shifeng immediately asked. "Fellow student Shifeng, must I have a purpose to call you? Or are you trying to tell me that you hate receiving calls from me?" Zhao Ruoshi said in a slightly downcast tone. No. How could that be possible? I still haven't thanked you for your help the last time. Hearing such a bitter tone from Zhao Ruoxi, Shifeng hurriedly responded. In his heart, Zhao Ruoxi was a very good girl. Not only was she smart, kind, and beautiful, but she was also the only one who stood up to Ling Feilong, demanding justice for Shifeng. Her actions gave Shifeng a warm feeling. That's better. At least you still have a conscience. Zhao Ruoxi laughed. The date of the fellowship party I mentioned to you the last time has been confirmed. It will be held next Friday. Every participant will be required to pay a fee of 5,000 credits. I've already paid it for you, so don't forget to show up. Finished speaking, Zhao Ruoxi immediately disconnected the call. As a result, Shifeng was left dumbfounded for a long moment. Ruoxi, why did you notify Shifeng? You've even paid the participation fee for him. He's not anything good, to begin with, always keeping his thoughts and emotions to himself. He must have a hidden motive. There is a wide gap between both of your statuses, and to change his own fate, he will definitely use unscrupulous means to get close to you. You better not let him trick you. Ling Feilong pretended to care about Zhao Ruoxi. However, inwardly, he was close to the point of going insane with anger. A poor bastard like Shifeng actually received Zhao Ruoxi's attention. She even footed the participation fee for him. Her actions revealed that she indeed possessed some interest towards him. Enough, Ling Feilong. Whoever I pay for is my own business. I don't need you to butt in on it, Zhao Ruoxi said in displeasure. Ling Feilong was speechless. However, he did not dare to display his thoughts, hatred for Shifeng permeating his heart. Originally, everything had been smooth sailing for him. Yet, Shifeng's sudden appearance caused everything to run amok. Shifeng, just you wait. If I can't deal with you myself, then I'll just tell Zhao Ruoxi's uncle. We'll see how he takes care of you, Ling Feilong inwardly sneered. With Shifeng's lowly status, Zhao Ruoxi's uncle would definitely reject them being together. As long as he exerted a little effort, he could easily deal with a small fry like Shifeng. At 6 p.m., Shifeng returned to his rented apartment. After spending the afternoon running around, Shifeng finally found himself a good apartment in the city center. The furnishing of the apartment was quite thorough. Moreover, the surrounding environment was very appealing. With the initial deposit paid, as long as he packed up his things, he could move into the apartment tomorrow. After tidying himself up, Shifeng drank a bottle of B-rank nutrient fluids. He then lay on the bed, donning his gaming helmet and resuming his conquest in God's domain. Chapter 122, God's Domain Changes. The sky above Red Leaf Town glimmered brightly. Players, one after another, appeared on the wide, spacious road, all of their faces filled with excitement. They all wished to dive into experiencing the new changes to God's domain. However, these players were all quickly disappointed. Be it the system interface or all of Red Leaf Town itself, there was not a hint of change felt. Everything was just the same as usual. What kind of bullshit is this? I've painstakingly waited for 12 hours, and this is what you give me. Why isn't the official website showing the Chang'e log for the upgrade? Many veteran players started their discussions on the streets. There were also some players who paid no attention towards the upgrade, immediately heading out of town to kill monsters and level up. Aside from these veteran players, there were tons of newcomers in Red Leaf Town now. Most of these newcomers were curiously enjoying the novelty of God's domain. Looking for top-tier experts to carry me. I'll pay 100 credits for every level up. If you are looking for a fool to scam, then don't bother talking to me. I'm looking for serious inquiries only, a new player shouted on the wide street. Following, several more newcomers similarly shouted. However, though their offers were all lower than 100 credits, they all acted like tycoons, standing proudly as they shouted out their offers. At that moment, Shifeng stepped out of the hotel. He felt his spirit brimming with energy, one of the benefits of staying in a hotel. After the evolution of God's domain, the number of hidden attributes a player possessed had greatly increased. For example, stamina, concentration, and so on. However, one would only become aware of these changes after personally experiencing them. Players could no longer run tens of kilometers without tiring like before, nor would they be able to battle for as long as they wanted. Before, the only problem players faced was the tiring of the spirit. Now, however, everything was largely different. For players at level 0, they would become dead tired after only walking for 2 or 3 kilometers, not having even an ounce of fighting strength remaining. Similarly, continuously grinding monsters also became much more difficult. It was just like jogging. Players would consume a lot of stamina when battling monsters. Once a player's stamina reduced to a certain threshold, their 4 limbs would turn feeble, while their spirits would grow exhausted. Besides that, there were many more hidden changes that occurred after the evolution of God's domain. As the main God system made God's domain more realistic, simultaneously, players would find it even more difficult for them to level up. It should be time for me to go shopping. In Shifeng's previous life, after the upgrade of God's domain, the prices of items soared sky high, increasing by at least 2 or 3 folds. As a result, many players regretted not stockpiling a large number of resources after the evolution of God's domain. Meanwhile, the current situation was slightly different from before. The prices of items increased even more than last time. Aside from the difficulty of leveling up increasing, the time just so happened to coincide with the influx of a lot of newcomers. As a result, the competition for items would become much fiercer, increasing the difficulty of obtaining resources by many-fold. Hence, the increase in prices for these items would be even more exaggerated than in Shifeng's previous life. Now that God's domain had recently evolved, before players discovered the new changes, Shifeng could use this chance to purchase and stockpile all the important items. After the prices soared, he could then resell all of them. If the major guilds were to get a hold of this information right now, they would definitely soar to become the tyrants of their respective towns. For Shifeng, however, he could only make a quick buck. When comparing an individual to a guild, the resources obtainable by both were on totally different levels. There were plenty of players within a guild, so they would be able to easily obtain a ton of rare resources within no time at all. Meanwhile, although Shifeng knew how to obtain those resources, just how much of them could he obtain by himself? During the time he was procuring those resources, his level might be surpassed by other players. Hence, his only choice was to shop for the resources at the auction house. This expert over here, please wait a moment. Are you interested in making some extra income? A level 0 berserker walked up to Shifeng, asking with a smile on his face. Shifeng was wearing a complete Silvermoon set equipment. His weapon was also a secret silver rank. Although newcomers did not possess identification skills, to discern Shifeng's level, Shifeng's dazzlingly high-quality equipment was clearly much better than the veteran players on the street. It was needless to say that Shifeng was definitely an expert. Extra income. Shifeng turned around, discovering that it was a newcomer calling out to him. For convenience sake, some of the more wealthy players would normally hire experts to aid them in completing a quest. In return, they would pay a considerable amount of credits as remuneration. Regarding such extra incomes, Shifeng was still somewhat interested. He continued, "Tell me about it, then." "It's very simple, you just need to help me level up. I'm also not a miserly person, so I'm willing to pay 100 credits per level. If you can help me catch up with the majority of the other players, I am even willing to pay you 1,000 credits. What do you think?" the berserker proudly stated. Shifeng's brows wrinkled as he heard the man speaking. "Sorry, but I don't have the time. You should look for someone else to help you." Shifeng had too many things he had to do. Not only did he need to make sure his level didn't fall behind, but he also needed to earn money and accumulate advantages for his future guild. He needed to make preparations for the upcoming power struggle in White River City. Just from clearing out the items in the auction house, he could earn several hundreds of thousands of credits. So, why would he waste his time just for a measly 1,000 credits? He hadn't fallen to such a low standard as of yet. Finished saying his piece, Shifeng turned and walked away, heading towards the bank to store his items. "Hold on a moment," the berserker called out for a long time, but Shifeng paid him no attention from beginning to end. Immediately, the berserker said in a fit of rage, "Crap, what's there to be so proud of? If you don't want to do it, there will be many other experts who would be willing to carry me. You'll regret it when that time comes. Looking for an expert to power level me. 100 credits per level. Don't miss this good opportunity," the berserker started shouting once again. However, even after shouting for a long time, not a single veteran player paid him any heed. "Ha ha ha. This newcomer is just too hilarious. My stomach is hurting from laughing too much. a level 5 ranger laughed as he passed. Don't bother with him. There are bound to be fools amongst the newcomers. We don't have any time to spare right now. We need to purchase some bread and potions quickly. Otherwise, we're going to be scolded by our leader, the ranger's pro-companion, too, hurriedly said. I know. I just think that person is a fool. Does he really think God's domain is just some small-time game? Does he think we can level up once every minute? Forget 100 credits per level, even if it were 1,000 credits per level, I still wouldn't do it, not to mention a top-tier expert player. Without 10 to 20,000 credits, there won't even be a need for a discussion, the ranger sneered. In the initial period of the game, everyone was rushing to level up. They were all afraid of being left behind by the majority of the players, losing their chance to shine. Hence, where would they find the time to help the newcomers? Not to mention 100 credits, right now, the pro players at level 5 could earn more than 1 silver in a single day. When converted to credits, that amount would be more than 100 credits. If their luck was good and they managed to obtain a piece of common equipment, that would be the equivalent of obtaining several hundreds of credits. If it were an expert player, it was an entirely different story altogether. They certainly did not lack such a meager amount of money. When the newbie berserker heard their conversation, he was greatly shocked by the ranger's words. Moreover, he could tell that the ranger was not fooling around. The berserker was just a white-collar worker in a company. Previously, he was similarly willing to spend some money to seek the aid of others, letting others power level him. At that time, his offer had been only 30 to 50 credits, yet, even then, there were tons of players fighting over his offer. However, right now, his offer of 100 credits did not receive even the slightest attention. It turned out that power leveling even a single level required several thousand credits. That was practically an entire month of his salary. The berserker's face immediately flushed bright red. He felt that he had just humiliated himself greatly. He had been shouting on the streets for so long, thinking highly of himself all this time. Even when he heard the gossiping of the passerby players, he only thought that they were astonished by his offer. However, in reality, it turned out that they were just scolding him as foolish. It was no wonder the previous expert had rejected his offer immediately after hearing the price. Meanwhile, the other newcomers seeking the aid of an expert had similarly shut their mouths, one after another. Every one of them felt their cheeks burning up, shamefully walking away to search for quests to level up. In another location, Sherfone was currently fervently buying items at the auction house, accumulating a large amount of rare resources. When he had spent all of his money, only then did Sherfone release a sigh of relief. He then placed the glimmer chestplate forging designs for auction, their base prices set at 2 gold coins each. He would not need to worry about them not selling. It should be about time to collect the ice blue devil flame. After Sherfone finished busying himself, he switched back to his original appearance. He prepared himself to collect the mysterious flame ahead of schedule. Now that God's domain had evolved ahead of schedule, the mysterious flame might similarly be obtained by other players ahead of schedule. To prevent the unexpected from happening, it was best for him to obtain it a little earlier. He would only be able to relax when the ice blue devil flame was in his possession. 1. Identification skills. Observation skills will now be changed to identification skills. 2. Pro companion. The term pro will be used to refer to occupational players from now on. However, do take note that pro doesn't necessarily mean that they are on the level of experts. I hope I'm not offending anybody with this, but experts are like the globally renowned singers that earn millions of dollars, while pros are like full-time/part-time pub singers that earn thousands of dollars. Of course, pros definitely possess the chances of becoming experts. Chapter 123, Survival of the Fittest. Ice Blue Devil Flame. It was one of the handful of Tier 2 mysterious flames that could only be found in White River City. This flame held a fatal attraction towards forgers. Moreover, the 100 ghost forest that housed the Ice Blue Devil Flame was only a short distance from Red Leaf Town. Hence, it would be a big waste if Sherfone did not obtain it for himself. Be it earning money or forging items, the mysterious flame would provide Sherfone with a tremendous amount of aid. Right now, Sherfone was still several hundred proficiency points away from becoming an intermediate forging apprentice. However, even if he became one, it would still be quite difficult for him to forge the secret silver rank Silver Dawn. When forging secret silver equipment, an intermediate forging apprentice only had a 2% chance of success, while a basic forging apprentice had a pitiful 1%. If Shurfeng included the 20% from the Book of Forging, 5% from Black Steel's insignia, and 5% from the runic hammer, he would, at best, have a 32% success rate after becoming an intermediate forging apprentice. Furthermore, forging the Silver Dawn required 3 extremely rare materials, which dictated that Shurfeng would be unable to create many of them. If Shurfeng forged the Silver Dawn with such low success rates, he would absolutely take an irrecoverable loss. Although the loss of tens of silver coins with each failure was not a problem to Shurfeng, the materials required were simply too rare. They were not items Shurfeng could obtain simply by wishing. An extensive amount of time was needed to obtain all of them. Moreover, the Abyssal Blade probably required 10 Silver Dawns to level up. Hence, the Ice Blue Devil Flame was a must-have for Shurfeng. The Tier 2 Ice Blue Devil Flame would considerably increase the forging success rate, not to mention the various benefits it would bring Shurfeng in the future. Hence, this trip to the 100 Ghost Forest was a must for Shurfeng. Shurfeng departed Red Leaf Town, his destination, north. Due to the matter regarding stamina, Shurfeng did not hurry too much. The quicker he ran, the quicker he would run out of stamina. Instead, if he maintained his running speed at a certain threshold, the rate his stamina replenished was equal to its consumption. However, this threshold differed for every player as it depended on the player's attributes, making it extremely hard for players to obtain. When Shurfeng passed by the level 5 monster area, Grey Wolf Prairie. In the midst of the grass that grew to the waist of an adult, players' corpses randomly lay about, scattered. From a glance, the majority of players who died were solo players, while a minority consisted of parties who party-wiped. Going several hundred yards deeper into the prairie, the thick grass suddenly grew restless. At the sight, Shurfeng immediately unsheathed both of his weapons. Soon after, 2 level 5 players rushed out from the thicket, their appearances extremely unsightly. Bloodstains littered their clothing, and their weapons were no longer on their persons. When the 2 of them noticed Shurfeng, without hesitation, both of them immediately rushed toward him. After the 2 players ran out of the grass, a group of level 5 white-eyed grey wolves similarly came running, closely pursuing the 2 players. The white-eyed grey wolves howled as they chased their prey as if announcing the location of their quarry to others of their pack. White-eyed grey wolf, common monster. HP 540/540. Shurfeng immediately understood the 2 players' intentions, they wanted to shift their calamity onto him. Brat, count yourself as unlucky for meeting us. Since you are going to die anyway, you might as well help us lure this wolf pack. An assassin looked towards Shurfeng, laughing grimly. Saying so, the speed at which the 2 ran at Shurfeng increased somewhat slightly. However, they greatly underestimated Shurfeng. When the players were about to run past Shurfeng's hands immediately latched onto the 2's arms. With his superb strength, he immediately tossed the players back to the pack of wolves that rushed ahead. Before the players could even react, they landed in the middle of the wolf pack. Their bodies smashed onto a few of the white-eyed grey wolves as they landed, eliciting a few anguished wails from the wolves. Before the assassin could even curse, the surrounding white-eyed grey wolves snapped at his neck and limbs. His flesh being torn apart, the assassin's HP madly fell as he let out an agonizing wail. The ranger beside him was naturally not spared this fate, and very quickly, the wolf pack finished him off as well. Shurfeng held not an ounce of pity towards them. If the 2 of them had run in a different direction, they might have had the slight hope of surviving. However, instead of doing so, they made the worst possible decision of trying to drag Shurfeng into the mess. They had absolutely no idea that, when compared to the pack of wolves chasing them, Shurfeng was much more terrifying. While the wolf pack was attacking the 2 players, Shurfeng took the chance to use Thundering Flash the instant the 2 players were about to die. Like a fierce tiger released from its cage, the green-colored arc of lightning loosed an earth-shaking howl as it pierced the bodies of the white-eyed grey wolves, causing a series of damages over -300 points. The white-eyed grey wolves died instantly, and only piles of burnt ash remained. Although Shurfeng had killed over 10 white-eyed grey wolves with a single attack, he was already level 7. The total EXP of several hundred points was almost negligible to him now. After collecting all the loot, Shurfeng took an isolation scroll out from his bag. With the evolution of God's domain, the monsters in the wild had similarly received a huge upgrade. Not only was their sensitivity greatly increased, but they also had a more flexible way of thinking, and their range of activity greatly widened. Their battle methods started varying, becoming more similar to real melee battle. Meanwhile, the biggest change the monsters underwent after the evolution of God's domain was that these monsters would no longer shrink back, even against high-level players. Also, their range of vigilance would no longer reduce. Hence, players needed even more caution when dealing with monsters. Otherwise, they could easily lure a large group of monsters onto themselves. On his way to this place, Shifeng had met many players who died in such a way. For example, a party that had killed a few white-eyed gray wolves failed to leave the location quickly. As a result, the scent of blood spread to the surroundings and attracted more white-eyed gray wolves, wiping out the party. After using the isolation scroll, Shifeng quickly departed the Gray Wolf Prairie. He then passed through Kurt Grand Canyon, Cybus Lake, and many other high-level monster areas. After traveling for 6 hours, Shifeng finally arrived at the level 15 monster area, 100 Ghost Forest. The 100 Ghost Forest was a cursed location. In this dark and withered forest, where sunlight never reached, only the cursed apparitions lingered. These apparitions had a 60% resistance against physical attacks and possessed 20% evasion. The monsters also had insanely high attack power, and to the current Shifeng, they only needed to land 2 or 3 hits to kill him. However, these monsters only had 600 HP, and magical attack damage was increased by 100%. Hence, the 100 Ghost Forest was a leveling heaven for mage classes. Due to God's domain evolving, these cursed apparitions had become much more sensitive to their surroundings. They were widely different from the other beast-type monsters. Instead of scent, these monsters could easily sniff out the aura of living beings within a 100-yard radius, and even if one used stealth, the cursed apparitions could still detect them. However, Shifeng had come prepared. He took out a bottle of dispersing potion, immediately emptying its contents. The potion concealed the aura of a living being for 10 minutes. With the aid of the dispersing potion, Shifeng only needed to be slightly careful to avoid the detection of the cursed apparitions. According to Shifeng's knowledge, the location of the ice blue devil flame was at the center of the 100 Ghost Forest, at the fountain located at the central of 100 Ghost Town. To obtain this ice blue devil flame, the guild, Glorious Light, had gone through a painstaking amount of trouble. Only after sending thousands of their members and having hundreds of them die, did they manage to clean out all the monsters found in 100 Ghost City, obtaining the ice blue devil flame. Naturally, Shifeng knew he did not possess the ability to clear out all the monsters in 100 Ghost Town. However, he had other methods of securing the mysterious flame. They were all filled with extreme danger. After arriving at the 100 Ghost Town, with much difficulty, Shifeng halted his steps, observing the town. When a cooling breeze blew over Shifeng from the withered forest, he suddenly felt an indescribable chill. Killing intent. If Shifeng did not have the experience of many years of blood-soaked combat, earning himself a natural instinct to detect danger, he would have been completely ignorant towards this faintly discernible killing intent. As this was not his first time feeling such a chillingly cold killing intent, Shifeng immediately unsheathed both his swords. At that very instant, a black figure appeared behind Shifeng. Following which, a silver glow stabbed directly towards Shifeng's neck and another towards his lower back. Like a poisonous snake, the two attacks were both swift and fatal. From these two actions alone, Shifeng knew his attacker was a top-tier expert immediately. Although Shifeng was slightly on guard, the speed of the attacks was just too swift for him to dodge. Chapter 124, Absolute Heaven. Just as Shifeng was about to take damage, Shifeng abruptly activated Defensive Blade, successfully blocking the ambush. If an assassin's ambush struck a player, they would enter a fainted state for 3 seconds. These 3 short seconds were enough for an expert assassin to obliterate half a MT's HP. Moreover, assassins did not possess only a single skill that could place their target in a fainted state. As long as an assassin placed a player in the fainted state, they would remaining in that state until their death. Shifeng roared. He struck out with his sword as he withdrew his body, his sword capable of annihilating an army of thousands. As the abyssal blade hurtled towards its target, it carried along sounds of explosions. Interesting. The black figure reacted quickly, doing a swallow's turnover, 1. As the abyssal blade scraped past his body, like a whip, the black figure brandished both his weapons once more, one of his daggers slicing into Shifeng's side. Throughout the entire process, the black figure's actions were as smooth and natural as flowing water. "You're courting death." However, Shifeng paid no attention to the dagger sailing towards him, the crimson blade already in motion. The crimson blade transformed into 4 sword images, all aimed for the black figure's vital points. Shifeng was utterly confident in his own attack power. The black figure was suddenly shocked. He did not think Shifeng would be so decisive, giving up his defense and instead, aiming for mutual destruction. In a hurried motion, the black figure used his other dagger to block Shifeng's attacks. Dang dang dang. Sparks flew in midair. Shifeng's immense strength knocked the black figure back by 2 yards, he only managed to stabilize his body after retreating 3 consecutive steps. The black figure gazed at Shifeng in shock. "Indeed, you do not disappoint me," the black figure let out a muffled sneer. The black figure did not understand how Shifeng possessed such impressive strength. Shifeng also perceived him right before his ambush, taking preventive measures against it immediately. Furthermore, the instant before Shifeng was attacked, he unhesitatingly chose to attack in turn, giving the black figure no choice but to attack. This was the first time he had failed an ambush in a virtual reality game. At this moment, Shifeng was similarly in great shock. This black figure was practically a killer amongst killers. His movements were both soundless and lethal. His assassination techniques also seemed extremely well practiced. Furthermore, his attack speed was insanely quick. The black figure was even able to tail Shifeng without discovery. If he had not revealed his killing intent the instant before he attacked, Shifeng might truly have been his prey. The black figure wore a black hooded cape, which completely concealed his facial features. Moreover, the hooded cape he used was very special. It was capable of rendering identification skills useless, and as a result, even his name was obscured. Shifeng then turned to read at the system notification. "System, red player Absolute Heaven has initiated an attack against you." Although the cape managed to trick identification skills, hiding the black figure's red name, it could not fool the system. Shifeng had never heard the name, Absolute Heaven. However, judging from his skills, Absolute Heaven was definitely not some nameless figure. "The failure this time is due to my inept preparation. The next time I come, I'll definitely take your life," Absolute Heaven said as he turned around to retreat. "You think you can escape?" Shifeng used Wind Blade, the abyssal blade thrusting towards Absolute Heaven. As long as an assassin was revealed, their battle prowess reduced by half. Since Absolute Heaven wanted to kill him, Shifeng would not let him off, naturally. He needed to kill this assassin before anything else. He did not wish to have someone constantly following him, aiming for his life. The abyssal blade moved along the wind, instantly arriving and slicing towards Absolute Heaven's back. As if he had long since been prepared, Absolute Heaven twisted his body, lifting his silvery white dagger. Using only a small amount of strength, Absolute Heaven managed to block Shifeng's sword. Simultaneously, his other silver-colored dagger stabbed towards Shifeng's abdomen. Kidney strike. From the series of attacks from before, Absolute Heaven had accumulated sufficient energy to force Shifeng into a fainted state for 4 seconds. Shifeng did not think that Absolute Heaven would return with a counterattack. He immediately did a side flip, avoiding the kidney strike. However, Absolute Heaven's second dagger closely followed, the dagger aiming for Shifeng's backside. Backstab. Shifeng immediately leaped into the air, avoiding the backstab. Then, as Shifeng descended, he abruptly brandished the abyssal blade. Thunder and fire coalesced around the abyssal blade, and like a thunder dragon roaring, the weapon struck down towards the ground. Thunder flame explosion. Absolute Heaven instantly noticed the ferocity of Shifeng's attack. He lifted both his daggers in front of him, using block to defend against this violent strike. However, how could Shifeng's super strength be so easy to defend against? At the moment of contact, Absolute Heaven was immediately forced to kneel. Both his legs sank into the ground, while his body nearly crumbled from the pressure. The successful block of the thunder flame explosion shocked Shifeng. However, he reacted by swinging the abyssal blade, casting Abyssal Bind on Absolute Heaven. Immediately, 9 chains bound Absolute Heaven, preventing him from moving a muscle. Shi Feng then followed up with an attack with both of his swords, his full strength placed behind the strikes. 10 sword images flew towards absolute heaven, the target unable to dodge or avoid any of the images. "Let's meet again next time," absolute heaven laughed. He discovered that Shi Feng had a plethora of attack patterns, allowing him to send out attacks in unbroken succession. Absolute heaven's body then started dissipating, the 9 chains that bound him falling to the ground. Similarly, the 10 sword images managed to pierce only air. This was an advanced skill of assassins, vanish. Not only would it forcefully place the user in an invisible state, but it would also allow the user to enter an invulnerable state for 1 second. Don't even think of getting away. Shi Feng was not willing to let absolute heaven go. Looking at the impressions in the grass left by absolute heaven's feet, Shi Feng used thundering flash. 3 electric arcs shot out. Absolute heaven activated wind steps, entering an invulnerable state once more for 1 second and successfully fending off the attacks of thundering flash. He then ran speedily away. Similarly, Shi Feng activated windwalk to chase after him. However, shortly after Shi Feng began pursuit of absolute heaven, he noticed absolute heaven taking out a handful of white powder. Shi Feng immediately turned his head, shutting his eyes tightly. The moment absolute heaven scattered the white powder, he released a blinding white light. Flash powder, it was an item that temporarily blinded monsters and players below level 20 for 4 seconds. It was an extremely rare tool, and it was only sold in the magic shop located in the slums of Red Leaf Town. Moreover, each player could only purchase 10 bags of it per day. After the momentarily blinding light subsided, Shi Feng opened his eyes, searching for absolute heaven. However, he discovered that absolute heaven had long since escaped, his figure no longer in sight. After searching for a long time, Shi Feng was unable to discover his tracks. Without any better options, Shi Feng could only choose to give up. Just where is this absolute heaven from? Shi Feng's heart filled with questions. Not only did this assassin possess excellent techniques, but he also had a large number of skills. Moreover, absolute heaven was equipped with a complete level 5 bronze set equipment, and both his daggers were secret silver ranked. His origin was definitely not ordinary. Shi Feng had only been to Blackwing City recently. Even if he had provoked the bloodthirsty War God Guild, those people did not know of his true identity. If Shi Feng were to think of who else he may have provoked, then they'd be Flaming Tiger from Shadow and Iron Sword Lion from Martial Union. Shi Feng was extremely familiar with the internal members of Shadow, and he knew Flaming Tiger was not capable of finding such an unknown expert. The only possibility remaining was Iron Sword Lion. Shi Feng had previously killed Iron Sword Lion. Based on Iron Sword Lion's personality, he would definitely not let this matter rest. There was over an 80% possibility that Iron Sword Lion had hired this hidden expert. Shi Feng could not help but admit that this situation was a headache. With his current strength, he was unafraid of Iron Sword Lion coming at him straight on. However, an assassin, constantly following him, especially an expert assassin like Absolute Heaven, was truly a bother. If Absolute Heaven appeared and attacked him while he fought a monster or during a crucial moment, there was a 90% possibility for him to actually die. It looks like I can only use another appearance in the future. For now, Shi Feng's only option was to alter his appearance. This way, even if that assassin called Absolute Heaven was powerful, he would absolutely be unable to find him. If Absolute Heaven couldn't find him, he couldn't harass him. However, Shi Feng could not alter his appearance right now. He needed to find a place with nobody present before doing so. Shi Feng worried that this person named Absolute Heaven hadn't left the vicinity yet, and instead, was still tailing him. Thinking so, Shi Feng immediately activated the Ring of Nothingness, his body vanishing in thin air. First, he needed to look for a place without other players before changing his appearance. Then, he would continue searching for the ice blue devil flame. Some time after Shi Feng vanished, a figure revealed itself from behind one of the large withered trees. Indeed, this figure was Absolute Heaven. Crap, is he an assassin or a swordsman? Absolute Heaven could not help but curse. He was normally not one to easily give up. Previously, he constantly said that he was leaving all in order to mislead Shi Feng, looking for a good chance to ambush his target once more. He did not think Shi Feng possessed such a move, instantly disappearing. Just how was he supposed to look for the chance to ambush Shi Feng now? 1. Swallow's turnover. It's some sort of barrel roll, where one jumps, shifts their body to be parallel to the ground, then spins/rolls to avoid an attack. Chapter 125, 100 Ghost Town. Cold winds blew within the 100 Ghost Forest. It was a place daylight never reached. On an abandoned little farm, Shifeng, with his newly disguised appearance, was currently standing within a wooden building, searching for something. "I've finally found it. Looks like the information wasn't wrong." After turning the place upside down, Shifeng obtained a bronze key from a wooden bucket. Secret door key. Able to open the steel gate to the secret passageway of the 100 Ghost Town. Now that an assassin crouched in a corner, waiting for him, Shifeng worried that a problem would crop up at a crucial moment. Hence, he gave up the notion of entering the 100 Ghost Town through the front door. With this key, he could use the secret passage to enter the 100 Ghost Town. Only, the process of doing so was filled with many complications. Legends had it, the entire 100 Ghost Forest was once cursed by an extremely powerful dark cursemancer, turning all the living inhabitants into ghosts. Trapped in an existence of endless torment, these ghosts harbored an intense hatred of the living. As long as a living person approached the 100 Ghost Town, the countless evil ghosts would ambush and devour them. Meanwhile, the secret passage would lead Shifeng directly to the central region of the 100 Ghost Town. Although absolute heaven was very powerful, he could not enter the 100 Ghost Town. What's more, Shifeng had altered his disguise again. Even if they met, absolute heaven wouldn't recognize him. Shifeng found a cellar a short distance from the farm. This cellar was the entrance to the secret passage that led to the 100 Ghost Town, while the owner of the farm was this secret passage's gatekeeper. The cellar was very dark, and Shifeng could not make out a single thing within. His only option was to take out a magic lamp to shine the way. He followed along the cellar's passage, advancing forward until he finally reached the large steel gates that led to the secret passage. At this moment, however, the steel gates were tightly sealed. If Shifeng's strength were over 100 points, even if he did not possess a key, he would be able to force open these steel gates with his arms alone. However, he was still very far from possessing 100 points in strength, so he could only obediently use the key to open the gates. After only taking a few steps into the secret passageway, Shifeng discovered that his surroundings were littered with pearly white bones, while the walls on both sides were filled with the scars of battle. Such a sight gave Shifeng a very bad premonition. The curse on the 100 Ghost Forest turned the living into ghosts. That meant that all the inhabitants of this place were ghosts. This pile of skeletons. Aooo. At this moment, a large group of pitch-black evil spirits came rushing out from the depths of the secret passage, roaring. Their scarlet eyes firmly locked onto Shifeng as they bared their fangs and brandished their, speeding towards him. Cursed evil spirit, common monster. HP 700/700. Cursed evil spirits, when compared to cursed apparitions, were much more ferocious. They were unlike the cursed apparitions who were sluggish in their motions, depending solely on their instincts to move. Cursed evil spirits possessed a set intelligence and were extremely lively. They also possessed an instinctive madness and sensitivity to flesh and blood. The cursed evil spirits were all level 15. Meanwhile, Shifeng was only level 7. With a level suppression of 8 levels, in addition to the 60% resistance and 20% evasion of physical attacks, Shifeng would not be able to deal with even one of these monsters, not to mention a group of over 30. These cursed evil spirits could even wipe out a level 15 party with relative ease. Watching these cursed evil spirits rush at him, Shifeng took out a frost grenade from his bag, throwing it at them. The frost grenade instantly discharged in the midst of the group of cursed evil spirits. In the blink of an eye, the cursed evil spirits within a 10-yard radius were frozen. They also received -400 frost damage from the explosion. As expected, the 100% increase to magical damage was these ghosts' Achilles heel. The reason Shifeng chose to hurry to 100 Ghost Forest was the frost grenades he had managed to buy during his trip to Blackwing City. The basic frost grenades were sufficient to deal with the ghosts in 100 Ghost Town. After all, 200 damage was no small amount. In addition, the frost grenades would have a 100% damage increase when used on the ghosts here, becoming even more remarkable. As expected, the frost grenades were very effective against these ghost-type monsters. Moreover, they had a throwing range of 30 yards and a cooldown of 1 second. However, it was half as effective when used against players. Previously, Shifeng was worried that the number of frost grenades he brought to 100 Ghost Town was not enough. Hence, he did not use any of them against Absolute Heaven. Moreover, the frost grenades might not be able to surely kill off Absolute Heaven, and even if they did manage to kill Absolute Heaven, Shifeng would reveal one of his trump cards. If others caught wind of this information and started making preparations against the frost grenades, it would truly be an unworthwhile trade. If he revealed this card, he needed to reap the most benefit out of it. Using the frost grenades to get rid of a single Absolute Heaven was just not worth it. At the very least, he should use them to give Martial Union a ruthless blow. Right. How could I forget that the ghosts are darkness-type monsters? The Demon Hunter title should have quite some use. Shifeng suddenly recalled his own Demon Hunter title, swapping out his current title. Immediately, the attributes of the cursed evil spirits reduced by 10%, while the damage they received increased by 10%. Shifeng then threw another frost grenade, the bomb exploding with a loud bang in the midst of the group of evil spirits. A patch of damages of minus 440 points appeared above the group of monsters. Instantly, he annihilated the 30+ cursed evil spirits. System, level 15 cursed evil spirit killed. Level difference of 8. EXP obtained increased by 800%. Obtained 4,800 EXP. A series of more than 30 notifications appeared in Shifeng's view. Although ghost-type monsters gave the least amount of EXP, the rewarded EXP for killing monsters of a higher level was still extremely high. Even if Shifeng was level 7 now, his experience bar still increased by a sizable chunk. He reached 23% of level 7, his leveling speed even faster than a rocket. After these evil spirits died, they dropped quite a lot of copper coins and tiny spirit essences. 10 tiny spirit essences could be used to form a spirit essence, one of the needed materials to forge magical attachments. Hence, spirit essences were also worth quite a lot of money. After collecting the drops, Shifeng discovered that the evil spirits had actually given him over 1 silver coin. There were also over a dozen tiny spirit essences that dropped. When formed into a spirit essence, it was worth 1 silver coin. This was definitely a good place to earn money. Although there was still the loss of 2 frost grenades, costing a total of 3 silver coins, if Shifeng could lure more than 50 monsters each time, he would barely make a small profit. Hopefully there will be more evil spirits in this place, Shifeng said with expectation, his hand holding another frost grenade. Half an hour later, Shifeng finally arrived at the secret passage's exit. The secret passage was very long, and on his way here, he met with the ambushes of another 5 groups of evil spirits. However, the frost grenades dealt with them all. The number of evil spirits in each ambush only counted slightly over 20, causing Shifeng a loss. In return, however, Shifeng's experience quickly rose. He would level up if he just killed a few more groups of evil spirits. It was truly an invigorating experience. The gate that opened to the 100 Ghost Town was widely agape. Before Shifeng exited the secret passage, he could already hear the countless roars and wails outside. Above the secret passage was the hotel of 100 Ghost Town, and one could just imagine that the number of ghosts there was definitely not few. However, in such a cramped space, it would not be a good idea for Shifeng to use the frost grenades. Having no better choice, Shifeng activated the Ring of Nothingness. The state of nothingness was different from stealth. Shifeng entered another space entirely, and even the ghosts could not discover Shifeng. Shifeng could stay in the state of nothingness for a short time. Hence, he ran with wild abandon as he quickly departed the hotel, dashing towards one of the private houses. Seeing the duration of the state of nothingness about to end, if Shifeng were to take a stroll on the streets of 100 Ghost Town, filled with ghosts, he would truly be seeking death. As for the frost grenades, they had a 1-second cooldown, and they could encompass every location. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. With only 10 yards remaining before Shifeng reached the private house, the state of nothingness ended, his body revealed. Suddenly, the heads of the countless ghosts on the streets all turned towards Shifeng, revealing sinister expressions. Amongst these ghosts, there was no lack the elite-ranked monster, ferocious evil spirit, and they all rushed towards Shifeng. Chapter 126, Left in the Dust. Watching the ghosts rushing forth from all around, Feng immediately activated Windwalk, his speed increasing by a huge leap as he dashed towards the dilapidated house. The level 15 elite-ranked ferocious evil spirits let out an ear-piercing screech. Immediately, more cursed evil spirits dashed over, crowding the private house. Under the command of the ferocious evil spirits, they all stormed into the house in a well-organized manner. The private house was not large, and the place was a mess, with dust covering every surface. Meanwhile, the main door of the house could, at most, fit only 2 people at a time. The moment the cursed evil spirits squeezed through the main door, a small-sized basic frost grenade exploded in the threshold. Cold air overflowed from the entrance, and everything within a 10-yard radius froze solid. Instantly, the 50-plus cursed evil spirits in front of the private house froze as well, and a damage of -440 points appearing above each of their heads. Their remaining HPs dropped under half. With the cursed evil spirits at the entrance rooted in place, the others who, unaffected, were unable to rush into the house to devour Feng. The frost grenade could hold the evil spirits for 5 seconds. Feng took this chance to use Thundering Flash. 3 arcs of lightning immediately pierced towards the main entrance. However, due to the gap between levels being too wide, the total damage the skill caused to each cursed evil spirit did not even exceed -100 points. System, proficiency of Thundering Flash raised by 3 points. However, because of the high level of these cursed evil spirits, whenever Feng used a skill to attack them, his skill proficiency greatly increased. Each usage would raise the skill proficiency by 3 points. As it so happened, Feng could use these cursed evil spirits to train his skill proficiency while waiting for the cooldown of the frost grenades to end. AoE skills landed on the cursed evil spirits, one after another. Although the damage was extremely low, the skill proficiency greatly increased. After using the 3 skills, Feng threw another frost grenade. Instantly, the 50-plus cursed evil spirits died, transforming into a large sum of EXP for Feng and dropping plenty of copper coins and tiny spirit essences. With the first wave of cursed evil spirits dead, the ones behind rushed forward once more. Feng waited until they started squeezing through the main entrance before throwing a frost grenade. Once again, the cursed evil spirits halted. Feng then used the skills that had their cooldown completed before using another frost grenade to finish off these cursed evil spirits. Countless cursed evil spirits swarmed the 100 Ghost Town. There were also the ferocious evil spirits continuously screeching and luring the other cursed evil spirits over. By this time, cursed evil spirits and ferocious evil spirits overflowed the private house's yard. If there were not a team of several hundred players here, it was practically a pipe dream to clear all these monsters. However, Feng only camped inside the private house, using the frost grenades to clean away these monsters slowly. Although his efficiency was a lot slower when compared to a team with hundreds of players, his method was extremely safe. He could also grind for skill proficiency, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. With the deaths of batch after batch of cursed evil spirits, Feng's experience and skill proficiency rose without stop. Before 5 minutes had even passed, Feng had already risen to level 8. Although he had killed an insane number of cursed evil spirits, towards the 100 Ghost Town, such a number was only a drop in the bucket. After reaching level 8, the EXP he obtained from killing the cursed evil spirits was reduced by a large chunk. However, the death of each cursed evil spirit still yielded Feng with 4,200 EXP, and his leveling speed was still rising quicker than a rocket. With every wave of monsters killed, his experience bar filled by a large chunk. If others were to see this, their eyes would most likely pop out of their sockets. They could only raise their experience bars by a small chunk after striving for 1 or 2 hours. Yet, Feng's experience bar expanded by a large portion with each passing moment. With the slow decrease of Feng's remaining frost grenades, the number of cursed evil spirits also continuously fell. This situation greatly enraged the ferocious evil spirits, and they worked even harder at summoning their allies. 20 minutes later, a golden flash surrounded Feng's body. He leveled up once more, reaching level 9. Meanwhile, Thunder Flame Explosion had risen to level 2, and Earth Splitter to level 3. If including the skill level bonus from the Abyssal Blade, Thunder Flame Explosion would be level 4, while Earth Splitter would be level 5. Causes 300 base damage and additional flame and thunder damage to enemies within a 5-yard radius. Enemies struck will be placed in a fainted state for 4.5 seconds. Cooldown, 36 seconds. Causes 190 base damage and based on the period of charging power between 0.2 seconds to 3 seconds, a maximum of 360% weapon damage. Attack range of 10 yards. The cooldown of both of these skills greatly reduced, while their power increased. If both skills were used, common monsters of the same level would die without question. However, the most frightening part was still the fact that Shurfeng had risen to level 9. Even in all of White River City, no one could find another level 9 player. If there were a ranking for levels, Shurfeng would unquestionably be placed at the number 1 spot, while the player in second place was still a great distance from level 8. It could be said that Shurfeng had left others in his dust, and even if the others tried, they could not catch up. After reaching level 9, Shurfeng placed all of his attribute points into agility. With this, Shurfeng's agility finally reached 75 points, satisfying the condition for equipping the Dark Pursuer's Cape. After equipping the Dark Pursuer's Cape, Shurfeng's attributes greatly increased once more, his agility immediately rising to 80 points. As long as it reached 100 points, he could unlock Agility's special hidden skill, greatly increasing his battle prowess. Besides that, Shurfeng's HP had also increased to 1,200 points, his movement speed to 24 points, and his attack speed to 30 points, allowing him to learn the skill, Silent Steps. The next time he met Absolute Heaven, he would not allow him to escape so easily. Now that Shurfeng was level 9, the level suppression from the cursed evil spirits was no longer as significant as before. Furthermore, Thundering Flash, Earth Splitter, and Thunder Flame Explosion had all leveled up as well, notably increasing their might. Right now, Shurfeng only needed to combine 1 Frost Grenade and his 3 skills to end the cursed evil spirits, saving him a lot of frost grenades. After which, Shurfeng continued massacring the cursed evil spirits for over a dozen minutes, his experience bar rising to 36% of level 9. As long as he continued grinding like this for an hour, he could definitely reach level 10. Unfortunately, Shurfeng had cleared out all the cursed evil spirits that once filled the streets. Finally, those ferocious evil spirits were no longer able to remain idle. They released angry roars, intending to rip Shurfeng to shreds with their own bare hands. The scene frightened the other cursed evil spirits. They hurriedly parted to give way to the ferocious evil spirits. Suddenly, over a dozen incomparably sinister-looking beings stormed the private house, every one of the ferocious evil spirits intending to rend Shurfeng into tens of thousands of pieces. Ferocious evil spirit, elite rank. Compared to the cursed evil spirits, not only did the ferocious evil spirits have larger bodies, but their attack power and movement speed also greatly surpassed the former. They had many powerful melee skills, in addition to their 5,000 HP, 70% resistance, and 30% evasion to physical attacks. They were capable of easily decimating any melee class of the same levels. Moreover, the damage of magical attacks used on these monsters only increased by 50%, while magical damage of the same attribute would reduce by 50%. As a result, even mage classes were helpless against them. However, those were still not the most frightening aspects of these monsters. After God's domain underwent its first evolution, common monsters above level 10 all possessed a certain amount of wisdom. Meanwhile, these level 15 elites possessed even greater wisdom, increasing their battle prowess by many folds. In Shurfeng's previous life, these ferocious evil spirits slaughtered many players from Glorious Light. To kill these ferocious evil spirits, Glorious Light had paid with the lives of hundreds of players. Finally here, despite watching the ferocious evil spirits rushing at him, Shurfeng remained extremely calm. In actuality, there was one thing that Shurfeng had always wanted to know. In God's domain, if these monsters with high intelligence were met with players that greatly surpassed them, just what sort of reaction would occur? Chapter 127, Ghost Rider. Just as the ferocious evil spirits were about to rush into the house, Shurfeng took out an intermediate frost grenade from his bag, throwing it. The ferocious evil spirits already had a rough understanding of the frost grenade's formidable power, and they showed extreme disdain towards it. Without even attempting to dodge the frost grenade, their pitch-black claws abruptly extended forward, slashing towards Shurfeng's heart. However, after the frost grenade discharged, the cold air that expanded was several times colder than before. At this moment, the ferocious evil spirits immediately realized something was wrong. The sinister expression on their faces revealed a hint of fear. In the blink of an eye, cold air invaded the forms of all the ferocious evil spirits, transforming them into ice sculptures. the intermediate frost grenade was the trump card that Shifeng had prepared. Each one was worth 10 silver coins, which was nearly several days of a pro player's earnings. The intermediate frost grenade also caused -1,320 damage to each of the ferocious evil spirits. With Shifeng's Demon Hunter title equipped, the ferocious evil spirits only had a maximum of 4,500 HP each, and this attack instantly destroyed a third of their HP. Due to using the intermediate frost grenades for the first time, it achieved the maximum effect. When used the next time, these ferocious evil spirits would possess ice resistance, greatly reducing the potential damage of the intermediate frost grenades. Die. Shifeng unsheathed his swords, his feet moving to an appropriate position before using Thundering Flash. 3 green, electric arcs encompassed the ferocious evil spirits. Thundering Flash belonged to the lightning-type magic damage, hence, its damage increased by 50% when used on the ferocious evil spirits. Moreover, Shifeng had already reached level 9, while the Abyssal Blade could ignore a monster's level by 5 levels. In actuality, the ferocious evil spirits were only considered 1 level higher than Shifeng, and the level suppression on Shifeng was almost non-existent. The level 5 Thundering Flash dealt damages of -176, -230, and -297 to these frozen monsters. The skill also placed an additional amplification effect on the monsters, increasing the damage they received by 30% over the next 20 seconds. With the ferocious evil spirits unable to move for a full 5 seconds, Shifeng was able to launch attacks at them freely. Physical type damage was no different than a scratch to these ferocious evil spirits, and even a fully charged Earth Splitter caused no more than 100 damage. As the seconds ticked by, the ice covering the bodies of the ferocious evil spirits started showing signs of cracking. It would only be a moment before they struggled free of their imprisonment. Shifeng leaped lightly, the Abyssal Blade raised high as it condensed the power of thunder and flame around it. When Shifeng landed in the midst of the group of ferocious evil spirits, an abrupt explosion occurred. Thunder and flame instantly swallowed the surroundings, enveloping the ferocious evil spirits and causing damages of over -500 points. In just a moment, the ferocious evil spirits all lost 2/5 of their HP, and he forced them all into a fainted state. Due to these monsters being high-leveled elites, the fainted state was less effective on them, lasting, at most, 3 seconds. Meanwhile, after Shifeng's attributes had greatly increased explosively, he created 12 sword images. Like a fierce gale, Shifeng swept through the ferocious evil spirits. Multiple damages of roughly -30 points appeared above the ferocious evil spirits' heads, with the occasional -60 points or so damage. Immediately, the ferocious evil spirits' HP reduced slightly once more. As the 3 seconds were about to pass, Shifeng tossed out another intermediate frost grenade, turning these ferocious evil spirits into ice sculptures yet again. This time, the intermediate frost grenade only managed to cause -860 damage to the monsters. However, the damage was enough to reduce the HP of these ferocious evil spirits to a critical level. These ferocious evil spirits truly did not imagine a weakling like Shifeng was so powerful. Within a short time span of less than 10 seconds, he managed to send all of them near death's door. Every one of these ferocious evil spirits revealed expressions of fear. They started to struggle out of the ice with all their might, their hearts filled with thoughts of escape. Unfortunately, their efforts were for naught. As another second passed, Shifeng threw out the third intermediate frost grenade, taking the lives of the dozen-plus ferocious evil spirits. After their deaths, the ferocious evil spirits dropped a pile of loot. System, level 15 ferocious evil spirit killed. Level difference of 6. EXP obtained increased by 600%. Obtained 12,000 EXP. A series of notification appeared in Shifeng's sight. Immediately, Shifeng's experience bar rose to 54% of level 9, pushing him closer to the level 10 threshold. Without the leadership of the ferocious evil spirits, the instincts of the cursed evil spirits towards flesh and blood immediately flared, all of them fervently squeezing through the entrance of the private house. However, Shifeng quickly dealt with them using the basic frost grenades, and the deaths of the cursed evil spirits increasing his experience to 67% of level 9. In less than 2 hours, Shifeng rose by more than 2 levels. Although his leveling speed was impressively quick, the money he spent to do so was equally astonishing. Such a method of leveling was only possible to a tycoon like Shifeng. After all, each basic frost grenade cost 1 silver, 50 coppers. Aside from the fact that Shifeng had used over 400 basic frost grenades, he also used 3 intermediate frost grenades, which cost 10 silver coins each. All in all, Shifeng spent over 6 gold coins to achieve such a leveling speed. If converted to credits, that would be over 60,000 credits spent on this endeavor. In other words, each level cost Shifeng over 30,000 credits. Even the elite members of society could not afford such spending. Following which, Shifeng collected the drops from the monsters. With the entire street of ghosts murdered by Shifeng, it took him over half an hour to collect all the loot that dropped. Making a rough calculation, Shifeng discovered that he actually did not take a loss. Instead, he profited from this adventure of his. Shifeng picked up a total of 1 gold, 32 silvers. Amongst the loot, there were also over 3,000 tiny spirit essences, more than 10 skill books for various classes, tens of pieces of level 12 and level 13 common equipment, over 20 pieces of level 10 and above bronze equipment, and 2 pieces of level 15 mysterious iron equipment. As for the 2 pieces of mysterious iron equipment, one was a level 15 cloth shirt for mages, and the other was a level 15 two-handed great axe. Between the two, the weapon was the most valuable. The mage shirt could be sold for over 1 gold coin, while the great axe would sell for at least 2 gold coins. As for the bronze equipment, each piece would sell for at least 20 silver coins. Shifeng's profit was simply through the roof. This place is so profitable. I'll bring Blackie and the others to level up in the future. Shifeng felt this was an optimal location. Not to mention the fact that he made a profit despite all the money he spent, his level also increased in a flash, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, he still needed some time before making a decision. Right now, he needed to let the others slowly familiarize themselves with the battle methods in the newly evolved God's domain. If they only depended on the frost grenades to level up, their techniques would never improve. After clearing out the ghosts from the entire street, Shifeng effortlessly arrived at the central plaza of the 100-ghost town. Although there were no longer any ghosts left on the street, the central plaza was still densely packed with even larger numbers than before. Meanwhile, at the center of the plaza, a faint blue flame burned brightly above a fountain, giving off a deep blue glow. This flame was the ice blue devil flame, and it was currently guarded by ferocious evil spirits. Furthermore, there was a knight, clad in jet black armor, standing among the ferocious evil spirits. The knight carried a silver-colored greatsword on its back, and both its eyes gave off a green glow as it stood quietly by the side. All of the ghosts surrounding this knight treated it with respect, awaiting his command. The nature of this knight was different than the other ghosts. Its entire body was just a skeleton covered in faint blue flames. The heat given off by those flames caused the land around it to dry up and crack. Ghost Rider, Chieftain Rank. HP 100, 000/100, 000. As expected, it is very strong. It's no wonder Glorious Light lost several hundreds of their elite players after battling the Ghost Rider. Just by looking at it, Shifeng knew it would be impossible for him to have a direct confrontation with the Ghost Rider. Without several hundred elite players, it was an impossible task to kill the Ghost Rider. Moreover, there were also thousands of cursed evil spirits and ferocious evil spirits present. Chapter 128, Engaging the Ghost Rider. The flames in the Ghost Rider's eyes flickered, its emotions impossible to discern. However, none of the ferocious evil spirits dared to approach within 20 yards of it. With the frightening prowess of the Ghost Rider, even if Shifeng had risen to level 20 and brought along a 20-man elite team, he would still fail to kill the Ghost Rider. Moreover, there was a 90% chance they would be wiped out instead. The Ghost Rider was simply too strong. At this stage of the game, many guilds would occasionally encounter a few elite or special elite monsters, and they could usually deal with these monsters with only a party or a team. However, after the evolution of God's domain, even only a level 5 chieftain ranked monster could completely wipe out a 20-man team filled with level 5 elite players. Moreover, a monster over level 10 would have their intellect greatly boosted. A level 10 chieftain needed at least 30 level 15 elite players to deal with, and even then, the number casualties would be very high. As for a high-leveled chieftain like the Ghost Rider, it possessed a large variety of AoE damaging skills. It was also capable of commanding all the ghosts in the entire 100-ghost town. Although it was only a level 15 monster, its raid difficulty was even above that of a level 20 chieftain. Glorious Light had sent out thousands of its members to slay the Ghost Rider, paying a very heavy price. Currently, Shifeng lacked both resources and influence. Not mentioning the gap of 6 levels, he was also alone in this place. He had absolutely no chance of challenging the Ghost Rider. It seems I can only use that method. Shifeng observed the situation in the center of the plaza, inwardly running calculations and simulations in his mind. Right now, he stood over 300 yards from the fountain. If he wanted to obtain the ice blue devil flame, first and foremost, he needed to dispose of all these cursed evil spirits and ferocious evil spirits, then finally, deal with the Ghost Rider. As long as there was the tiniest of mistakes, he would end up dead and sent back to town. Shifeng took out 2 Tier 2 magic scrolls. These were the only 2 remaining treasured scrolls he had left. It would be extremely difficult for him to obtain another one in the future, as obtaining these scrolls largely depended on one's luck. If it weren't for obtaining the ice blue devil flame, he would not even be using such precious items. Phantom kill, Shifeng inwardly chanted, a doppelganger of him slowly forming into being. Shifeng immediately passed over a dozen frost grenades to his doppelganger. The doppelganger then rushed towards the plaza. The moment the doppelganger set foot into the plaza, the Ghost Rider discovered it immediately. The Ghost Rider's pearly white skull turned towards the doppelganger, the flames in its eye sockets flaring. All living beings must die. The Ghost Rider unsheathed the silver greatsword from its back, pointing it at the doppelganger. The blue flames surrounding its body abruptly moved to engulf the greatsword as well, warping the greatsword in shape. The pommel of the sword transformed into a white-colored skull and sinister-looking barbed tips appeared on the blade. Following the Ghost Rider's command, the countless cursed evil spirits in the plaza surged towards the doppelganger like a tidal wave. The doppelganger activated a speed scroll. It then tossed out a frost grenade, instantly turning a large group of cursed evil spirits into ice sculptures, before turning to escape. On Shifeng's side, he activated Windwalk and used a speed scroll, then activating the Ring of Nothingness. Once in the state of nothingness, Shifeng dashed towards the fountain like a fierce gale. As the duration of the state of nothingness quickly flew by, Shifeng's distance between the fountain shortened. 300 yards. 200 yards. 100 yards. As Shifeng was about to arrive at the fountain, his grip on the 2 Tier 2 magic scrolls tightened. His expression became abnormally calm as both his eyes fixated on the heart of the fountain. "Little rat, did you think that you could hide from my eyes?" The Ghost Rider suddenly appeared before Shifeng, and as if the flames in its eyes could see past all things, it spoke in a deep, disdainful tone. The Ghost Rider then raised its white bone greatsword, the faint blue flames surrounding the sword immediately raising the surrounding temperature to scorching hot levels. With an abrupt wave, the greatsword transformed into a flowing stream of light, splitting apart the air as it descended towards Shifeng's head. How could it be? Shifeng was shocked. He did not doubt that the Ghost Rider's sword had the capability of instantly killing him. Hence, both his legs curved into a bend, his body similarly bending downwards. Like a cat arching its body, Shifeng instantly pulled out both the Abyssal Blade and the Crimson Blade, using parry with both swords. Suddenly, Shifeng's legs burst with strength, and with the addition of the strength from his lower back, Shifeng charged directly at the descending greatsword. The 3 swords colliding with each other created an explosive sound. The Ghost Rider's immense strength caused the ground that Shifeng stood on to crack apart, dust and debris scattered. Shifeng's body, as well, was removed from the state of nothingness, revealed beside the fountain. Although Shifeng did not receive any damage from the collision, the flames of the white bone greatsword were just too blistering. As the Abyssal Blade was a magic weapon, there were no problems with it. However, the secret silver-ranked Crimson Blade was different. Not only was its durability greatly reducing, but the Crimson Blade itself also turned a glowing red and even showed signs of melting. Meanwhile, the Ghost Rider was slightly shocked that its sword did not yield it an immediate victory. However, it waved its sword for a second strike. The flames on the white bone greatsword soared, rising over 5 meters into the air as the sword slashed at Shifeng. This was the Ghost Rider's Devil Flame Slash. When this move was used, all beings in its path would lose their lives and reduce to ashes. However, contrary to expectations, Shifeng did not retreat when faced with this attack. Instead, he activated defensive blade as he rushed towards the ice blue devil flame. Although the Ghost Rider's devil flame slash landed on Shifeng, it had no effect at all. Instead, Shifeng made use of the wave of steam generated by the white bone greatsword to further increase his speed. Just as Shifeng was about to reach the ice blue devil flame, as if they had been long since prepared for this moment, tens of ferocious evil spirits rushed at him. Become frozen. Shifeng threw out an intermediate frost grenade, turning all the ferocious evil spirits into ice sculptures. A bunch of rubbish. Seeing that its subordinates were actually so useless, the Ghost Rider loudly cursed. It abruptly leaped, its body landing and blocking Shifeng. Its greatsword then slashed downwards. Die, little rat. 9 pitch-black chains instantly bound the Ghost Rider, saving Shifeng's life. However, the Ghost Rider's strength was just too immense. In the blink of an eye, one of the chains snapped. Seeing this, Shifeng dared not stop his movements as he ran towards the fountain. Wretched little rat, you have truly angered me this time, the Ghost Rider roared as it saw that Shifeng was already beside the ice blue devil flame. It struggled free from the chains binding it, its body turning into a shadow as it swept towards Shifeng, fully intending to dice him into chunks of meat. Due to the Ghost Rider's flames, the freezing effect of the frost grenades was also greatly weakened. The ferocious evil spirits were quickly thawed from their icy prisons, all of them rushing at Shifeng once more. Shifeng only revealed a faint smile at this sight. He spread open the deep blue-colored Tier 2 magic scroll in his hands. Within an instant, the water-attributed mana from the surrounding environment gathered above the magic scroll. Tidal overflow. Shifeng pointed the magic scroll towards the incoming Ghost Rider and ferocious evil spirits, a dark blue magic circle forming above the scroll. Immediately, a violent torrent poured out of the magic circle, engulfing the Ghost Rider and the ferocious evil spirits. The resulting water pressure even caused a deep pit to form on the ground. The power of a Tier 2 spell instantly killed all of the ferocious evil spirits. However, this magic had not greatly damaged the Ghost Rider as, during the moment of life and death, the Ghost Rider used its white bone greatsword to block the tidal overflow. As a result, the ferocious torrent only pushed back the Ghost Rider by over 30 yards. At such a distance, the Ghost Rider would only need a few steps to reach Shifeng. However, time was needed to retrieve the ice blue devil flame, time which the Ghost Rider would not give Shifeng. Just as the Ghost Rider took its first rage-filled step towards Shifeng, Shifeng took out the last golden-colored scroll in his hands. The scroll gave off a sacred and inviolable strength, and it was also Shifeng's final trump card. Chapter 129, Ice Blue Devil Flame. Wretched little rat, feel the wrath of the flames of hell. The flames in the eye sockets of the Ghost Rider were capable of seeing through all things, and when it saw the scroll within Shifeng's hand, it revealed a human-like disdainful expression. Although the might of a Tier 2 magic was great, it was not enough to deal a heavy blow. Furthermore, how many Tier 2 magic scrolls could Shifeng possibly possess? If the other players knew the Ghost Rider's thoughts, they would definitely not think the Ghost Rider was an NPC, but an actual player. However, after the evolution of God's domain, the intellect of these high-ranking monsters was simply that high. At this moment, the faint blue flames surrounding the Ghost Rider all disappeared. The flames had all gathered on the white bone greatsword, boosting the flames by tenfold. All living beings must die, the Ghost Rider bellowed. The berserk roar resounded throughout the entire central plaza as the Ghost Rider abruptly threw the white bone greatsword in its hand. The instant the white bone greatsword left the Ghost Rider's hands, it transformed into a faint blue-colored flame serpent. The flame serpent was over 10 meters in length, and if coiled into a bundle, it would look like a small building. The serpent spread open its mouth, biting towards Shifeng. As the ferocious flame serpent grew closer and closer, Shifeng still had yet to activate the final Tier 2 magic scroll in his hand. This magic scroll was different from the other magic scrolls in that it needed some time to take effect after being activated. Hurry! Please hurry! Hurry, damn it! As the flame serpent flew closer and closer, Shifeng started panicking. However, the activation bar still increased slowly as always. Just as the flame serpent's widened mouth was about to devour Shifeng, the activation bar finished loading. System, a mysterious iron-ranked weapon or above is needed to be sacrificed. Confirm to sacrifice. Without hesitation, Shifeng chose to sacrifice. As for the sacrificed weapon, it was the crimson blade he held in his hand. At this moment, the crimson blade had already reduced to just scrap metal, and it would be meaningless for Shifeng to continue holding onto it. In the blink of an eye, the crimson blade in his hand released a bright golden glow, illuminating the entire central plaza. At the same time, with Shifeng as the focal point, a large golden magic circle appeared. The magic circle then ascended to the skies at high speeds. When the golden glow shone upon the flame serpent, it wailed in agony. Following which, the crimson blade transformed into a stream of light, shooting up to the air. In the next instant, the stream of light transformed into thousands of holy swords of light. The holy swords rained down from the sky, forming a holy domain in a 30-yard radius around Shifeng. The flame serpent, which was inside the domain, was immediately pinned down by tens of holy swords, its body unable to move even an inch. The flame serpent released an unwilling roar. Made it at the last second. Shifeng released a sigh as he looked at the thousands of holy swords surrounding him. The holy swords even encompassed the fountain as well. Immediately, Shifeng started retrieving the ice blue devil flame. This golden magic scroll was the most powerful Tier 2 life-saving magic scroll Shifeng possessed, the Holy Sword Seal. When used, all attacks within a 30-yard radius would be blocked, while all enemies within the affected area would be suppressed, preventing them from moving even an inch. However, the user would be unable to attack any of the enemies, and any outside enemies and attacks could not enter the Holy Domain. The duration of the Holy Domain was 36 seconds. Due to these effects, the Holy Sword Seal was considered the strongest defensive scroll amongst all Tier 2 magic scrolls. Meanwhile, Shifeng only needed around 5 seconds to collect the ice blue devil flame. In addition to the cast time of the return scroll, which needed 30 seconds, the total time was just about right. The Ghost Rider outside of the holy barrier instantly entered a violent fury. It pulled out a white bone great axe, swinging it at the holy barrier repeatedly like a god of death. Unfortunately, all its efforts yielded no results. The Holy Sword Seal was the strongest defensive skill amongst all Tier 2 skills. Not to mention a level 15 chieftain's attacks, even if it were a normal Tier 3 skill, it could not easily destroy the holy barrier. Very quickly, Shifeng finished retrieving the scorching hot Tier 2 mysterious flame, the ice blue devil flame. Though his heart was currently filled with extreme excitement, he suppressed it and activated defensive blade. He then started the chant for the return scroll. Despicable little rat, I will definitely make you suffer a living hell. Seeing that Shifeng had already retrieved the ice blue devil flame, the Ghost Rider suddenly went berserk. The faint blue flames covering its body flared up several times greater than before, and it swung its white bone great axe to the ground with all its might. Boom! The entire central plaza started quivering. The ground of the plaza cracked apart, spitting out tens of pillars of flames, sending countless debris flying. Only now was Shifeng fully aware of how powerful the Ghost Rider was. The previous exchanges they had were not even a warm-up for the Ghost Rider. Fortunately, Shifeng had the strongest Tier 2 defensive skill on his side. If it were only a Tier 1 defensive scroll, it could not have fended off the Ghost Rider at all. Time flowed past, little by little. Though the Ghost Rider poured out attacks on the holy barrier like a madman, fortunately, none of them made any actual difference. The Ghost Rider could only watch as Shifeng completed the chant for the return scroll. With only 2 seconds remaining for the chant to finish, the Holy Sword Shield's duration ended. At this moment, the Ghost Rider revealed a sinister smile as it dashed forward 2 steps, instantly arriving before Shifeng. With its axe raised, the Ghost Rider struck down at Shifeng. Pang! The axe was unable to advance any further when it was several centimeters away from Shifeng's body. Shifeng was shocked into a cold sweat. The Ghost Rider's speed was just too fast after becoming berserk. Even he could only barely see it move. Fortunately, he had activated defensive blade beforehand. The level 2 defensive blade could completely resist 4 melee attacks or 7 ranged attacks. Now that the skill blocked 1 attack, only 3 more blocks remained. Seeing that its attack did nothing, the flame in the Ghost Rider's eye sockets congealed slightly. It then started madly attacking Shifeng. Second strike. Third strike. Fourth strike. Very quickly, all 3 of Shifeng's remaining blocks were used up. The Ghost Rider then abruptly did a horizontal slash, intending to bisect Shifeng in half. At the moment of life and death, Shifeng finished the return scroll's chant a step ahead. He then transformed into a white glow, vanishing. The white bone axe only managed to slice the white glow in half, but not Shifeng. The Ghost Rider was incomparably furious. The ice blue devil flame was its most valuable treasure. The reason it could turn from a cursed apparition into a Ghost Rider was all due to the ice blue devil flame. As long as it had another half a year, it could once more evolve and become a lord. With a lord's strength, it could launch attacks at the living beings in the nearby towns, slowly strengthening its army of ghosts. Now, however, the ice blue devil flame was snatched away by a wretched little rat right before his eyes. So, just how was he supposed to not become angry? After returning to Red Leaf Town, Shifeng could not help but wipe away the cold sweat from his forehead. If he were slower by even a millisecond, he would have definitely died. At that time, not only would he have wasted 2 Tier 2 magic scrolls, he would also need to wait a very long period before he could attempt to obtain the ice blue devil flame again. However, now that he had collected the ice blue devil flame, everything returned to his control. As for a high-ranking chieftain monster like the Ghost Rider, it was without a doubt a walking treasure trove. If Shifeng were to kill it off, he wondered just how many good items would drop. Before he went to the 100 Ghost Forest, he once considered forming his own team in the future in order to raid the Ghost Rider. However, after meeting it, Shifeng decided that it would be too troublesome to deal with the Ghost Rider. It would be much better if he just sold the information about the Ghost Rider. For example, he could sell the information to Gentle Snow or Stabbing Heart. After all, large guilds all love to hunt for elite monsters in the wild, not to mention a chieftain-ranked monster. Every chieftain-ranked monster possessed a great sum of riches. Moreover, only these large guilds could gather hundreds of players in Red Leaf Town within a short amount of time. When they reached White River City, gathering even thousands of players would not be a problem. There would be no problems if thousands of players were used to deal with the Ghost Rider. Only, the losses in doing so would be somewhat heavy. However, with the information provided by Shifeng, raiding the Ghost Rider would become much easier. Just as Shifeng was about to go to the Forging Association to take a look at the Ice Blue Devil Flame's attributes, he discovered that many players in Red Leaf Town were currently discussing a single matter. Did you hear? Martial Union has already released an announcement that they will reward 10,000 credits to whoever kills Yifeng once. There is also a reward of 1,000 credits for killing Yifeng's teammates. The person who provides accurate information on Yifeng's whereabouts will also receive 2 silver coins as a reward. With this, Martial Union truly intends to start a blood feud with Yifeng. I've heard about it already. The topic has long since blown up in the official forums. Right now, there are plenty of players searching around. Even if they can't kill that expert called Yifeng, they could still kill one of his teammates. 1,000 credits per kill, this isn't a small number. This time, that expert called Yifeng will not have an easy time mingling in Red Leaf Town. Chapter 130, if it's war they want, then it's war they'll get. Red Leaf Town, slum area, the Enchanted Bar. Iron Sword Lion and several of his subordinates currently held a drinking party in one of the private rooms on the 2nd floor of the Enchanted Bar. They heartily downed mouthfuls of Old Tom Gin, one after another. An hour ago, Iron Sword Lion posted a guild announcement on the official forums. He had placed a bounty on Yifeng, intending to start an irreconcilable feud with him. In an instant, Martial Union had become the center of attention of all players in God's domain. Who was Yifeng? Almost every veteran player within the region of White River City had heard of him. Right now, Yifeng's name was carved onto the glory list at the entrance of the team dungeon, Dark Moon Graveyard. After clearing the team dungeon, Yifeng even killed the top-tier expert of Martial Union, Iron Sword Lion. He was then publicly acknowledged as one of the swordsman experts of God's domain. The recording of Yifeng killing Iron Sword Lion even spread and was used as a learning model for many swordsmen. Aside from that, according to the rumors floating about, Yifeng's relationship with the Snow Goddess was not just a shallow one, and they might be having an affair. Otherwise, why would a goddess like Gentle Snow, instead of choosing the elite members of her own guild, choose to take an outsider along into the Dark Moon Graveyard? Many players had long since felt unsatisfied with Yifeng, and now, with a bounty on him, many players were already tempted into action. Martial Union offered 10,000 credits for killing Shifeng just once. Moreover, not only would they be able to obtain the prize money, but they would also obtain immense fame for killing a publicly acknowledged expert of God's domain. Such a feat would prove that their strength was exceptional. Right now, the major financial corporations around the world were beginning their investment into God's domain, recruiting players for their own workshops and guilds. As long as one could prove their strength, they could earn the good graces of these major corporations, receiving very high treatment. So, why not go for it? Boss Ironsword, this move of yours is just too clever. With this announcement, that Yifeng is dead for sure this time. Even if he doesn't die, the target on his back will still annoy him to death. Other players will hunt throughout the entire day, he won't even be able to level up, drifting blood-flattered as he took a drink. Humph. That's nothing at all. The best part has yet to come. Ironsword Lion sneered, now that the son of a bitch has hidden, nobody can find him at all. However, it won't matter. I believe that we can find his teammates. As long as we kill his teammates to level 0, I hardly believe that he will remain hidden. As long as he dares reveal himself, absolute heaven will immediately take action. It will be his death when that time comes. Just as Ironsword Lion laughed Colding, Shifeng received a communication request from someone on his friend list. Are you all right? Gentle Snow abruptly asked. Shifeng was slightly astonished. He did not imagine that even Gentle Snow would worry for him. He shook his head, saying, I'm fine. If things get too difficult for you to handle, I can utilize the strength of Ouroboros in White River City region to deal with Martial Union. That way, Martial Union will very quickly give up on you. Although Gentle Snow had downplayed her words, Shifeng knew just how frightening it would be if Ouroboros went all out against Martial Union. Just the tens of thousands of Gentle Snow's fans alone were enough to extinguish Martial Union, not to mention when the many experts of Ouroboros took action. Martial Union would not hold on for even a few days before needing to disband. Thanks. I'll be careful, Shifeng said in gratitude. Shortly after ending the call with Gentle Snow, another suddenly arrived. Brother Yifeng, are you all right? Stabbing Heart asked. I'm fine, Shifeng replied, a smile appearing on his face. He couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu. It's good that you're all right. I saw Martial Union declare war on you. Moreover, they even placed a bounty on your head, paying as much as 10,000 credits for every kill. The bounty even includes several friends of yours, with 1,000 credits for each of them. Many of the experts I know have all taken an interest in you, and they will definitely look for trouble with you. It would be troublesome if you tangle with so many people, so it is best if you stay hidden for a while. Otherwise, you can level up with us. With the Assassin's Alliance's reputation, those experts will give way. If we meet any fools, my side can also help you deal with them. Shifeng could not help but feel grateful towards Stabbing Heart's worries. He said, thanks, but I'll deal with this matter myself. On the contrary, would Brother Stabbing Heart be interested in buying some high-level equipment? I have a few pieces, and I can sell them to you at a low price. Shifeng still possessed plenty of the equipment he obtained from the Moonlight Forest. Right now, the prices for equipment were at their highest. Their values would depreciate if he sold them in the future, so he might as well sell them to Stabbing Heart right now, turning them into money. Shifeng previously considered selling the equipment to Gentle Snow. However, Gentle Snow possessed a greater understanding of him than Stabbing Heart. It would be bad if she discovered something unnecessary about him. Hence, Stabbing Heart was the best choice to sell the equipment to in this case. Really? With the new influx of players right now, our guild became sorely lacking in equipment. If you could sell them at a lower price and trade fully using credits, then I will buy as much as you have. Right now, the available equipment on the market was fervently contested over. Meanwhile, Stabbing Heart knew Shifeng would have a lot of equipment. After all, Shifeng managed to clear the Dark Moon Graveyard. That meant that the other party dungeons would be easy pickings for him. Moreover, Shifeng only had a single party under his command. He would definitely possess plenty of extra equipment. If Stabbing Heart could purchase all of it, it would be a huge boost to his guild. I'm busy right now. How about we meet up and trade inside the hotel at the trade area? Shifeng asked. That would be great. I also need some time to collect the money needed, Stabbing Heart replied with a smile. Following which, Shifeng disconnected the call with Stabbing Heart. He then sent a message to Blackie and the others, telling them to be careful of ambushes from other players. Currently, with Blackie and the others' equipment and level, a dozen or so average players could not do anything to them at all. Surefeng was only afraid of those elite players taking action. Blackie and the others would not have an easy time if they truly met up with such players. Hence, it would be best if they took precautions early on. After receiving the information, Blackie immediately led the others to depart from their current grinding spot. They went to an even more secretive location Surefeng gave them. It would not be easily discovered, even by those pro players. Martial Union, since you guys want war, then to war we shall go. Surefeng's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Surefeng's mind constantly considered how he should earn money in God's domain and his future development in the game. He did not imagine Martial Union would send a top-tier assassin at him, and even go further to place a bounty on his head. They had gone too far. Did Martial Union think he would be helpless against them? Surefeng immediately logged onto the official forums. Using the name Yifeng, he sent out a declaration. Martial Union, since you guys want war, then to war we shall go. I now place a bounty on all players from Martial Union. As long as you can kill a normal member of the guild, you will receive a reward of 100 credits or 1 silver coin. For one of the upper echelons of the guild, every kill will earn 1,000 credits or 10 silver coins. As for Iron Sword Lion, I will pay you 5,000 credits or 50 silver coins for every time you kill him. This bounty will be effective until Martial Union completely disappears from Red Leaf Town. After Surefeng issued the post, it instantly caused a sensation in the forums of all of White River City region, giving rise to a raging tempest. A single independent player actually dared to declare war against a large guild. This was a first in the entire God's domain. Before this, one would only hear about guilds issuing bounties on a single player. It was the first time players had actually seen a single person place a bounty on an entire guild. The players who read Surefeng's post were completely astonished. If a large guild acted rich and overbearing, then so be it. However, they never imagined an independent player would also make such a move. Said player even placed bounties on every single member of a guild. Although it was only limited to the area within Red Leaf Town, a large guild would still have several hundreds of players there. The money needed for such a feat was impressive, and such a way of spending was no different than running water. Even tycoons would not dare play in such a way. 1. Old Tom Jin. Link, https://www.google.com/search, Q equals old plus Tom plus Jin and amp, source equals LNMS and amp, SA equals X and amp, ved equals 0 IUKUGTJBBT5_xiUT28KHKCHWQ_AUICSGA and amp, BIW equals 1920 and amp, BIH equals 1012 and amp, DPR equals 1. Chapter 131, Owning a Mysterious Flame. Shortly after Surefeng published the post, many players replied to it. No way. Such a high bounty. It would be great if I had chosen to start at Red Leaf Town. 1 silver coin just for the regular members, that's already an entire day's worth of my earnings. If I strive hard an entire day, I could kill at least 7 or 8 of them, which would be 700 or 800 credits. If I continued hunting for an entire month, the amount I can earn would be several times higher than my normal salary. Could it be a scam? Wasn't that Yifeng an expert in dire straits? Where did he get so much money? The commenter above is right. This is definitely a scam. This Yifeng is just trying to make a name for himself and win the pity of the masses, tricking us into opposing Martial Union. There were many players who voiced out their own varying opinions. Some supported Surefeng, while some felt disgusted with him. A large number of players cursed at Surefeng, and an even greater number refused to believe that Surefeng possessed that much money. After all, making a rough calculation, just killing all the members of Martial Union in Red Leaf Town once would cost a lot, not to mention killing them several times. Even a normal tycoon would not dare carry out such an action, much less a poor expert in dire straits. I am stabbing Heart of Assassins Alliance. I am in full support of Brother Yifeng, and I can guarantee that everything Brother Yifeng has said is the truth. If you aren't able to cash in your bounties from him, you can collect them from me instead. Just when everyone determined Surefeng was a scammer, Stabbing Heart's abrupt reply sent a tremor through the forums once more. Although Yi Feng was famous, when compared to a large guild, his prestige was still sorely lacking. On the other hand, the words stabbing heart from the Assassin's Alliance had written were wholly different. Ignoring the fact that the Assassin's Alliance was a second-rate guild, possessing a member count in the tens of thousands, just the dozen years or so fame they had accumulated from other virtual reality games was strongly persuasive. Wow! The Assassin's Alliance's stabbing heart has appeared. Please let me join the Assassin's Alliance. Even Stabbing Heart has already shown himself, so the bounty must be real. This time, the players of Red Leaf Town are going to make a fortune. Not long after Stabbing Heart's appearance, another reply appeared which instantly caused the number of views on Shifeng's post to multiply by tens. Yi Feng is my friend. I can guarantee his credibility. If there are any problems, you can find me to deal with them. The reply, indeed, belonged to the snow goddess, Gentle Snow, herself. Moreover, she was willing to make assurances for Shifeng. Those who cursed at Shifeng previously immediately shut up after her reply, because if they did not, the snow goddess fans might pummel them into meat paste. Yi Feng, you are my idol. Please take me in as your disciple. I'm willing to do anything you ask. I guarantee it. Big brother Yi Feng, do you have a girlfriend? Little sister is 18 years old, has a beautiful appearance, a sexy body, and wishes to become Big Brother's girlfriend. I can give birth to a bunch of little monkeys for Big Brother. Looking at Gentle Snow's reply, everyone immediately thought Shifeng was just too awesome. He had received the support of Stabbing Heart of Assassin's Alliance and the Snow Goddess of Ouroboros. This was not a treatment any ordinary expert would receive. Now that God's domain was so popular, Shifeng's future would be limitless. Slum area, the enchanted bar. Boss Ironsword, this is not good. Yi Feng placed a bounty on our heads. An assassin suddenly rushed into the private room. Currently, Ironsword Lion happily drank away, his face flushed red. He did not think the alcohol in a virtual world could get a person get drunk. The alcohol had such a rich and mellow taste. Compared to the alcohol available in the real world, what he drank right now was much better. It was no wonder those players that tread on the path of darkness all love to hang around in this place. At this moment, the person who rushed into the room shouting had immediately interrupting Ironsword Lion from enjoying his drink. Annoyed, he said, "Why are you shouting? It's not like the sky is falling. Which son of a bitch was it that placed a bounty on me? Let's see if I don't hack him into pieces." "Boss, I heard it was that Yi Feng who placed the bounty on us," Drifting Blood said in a daze. Yi Feng. With him alone, he wants to place a bounty on us, Martial Union. Who would even believe his words? Ironsword Lion laughed in contempt, swallowing another mouthful of Old Tom Gin. "Boss Ironsword, it's true. If you don't believe it, take a look at Yi Feng's post. Right now, views on it have exceeded 1 million already," the assassin helplessly said. Originally, he did not believe that an independent player would dare place a bounty on a large guild, either. Anyone who dared would just be digging their own graves. Without great enmity against a guild, no one would not carry out such an action. Such an action was a major threat to the reputation of a guild, and they would definitely not let off any players who dared provoke them. If they did not kill the player until he quit the game, they would not let the matter rest. However, reality told him otherwise, as such an incident had truly occurred. Ironsword Lion still did not believe his subordinate's words. To place a bounty on the members of Martial Union, was this Yi Feng seeking death? Hence, Ironsword Lion checked out the official forums. Immediately, Ironsword Lion was dumbfounded. Yi Feng actually dared place a bounty on all of Martial Union. He really intended to fight until one side was gone. However, Ironsword Lion had forgotten that he was the one who first placed a bounty on Yi Feng. He had already forgotten his own declaration to fight until one of them was obliterated. After taking a closer look at the contents of the post, Ironsword Lion was truly shocked. Those who originally called Yi Feng a scammer had all shut their mouths now, and they all itched to slaughter the members of Martial Union. It was like they discussed competing over vegetables on the forum. When Ironsword Lion saw the price tag of his own bounty, he nearly exploded with anger. He had spent 1 million credits to hire Absolute Heaven to assassinate Yi Feng, and the bounty of 10,000 credits he publicly declared was just for entertainment. He was not hoping that someone would kill Yi Feng at all. his main goal was to kill Yifeng's teammates. Now, however, Shifeng had tagged him with a bounty of 5,000 credits. In doing so, wasn't Yifeng stating that he was far from being his equal? The most unbelievable thing was that Stabbing Heart and Gentle Snow had also stood out to show their support for Yifeng. Iron Sword Lion simply could not understand this situation. The bounty he placed was only on Yifeng, yet, why did these fellows mind other people's business? Gentle Snow was one thing, but why had Stabbing Heart appeared as well? He and the Assassin's Alliance had always minded their own business, and he had never provoked the Assassin's Alliance before. So, why was Stabbing Heart showing his support to Yifeng? Good. 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 Iron Sword Lion repeatedly said. His anger jerked him out of his drunken stupor, his expression turning extremely sinister as he coldly said, "Since he wants to play, then I'll play. Immediately place a bounty on anyone with the guts to kill any of our members. Also, increase the bounty on Shifeng's teammates to 2,000 credits per person. I want to see just who can tempt these players. Tell the ones below to be careful of their actions and form parties when they go out." Leveling. Yes. After Iron Sword Lion finished giving out his instructions, the assassin turned and left. Following which, Iron Sword Lion initiated contact with Absolute Heaven. He wanted Absolute Heaven to take action a little sooner, killing Yifeng to absolve him of this anger. Elsewhere, Shifeng had rented an intermediate forging room in the Forging Association. Now that the Ice Blue Devil Flame was in his hands, Shifeng was prepared to use this time to train his forging, placing all his effort into making the Silver Dawn and other equipment. Shifeng walked to the furnace, cancelling the Tier 1 mysterious flame provided by the intermediate forging room. He then took out a dark blue flame from his bag. This dark blue flame was just like a flame sprite, joyfully jumping about in Shifeng's palm. Furthermore, the flame gave off a scorching heat, causing the temperature in the room to rise quickly. System, do you wish to bind the Ice Blue Devil Flame as your personal mysterious flame? Bind. Don't tell me that I can only use it after it's bound. Shifeng did not know why, but although he held the Ice Blue Devil Flame in his hand, he was unable to glean any information about it. Even a Tier 1 mysterious flame was extremely rare throughout God's domain. In his previous life, he had never come into contact with a mysterious flame, and this was his first time learning that the flame needed to be bound before use. He recalled that the mysterious flame could be placed in the forging room of the guild. That way, all guild members were able to use it while not being able to take it away. So, just why was this mysterious flame a bound item? Shifeng stopped caring about the details. He immediately chose to bind the Ice Blue Devil Flame, intending to learn its effects. Chapter 132, Evolution Crisis. After Shifeng chose to bind the Ice Blue Devil Flame. Suddenly, the Ice Blue Devil Flame started transforming. The small flame within Shifeng's palm momentarily burned fiercely, wrapping Shifeng's entire palm. Shifeng immediately felt a scorching heat surrounding his hand as if he had just dipped it into boiling water. Previously, he was unable to feel the high temperature of the Ice Blue Devil Flame, and only now did he truly experience its heat. Although he tried to store the flame back into his bag, no matter what he tried, there was no reaction from the Ice Blue Devil Flame. Instead, a binding loading bar appeared, slowly increasing. Successfully fused 3%. 4%. 5%. Isn't it a binding? Why did it turn into a fusion? Looking at the green-colored fusion bar, Shifeng felt a sense of unease. He could barely endure just the pain he currently felt. However, the temperature of the flame constantly rose, while the fusion rate of the flame was extremely slow. If this situation were to continue, Shifeng would, sooner or later, die from the pain alone. Just when Shifeng had called out the pain perception system's interface, intending to turn off all his senses of pain, his flaming hand no longer felt hot. Instead, he felt a cooling feeling on his palm as if it submerged in ice-cold water. Is the fusion complete? Shifeng took another look at the fusion bar. It showed 8%, still very far from reaching 100%. However, since it was no longer hot, Shifeng gave up the notion of turning off the pain perception system. However, another moment later, his flaming hand grew colder and colder as if it were inside an ice cube. Shifeng could not help but shiver at the chilling temperature. Just when he was unable to endure the cold any longer, the flame surrounding his hand turned hot once more. In such a way, the flame constantly alternated between hot and cold. Shifeng was also able to understand the reason for this phenomena. Just like its name, the ice blue devil flame possessed both ice and fire attributes. However, Shifeng no longer wished to endure torture by the ice blue devil flame, so he chose to turn off the pain perception system. During the fusion process of the ice blue devil flame, if pain perception falls below 20%, fusion will fail and cause a fixed amount of damage to the player. Are you sure you want to turn off the pain system? Crap. Shifeng could not help but curse at the despicable system. The system was clearly trying to toy with him. Moreover, it did not mention what sort of damage the fixed damage was. The fusion progress was already at 30%, so he couldn't just give up halfway. Helpless about the situation, Shifeng could only tune down his pain perception from the original 40% to 20%. That way, he could, more or less, bear through the suffering. However, things were far from over. After the fusion bar reached 50%, the ice blue devil flame started spreading throughout Shifeng's entire body, turning Shifeng into a flaming man. Shifeng's entire body burned with a deep blue flame, just like the Ghost Rider. Compared to the Ghost Rider's flame, however, the flame burning Shifeng's body was much more pure and dazzling. Even the ground below his feet started showing signs of melting. The floor of the forging room had undergone special strengthening techniques specifically to resist high temperatures. The floors of the forging room were much stronger than even a secret silver weapon. However, this floor could still not withstand the flame surrounding Shifeng's body. One could just imagine the frightening temperature that was emitted by the flame. Right now, if someone were to attack Shifeng using a bronze weapon, the scorching flame would, most likely, melt the weapon before it could even come near Shifeng. Fortunately, Shifeng had long since familiarized himself with pain. He had also adjusted his pain perception down to 20%. Otherwise, he really could not endure the ever-changing temperatures of the ice blue devil flame. After enduring the same process for 20 minutes, the fusion of the ice blue devil flame finally completed. The ice blue devil flame has been bound as player Yifeng's personal belonging. Fusion of the ice blue devil flame completed. After undergoing the tempering of the ice blue devil flame, player's physique has improved. Strength plus 10, endurance plus 10, agility plus 10, ice resistance plus 20, fire resistance plus 20. Able to fully control the ice blue devil flame. Even this is possible. Shifeng was shocked. Ignoring how valuable the ice blue devil flame was to forgers, Shifeng did not think that it could even improve a player's physique after fusion. Shifeng had effortlessly obtained 30 attribute points and 20 points in both ice resistance and fire resistance. Resistance was extremely hard to obtain in God's domain, and a single point increase would have a large effect, not to mention an increase of 20 points. Such an increase was enough to instill despair in many mage classes. If fire magic could originally deal 100 damage to Shifeng, right now, it would be good if could even deal him 30 damage. Shifeng then chanted a name in his mind, a deep blue flame appearing in the middle of his palm. This was indeed the ice blue devil flame. Following Shifeng's thoughts, the flame freely moved about, growing and shrinking. Ice blue devil flame, tier 2 mysterious flame. Can be used in battle to increase damage by 20%, and an additional 40% damage to ice or fire attributed skills. Simultaneously, it increases the success rate for potion making, forging, and cooking by 10%. These attributes had completely surpassed Shifeng's imagination. In his previous life, he had never received any information regarding mysterious flames being capable of increasing a player's battle prowess. It was also impossible for the mysterious flames to only increase a player's battle prowess in this life. Hence, the only possibility was that the players who obtained mysterious flames did not leak a single word about it, silently enjoying the fortune. Just the mysterious flame's ability to increase the success rate of forging and potion making was sufficient to send all the major powers in God's domain into an uproar. If the information about it being capable of increasing a player's battle prowess leaked, the competition over mysterious flames would become much more intense. Forgers and potion makers would have no chance to obtain a mysterious flame for themselves at all. Mysterious flames were always said to give the greatest benefits to potion making and forging, but in Shifeng's view, elementalists who learned potion making were the ones who gained the greatest benefits. Originally, an elementalist's damage was very frightening. They were like human cannons. If they were to receive an upgrade to their ice and fire attributed skills, it would leave others speechless. In addition, the Ice Blue Devil Flame originally increased its user's damage by 20%, which meant that an elementalist who had the Ice Blue Devil Flame would have their damage output increased by 60%. The elementalist possessing the Ice Blue Devil Flame could easily kill an MT of the same level with the same quality of equipment in just 2 or 3 moves. Although Sherfone was not an elementalist, the Ice Blue Devil Flame still provided a relatively large increase to his battle strength. With the Ice Blue Devil Flame, Sherfone felt that the future development of his skills should be more directed towards the fire or ice attributes. That way, he could reap the greatest benefits from using the Ice Blue Devil Flame. Following which, Sherfone took out a pile of hard stones and started making advanced whetstones, increasing his forging proficiency. The success rate for making an advanced whetstone was 60%, with the possibility of increasing proficiency by 1 point with each success. Although the increase was not as much as when he made bronze equipment, the time needed to make an advanced whetstone was much shorter. Sherfone only needed to burn the hard stones in the Ice Blue Devil Flame for a short while, followed by a couple of knocks from his hammer, then he would have completed an advanced whetstone. If Sherfone were to make glimmer chest plates, he would not be able to sell them for a lot of money. After all, there were various guilds currently selling that item. On the other hand, making the high-level bronze equipment and mysterious iron equipment from the forging designs he bought from Stonehammer Town was not very efficient. It would be much better for him to just upgrade to an intermediate forging apprentice, increasing his success rate a little earlier. At that time, it would not be too late for him to start using those forging designs. Meanwhile, while Sherfone made the advanced whetstones, tension rose throughout the entire Red Leaf Town. However, it was not only due to the matter of Sherfone and Martial Union placing a bounty on each other. There was also the crisis after God's Domain's evolution. Due to the difficulty of the monsters in the wild increasing, the large influx of newcomers, and Sherfang's stock clearance of the auction house, the prices of items rapidly increased. Within a short 2 hours, the prices of items had already doubled, causing many players to voice out their complaints. Originally, the money they earned within a day was small. They also needed to buy many items they needed in the wild, such as food and beverages, return scrolls, and such items. There were also the regeneration potions and mana recovery potions. However, the prices for all these items had suddenly skyrocketed. Amongst the items with inflated prices, the highest was equipment. Previously, 20 copper coins was sufficient for a player to purchase a piece of level 2 common equipment. Right now, they would need 40 copper coins to do so. As for bronze equipment and higher, the increase in their prices was even greater. However, without good equipment, how could they hunt monsters? Hence, the majority of the players right now all held the thought that they had to obtain a good piece of equipment no matter what, even at the cost of saving up the money meant for potions. With good equipment, they could easily look for a party to join. Their efficiency of killing monsters would also rise as a result, and it was only a matter of time before they earned back their money. As a result, the prices of equipment constantly rose. Similarly, this phenomenon caused plenty of players, who were wealthy in real life, to purchase coins using credits for purchasing equipment, causing the price of coins to skyrocket, too. Looking at this situation, the players in Red Leaf Town became even more attentive towards the bounty put out by both Sherfone and Martial Union. The players, who were previously uninterested in participating, started to take action. There were many experts who began searching for Sherfone and his teammates, and there were some who set their sights on Martial Union. Forming a party to hunt Yifeng's party. Must be level 6 or above, with a complete suit of bronze equipment. Those who fulfill the conditions, please gather at my location. Forming a party to hunt members of Martial Union. Must be level 5 or above. Those who wish to make a quick buck, don't miss this chance. Meanwhile, there were plenty of players shouting out party recruitments in the plaza of Red Leaf Town. However, their grinding targets were no longer monsters, but players. Suddenly, Sherfone and Martial Union's game of hunting lured the players throughout all of Red Leaf Town. Chapter 133, Fire Dance. Inside the Red Leaf Forest, where the green grass was plush like a cushion. A party of level 5 players currently surrounded a group of 3 level 5 forest wolves. The players advanced and retreated in battle familiarly, steadily pushing the 3 forest wolves towards defeat. In a short moment, one of the forest wolves died from the large fireball that flew at it, while the remaining 2 forest wolves only had a small amount of HP remaining. Leader, we're already level 5. We're tired of constantly killing the same forest wolves. Let's just kill the level 6 grassland lion cubs. I hear the loot is quite good. Moreover, everyone can obtain a larger share of experience there, the bold and powerful shield warrior said as he blocked a forest wolf's attack. Forget it. In these troubled times, you forget that everyone from our martial union has a bounty on their heads. Each one of us is worth 1 silver coin, and there are plenty of people looking for this transaction. The party leader, an elementalist, shook his head. He felt that the shield warrior's suggestion was too risky. Leader, since when have you become such a coward? A berserker with waxy skin curled his lips, asking disdainfully. Before, when we snatched elite monsters and equipment and even killed the other players, I've never seen you reluctant before. Regardless of what other people say, Martial Union is a famous large guild in Red Leaf Town. I don't believe that those people would be so foolish, daring to kill us. Even if they come, we can kill them off and make a quick buck. The elementalist party leader nodded, thinking that his subordinate's words sounded logical. In Red Leaf Town, only Martial Union bullied others. Whoever dared provoke them was only seeking death. The elementalist party leader then said, "All right. After we kill these 2 forest wolves, we'll go kill the grassland lion cubs." "Oh yeah." The shield warrior grinned, using his shield to send one of the forest wolves flying. He then followed up with a heroic strike on the other forest wolf, taking away its remaining HP. Immediately after the party from Martial Union killed the final forest wolf, they suddenly discovered that they were surrounded by a team of over 20 players. Moreover, every one of these players was red-named, and clearly, they had already killed a lot of players. "Brothers, our luck is good this time. They are all from Martial Union." A red-named female assassin with a provocative body revealed herself from stealth. She wore a smile as she looked at the players from Martial Union. The members of Martial Union immediately felt chills through their bodies. This female assassin was clearly the scout for this entire team. Although she should have been hiding near their party this entire time, they did not detect her presence at all. "What are you all trying to do?" the elementalist party leader asked in a cold tone, his eyes observing his surroundings. "What are we doing?" the female assassin gleefully smiled at the party leader from Martial Union, saying with a laugh, "Of course, we are here to do some happy things with you. Sister Fire Dance, why are you wasting your breath on them? Let's just kill them and be done with it," one of the rangers standing in the encirclement said, feeling restless. His bow was already knocked and aimed at Martial Union's cleric. The shield warrior from Martial Union knew that they were not a match for these group of players. Hence, he intimidated, "You guys better think through this. You will not have a good ending if you become Martial Union's enemies. By the time we take care of the Ifong, we will take revenge on those who dared attack the members of our guild. You guys best consider your actions properly. Don't make a mistake. Is Martial Union really that amazing?" The female assassin named Fire Dance played with the dagger in her hand. Curling up her lips slightly, she said, "Why have I heard that you guys suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of my idol, Yifeng? Moreover, since you guys dared make trouble with my idol, it's no different than seeking for trouble with me. You should all just die, right here. Brothers, take action. Don't let any of them escape." Hearing Fire Dance's command, the 20-plus players surrounding Martial Union rushed forward. Meanwhile, the female assassin named Fire Dance suddenly appeared behind the party leader from Martial Union. She immediately knocked the elementalist unconscious, her icy cold dagger slashing across his neck. She then followed up with a backstab and eviscerate, instantly taking the party leader's life, her techniques both quick and efficient. The other members of Martial Union were extremely shocked by this scene, their hearts stopped beating completely. Immediately, they turned and ran. However, would it be that easy to run away? Immediately, the ice walls of elementalists blocked their escape, followed by ice spheres reducing their movement speeds. Several berserkers separately used charge on their targets, followed by breaks, greatly reducing the movement speeds of the members of Martial Union once more. With their fleeing speed slower than even a tortoise, the members of Martial Union died within moments. "Tidy up the loot quickly. We'll be looking for our next target," Fire Dance issued her command. "These fellows sure are fat." 1. They have contributed 3 pieces of bronze equipment to our inventory. It really makes you wonder just how fat Yifeng's party, which is much more powerful, is, a lean berserker said as he collected the dropped items. He couldn't help but drool when he gazed at the bronze equipment the members of Martial Union left behind. Water Buffalo, are you having ideas about my idol's teammates? Fire Dance looked at the berserker, smiling faintly as she asked. Immediately, the berserker called Water Buffalo quivered, hurriedly laughing as he replied, "How would I even dare? I was only fantasizing in my mind a little. If I really did look for trouble with them, I would only be there to die at their hands." Humph. At least you know your limits, Fire Dance snorted. She then turned, departing in search of her next target. Iron Sword Lion angrily smashed the alcohol bottle in his hand after seeing the report from his subordinates. Who can tell me what is going on exactly? Why is it only our members are dying, while not even a shadow of Yifeng's teammates can be found? According to the report from his subordinates, within a short 2 hours, of all the members of Martial Union stationed in Red Leaf Town, 58 of them had already died once. Amongst those who died, 9 of them were even the top echelons or elites of their guild. Not only had they lost a level as a result of dying, they even dropped some of their equipment. This was a huge loss for Martial Union's Red Leaf Town branch. Moreover, Iron Sword Lion was required to compensate them for their losses. Besides that, the large number of deaths had largely impacted the loyalty of the members of Martial Union. Many started to think of leaving the guild as they did not wish to be dragged into this game of hunting. If this matter did not quickly resolve, the Martial Union branch at Red Leaf Town would, sooner or later, break up. Boss Iron Sword, could they be hiding? Why don't we increase the bounty on them? That might tempt the true experts, Drifting Blood suggested. Fine, increase the bounty immediately. I don't believe that we can't find them, Iron Sword Lion nodded his head. He then continued saying, remember, as long as you receive any information, immediately contact Absolute Heaven. Leave it to me, boss. I'll relay the information immediately. Inside an intermediate forging room, Shurfeng repeated the same task, over and over. Shurfeng took out a hard stone, immediately using the ice blue devil flame to burn it. He then used the runic hammer to tap at it a few times, very quickly forming a high-quality advanced whetstone. System, advanced whetstone has been successfully forged. Forging proficiency increased by 1 point. Obtained 200 EXP. Advanced whetstone, consumable. When used on a level 20 weapon or below, recovers the durability by 8 to 12 points. Simultaneously, it increases the damage of the weapon by 3% for a duration of 30 minutes. Number of usage remaining, 3. In the later stages of the game, the value of this item would become greater and greater. The reason was that the damage to a weapon increased as monsters' prowess increased. It was especially true for monsters that were level 7 and above, as some of them possessed skills that could greatly reduce the durability of a weapon. Hence, whetstones became one of the necessities when grinding and battling in God's Domain's wilds. Compared to a normal whetstone, not only could the advanced whetstone recover a weapon's durability, but it could also increase the weapon's sharpness, increasing the weapon's damage by 3%. This effect could even compare to a buff, and it would greatly benefit melee players. There would be plenty of melee classes scrambling over this item, and they would still be willing to buy more after buying the first. No player would willingly reduce their damage when fighting monsters, even if it were just a 3% reduction. Right after Shurfeng finished the advanced whetstone. System, congratulations. You are the first player to be promoted to an intermediate forging apprentice. Obtained 50,000 EXP, rewarding 10 runic steel. 1. Fat. This isn't the obese kind of fat. This term is used to refer to those who are very wealthy in terms of game equipment/money. Chapter 134, Silver Lake. After seeing the system notification, a faint smile appeared on Shurfeng's face. He finally received the promotion to intermediate forging apprentice after making over 400 advanced whetstones. However, to obtain the promotion to advanced forging apprentice, he needed 3,000 proficiency points. He could not achieve such an amount in a short period. Shurfeng looked at his experience bar. It was currently at 94% of level 9, only 6% away from the level 10 threshold. As long as he strived a little further, he would break through that threshold. In God's Domain, there was a huge boost in attributes every 10 levels. When players obtained their first 10 levels, it was an indication that they could enter a city. In a city, players could enjoy various benefits. Not only could they purchase resources not sold in towns, but they could also obtain plenty of high-leveled quests. Players could even purchase bronze equipment at a low price, though that depended on the player's luck. It would also be much easier for players to make money once they reached a city. Furthermore, players could use the teleportation gates available in the city to transfer to high-level monster areas. They would not need to waste a huge amount of time on travel, quickly arriving at level 10 or higher monster areas. Moreover, the game of God's domain only truly began after entering a city. When that time came, the players from tens or hundreds of towns would gather in a city. A single city would have, at the very least, over 100,000 players. Moreover, White River City was one of the 5 largest cities located in Star Moon Kingdom. The number of players that would gather there would exceed 1 million. At that time, the various guilds could centralize their influence completely, displaying the true strength of a guild. This would also increase the competition between guilds. It would be a lot less peaceful when the various guilds competed over the limited resources available. This was the case with all virtual reality games. The resources available were limited, and the best resources and leveling spots would only number so many within a city's region. However, with the huge amount of players, if one wanted to level up and upgrade themselves quickly, they needed to compete over said resources. As a result, those without strength would be eliminated and left behind. Not to mention an independent player, even a small guild would have absolutely no chance of surviving inside a city. The large guilds would all monopolize the various high-level resources and valuable leveling areas, while the small guilds and independent players could only hold themselves up in locations with inferior resources. Hence, if one could set foot in the city even a moment earlier, the competition they would face would greatly lessen. However, that did not necessarily mean that one would be safe just by entering the city ahead of others. Instead, the more advantages a person possessed before entering the city, the better off one would become afterward. Take Blackwing City for example. If an average player were to enter the city, they would only be there to gain some knowledge and experience, a purely time-wasting endeavor. However, if it were one of the upper echelons of a large guild, things would be quite different. Aside from being able to form a relationship of mutual exchange with guilds from other countries, they could purchase items unique to Blackwing City in bulk. Such benefits would lead to huge improvements of a guild. Right now, Shifeng's level was ranked number 1 in White River City, and the others would need at least 2 or 3 days before they could catch up. During this time, Shifeng wanted to increase the gap further. Only then could he carve out a place for the Zero-Wing Guild he wanted to establish in White River City. So this is runic steel. As expected, this is a treasure. Shifeng took out a piece of blue steel, filled with magic, from his bag, joy filling his entire being. In Shifeng's previous life, many forgers competed madly for just a piece of runic steel. Even if they managed to buy one, they would treat it like their baby, they would not use it lightly. Meanwhile, Shifeng possessed 10 pieces of runic steel right now. Runic steel, fine gold rank consumable. When used to forge level 50 fine gold equipment or below, increases success rate by 10%. There is a fixed chance to increase the forged equipment's rank by 1, up to a maximum of fine gold rank. No matter how one looked at it, runic steel was significantly better than the 100 refinement steel. Moreover, it could even increase an equipment's rank. Ha ha ha. With this runic steel, my success rate for forging the Silver Dawn will be even greater now. Shifeng had purchased all the materials required to forge the Silver Dawn at the auction house. In addition to the materials he had purchased before, he could forge a total of 16 Silver Dawns. Just the cost alone for a single Silver Dawn was over 37 silver coins. Even an elite party needed to raid a hard mode party dungeon half a dozen times before collecting such an amount. Hence, Shifeng only chose to forge the Silver Dawn after he was promoted to intermediate forging apprentice. Shifeng took out the forging design for the Silver Dawn, clicking to learn it. He began the process of forging his first Silver Dawn. Previously, before he had obtained the Ice Blue Devil Flame, his success rate for forging the Silver Dawn was only 32%. After the addition of the Ice Blue Devil Flame, the success rate increased to 42%. If Shifeng used the runic steel, he could further increase it to 52%. A mere intermediate forging apprentice's chance of successfully forging a secret silver weapon was just over 50%. Even a master forger would be flabbergasted at this success rate. The reason was that a basic master forger only possessed a 30% success rate when forging a secret silver equipment, and only a grandmaster forger had a 50% success rate. Shifeng carefully read through the process of making the Silver Dawn before refining the materials. Shifeng first used the Philosopher's Stone to obtain a high-purity refinement of the materials. He then placed the materials into the ice blue devil flame, waiting for them to merge. Shifeng possessed 100% control over the ice blue devil flame, so he could merge the materials together to an exceptional degree. However, Shifeng chose not to include the incomparably precious runic steel in the forging process this time. The first attempt was only for Shifeng to familiarize himself with the forging process of the Silver Dawn. Moreover, he only possessed 10 pieces of runic steel, and each one of them was worth at least 1 gold coin. The runic steel was extremely hard to obtain, and using it now would just be a waste. If other forgers knew that Shifeng intended to use the runic steel to forge the Silver Dawn, they would curse at Shifeng in anger. The Silver Dawn was only a level 10 secret silver weapon, yet, Shifeng actually thought of using the runic steel to forge it. Such an action was simply maddening. 10 minutes later, the refinement process was complete. Shifeng looked at the product of his refinement with satisfaction. He then placed the piece of metal on the anvil, using the runic hammer to pound at it. Sparks flew about as the sounds of the hammer striking the metal resounded throughout the forging room. Shifeng was extremely careful with every strike, afraid that a single misstep would affect the final shape of the Silver Dawn. After striking at the metal hundreds of times, sweat drenched Shifeng. Satisfied, he clicked the generate button. Following which, the red-hot metal began to take shape, transforming into a silver-colored longsword. He investigated the weapon's information. After a full 5 seconds. System, forging of the Silver Dawn has failed. Shifeng looked at the weapon's attributes, discovering that it was only a level 10 mysterious iron weapon. Indeed, the forging failed. However, Shifeng was not overly disappointed at the results. Although the success rate stated was 42% on the surface, due to it being Shifeng's first time forging the Silver Dawn, the actual success rate was much lower. Success was impossible, no matter how one looked at it. If he succeeded, it would be a true miracle. With a failure in hand, Shifeng summarized his experience into a lesson for himself. The reason Shifeng could lead a third-rate guild like Shadow to become one of the top second-rate guilds was not due to any inborn talent of his. Instead, it was because Shifeng always summarized and learned from his experiences. If others gained experiences from success, Shifeng gained experiences from failure. After reviewing for over 10 minutes, Shifeng started forging a second time. However, after 20 minutes or so, it was another failure. The weapon he forged was still mysterious iron ranked, though with a slight improvement, the attributes of the weapon were slightly better. Shifeng continued forging and failing for a total of 6 tries, taking a loss of over 2 gold coins. Feeling that he was mostly familiar with the forging procedures, Shifeng started his 7th attempt of forging the Silver Dawn. He even used a runic steel this time. Soon after, Shifeng refined, hammered, and shaped the lump of metal. Clicking generate. Suddenly, an exquisite-looking light blue-colored longsword formed. There were even mysterious runes carved on the blade of the sword, the runes possessing faint traces of magic circulating within. With a glance, one could immediately tell that it was no ordinary weapon. Shifeng immediately grew excited. He knew that he lucked out this time, and it was not as simple as a mere success. I wonder what the attributes are. Shifeng clicked to check the weapon's attributes. He had to wait a total of 10 seconds before the system could give him a conclusion. System, runic steel's effect triggered, rank increased by 1. System, black steel insignia effect triggered, attributes increased. System, silver lake has been successfully forged. Forgery proficiency increased by 3 points. Obtained 10,000 EXP. Chapter 135, Personal Exclusive. The series of system notifications startled Shifeng slightly. He had only made some slight adjustments to the Silver Dawn based on his habits and battle styles. He did not think his luck would be so heaven-defying. Even out of 100 tries, both effects definitely won't trigger together again. One could just imagine how greatly enhanced the Silver Lake's attributes are, To what extent of an increase, however, nobody knew. The runic steel could upgrade an item's quality by 1 rank. That meant that secret silver rank could be upgraded to fine gold rank. As for black steel's insignia, it could increase the attribute values of a piece of equipment, and the increase would normally be between 5% to 25%. If the weapon's attributes rose by 20%, it would be the equivalent of having upgraded the weapon's quality by an entire rank. If both effects stacked with each other, the refined light blue longsword would, at the very least, be a top-tier fine gold weapon, with the possibility of even being a dark gold weapon. A level 10 dark gold weapon at this stage of the game, aside from magic weapons, it was the most powerful weapon available, period. Immediately, Shurfeng held up the silver lake that gave off a blue glow, checking its attributes. Silver lake, fine gold rank, one-handed sword. Equipment requirement, strength 45, agility 80. Attack power plus 78. Strength plus 18, agility plus 22. Durability 70 to 70. Additional passive skill dash. Flowing shadow, creates an afterimage effect while attacking. Simultaneously, the faster the attack speed is, the greater the damage caused. Damage can be increased up to a maximum of 50%. These attributes completely surpass that of a top-tier fine gold weapon. With the additional skill, Flowing Shadow, the Silver Lake was absolutely comparable to a dark gold weapon. The attributes combine both speed and strength. As expected, it is as I thought. The more he looked at the Silver Lake, the greater his love for it became. In God's domain, the equipment forged generally had better attributes than the equipment dropped by the bosses from dungeons. Moreover, the forged ones were more suitable for specific classes. Hence, many experts preferred to hire master forgers to craft them custom weapons and equipment personally. Hence, master forgers were extremely welcomed and respected in God's domain. The experts of God's domain, especially, loved to make friends with master forgers. Master forgers also held great influence within a guild. Within God's domain, nobody would rashly offend a master forger. Who knew which expert a master forger had forged a weapon for before? If one carelessly provoked a master forger, they might end up assassinated or hunted by a large number of experts. After all, these experts all wish to earn a favor from a master forger, calling it in for custom equipment. Only suitable equipment would be the best equipment. Although these personalized weapons and equipment were only slightly better than equipment dropped from dungeons, the battle prowess a player could display while using the equipment would increase many-fold. Regarding these sorts of weapons and equipment, they were all referred to as exclusive equipment. They were only suited to a single individual or a certain type of individual. The Silver Lake was a personal exclusive weapon that Shurfeng created for himself. If other swordsmen used the Silver Lake, it would only display the power of a normal fine gold weapon. However, in Shurfeng's hands, it could display the prowess of a dark gold weapon. Previously, Shurfeng had lost the Crimson Blade in battle, and he just happened to be in need of a new weapon. This Silver Lake would suffice for Shurfeng's use for a very long time, and he would not need a new weapon anytime soon. Now that he had crafted his first personal exclusive weapon, Shurfeng felt much more assured. He then continued forging more Silver Dawns. After successfully forging the fine gold ranked Silver Lake, it became much easier for Shurfeng to forge the Silver Dawn. 2 days quickly passed. During the day, Shurfeng would move some items to his new house, decorating his new home with some furniture. He then trained his body as usual. At night, after he entered God's domain, he forged equipment without stopping. In such a way, his time was fully occupied. After training his body for a time, in addition to the constant aid of the nutrient fluids, Shurfeng could feel a clear improvement in his body's physique. Also, his mind felt much more clear. Currently, his physique had only caught up with the average standard of the athletes in his university. As long as he persevered for another fortnight, he might be able to reach the standard of the Fighting and Martial Arts Society's members. At that time, his body could absorb nutrient fluids more efficiently, allowing his mind to become much more active. Meanwhile, during the nights in God's domain, aside from occasionally visiting the auction house to purchase materials and appreciation items, Shurfeng had conducted a large transaction with Stabbing Heart. Shurfeng sold the level 5 to level 7 bronze equipment he possessed in bulk, earning himself over 2 gold coins and over 200,000 credits. Other than that, Shurfeng spent the remainder of his time cooped up in the intermediate forging room. Not only did he forge silver dawns, but he also forged plenty of equipment using the bronze and mysterious iron forging designs he obtained from Blackbeard. After he spent all his money on forging equipment, he continued making advanced whetstones. In a period of 2 days, Sherfong had forged a total of 31 silver dawns, over 200 pieces of level 8 bronze equipment, over 100 pieces of level 9 bronze equipment, over 100 pieces of level 10 bronze equipment, over 60 mysterious iron weapons, over 70 pieces of mysterious iron equipment, and over 2,000 advanced whetstones. If other forgers saw at these numbers, they might faint from shock. Sherfeng's forging speed was simply outrageous. However, the main reason Sherfeng could create so many items was his low rate of failure. After forging so much equipment, Sherfeng's level had long since reached level 10, and he was not that far from level 11. As long as Sherfeng desired, he could go to White River City at any time. However, he did not plan to make that journey yet. At the very least, he wanted to make a trip to Blackwing City first, before going to White River City. According to Sherfeng's understanding, the average players were mostly at level 6, the pro players at level 7, while only those leveling madmen who played the game 24 hours a day might be level 9. Hence, Sherfeng was not in a hurry. Going from level 9 to level 10, the EXP needed was not a small amount. At the very least, it would take over a day to obtain it. Just as Sherfeng prepared to go to the auction house and sell a few more glimmer chestplate forging designs, Sherfeng suddenly discovered an interesting matter. The members of Martial Union, whom he could previously see on the streets, were nowhere to be found. Could Martial Union have disbanded already? Sherfeng was slightly puzzled. He then called out the bounty system governed by the main god system, checking just how many members of Martial Union have died during this period. The collection of bounties in God's domain could be done through the main god system. As long as a player completed a bounty and submitted the appropriate information, the main god system would verify the information. After verification, the bounty previously registered and stored by the employer would be handed over to the player. There was absolutely no need for the employer to personally verify all information submitted, wasting a lot of time in the process. Previously, Sherfeng stored 5 gold coins and 1,000,000 credits in the main god system, enough to burn Martial Union for a month or two. However, now that Sherfeng took a look, he was immediately dumbfounded. The 5 gold coins he placed were no more, while there was still around 800,000 remaining of the 1,000,000 credits. The bounty on a normal member of Martial Union was only 1 silver coin or 100 credits, 5 gold coins meant 500 kills. If it were an elite member of the guild, the bounty was 10 silver coins or 1,000 credits, and 5 gold coins was the equivalent of 50 kills. Such a number was sufficient to send all the elites of Martial Union in Red Leaf Town back to level 0. Furthermore, there was still more than 100,000 credits used up. It had only been slightly more than 2 days since Sherfeng announced the bounty, and yet, so much was gone already. With this, nearly all members of Martial Union stationed within Red Leaf Town had died, several times to boot. This was a devastating and irrecoverable strike to Martial Union in Red Leaf Town. It was no wonder there were no players from Martial Union on the streets. After looking at the numbers and video evidence, Sherfeng only had one word in his heart. Awesome. Having suffered to such a degree had definitely crippled Martial Union. Among all the kill counts, a female assassin held the record for the most kills. She slaughtered over 50 members of Martial Union, and none were repetitive. This attracted Sherfeng's attention. After watching the recordings of the female assassin in action, Sherfeng was incomparably shocked. The girl's techniques were extremely skilled, and in battle, her usage of skills was simply perfect. She was absolutely one of the rare expert assassins. Fire Dance. Sherfeng looked at the name displayed at the number 1 spot, his mouth softly reciting it. According to his memories, there didn't seem to be an expert female assassin called Fire Dance. At this moment, a call request suddenly came from Blackie. What happened, Blackie? Sherfeng knew that Blackie would not randomly call without a purpose. The only possibility was that something had happened. Brother Feng, I don't know what happened, but those bastards from Martial Union found us. They also sent many of their elite players to surround us. Among them, there were also a few experts from Martial Union that I have never seen before. We went all out to break out of the encirclement, but because of my inability, Kola sacrificed himself and stayed behind to cover for us. The others also died as they tried to open a path. Right now, Lonely Snow and I are the only ones left alive. Brother Phone, you need to be careful. You definitely mustn't allow them to discover you. If they do, you won't even have the time to use a return scroll, Blackie said with an extremely hurried tone. Both rage and resistance filled his voice. Ever since he started grinding for levels with Cola and the others, adventuring and going through life and death together, they had long since formed a very deep bond. Now, however, to secure his escape, Cola and the others took the initiative to stay behind and stall the enemies, while he could only run away. Thinking up to this point, even more anger filled Blackie over his own inadequacy. If he could become slightly stronger, he might not have to watch his teammates die, one after another. Where are you? I'll come immediately. Hearing Blackie's report, Sherfong burned with rage. However, he remained calm as he spoke. Brother Phone, you mustn't come here. There are too many players from Martial Union right now. Moreover, there are several experts here as well. I'll try to think of a way to escape with Lonely Snow, Blackie advised. The only reason he contacted Sherfong was that he worried Sherfong might accidentally encounter the players from Martial Union. It was not that he did not believe in Sherfeng's strength, but the players from Martial Union simply numbered too many. There were also many experts among them. Sherfong would have no chance against them. Tell me where you two are, now, Sherfong said each word coldly, an icy glint flashing in his eyes. Hearing Sherfeng's grave tone, Blackie knew that Sherfong was serious. Moreover, Sherfong was very angry. Helpless, Blackie said, we're in Gale Valley. All right, I'll be there immediately. Be careful not to get surrounded, Sherfong said. Lonely Snow and I have escaped into the inner regions of the Gale Valley. Shrubs and fog fill this place, so they should not easily discover us. Blackie felt that he should not have contacted Sherfong. That way, he wouldn't have dragged Sherfong into this mess as well. Good, then. Since you can't use return scrolls, someone might be using some special skill to stop you. However, you two can still use isolation scrolls. That way, it will be much harder for them to discover you. Find a good place to hide. I'll arrive soon. Sherfong disconnected the call. Although Sherfong did not know how Martial Union managed to find another group of players, even with experts leading them, they were gravely mistaken if they thought they could easily bully him. Sherfong dashed towards Gale Valley. Chapter 136, Resonant Sword. Gale Valley was quite far from Red Leaf Town. For the sake of speed, Sherfong used a speed scroll without hesitation. Instantly, Sherfeng's speed soared, his body leaving behind after images as he ran. Crap! Who's that? How can he be so quick? Is he hacking? How could that be? This is God's domain. However, that is truly fast. Before I could get a clear look at him, he was already gone. That person must be an assassin who went full agility with all his speed-increasing skills activated. The players who saw Sherfong running were all shocked by his wind-like speed. He was no slower than a sports car. Ever since Sherfong reached level 10 and equipped his new weapon, the Silver Lake, his battle prowess was at least double that of at level 9. Moreover, after players reached level 10, all attributes increased by 10 points and HP by 100 points. Due to this increase, there was a large gap between level 9 and level 10 players. However, compared to the average level 10 player, Sherfeng's attributes were much higher. The Ice Blue Devil Flame alone had greatly increased Sherfeng's attributes, not to mention the magic weapon, Abyssal Blade, and the fine gold weapon, Silver Lake. Furthermore, Sherfong possessed the complete Silvermoon set equipment, coupled with a few independent pieces of secret silver equipment. He also had the title, Might of 1,000, currently equipped. Sherfeng's strength alone reached 93 points. It was absolutely an unreachable amount to the average player. Moreover, Sherfeng's agility had broken through the 100-point threshold, activating the intermediate agility hidden passive skill. Like the wind. It was renowned as a godly skill for battling in the open. With this new passive skill, players' movement speed increased by 15%, attack speed increased by 5%, and the shrubs and brambles of roads and forests would no longer affect him. Simultaneously, consumption of stamina had slightly reduced, greatly improving a player's survivability and ability in battle. Originally, Sherfong needed to travel for about 2 hours to reach Gale Valley. However, with this new passive skill, it took Shifeng less than an hour to arrive. The outer region of Gale Valley was a level 8 area, while its inner regions were level 9. Not only was there a large number of monsters in Gale Valley, but the monsters here also traveled in groups. Without a certain amount of strength, one could only seek death by coming to this place. Right now, only a small minority of players dared come here to level up. The Gale Valley was long and narrow. If over 500 players were present, they could perform an inch-by-inch search as they advanced. However, based on the information Blackie provided, Martial Union had only sent around 200 players. It was not enough to create a perfect encirclement of the area, and it would not be easy for them to locate Blackie and Lonely Snow. Moreover, if these 200 or so players wished to locate Blackie, they would have to spread out and form search parties. In regards to jungle battles such as this, Shifeng had experienced plenty in the past. In his previous life, he had done battle with many second-rate guilds, and even first-rate guilds, in forested areas. Although the players involved numbered in the tens of thousands, he still bloodily massacred his enemies. It could be said that Shifeng was most familiar with these types of battles. For the players who had only recently experienced the evolution of God's domain, however, their experiences of such warfare was nil. As expected, there is a sentry here. Before arriving at the entrance of Gale Valley, Shifeng had altered his appearance. After entering Gale Valley, with his extraordinary 5 senses, Shifeng immediately discovered the 4 level 6 assassins hidden around the valley's entrance. These assassins were all scouts of Martial Union specialized in investigation. They were currently tasked to report back all the players who entered the Gale Valley, determining whether or not said players were here as the enemy's backup. With this information, they could allow their members to prepare beforehand and set up an ambush. Unfortunately, Shifeng had long since guessed this, hence his alteration of his appearance before entering the Gale Valley. Even if the experts of Martial Union knew that someone had entered the Gale Valley, they would not know it was Shifeng. They would only see him as an independent player, here to level up, and they would not be wary of him. Shifeng paid no heed to these assassins. Instead, he went deeper into the Gale Valley. Based on Shifeng's strength alone, it would be extremely easy for Shifeng to kill these 4 level 6 assassins. However, he would not. Doing so would only alert the enemy of his presence. If he caused the members of Martial Union to become vigilant, he could not achieve the greatest effect when he ambushed them later on. Boss unstable, there's a player entering the Gale Valley. However, he's not the target, Yifeng, one of the assassins on guard at the valley's entrance reported. Got it, you guys stay on guard there. As long as Yifeng enters the Gale Valley, immediately report it to me. Also, remember to tail him, and do not let him discover any of you. As long as you all do a good job, you will be members of the guild's elite team in the future, the player called Unstable commanded seriously. After finishing his report, the assassin grew extremely excited. He became much more serious as he silently awaited by the entrance for Yifeng. However, he did not know that the person he mentioned had long since entered the Gale Valley. After Shifeng entered the Gale Valley, he constantly advanced, through the treetops. He utilized his heightened vision to observe the surrounding situation, making accurate decisions. Someone's here. Very quickly, Shifeng detected sounds of battle from the forest a short distance ahead. Moreover, it did not seem like a small battle. Immediately, Shifeng stealthily closed in on the origin of the sounds, intending to discover more about the situation. If it were only a battle between players and monsters, there would not be so much movement. Moreover, the closer Shifeng was, the clearer the sounds of metal clashing against metal and the ear-piercing screech of blades and swords interweaving with each other. Could they have discovered Blackie? Shifeng shook his head, feeling that the possibility was extremely low. Previously, when Blackie contacted him, Blackie stayed in the level 9 inner regions of Gale Valley. Meanwhile, this was the level 8 area of Gale Valley, and there was no way Martial Union had encountered Blackie. When Shifeng leaped up to one of the trees closest to the scene of the battle, he discovered that it was indeed a conflict between players. Moreover, the battle was very intense. The weaker of the two parties only had 6 players remaining, and they did not even have a healer. Meanwhile, the players bearing the guild emblem of Martial Union were still considerably strong. They had a total of 18 players remaining, with 3 of which were healers. Amongst the healers, 2 were level 7 clerics, while 1 was a level 8 druid. They all wore matching bronze set equipment mixed with a few pieces of mysterious iron equipment. The rest of the players also had relatively good equipment, and the lowest leveled among them was a level 7 player possessing a complete set of bronze equipment. These 18 players were elite members of Martial Union. If they were not elites, they would not possess such levels and equipment. They looked even stronger than the elites Shifeng had faced off with before. Since when did Martial Union possess so many elites? Shifeng was slightly puzzled. Logically, Martial Union should have long since been crippled after dying so many times. So, how did so many elites suddenly appear? Moreover, every one of them possessed good equipment, and compared to Martial Union at its peak, they were much stronger. In Red Leaf Town, their power could rival that of a third-rate guild. It was truly an unfathomable situation. Little girl, don't even think of escaping this time. Just obediently wait for your deaths, the commanding team leader from Martial Union sneered as he looked at the female assassin possessing a sexy body. Looking at the hot female assassin, she had an attractive oval face, slender eyebrows, and eyes as clear as water. The girl was very beautiful, like a dazzling pearl or fluorescent jade, and beneath her appearance, she hid a faint lovely tenderness. Aren't you thinking too highly of yourselves? You want me to stay put and let you kill me? Dream on. Even if I die, I'll take you guys with me. The provocative-looking girl glanced at the swordsman team leader, the corners of her lips curling up slightly as she said disdainfully. Sister Fire Dance, you should leave. Let us hold them off for you. If we continue dragging this on, none of us will get away. Don't forget, we are now red players, and the death penalty is extremely severe. At the very least, we would lose 2 levels and 3 or 4 pieces of equipment, the berserker beside the girl softly suggested. Although the berserker spoke in a very soft tone, Shifeng, who possessed extraordinary 5 senses, managed to hear him clearly. Fire Dance. It was no wonder Shifeng thought that the female assassin looked familiar. It turned out that she was Fire Dance, the female assassin who ranked at number 1 for killing the members of Martial Union. It seems that I have to lend some help this time. Shifeng faintly smiled as he stood on the branch. Even if he were not familiar with Fire Dance, he would still lend her some help. The reason he came here was to kill everyone from Martial Union, creating rivers of blood. He wanted to teach the players from Martial Union what the rage of an independent player truly meant. At this moment, the swordsman team leader laughed loudly, saying, "Do you think you can still escape? The moment we discovered you, we called for all our comrades to hurry over. We have long since surrounded this place. If you can still manage to escape, I'll eat this great sword of mine." Chapter 137, Monster. It seems they will bury us here. Our only choice is to carve out a trail of blood, Fire Dance said. After hearing the swordsman team leader from Martial Union speak, Fire Dance's expression turned grim, gritting her teeth slightly. Originally, she intended to come here to kill the members of Martial Union. She did not think that she would fall into Martial Union's trap instead. After killing their way out of the encirclement with much difficulty, these players once more surrounded them. Their chances of escaping were already scant, and if another 20 or so enemies arrived, even that tiny hope of escape would vanish. If she and her teammates died now, with the previous crime value they had accumulated, at the very least, her teammates would each lose 2 levels. While she would lose at least 3 levels and all of her equipment. Such a loss would devastate them, and their team would very likely disband, never to rise again. Ha ha ha. It's too late to fear now. Originally, we prepared this ambush for that Yifeng, but I never thought you guys would send yourselves to death. From now on, the fine equipment that you guys use will belong to us. Brothers, go. Leave that little girl for me to deal with. The swordsman team leader licked his lips as he spoke, his eyes revealing an undisguised greed as he gazed at Fire Dance's sexy body. Naturally, Shifeng, who was hiding in the forest, heard the entire conversation. Although he knew Martial Union definitely had some hidden plot, it turned out that they planned to set a trap for him all along. Previously, he had stayed inside the forging room, creating equipment. Moreover, he had also altered his outward appearance, making it impossible for Martial Union to find him. Hence, they chose to take action against Blackie and the others, using them to lure him out. At the same time, they would set up a trap and surround him. Unfortunately, although they had prepared for a variety of situations, they missed out on 2 important points. First, Shifeng possessed the demon mask that allowed him to disguise his character's appearance and information easily. Second, they gravely underestimated Shifeng's current strength. "Brothers, follow me and let's kill our way out." At this moment, Fire Dance chose to take the initiative and launched an attack. In the blink of an eye, she rushed towards the spot where the encirclement had the least amount of players. Before the berserker standing there could react, Fire Dance's dagger had already pierced the back of his head, forcing him into a fainted state. Fire Dance immediately followed up with a backstab, assassinate, and eviscerate, instantly removing half of the berserker's HP. The other members of Fire Dance's team also rushed forward with her, breaking through the encirclement. However, just as the several level 7 players fell to critical health, a dazzling white light surrounded their bodies, recovering over half of their total HP. Moreover, those players were not just weaklings. They stubbornly held back the members of Fire Dance's team, not backing down in the slightest. Mages, go all out. Clerics, cast your shields. Rangers, mark the assassins. Do not let them get away. I don't want to become a laughingstock for the players in Blue Water Town, the swordsman from Martial Union commanded as he similarly charged at Fire Dance. Including herself, Fire Dance's team only had 6 players remaining. Each of them faced off against 2 or 3 enemies. Their enemies also had healers constantly replenishing their health. They had no chance for victory at all. Moreover, with the constant bombardment from the backline mages of Martial Union, Fire Dance lost another 2 of her teammates in the blink of an eye. Is this really it for us? Fire Dance watched her comrades fall in front of her eyes, her heart bleeding at the sight. However, Fire Dance had no time for anger as she faced off against 3 enemies at once. One of the 3 was also the team leader from Martial Union. However, in addition to being outnumbered, she also had to deal with the constant attacks from the mages. As a result, her HP reduced continuously, while a majority of her skills were on cooldown. She could only dodge the incoming attacks to reduce as much damage as possible. Ha ha ha. Little girl, if you wish to blame someone, then blame that Yifeng of yours for standing out. All who go against Martial Union will earn a fatal ending. However, you can be relieved. That Yifeng fellow will sooner or later accompany you as well. Just when the swordsman thought that victory was in his grasp, a black figure silently appeared behind Martial Union's healers. Nobody had even discovered the appearance of this person. Without anybody noticing, 2 sword lights pierced through one of the level 7 clerics, causing damages of -397 and -542, instantly killing him. Only when the cleric died did the second cleric and druid notice an enemy right beside them. Moreover, this new enemy instantly killed one of their comrades. My. The other cleric attempted to yell out in fright, yet, he suddenly discovered that he was unable to yell out. He did not know when it started, but at this moment, both his abdomen and neck spurted out fresh blood. Moreover, when he turned to look at the druid beside him, he noticed that the druid was in a similar situation. However, neither of them noticed that, in actuality, they had been attacked at the same time as the first cleric. Only, their reactions were slightly delayed, failing to notice their own HPs had already to 0. Staring at each other, they both fell forward, their visions turning a dull gray. That's 3 down. Shifeng's eyes flashed with a cold glint. He then shifted his cold gaze to the mages nearby. Based on Shifeng's current attack power, even if he did not depend on the Ice Blue Devil Flame's damage increase and did not use any of his skills, he could still kill any cloth armor classes of the same level with only 2 strikes from his swords. 2 swords, 6 images. With Shifeng's current attributes, it was an easy feat, and there were burdens when doing so. Moreover, the faster Shifeng's sword slashes were, the greater the damage the Silver Lake could cause. If Shifeng's speed reached its pinnacle, it might even be possible for him to instant kill a cloth armor class with just a single sword strike. In an open battlefield like this, Shifeng was just like a harvester, reaping players' lives. With Shifeng's current attack speed, if other players did not activate their extraordinary state, 1, they could not block Shifeng's attacks at all. Without a doubt, they would instantly die. Meanwhile, the current players able to activate the extraordinary state were usually melee classes, such as the swordsman team leader. Only with it could they possibly have a chance to react and retaliate against Shifeng. However, even then, it was only a possibility. Shifeng then activated Wind Blade, rushing towards the nearest elementalist of martial union. "Are you healers dead or what? Don't you even know how to heal?" a low HP assassin of martial union cursed. However, the assassin's curses received no replies. Seizing the opportunity, Fire Dance, with her accumulated 3-star energy, used Eviscerate to finish off this assassin. The backline mages witnessing the scene all turned to look at the healers behind them, intending to find out what had happened. However, the moment one turned, he immediately discovered a dark shadow sliding across his neck, with another blue shadow piercing through his chest. His HP bar displayed before him rapidly decreased. Soon after, his vision darkened, and his life extinguished. After killing the elementalist, Shifeng turned towards the other mage classes. "Leader, there's a monster ambushing us," a summoner at a distance shouted in fright after witnessing this scene. However, before he could even get a clear look at this ambusher, the level 7 elementalist was already dead. Such a scene caused this summoner to have shivers all down his body. "Can't you see that I'm busy here? If it's just a monster ambush, don't you know how to deal with it yourselves?" the swordsman retorted angrily. At this moment, he still exchanged moves with Fire Dance, and he could not afford a distraction. "It's just a monster, where's the need to report even that? Are you an idiot or what?" Hearing no reply from the summoner, the swordsman thought his subordinate turned to deal with the monster. Hence, he focused more on his battle against Fire Dance. In reality, however, the summoner already lay beneath Shifeng's feet. The 3 mages nearby who attempted to escape were dead as well. Meanwhile, Shifeng's name turned a crimson red, as if it would bleed at any time. Currently, only 3 players remained on Fire Dance's team, and all 3 of their HPs were almost gone. Meanwhile, Martial Union still had 9 melee players whose HPs were above 50%. "Leader, something's not right. I'm already at half health, but the healers haven't healed me yet," a berserker shouted. "Crap, what are you healers doing? Do you not want to play anymore?" the swordsman bellowed after discovering the problem as well. However, just after he finished his bellow, he suddenly felt a chill down his back. He hurriedly rolled to a side, dodging. Immediately after, 3 sword images pierced through the space he stood before. The 2 other players in front of him were not as lucky. Both of Shifeng's swords pierced through their backs. Without even knowing the cause of their deaths, both of their bodies fell lifelessly to the ground, their eyes wide open. As the leader, the swordsman was the strongest among the entire team. However, when he saw this scene play out before him, he suddenly felt cold throughout his body. Being able to kill both of his comrades instantly and without using any skills to boot, just how heaven-defying was this person's attack power? "Who are you? Why are you acting against us?" The team leader gathered up his courage, angrily shouting, "Do you know who we are? We are members of Martial Union. If you don't wish to die, leave this place immediately. I can still let you off the hook." However, he suddenly heard the reply whispered from behind him. "The ones I'm here to kill are precisely you from Martial Union." The swordsman team leader turned his head, his complexion turning pale instantly. Previously, the mysterious player standing in front of him had, in the blink of an eye, arrived at his back, giving him a cold smile. Before the swordsman team leader could even scream, Shifeng sent a chop at him. The pitch-black abyssal blade pierced through his chest, causing over -700 damage, instantly dropping his HP to 0. Pairing up silent steps and chop, Shifeng had killed off the level 8 swordsman team leader. Meanwhile, Fire Dance, witnessing the scene from a distance, was utterly dumbfounded. This mysterious player had instantly killed the swordsman team leader, whom she had difficulty dealing with. Is this mysterious player truly a player? He can't be a ghost of God's domain, right? After the team leader of Martial Union died, the other members were all fear-stricken. After witnessing Shifeng's extraordinary speed and frightening damage, they all felt unprecedented fear. Is this even a player? He can't be a monster, right? This way of thinking reverberated in the minds of these players, causing them to tremble with fear. Although Fire Dance had good technique, at this moment, she did not dare to make any careless movements. She could only watch in silence, and unknowingly, a streak of sweat rolled down from her forehead. When faced with this mysterious player before her, Fire Dance's instincts were telling her that, if this mysterious player wanted to deal with her, death would be the only outcome for her. 1. Extraordinary state, Previously extraordinary condition mentioned in Chapter 29. Chapter 138, Hidden Expert. Fire Dance's eyes flickered when she saw Shifeng's figure. Aside from the immense pressure that she felt from him, she could also smell the stench of death on him. From the moment Shifeng appeared, she was aware of Shifeng's existence. However, Shifeng's movements and battle techniques were just too quick, to the point where she even questioned her own senses. Only when the team leader died was she shocked out of her daze. From the death of the first cleric to the death of the swordsman, only a short 5 seconds had passed. Every time Shifeng revealed himself, another player fell to the ground, blood spurting from their bodies. Shifeng was like the Grim Reaper, harvesting the lives of Martial Union's members. One could only describe Shifeng's movements as erratic. Shifeng also wore a pitch-black hooded cape that hid his face. In addition, the demon mask hid his name, level, and other information. Aside from his HP bar, there was nothing else to see. It would not be strange even if he received the same treatment as a monster. The only reason Fire Dance knew Shifeng was not a monster was that she had overheard Shifeng speaking to the swordsman team leader in a low tone. However, the fact that Shifeng was not a monster, but instead, a player, shocked Fire Dance even more. Just how high were Shifeng's attributes for him to be so strong? Meanwhile, Shifeng felt nothing unexpected about the feats he had just accomplished. The attributes of these players was not even half of his own. Virtual reality games were just that cruel. Although the gap of attributes between each level was small, when accumulated to a certain degree, the gap in total strength would be massive. Quick, escape. That's a monster. I'm not fighting anymore, that monster is just too scary. Although they knew that this was just a virtual reality, the remaining 5 players from Martial Union were still utterly afraid, their hearts beating madly. Their team leader, the strongest amongst them, died in an instant. He wasn't even able to retaliate in the slightest. This was no longer a monster that players could handle. Immediately, every one of them fled, intending to meet up with the others hurrying over. Only then could they have peace of mind. It's too late to escape now. Shifeng activated Windwalk, and like an arrow, his body shot forth, instantly catching up to the first assassin. In a fright, that assassin attempted to turn his body to block Shifeng's attack. Unfortunately for him, Shifeng's attack speed was just too fast. With a wave of the abyssal blade, 3 sword images landed upon the assassin's vital points. Without even managing to block a single sword image, the assassin died. When the several other escaping players saw that an assassin, a class widely known for their agility, fell without even being able to defend, immense fear permeated their minds. They poured more into their effort to escape. However, it was futile as the distance between them and Shifeng only grew shorter and shorter. Meanwhile, the abyssal blade was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper already placed around their necks. Shifeng needed only a slight tug, and their lives would be forfeit, right then and there. Within a moment, with an absolute difference of speed, Shifeng very quickly killed the 5 escaping players. He then started tidying up the loot. These Martial Union players all wore pretty nice armor. A majority of them were all fully equipped with bronze equipment, and some even had a few pieces of mysterious iron equipment. However, the equipment was all just level 4 or level 5 equipment. Meanwhile, they each dropped at least 1 piece of equipment after death. 18 players meant 18 pieces of level 4 to level 5 bronze equipment. If Shifeng sold it all, he could make a small fortune. While Shifeng picked up the drops, Fire Dance, standing at a distance, held her delicate hand over her madly beating heart. Slightly calming her emotions, she picked up the courage to walk towards Shifeng, saying in gratitude, "I am called Fire Dance. Thank you for saving us." Originally, Fire Dance despaired, having prepared for her death. Only, she never imagined that someone would suddenly appear. Moreover, that someone massacred the players from Martial Union. Everything that happened was like a dream. Although Fire Dance also worried that the mysterious man before her would suddenly go berserk, killing her and her teammates as well to steal their equipment, based on the man's previous actions, Fire Dance knew that the mysterious man before her did not mean them any harm. Otherwise, he would have already taken their lives along with the swordsmen of Martial Union. You don't have to thank me. To begin with, these people originally set up this trap for me. You guys should hurry and leave. This place is very dangerous right now, and the other members of Martial Union should be arriving very soon, Shifeng softly said as he picked up the dropped equipment. He had only saved Fire Dance and her companions in passing. He could also take the chance to thank Fire Dance for working so hard, killing the members of Martial Union. Fire Dance suddenly blanked at Shifeng's words, staring at him with her big, watery eyes. Her heartbeat accelerated further, feeling like it was too good to be true. "You're Yifeng?" Fire Dance asked in disbelief. The reason she came to the Gale Valley was that she had heard that Martial Union intended to deal with Yifeng's teammates. Hence, she thought of coming to lend some help, and just maybe, she might even get to meet Yifeng himself. It was truly unbelievable how fate could toy with a person's life. Originally, she thought of offering Yifeng aid, yet in the end, Yifeng had saved her. Was this fate? Thinking up to this point, a faint blush added to Fire Dance's snow-white cheeks. She felt that she was overthinking, and she was unclear as to why she would have such a thought. "That's right, I am Yifeng. How did you know who I am?" Shifeng looked at the excited Fire Dance, puzzled. He was sure he was not acquainted with this beauty standing in front of him. However, seeing Fire Dance's expression, it would seem that she was somehow familiar with him. Meanwhile, the berserker, Water Buffalo, was tongue-tied after hearing Shifeng admit that he was indeed Fire Dance's idol, Yifeng. An incomparable fanaticism appeared in his eyes. Previously, he felt Shifeng was not all that powerful, and that he was only an expert over-exaggerated by others. Now, he was utterly convinced. Sure enough, there was nothing false about Shifeng's famous reputation. Shifeng could solo the elite team from Martial Union that even they could not deal with. In the past, even if others hyped it all over the place, he would still have not believed any of it. Now, however, aside from shock, admiration for Yifeng filled his being. It was no wonder why Yifeng was Fire Dance's idol. "Big brother Yifeng, you don't know this, but in reality, Sister Fire Dance is your..." Before Water Buffalo could finish speaking, he received a kick from Fire Dance. He grimaced from the pain, but when he looked at the expression in Fire Dance's eyes that seemed able to eat a person whole, he immediately chose to cover his mouth, not uttering a single word. "Is my what?" Shifeng was puzzled. "It's nothing. Water Buffalo is just having an epileptic fit. Big brother Yifeng, won't you leave with us?" Fire Dance slightly shook her head. She then worriedly said, "This time, Martial Union has sent over 200 men here. They have long since surrounded this entire area. There are also several powerful level 9 experts, and all of them are wearing sets of mysterious iron equipment. They killed many of our teammates. If they surround us, we will have no chance of escaping at all. Big brother Yifeng, it is not too late to escape. If we wait any longer, we'll lose the chance. If it weren't for those experts, her team would not have incurred such huge losses." "Level 9 experts, is it?" Shifeng was slightly shocked. The current level 9 players in Red Leaf Town were experts at the pinnacle. Now, however, several level 9 hidden experts suddenly appeared here. Moreover, they were all Martial Union's men. However, so what if they were level 9 experts? Since they wished to deal with him, he would receive every one of them. It just so happened that he could use them to test his sword. "You guys should hurry up and leave. I'll stay here and take a look at these experts." Chapter 139, Unstable Devastation. After he finished speaking, Shifeng snuck into the forest. "Sister Fire Dance, what do we do now? Do we leave?" Water Buffalo asked. Fire Dance rolled her eyes at Water Buffalo. She looked towards the direction Shifeng departed, saying, "Brother Yifeng is the one who saved our lives. Of course, we have to help." Although Fire Dance believed in Yifeng's strength, she had personally witnessed how powerful those other players were. If they surrounded Yifeng, he might end up in a very dangerous situation. If something occurred, a little help from her might allow Shifeng to escape. Immediately, the two snuck into the forest as well, following Yifeng. In the deeper regions of the dense forest, among the overgrown shrubs, level 8 shadow leopards hid in the shadows. At this moment, a 50-man team from Martial Union currently cleared away the shadow leopards in their path while they pushed forward. "Brother Unstable, won't we waste time if we go after that little girl called Fire Dance instead of continuing our search for Yifeng's teammates?" Iron Sword Lion asked, disgruntled, his eyebrows scrunched up tightly as he looked towards the center of the team at the handsome youth humming a song with overflowing interest. The humming youth was around the age of 27 or 28, and he was indeed the brother Unstable who Iron Sword Lion called out to. He was also the vice leader of martial union, Unstable Devastation. Be it status or strength, Unstable Devastation far surpasses Iron Sword Lion, and even Iron Sword Lion had to refer to him as brother respectfully. Iron Sword, you are still such a simple person. It is no wonder that Brat Yifeng toyed with you. You even entangled the guild in this huge mess. Thanks to you, martial union's reputation has suffered, utterly tarnished, do you understand that? Unstable Devastation suddenly halted his steps. He looked towards Iron Sword Lion, growling angrily, if I had not discovered this so soon, martial union might have had no place in Red Leaf Town by now. Iron Sword Lion lowered his head in silence. Your poor management has already destroyed Red Leaf Town's martial union. Right now, in order to help clean up this mess of yours, I have no choice but to transfer all of the elites from the other 3 towns to Red Leaf Town to redeem our reputation. Yet, you still have the gall to speak up. Unstable Devastation reprimanded Iron Sword Lion in front of everyone else, not leaving Iron Sword Lion any face. Iron Sword Lion flushed red with anger. However, he did not dare reply, only enduring in silence. The other leaders from the 3 towns sneered at this sight. Every time martial union switched to a new game, the guild's hierarchy also reshuffled. In the past, Iron Sword Lion was always able to go wild, but not this time. Currently, Iron Sword Lion was only level 8, while they were all level 9. Moreover, the guild's development in their respective towns progressed fairly well, and they managed to recruit many newcomers with valuable potential. Compared to the current state of the guild branch in Red Leaf Town, with only a few weaklings remaining, their branches were stronger by leaps and bounds. Iron Sword, do you truly think that, after I have spent so much effort cornering Yifeng's teammates, I would let 2 of them escape? You should know that Yifeng is our main target, his teammates are simply lures. If all his teammates died here, do you think he will still show? We have already confined his teammates within Gale Valley, so we have achieved our initial goal. Right now, what we ought to do is to take revenge, and show the players in the town what the consequences are for challenging martial union. Meanwhile, that little girl is the best option as an example. She has killed so many of our people, many players are bound to pay attention to her. As long as we kill her back to level 0, martial union's reputation will definitely recover to its peak. If we manage to kill Yifeng, then martial union can also use this chance to leap through the threshold of a third-rate guild. Unstable Devastation had long since possessed a plan of his own. Iron Sword Lion had always been one of the guild leader's most trusted aides. Many of the elders in the guild also supported the guild leader. If Unstable wished to become guild leader, he needed to increase both his influence and fame. Meanwhile, Yifeng was a player with a certain amount of fame within White River City. He was a publicly acknowledged swordsman expert, and his fame even far exceeded that of the guild leader, Nameless Pride. Hence, Yifeng was his best choice. As long as he could kill Yifeng and upload the recording, he would instantly become an apex expert, famous throughout White River City. Moreover, it would allow the guild branch in Red Leaf Town to rise back up to prominence. When that time came, the elders in the guild would side with him, and the day he became the guild leader of martial union would only be around the corner. Yifeng, you will become my stepping stone. Unstable Devastation proudly said with a laugh. He did not believe that an independent player could survive once surrounded by so many. Only, even until now, Shifeng had yet to show himself, annoying Unstable. Just as martial union slowly advanced, Shifeng, traversing through the treetops, discovered Unstable Devastation and the others. After some silent observation, he discovered that these players were all elites. The lowest amongst them was level 7, and a majority of them were level 8. There were also 4 players who had reached level 9. They all wore mysterious iron equipment, and the weakest of their weapons was also mysterious iron rank. Meanwhile, the handsome youth leading these players wore a secret silver-ranked longbow across his back. Isn't that Unstable Devastation? Shifeng immediately recognized the bow-carrying youth. In Shifeng's previous life, he had clashed many times with Unstable Devastation. Unstable Devastation was a cunning and cruel individual. His battle prowess ranked within the top 5 throughout all of martial union. Compared to Iron Sword Lion, he was much stronger. Feng was also familiar with the other 3 level 9 players. They were all experts comparable to Ironsword Lion, and they were all branch leaders in other towns. No wonder Martial Union suddenly has so many players. It turns out that they've called over the elites from 3 of the towns nearby. Feng came to a realization. These 3 level 9 branch leaders were very strong. Only, in Feng's previous life, Ironsword Lion had managed to obtain the pass to Blackwing City, allowing him a lead against the others. He then gradually widened the gap, finally becoming the guild leader of Mini Martial Union. However, the tracks of history had already changed. In this life, not only had Feng kill Ironsword Lion twice, but he also obtained the Blackwing City pass that Ironsword Lion possessed. Ironsword Lion's life was fated to end in a tragedy, and he naturally was much weaker than the other 3 branch leaders. If it were during the previous life, if Feng met any one of these leaders, he would have had to proceed with extreme caution. If he met 2 of them together, he would definitely need to avoid them. Now, however, although all 5 of them were together, Feng had no intentions of leaving. The situation was different this time. Not only did Feng possess a magic weapon, but he had also obtained the Ice Blue Devil Flame and many other pieces of equipment that were top tier at this stage of the game. He also had the advantage of levels, so he naturally possessed the confidence to battle. Even if he couldn't win against them, he could still escape them. At this moment, Unstable Devastation had yet to learn that one of his elite teams had been wiped out. That was because players needed to wait 10 minutes before reviving at the graveyard. Within 30 minutes of revival, players could not transmit any information or communication. Hence, Unstable Devastation and the others did not know that Feng had arrived. They were not cautious in the least, and it was a perfect chance for Feng to launch and ambush them. Hence, Feng continued to follow his target's unhurried advancement. While they traveled, the team maintained impressive positioning. Their healers stayed in the middle, while Unstable Devastation and the other experts walked beside them. Moreover, the players in the center of the formation only watched the players at the front battle, with no intentions of killing the monsters themselves. This way, it would be difficult for even a top-tier assassin to attack the healers. Meanwhile, the players in the outer layer would not move further than 15 yards from the center. If something unexpected occurred, they could immediately lend aid. Feng did not seek a frontal confrontation. Instead, he would take advantage of his speed to slowly chip at the outer layer of this team. Soon after, Feng silently closed in on them. Within a short moment, the players of Martial Union met with a group of Shadow Leopards. An extremely ferocious level 8 chieftain-ranked Shadow Leopard King led the small leap of Shadow Leopards. Feng felt that this was his chance. He crept closer to the team, hiding in a bush and waiting. Time passed, bit by bit. The guards around the Shadow Leopard King were all dead, and the king was the only one left. The players of Martial Union grew very excited. Seeing as good equipment was about to drop, they all became much more serious and focused on the battle. They remained completely unaware of Feng, already positioned on the tree above their heads. Make sure to dodge its skills, don't let its claws land on you. As for everyone else, hold off as many strikes as you can. Healers, go all out with your heals. Unstable Devastation was also excited. Immediately, the speed at which the arrows fired from his bow accelerated. Unstable Devastation did not think that his luck would be so good as to allow him to meet a level 8 chieftain. This kind of field chieftain would not just drop a single piece of equipment, but would normally drop several. Based on the Shadow Leopard King's level, at the very least, it would drop level 7 or level 8 secret silver equipment and possibly fine gold equipment. Mysterious iron equipment was considered high quality at this stage of the game. In the entire Martial Union, the total amount of secret silver equipment they possessed was no more than 10 pieces. It was obvious just how precious they were. Meanwhile, the Shadow Leopard King before them had the possibility of dropping fine gold equipment. Compared to secret silver equipment, it was much rarer, and its attributes were much higher. Currently, not a single person in Martial Union possessed a piece of fine gold equipment. Not to mention Martial Union, even those third-rate guilds did not possess a single piece of fine gold equipment. Only second-rate guilds or higher possibly owned such an item. However, only the guild leader or vice leader would have access, while elite members could only look at it. It would be impossible for them to obtain it, as it would be the symbol of a guild's status. If they could obtain 1 or 2 pieces of fine gold equipment, killing Shifeng would be a small matter. As the Shadow Leopard King was a chieftain rank monster, the other branch leaders and Iron Sword Lion also participated in the battle, both sides engaging in intense combat. Shadow Leopard King, chieftain rank. HP 40, 000/40, 000. A casual pouncing attack from the Shadow Leopard King could easily end a player's life, while a single swipe of its tail could obliterate more than half the HP of a group of players. When it struck with its sharp claws, if an MT did not defend properly, they would instantly die. If the Shadow Leopard King roared, it could force back the enemies within an 8-yard radius, forcing them into a fainted state for 3 seconds. In addition, the Shadow Leopard King was quite nimble and had extremely high defense. As a result, the casualties and fatalities on Martial Union's side were relatively high. Meanwhile, the damage Martial Union inflicted was limited. The strongest player among them, Unstable Devastation, could only cause -40 to -50 damage to it, while the others could only manage slightly over -10 damage. Fortunately, there were plenty of players on Martial Union's side. With a total of 50 players surrounding the Shadow Leopard King, they managed to shave off a lot of the monster's HP. The Shadow Leopard King's HP steadily fell, and when its HP was about to reach 50%, Shifeng immediately used Phantom Kill. Controlling his doppelganger to circle the group, Shifeng prepared his doppelganger to ambush the mage classes and healers. Chapter 140, Shadow Leopard King. The Shadow Leopard King was a level 8 chieftain-ranked monster. As long as its HP fell below 50%, it would enter a berserk state. Both its attack power and attack speed would then increase by 20%, and even an MT geared with a full set of level 5 set equipment could hold it off. Guardian Knights, pay attention to cast Protection Blessing on the Shield Warriors. Shield Warriors, prepare to activate Shield Wall at any time. As long as we can endure its berserk period, we will be victorious. Unstable Devastation knew about the berserk state, hence, he hurriedly gave commands as he saw the Shadow Leopard King's HP reaching 50%. Protection Blessing could reduce the damage an ally received by 50%. A Shield Warrior's Shield Wall could also reduce damage by 50%. With both effects stacked, the Shield Warrior would only receive 25% of the total damage. Even if the Shadow Leopard King went berserk, the Shield Warrior could hold it off completely. Finally, the Shadow Leopard King's HP dropped below the 50% threshold. "Aoo!" the Shadow Leopard King bellowed, its body abruptly expanding. Everything was within Unstable Devastation's grasp. Just as he was about to reveal a victorious smile, the situation suddenly changed. At this moment, the Shadow Leopard King summoned 2 more level 8 elite rank Shadow Leopards, each of them possessing 3000 HP. The 2 new arrivals roared as they abruptly pounced, arriving behind the healers on the back line. Before any of these healers could react, the 2 Shadow Leopards pinned them to the ground. Shift focus. Get rid of these 2 elite Shadow Leopards first. Unstable Devastation's expression turned grim. Just after he finished speaking, the elite Shadow Leopards annihilated 2 of their healers. However, the level 9 branch leaders were not to be trifled with. Just after the 2 elite Shadow Leopards killed the healers, they moved into position to fend off the attacks of these 2 monsters, preventing the damage from extending any further. However, with the loss of 2 healers, the pressure the core MT faced greatly increased. Even with Protection Blessing and Shield Wall, every attack he received from the Shadow Leopard King exceeded over -300 points. On the other hand, his own HP did not even exceed 1200 points. Moreover, the attack speed of the Shadow Leopard King was very quick. If it were not for him constantly dodging its attacks, he might have long since died already. Just with the Shadow Leopard King going berserk, Martial Union had lost over 5 players in the blink of an eye. The Shadow Leopard King's tail swipe took out 3 melee players. All 3 were instantly thrown and died while in midair. Hold on for a little longer. Its berserk period will be over soon. Watching his team members die, one after another, Unstable Devastation became very depressed and annoyed. The players he had brought with him were all elites, and every death was a huge loss to Martial Union. Fortunately, they could revive these players, greatly reducing the lost EXP. However, as long as they could kill the Shadow Leopard King, all of the losses would be worth it. Just when everyone from Martial Union thought the situation had stabilized, Shifeng's doppelganger used Wind Blade, arriving behind a cursemancer. The cursemancer had completely concentrated on the Shadow Leopard King, chanting incantations. He paid no attention to the surrounding situation at all. Due to all of Gale Valley falling under Martial Union's control, the risk of an ambush was non-existent. Hence, the cursemancer was very much at ease. However, such a way of thinking was a big mistake. After the doppelganger's sword pierced through the cursemancer's back, it then followed up with a chop to the cursemancer's head. The doppelganger followed up with another normal attack. Although the doppelganger only possessed 50% of the original body's attributes, just 50% of Shifeng's attributes was terrifying. It could compare to a level 10 swordsman geared with a complete set of level 10 bronze set equipment. Moreover, the doppelganger's target cursemancer was only level 7, wearing only level 4 and 5 bronze equipment. The difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, 3 damages of -189, -468, and -266 appeared above the cursemancer's head. Shifeng's doppelganger instantly killed the cursemancer whose HP was less than 700 points. The cursemancer's death quickly alerted the other mage classes. "Someone's kill-stealing," one, an elementalist shouted, startled. The surrounding mages all felt a heavy pressure weighing down on them. This intruder finished off a level 7 cursemancer in just 3 moves. If this mysterious swordsman closed in on them, only death awaited. Without delay, Shifeng's doppelganger used Thundering Flash. 3 streaks of lightning arced towards the nearest 4 mages, immediately sending all 4 of them into a fright. Among them, 2 elementalists instantly reacted, using Blink to dodge the lightning. Meanwhile, the cursemancer, who did not possess Blink, threw himself to the ground, barely avoiding the attack. However, the last of the 4 mages, the summoner, was not as fortunate. As he was closest to the attack, even though he, too, attempted to dodge, he was late by a breath. Without a hint of suspense, the level 5 Thunder Flash instantly fried him to a crisp. Although the doppelganger only managed to kill a summoner, a smile appeared on its face. The goal of this Thundering Flash was not to kill someone but to open a path. At this moment, there were no obstructions between Shifeng's doppelganger and Martial Union's healers. The doppelganger activated Windwalk, dashing over. As long as it killed 1 or 2 more healers, Martial Union's entire team would fall into a huge predicament. Don't even think about killing the healers. At this moment, Iron Sword Lion used Windblade and rushed to block the doppelganger. The swords from both parties collided, and as they attacked, they maintained their extraordinary states, battling with 4 sword images each. The doppelganger could not help but halt its momentum, forced to block the attacks. After exchanging several moves, Iron Sword Lion was incomparably shocked. He felt that the swordsman, whose information displayed as unknown, facing him was a powerhouse. This mysterious swordsman actually blocked all of his attacks. Moreover, every time their swords collided, Iron Sword Lion could feel an immense weight bearing down on him, causing both his arms to go numb. Occasionally, there were even few sudden stabs aimed at his vitals, forcing him to activate Defensive Blade to block. Iron Sword, it seems that you have truly fallen. You can't even get rid of an average player trying to kill Steel, a level 9 berserker geared in silver-gray battle armor snidely remarked. Crap. 5 rats, you come try, if you have the ability. Originally, he was already greatly aggrieved due to the constant pressure from Shifeng's doppelganger, and his HP constantly fell. Now that he received jeers on top of it, he immediately enraged. Since you want me to join, then I'll join. The level 9 berserker, 5 rats, used charge at Shifeng's doppelganger. Charge carried with it a fainted effect. Moreover, the surrounding mages were already in the midst of chanting incantations for their spells, sending fireballs and frost arrows at the doppelganger. The doppelganger activated Defensive Blade. It dodged the incoming magical attacks while it gradually closed in on Martial Union's healers. The level 2 Defensive Blade aided the doppelganger in mitigating the damage from the attacks it received. However, 5 rats followed up his charge with a break, greatly reducing the doppelganger's speed. You 3, get rid of him, Unstable Devastation commanded the 3 assassins, pointing. He did not have the time to think about an idiot who was attempting to kill stealing a team with around 40 players remaining. After receiving the command, their assassins immediately rushed at Shifeng's doppelganger. Receiving the focused fire of over a dozen players, although the doppelganger managed to dodge a majority of the attacks, it still received a relatively significant amount of damage. The doppelganger's HP continuously fell, and within a moment, only 30% remained. Ha ha ha. I didn't think that it would be a fat fish with brain problems. Judging on the exchanges made and damage caused, 5 rats determined that this mysterious swordsman's equipment was exceptional. As long as he could kill the swordsman, he would definitely drop a lot of good equipment. The reason 5 rats thought so was that a single normal attack from the mysterious swordsman dealt him around -100 damage. Meanwhile, his normal attacks also chipped away 100 of the swordsman's HP. However, the problem lay in the fact that the mysterious swordsman used a one-handed sword, while he used a two-handed sword. In God's domain, a two-handed weapon's attack power was much higher than that of a one-handed weapon, and the damage a two-handed weapon caused was normally around twice that of a one-handed weapon. Due to the strong power stored within a two-handed weapon, every attack from the weapon could cause a devastating amount of damage. Meanwhile, the damage a one-handed weapon could cause was much less. However, its attack speed was much quicker. As a result, the average amount of damage dealt by both weapons, in the long run, was about the same. However, 5 rats had only managed to deal -100 damage to the mysterious swordsman. It showed just how good the mysterious swordsman's equipment was. Unfortunately, it is still too little. It would be great if they could send more people over. In the distance, hidden within a bush, Sherfong was slightly depressed as he saw that a dozen or so players attacked his doppelganger. He bitterly thought, forget it, I shouldn't be too greedy. I should reel in the net, now. Abruptly, Sherfeng's doppelganger burst with power. It suddenly leaped into the air. The abyssal blade in the doppelganger's hand then started to emit flames and thunder, immediately releasing a blast of elements towards the most crowded location. 1. Kill stealing. KS in multiplayer video games, particularly in MOBAs, first-person shooters, MMORPGs and MUDs, kill stealing is the practice of obtaining credit for killing an enemy, when another player has put more effort into the kill. This usually happens when a game only keeps track of which player defeats an enemy. If one player whittles down some enemy's health points, but a different player eventually finishes the enemy off, this second player might obtain all of the loot or experience points from the enemy. Kill stealing is common when the rewards for finishing enemies off is highly desired within the game. Source: Wikipedia. Chapter 141, Yi Feng. The sudden burst of power coming from Sherfeng's doppelganger alarmed the players who were previously behaving indifferently. A vast sea of thunder and flames erupted from the doppelganger's thunder flame explosion. The players present could feel an oppressive feeling that was even more powerful than that of the Shadow Leopard King. As for the ones who were in direct confrontation with the doppelganger's thunder flame explosion, a few players immediately cried out in fear when confronted with the approaching fire and thunder. They all turned around and fled immediately. However, thunder flame explosion had an effective radius of 5 yards. Moreover, the skill descended on the players extremely quickly, and they had no time to run out of the area at all. They were only able to watch helplessly as the power of the skill consumed them. The players who possessed life-saving skills immediately activated them. Assassins used wind steps, swordsmen used parry, berserkers used block. As for those who had their life-saving skills on cooldown, all of them were swallowed by the thunder and fire. Without life-saving skills, those with already low HP immediately died. In the end, 4 members of Martial Union died from the doppelganger's thunder flame explosion, while the remaining survivors all heaved a sigh of relief. Humph. Brat, you're dead now for sure, so just accept your fate. The level 9 berserker, 5 rats, glared at Sherfeng's doppelganger, smiling contemptuously. He abruptly brandished his greatsword, casting cleave on the doppelganger. The other survivors also used their explosively powerful skills, launching their attacks towards Sherfeng's doppelganger. Sherfeng's doppelganger suddenly smiled. The doppelganger did not attempt to defend against any of the attacks. Instead, it used Earth Splitter, slashing its sword towards the players from Martial Union. Witnessing Sherfeng's ludicrous actions, the players from Martial Union were all dumbfounded. Did he want them to perish together with him? The might of the Earth Splitter was extremely great, and the attacking players were all caught by surprise. In the blink of an eye, 2 low HP players were killed by the doppelganger's sword, with 3 having their HP reduced to a critical level. Only Iron Sword Lion and 5 rats still had over half of their HP. However, Shifeng's doppelganger was similarly struck by everyone's skills, and its HP continuously fell. Within the blink of an eye, its HP was close to reaching 0. You're truly a lunatic. However, your equipment, I'll gladly receive. Greed flashed across Five Rat's eyes as he looked at Shifeng's dark black equipment. This mysterious swordsman had taken the initiative to attack them, even managing to cull quite a lot of their numbers, so he had definitely become a red player, a huge one at that. If he were to die, he might even drop every single piece of equipment on his person. Moreover, both swordsmen and berserkers wore plate armor. Also, very little equipment at this stage of the game had class limitations. So, there was a possibility that Five Rats would be able to use some of the equipment that dropped. Iron Sword Lion also heaved a sigh of relief. The mysterious swordsman before him was just too powerful. If not for so many players surrounding the mysterious swordsman, Iron Sword Lion would have very quickly been killed. However, for reasons unknown, Iron Sword Lion had felt a sense of familiarity when he crossed swords with the mysterious swordsman. Yet, he was unable to figure out why. At this moment, Shifeng's doppelganger sent a faint smile at Five Rats. Swap. At the instant the doppelganger was about to disappear, Shifeng's original body swapped positions with the doppelganger. However, nobody managed to discover this fact. The abyssal blade and silver lake in Shifeng's hands transformed into a storm, sweeping across all the surviving melee players. 16 sword images instantly stabbed towards the players who had lowered their guards. Five Rats looked at his own HP rapidly sliding downwards, dumbfounded. His heart filled with both shock and confusion. Wasn't the mysterious swordsman in front of him supposed to be dead? So, why was the mysterious swordsman still able to attack him? Moreover, the mysterious swordsman's speed was so great that not even Five Rats himself was able to react. 2 swords, 16 sword images. Just what sort of speed was this? However, the more shocking matter to Five Rats was the mysterious swordsman's damage. Even Five Rats, whose damage and defense were the highest amongst the players present, had received over -300 points of damage from each sword image, with the highest damage reaching over -500 points. Five Rats' HP was only a measly 840 points, and even under a state of full HP, he would still be instantly killed. You are Yifeng. Iron Sword Lion glared at Yifeng as he died, both his eyes turning incomparably crimson. His eyes were full of both shock and unwillingness. He truly did not think that he would actually be killed by Yifeng once again. The reason he felt that the mysterious swordsman was Yifeng was that he was extremely familiar with this move. He had been killed by this move twice before, and it would be hard for him to forget it even if he wanted to. Originally, he could have become an influential figure in Red Leaf Town, catching up to the influence of a third-rate guild. In the end, however, he was turned into a mess by Yifeng. He had even lost his most precious pass to Blackwing City. After he placed a bounty on Yifeng and his teammates, he in turn had a bounty placed upon him by Yifeng, becoming the laughingstock of the entire White River City. Originally, he thought that he would be able to give Yifeng a crushing defeat with a high bounty. In the end, however, a large majority of his guild members were crushed and ended up leaving the guild. The original member count of Martial Union in Red Leaf Town was quickly reduced from the original 100+ members down to less than 10 players. Martial Union then became the laughingstock of the players in Red Leaf Town. Now, they had prepared to surround Yifeng, but the results had still turned out as such. Again and again, Iron Sword Lion had tried to deal with Yifeng. Yet, every single time, he ended up with failure. Iron Sword Lion even believed that Yifeng was the bane of his life. Otherwise, how could he explain his continuous series of failures? Now that Yifeng had killed him for the third time, Iron Sword Lion's confidence had been thoroughly shattered. The first time, he used the excuse that he was ambushed by Yifeng, being killed in just 2 moves. The second time, he used the excuse of not having a full understanding of Yifeng's strength, being insta-killed in just 1 move. Now, it was the third time. Yifeng did not even use a skill this time, yet Iron Sword Lion was still instantly killed in just 2 attacks. A deep fear had been instilled into Iron Sword Lion. Every time he met with Yifeng, he could feel that the gap between himself and Yifeng was growing wider and wider. Up until this instance, he did not even possess the qualifications to go against Yifeng. It was just like how Absolute Heaven had killed him many times over in the past. Although he frantically tried to take revenge, in the end, he would still choose to compromise. Be it absolute heaven or Yifeng, both were existences that he could no longer afford to provoke. When the players from Martial Union heard Ironsword Lion's dying words, each and every one of them was greatly shocked. Being able to kill 5 players within an instant, with branch leaders like Ironsword Lion and 5 rats included amongst them, this strength was simply too frightening. So he is Yifeng. It was the first time Unstable Devastation personally met Yifeng. Although he tried identifying Yifeng's information, the results he obtained actually displayed it as unknown, giving him a slight shock. Aside from Yifeng's HP bar, there was nothing else Unstable Devastation could see. However, the dark black equipment Yifeng was wearing was undoubtedly an equipment set. Also, due to the hooded cape Yifeng was wearing, Unstable Devastation was unable to get a clear image of his appearance. Yifeng held a sword of unidentifiable quality in one hand, and a treasured sword that gave off a light blue glow in the other. The treasured sword was at least secret silver ranked. Judging from Yifeng's performance in the battle before, Yifeng was much stronger than what Ironsword Lion had stated. If Yifeng was already so powerful right now, he would definitely become unstoppable in the future. If Unstable Devastation were to meet Yifeng before, he definitely would not have provoked Yifeng, no matter what. However, Yifeng already had an unresolvable grudge with Martial Union, so Unstable Devastation would not be courteous with him anymore. Before Yifeng grew to unreachable heights, he needed to thoroughly nip the bud. While everyone else was observing Shifeng's information, Shifeng himself did not stay idle. He bent down, picking up all 5 pieces of equipment that dropped on the ground and storing them in his bag. He would be able to sell the equipment for a large sum of money. Seeing Yifeng take away 5 pieces of equipment that were above level 5, Unstable Devastation trembled in rage. This equipment all belonged to their Martial Union, yet Yifeng actually dared take it away right before his eyes. Shifeng simply did not place any importance on him. Originally, I was still worried that you were an extraordinarily calm person, and that you would not show up no matter what. However, I never imagined that you were just a simple fool. Since you have arrived, I'll just deal with you as well. Unstable Devastation squinted his eyes, a chilling glow coming from them. He stared fixedly at Shifeng, laughing coldly as he said, aside from shield warriors, guardian knights, and healers, everyone else, get rid of him for me. Unstable Devastation did not know how Yifeng was able to enter the Gale Valley undetected. He was even able to discover them while they were in the midst of battling against the Shadow Leopard King. However, Yifeng was simply courting death by hurrying to this place. Unstable Devastation aimed his bow at Yifeng, locking onto Yifeng's vital points. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows consecutively fired out of Unstable Devastation's bow. Right now, the Shadow Leopard King's berserk period was already over, and its remaining HP did not reach even 30%. The 2 elite Shadow Leopards that the King summoned previously were also dead now, so it was only a matter of time before the Shadow Leopard King itself would die. Unstable Devastation was not afraid of Yifeng's disturbance at all. At this moment, the other players all started sending attacks at Shifeng. Fireball, Frost Arrow, Dark Arrow, Charge, and many more attacking and restricting skills. Shifeng smiled as he looked at everyone attacking him, not moving a single step. He then used silent steps to quietly appear behind the healers of Martial Union, very quickly dodging everyone's attacks. Chapter 142, Turnabout. Shifeng's silent steps allowed him to move behind a target within a 40-yard distance. Although it was not as convenient as an elementalist's blink and had a longer cooldown, its range was much farther than blink. Moreover, there were no activation gestures required for the skill. The skill could be activated wordlessly, making it extremely hard to discover. Run! Unstable Devastation abruptly shouted when he observed his surroundings, suddenly discovering Shifeng behind their healers. Although the healers heard Unstable Devastation yelling, they still turned their heads to look at him. They had no idea what Unstable Devastation was trying to say. Why did they need to run? Too late. Naturally, Shifeng would not give them any chances. To save time, he did not even use a skill. Instead, he instantly created 12 sword images, instant killing the 4 defenseless healers. Yifeng. Unstable Devastation glared at Shifeng, both his eyes emitting flames of rage. He bellowed, "You're courting death. Unstable Devastation was truly furious now. With all their healers dead, they would definitely have to pay an extremely high price to deal with the Shadow Leopard King. There was even a possibility of them team-wiping, and the main culprit of this was Yifeng. In the blink of an eye, Unstable Devastation retrieved 5 pitch-black arrows from his bag. He aimed and shot all of them at Shifeng in succession. Fatal shot. The 5 arrows almost instantly pierced Shifeng's vital points. They blocked Shifeng's path. "You guys enjoy yourselves. I'll leave first." After killing all of the healers, Shifeng revealed a faint smile at the arrows flying towards him. He dared not stay any longer. If he fell under the restricting skills of other classes, he would end tragically. It would be better for him to depart now and observe the tigers battle each other. Hence, Shifeng activated Windwalk, leaving behind an afterimage as he disappeared towards the forest. In the end, the 5 arrows only sliced through the afterimage Shifeng left behind. Although the players from Martial Union tried to chase after Shifeng, his speed was just too fast for them. After he entered the forest, they could no longer find any trace of him. Abominable. Watching Shifeng escape, Unstable Devastation's expression turned indignant, his fists tightening. "Boss Unstable, are we still giving chase?" an assassin carefully asked. Unstable Devastation shook his head, dismal, "No. With all their healers dead, if they were to simultaneously search for Shifeng while they battled the Shadow Leopard King, there would only be one ending for them, a complete team wipe. That would even allow Shifeng to reap the benefits. Just the battle prowess Shifeng displayed was enough to give Unstable Devastation a headache. If he sent only a single party to chase Shifeng, it would be no different than serving them up on a silver platter. Without a full team, they would have no way of dealing with Shifeng. Moreover, if Shifeng used that extraordinary speed of his to engage in a getaway battle, a single team would not be enough to deal with him. If they rushed into the forest to chase after Shifeng, he would simply pick them off, one by one, while they would be completely helpless. "Everyone, retreat. Don't bother with the Shadow Leopard King anymore, and prepare for an ambush by Yifeng. Notify the other teams, and tell them to gather here immediately. If he thinks he can take advantage of me, he should think again," Unstable Devastation said in a calm tone. He suppressed his anger, calming his excited heart. The Shadow Leopard King still had 20% of its HP remaining, and they would need to throw away a lot of lives to kill it. Although it was unfortunate to give up on the Shadow Leopard King, Unstable Devastation did not believe that Shifeng would not return to take advantage of the injured. Not only could he get rid of them this way, but he could also obtain the loot from the Shadow Leopard King. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, who wouldn't go for such a good deal? Thinking up to this point, Unstable Devastation decided to give up on the Shadow Leopard King. Instead of letting Shifeng gain an advantage, he would rather give up. That way, neither side would gain anything. Right now, the Shadow Leopard King still had 20% of its HP remaining. Even if Shifeng wanted to kill it, it would be impossible. If he tried, they might benefit from it. Not only would they get to kill Yifeng, but Yifeng would also have reduced the Shadow Leopard King's HP even further. If Shifeng did not intend to deal with the Shadow Leopard King, that, too, would be fine. As long as their other forces arrive, the Shadow Leopard King would still belong to Martial Union. At that time, Shifeng could only watch from the side. With Unstable Devastation's command, the members of Martial Union could only helplessly retreat, giving up a good chance to kill the Shadow Leopard King. However, before the players from Martial Union could properly retreat, the Shadow Leopard King suddenly let out a fierce roar. It summoned forth 2 elite Shadow Leopards once more to chase after them. As Martial Union's players retreated and the Shadow Leopards pursued them, they discovered a peculiar matter. The Shadow Leopard King did not seem to intend to give up the chase whatsoever. It had killed many other players and even decimated most of a shield warrior's HP. "Boss Unstable, the Shadow Leopard King is faster than us, and it is still chasing after us. If this continues, it will wipe us out sooner or later. What do we do now?" an elementalist beside Unstable Devastation asked worriedly. "I can see that. I don't need you to remind me," Unstable Devastation said in a huff. Unstable Devastation suffered a massive headache over the incessant pursuit by the Shadow Leopard King. If he had known earlier, he would have chosen to kill the Shadow Leopard King instead. He truly did not think that this Shadow Leopard King would bear a grudge, refusing to give up. They could not escape even if they wanted to now. Moreover, more members were dying in the chase than in the fight. Notify the other teams to hurry. We'll delay the Shadow Leopard King while we move toward the meeting point, and look out for ambushes. Helpless about the situation, Unstable Devastation could only think of this plan. Meanwhile, hidden within the forest, Shifeng witnessed this scene with perfect clarity. Although Unstable Devastation's decision was an intelligent one, he could not outdo Shifeng. Shifeng had long since known that the Shadow Leopard King would ceaselessly chase after Martial Union. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to depart. He was merely awaiting the perfect chance to take action. After God's domain evolved, the range of monsters' activity had also greatly increased. For chieftain-ranked monsters such as the Shadow Leopard King, its range of activity might even encompass a large half of the entire Gale Valley. Unless everyone from Martial Union left the Gale Valley, or they entered the core area of the Gale Valley, the Shadow Leopard King would not let them get away. As time slowly passed, the number of players the Shadow Leopard King killed grew higher and higher. However, it only had 10% HP remaining now. Meanwhile, Martial Union's previous 50-man team had only 16 players remaining. One could not help but admit that the losses they suffered were incomparably bitter. Are they still not here? Unstable Devastation paid attention to the surrounding movements as he attacked the Shadow Leopard King, his heart filled with wariness for Shifeng's ambush. Now that the Shadow Leopard King had less than 10% HP remaining, it was definitely an opportune time for Shifeng to launch an ambush. Hence, Unstable Devastation's expression turned exceptionally grave. Boss Unstable, they said that they are only 10 minutes away. 10 minutes? Why don't you tell them to go die instead? Unstable Devastation cursed. This was a crucial moment. The Shadow Leopard King in front of them was about to die, and Shifeng would appear at any given moment. If they waited for another 10 minutes, the Shadow Leopard King would already be dead. He truly regretted not bringing more players with him. Now, Shifeng, who was hiding in a dark corner, possessed the advantage of initiative, while they were completely helpless against him. It was truly depressing. After a period, the Shadow Leopard King's HP fell below 2%. However, there were still no signs of Shifeng's assault, causing Unstable Devastation to become incomparably excited. Everyone surround the Shadow Leopard King and focus all firepower on it. It is about to die, so look out for Shifeng. Unstable Devastation said with a loud laugh. If Shifeng had appeared sometime earlier, there was an 80% chance of them team-wiping. Now that the Shadow Leopard King was about to die, however, even if Shifeng dared to show himself, Unstable Devastation was confident at holding him at bay, allowing his teammates to kill the Shadow Leopard King. Finally, the Shadow Leopard King's HP fell below 200 points. As long as Martial Union sent 2 more rounds of attacks at it, they would kill the Shadow Leopard King. Ha ha ha. The Shadow Leopard King is mine. Unstable Devastation used Power Shot. He had long since accumulated his power, 1, to the maximum amount, and a single arrow could deal over -100 damage to the Shadow Leopard King. Shoo! The arrow whistled through the air, flying towards the Shadow Leopard King's weak point. At this moment, Shifeng suddenly appeared, without a sound, behind the Shadow Leopard King. He sent a chop slashing down on the monster, causing -332 damage, killing the Shadow Leopard King. Meanwhile, Unstable Devastation's arrow merely shot the Shadow Leopard King's corpse. In God's domain, if players of a different party or team dealt with the same monster, the player who delivered the final strike would obtain 60% of the monster's EXP. Due to the Shadow Leopard King being a level 8 chieftain, the EXP it gave was extremely bountiful. Within an instant, Shifeng's experience bar greatly rose. Meanwhile, the dozen or so players only shared the remaining 40% EXP amongst themselves. Immediately after the Shadow Leopard King died, it dropped a large pile of items. There were over 10 items, and it was one of the rarely seen mammoth drops. Get rid of him. Unstable Devastation bellowed, his eyes bulging. Immediately, more than a dozen players surrounded Shifeng, giving him no chances to escape. Each and every one of them used their restricting skills on Shifeng. Shifeng paid no attention to them as he activated Defensive Blade. He then frantically picked up the drops. Streaks of magic struck Shifeng's body, one after another, but they were all blocked by Defensive Blade. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng had picked up 9 pieces of the loot. Among them was even an item that gave off a dazzling black glow. A single look and one could immediately tell that the item was nothing ordinary. It was definitely priceless. Seeing that the charges of the defensive blade were about to run out completely, he immediately swapped places with his doppelganger located deep within the forest. He instantly escaped from Martial Union's encirclement, while his doppelganger received attacks from all directions. Until the moment the doppelganger died, it managed to kill another 5 members of Martial Union, including a level 9 elementalist branch leader. When Unstable Devastation discovered that the Surfong they killed was only a doppelganger, he truly exploded. Yifeng, just you wait. Unstable Devastation's bellow resounded throughout the forest. He had spent so much effort and had lost so much. Yet, in the end, all he did was pave the way for Surfong. Even if Unstable Devastation wanted to calm down, he could not. He swore that he would definitely kill Surfong back to level 0. Meanwhile, in a tree a short distance away, both Fire Dance and Water Buffalo had witnessed the entire scene from start to end. After they witnessed a team, composed of 50 elite players, fall into such a state, they were both utterly dumbfounded. Only now did Fire Dance and Water Buffalo know that there was actually such a battle style in God's domain. 1. Power, something like the energy count for assassins. Chapter 143, Shadow's Blessing. While Fire Dance and Water Buffalo were both inwardly shocked, a deep voice came from behind them. Why haven't you guys left yet? The voice startled them both. They hurriedly jumped, spinning around to dodge while unsheathing their weapons. They stared at the figure that had appeared behind them. Big Brother Yifeng. Fire Dance let out a sigh of relief after identifying the newcomer. She pulled back her dagger and returned it to its sheath at her waist. The men from Martial Union were all over Gale Valley. If a battle were to occur, they would immediately call to their companions, and there would be no end to the enemies that Fire Dance needed to kill. We came to help. Martial Union has killed so many of our companions, we must take revenge. Fire Dance's eyes turned cold as she spoke about Martial Union. I wish to form a large team to enter large-scale dungeons in the future. I wonder if you all would be interested in joining. Surfong felt that Fire Dance had great talent. Moreover, Fire Dance and the others were all independent players that did not belong to any guilds. If he could rope them in and form his own team, it would be a great benefit to his Zero-Wing workshop. This Fire Dance was slightly hesitant after hearing Surfeng's proposal. Water Buffalo also turned taciturn. Do you guys already have your own large team? Surfeng inwardly lamented. After entering White River City, there would be many large-scale dungeons. They were the main source of equipment, materials, and many other resources. If an independent player wished to obtain good equipment, they needed to raid these large-scale dungeons. Moreover, if a guild wished to level up, conquering large-scale dungeons was a must. Hence, if one wanted to develop at all in God's domain, conquering large-scale dungeons was one of the necessary conditions. However, it was extremely difficult for independent players to form a large team capable of raiding a large-scale dungeon. The most common large-scale dungeons were all 50-man dungeons, while there were even some 100-man dungeons available. Gathering so many players was a near impossible task. Not to mention whether the entire team possessed sufficient strength, just the degree of trust and the distribution of equipment would be a huge hurdle. In this, however, the elite teams of guilds and large-scale workshops had it much easier. No, we don't have our own large team. Our team currently only consists of players who prioritize amusement and don't really care much about other matters. Could you give me some time? Fire Dance explained. In reality, she, too, wished to develop in God's domain properly. In spite of that, the majority of the players in her current team were not too keen on raiding dungeons. They only wished to play casually. If they joined a large team, they would definitely experience certain constraints and would not be willing to join. All right. In any case, there is still time. Let's add each other as friends then. When you've made your decision, you can contact me at any time. Surfeng knew that such matters could not be decided upon immediately. If one wished to obtain something, they would have to lose something in return. Surfeng did not wish for just any random person to join him. That's good. I'll contact you after discussing it with them, Fire Dance nodded. She also felt that it was about time to make a decision. Soon after Surfeng added Fire Dance as his friend, he ran towards the deeper regions of the Gale Valley in search of Blackie and Lonely Snow. On his way there, in order to avoid Martial Union's patrols, Sherfong hid in the treetops and waited for the players of Martial Union to move past. Since he had nothing better to do, Sherfong took out the loot from the Shadow Leopard King. He wanted to see just what valuables the monster dropped. Isn't my luck just too good? The profits from a chieftain monster are impressive. Sherfong was slightly shocked after looking at the drops. Among the 9 items, there were 2 secret silver weapons, 3 pieces of mysterious iron equipment, 2 rare materials needed to make secret silver equipment, 1 bronze-ranked cooking knife, and 1 secret silver accessory. The 2 secret silver weapons were a level 8 staff and a level 8 two-handed axe. The mysterious iron equipment was also level 8. Moreover, the usefulness of the bronze-ranked cooking knife was also not small. It could increase the speed and success rate of one's cooking. However, the most valuable item among all these items was the secret silver accessory, the Shadow's Blessing. It was one of the most precious items that the Shadow Leopard King could drop. Shadow's Blessing, secret silver rank, necklace. All attributes +5. Luck +3. In God's domain, accessories were extremely rare. Even when players reached level 20 or above, they would, at most, possess 1 or 2 bronze accessories. Moreover, these accessories would all be below level 10. Meanwhile, the accessory in Sherfang's hands was secret silver rank, and it was much more precious than a fine gold weapon of the same level. The luck attribute was extremely rare in God's domain, and it was capable of increasing the drop rate of items when killing monsters. There was once a player who calculated that, with 1 point in luck, the drop rate would nearly double. However, the higher a person's luck was, the less effective every additional point would be. At 3 points in luck, a player's drop rate would only triple. Besides that, the luck attribute also held a great effect for lifestyle classes, so its value would never depreciate. If Sherfong estimated correctly, the Shadow's Blessing would only be worth 2 to 3 gold coins to the average player. However, to Sherfong, this item's value was around 10 gold coins. Immediately, Sherfong equipped the Shadow's Blessing. That way, when he killed high-level monsters in the future, the amount and quality of the equipment he would obtain would increase. After some time, the team from Martial Union finally left. Sherfong then continued his journey into the depths of the Gale Valley. Blackie, where are you guys right now? Sherfong sent a voice call, asking. We seem to be beside a swamp. I don't know where this place is, but the monsters here have very high levels. I'll send you the coordinates. Blackie sighed in relief after learning that nothing had happened to Sherfong. He then sent his coordinates. Don't go any deeper, and stay where you are. I'll be there soon. Sherfong immediately knew Blackie's whereabouts after glancing at the coordinates. He truly did not think that Blackie could actually survive in the silent swamp. There were 2 entrances to the Gale Valley. One was where Sherfong entered, and the other was at the silent swamp, which led to the high-level monster areas. The silent swamp was a level 15 to level 20 monster area. To the players at the current stage of the game, it was a forbidden area. Half an hour later, Sherfong managed to locate Blackie and Lonely Snow. The 2 of them sat beneath a tree, silently observing their surroundings. They had previously met a level 15 swamp crocodile, frightening them into a run. The swamp crocodile had nearly turned them into its chow, but fortunately, they had speed scrolls and isolation scrolls, allowing them to escape. After this meeting, they no longer dared roam. As expected of Brother Fong, you avoided Martial Union's search and arrived here safely. Blackie immediately felt that there was hope for them when he saw Sherfong walking over. Let's leave this place immediately. This place is simply too dangerous. Lonely Snow nodded in agreement. They were only level 8, and the gap between them and the level 15 swamp crocodiles was just too massive. It was extremely dangerous for them to stay here. No, let's stay here to level up. Sherfong shook his head, saying, I've previously killed quite a lot of Martial Union's members, so they should be frantically looking for me right about now. It would be too difficult to get you guys out of here without discovery. Hearing Sherfong, Blackie, and Lonely Snow finally discovered the bright red marker displayed above Sherfang's head. This mark was deeply crimson, and it was a wonder just how many players Sherfong had killed in order to turn it into such a state. However, it was only right when one thought about it. Martial Union's men currently filled the Gale Valley, and it would be impossible for Shifeng to arrive without being seen. Shifeng would have encountered some players from Martial Union on his way. With Brother Feng's skills, he would have no problems facing 3 to 4 players at a time. He has definitely killed a lot of players on his way here. Thinking up to this point, Blackie and Lonely Snow were extremely moved. Although Shifeng spoke in a casual manner, they knew that his journey must have been filled with extreme dangers. "Alright, I'll party you two up. You guys should change into this equipment first." Saying so, Shifeng passed the staff and two-handed axe, dropped by the Shadow Leopard King, over to Blackie and Lonely Snow. When the two of them received the weapons, they were shocked. Level 8 secret silver weapons were the most top-tier weapons currently available. Though they did not understand just how Shifeng managed to obtain them, they did not attempt to look into it too deeply. They knew that some questions were not meant to be asked, and such a situation would be beneficial to both parties. After partying up, Blackie was immediately startled when he looked at Shifeng's level. He asked, voice trembling, "Brother Feng, you're level 10 already." They reached level 8 after continuously grinding monsters and leveling up in Gale Valley. Even if their levels were not the highest amongst all the players throughout God's domain, they were still considered close to the top. However, after not meeting for only a few days, Shifeng had left them behind by 2 levels. Such a leveling speed was simply frightening. Chapter 144, Forming a Party. In regards to Blackie's and Lonely Snow's shock, Shifeng merely nodded in reply. "Brother Feng, your leveling speed is just too fast. The highest leveled player I've previously met was only level 9. Right now, there might not be another who has reached level 10 in the entire White River City. Moreover, since there has not been any information on the official website stating that a player has reached level 10 and entered a city, this means that there are no players who have reached level 10 at all. Brother Feng, now that you've level 10, you are definitely the top player in all of Star Moon Kingdom." Blackie was incomparably excited. Only high-leveled players would know how hard it was to go from level 8 to level 9, not to mention rising from level 9 to level 10. The difference in EXP required was at least several times higher. Right now, Shifeng was far ahead of everyone else. If the players from Martial Union found out about this, their intestines would turn green with regret. Every gamer knew that once you got ahead, you stayed ahead. The small gap during the initial period of the game would only grow wider later on. As long as Shifeng slowly expanded his advantages, little by little, he would sooner or later cause the players from Martial Union to tremble in fear. Meanwhile, Lonely Snow, who stood by his side, was dumbstruck, not knowing what he should say. Previously, he had been worried that it would not bode well for them to continue entangling themselves with Martial Union. However, after he saw that Shifeng had already reached level 10 and possessed a pile of secret silver equipment, confidence filled his heart. If this continued, he could, sooner or later, step on Martial Union, becoming a future tyrant of White River City. "Alright, quickly swap out your equipment. We'll look for a place to level up." Shifeng looked at the excited expressions on Blackie and Lonely Snow and smiled helplessly. Due to constant tasks earlier, he was never able to lead his own party personally. Now, he still had quite some time before he had to go to Blackwing City to conduct the trade with Aqua Rose, and in the meantime, he could carry Blackie and the others. In the future, he would have to form a guild. However, a framework was required to establish a guild. Otherwise, the guild would simply fall apart. The members of his current party would become the framework of his future guild, so, Shifeng decided to upgrade the overall strength of his party from now on. If the members of his party could reach level 10 a step earlier and enter White River City, it would be a tremendous help to him in the future. Blackie and Lonely Snow looked at each other, smiles on their faces as they changed into their new equipment. Previously, the two of them wore level 5 to level 6 bronze equipment, mixed in with a few pieces of mysterious iron equipment. Now, however, the majority of their equipment consisted of level 8 mysterious iron equipment, matched with a few pieces of level 8 secret silver equipment. Their strengths greatly increased with this. If they met Martial Union now, they would not end up in such a sorry state. "Brother Feng, if we are going to level up here, what will happen to Cola and the others? They say that they're under constant surveillance and going out into the fields to level up is extremely dangerous," Blackie worriedly asked. "Relax, I've already told them to do something more meaningful in town. We'll call them over after Martial Union leaves the Gale Valley." At that time, you two might even have a fright when you meet them, Shifeng said with a smile. Seeing Shifeng's mysterious smile, curiosity swarmed both Blackie and Lonely Snow about the task Shifeng had given Kola and the others. Just what sort of quest could it be to shock them? Alright, let's level up then. Shifeng wordlessly smiled at the two's puzzled expressions. In actuality, having Martial Union focus on Kola and the others was not a bad thing at all. Before, while they had been busy leveling up, Shifeng stopped them from completing the quest. Now that they couldn't out and level up, they could give the quest a try. If Kola and the others could truly complete it, he would be able to carry out his plan with much less effort and more confidence. Although the Silent Swamp was a level 15 to level 20 monster area, the outer edge of the swamp was only a level 15 monster area, while the inner regions were level 16 to level 18 monster areas. Level 20 monsters would only appear in the core region of the swamp. With the Abyssal Blade, Shifeng could reduce the level suppression by 5 levels, making the outer region a perfect fit. Let's go there and take a look. Looking at the system's map, Shifeng pointed to the bubbling black pool of water in the distance. Although Blackie and Lonely Snow did not voice out about it, they were overcome with worry. After all, level 15 monsters owned this place. Even if they received an upgrade to their equipment and could challenge level 10 common monsters without much of a problem, level 15 monsters would still annihilate them. Just as Shifeng and the others set foot beside the black-colored pool, a mass of bubbles broke out across the surface. A pair of black, shiny eyes surfaced from the pool, staring at Shifeng's party from a distance. Brother Feng, I don't think this place is safe. Look, a large pair of eyes are watching us from over there. Blackie looked at the fist-sized eyeballs, anxiety gripping his heart. He definitely did not think that the monster hidden in the water was common. While Blackie spoke, the monster in the pool surfaced, its gigantic figure slowly revealing itself to the party. Steel-skinned hippo, elite rank. Brother Feng, let's leave. That's a level 15 elite. If it chases us, we'll suffer the consequences. Blackie panicked as he watched the steel-skinned hippo closing in on them. Naturally, Shifeng knew that Blackie and Lonely Snow could not contend with a level 15 monster, not to mention an elite. However, Shifeng had his own strategies for dealing with monsters with special weaknesses, and the steel-skinned hippo belonged to this category. After the evolution of God's domain, everything in the game became more realistic. The weaknesses of these hippo-type monsters also increased as a result. As long as players could find a way to deal with said weaknesses, these monsters would be very easy to deal with. Shortly after the steel-skinned hippo revealed itself, another group of swamp hippos surfaced in the black-colored pool. There were over 20 of these swamp hippos. Swamp hippo, common rank. Watching these hippos leave the pool so overbearingly, rushing towards them, Shifeng took out an isolation scroll from his bag. He then softly said, "You guys use an isolation scroll as well." Hearing Shifeng's order, Blackie and Lonely Snow immediately took out their own isolation scrolls. The isolation scroll was only effective against monsters up to level 15. When used, the scroll greatly reduced the user's presence, turning them half-transparent for half an hour. After the two of them used the isolation scrolls, they discovered that the hippos had suddenly stopped their movements, looking around in confusion. It was as if they had become invisible to these hippos. Hippos have very bad vision, and they cannot see clearly beyond a certain distance. After using the isolation scrolls, our bodies are close to transparent, so they cannot see us, Shifeng explained. Blackie, use your dark arrows to attack the steel-skinned hippo, but pay attention to maintain a distance of at least 25 yards. It won't see you that way. Blackie came to a realization after listening to Shifeng's explanation. He immediately tried Shifeng's instructions. A dark arrow flew from Blackie, striking the steel-skinned hippo that was dozing off. Damage of -24 points appeared above the elite hippo. Although the damage was minuscule, it was enough to send the steel-skinned hippo into a flying rage. The elite immediately spun towards the source of the dark arrow. However, it failed to discover even a single person in that direction. It took several steps forward but still failed to discover anybody. Just when it was about to return to the pool of water, another dark arrow struck its body. The steel-skinned hippo was truly enraged now. Letting out an intense snort, it abruptly charged towards the direction the dark arrow originated from. However, after rushing forward over 10 yards, it still could not find the enemy who attacked it. The steel-skinned hippo started to turn in circles in confusion. Blackie watched the stupid-looking steel-skinned hippo in the distance, inwardly laughing at it. He continuously sent dark arrows at his target, and with each consecutive arrow, he slowly lured it away from the group of swamp hippos. At this moment, only level 15 swamp hippos occupied the pool. Shifeng silently closed in on them. After closing a distance of 20 yards, the swamp hippos finally discovered Shifeng. Immediately, they all parted from the pool. More than 20 swamp hippos thundered after Shifeng in a grandiose manner. Such a group could easily flatten a level 15 party. Chapter 145, Might of the Devil Flame, 1. The swamp hippos were each the size of a small car. When over 20 of them charged forward, it was like being run over by 20 cars going full speed. The earth trembled under the combined weight of the swamp hippos. Their imposing aura surged forth, instilling shock and awe into all observers. In the distance, Lonely Snow, who observed this scene, wore a nervous expression. He tightly gripped the secret silver-ranked Gree attacks in his hands. He wondered just what their party leader, Shifeng, intended to do. This was a group of over 20 level 15 swamp hippos. Not only did these monsters possess thick hides and sturdy muscles, but they also possessed 2,000 HP each. Just judging by how the earth trembled with each step, one could easily tell just how powerful these swamp hippos were. If that kind of body plowed into Shifeng, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Shifeng remained extraordinarily calm as he silently awaited the arrival of the swamp hippos. 15 yards. 10 yards. 5 yards. Just as the swamp hippos were right before him, Shifeng finally took action. As Shifeng raised the pitch-black abyssal blade, it released a chilling glow. Green arcs of electricity abruptly appeared on the blade, producing crackling sounds. Shifeng then slashed down, the abyssal blade pointing at the incoming swamp hippos. 3 electric arcs chained towards the swamp hippos, one after another. When the swamp hippos leading the charge noticed these arcs of electricity moving towards them, their bodies instinctively trembled. Though they tried to halt their feet to dodge these electric arcs, the swamp hippos at the back crashed into them. As a result, none of them managed to dodge the incoming attack. In the end, they received all 3 hits. After the electric arcs flashed by, the squealing of pigs at slaughter filled the surrounding space. The smell of something burning also filled the air. A series of damages appeared above the 20+ swamp hippos, creating a dazzling sight. Every swamp hippo received frightening damages of -356, -481, and -648. Some even received critical hits, suffering damages of over -1,000 points, their HPs immediately falling to 0. The remaining dozen or so swamp hippos were burnt black. Their HP bars also dropped to dangerous levels, turning a bloody red color. Moreover, a debuff icon appeared beside their HP bars, damage amplification. All damage received increased by 20% for 20 seconds. Immediately, fear surfaced on the faces of all the surviving swamp hippos. They all wished to scatter and escape. Shifeng gave them no chance whatsoever. With a sudden leap, Shifeng jumped into the airspace above these swamp hippos. He raised the silver lake, the sword giving off a faint blue glow as it carried with it the power of thunder and fire. Shifeng loosed a thunder flame explosion in the midst of the swamp hippos, thunder and fire exploding outwards, devouring every single swamp hippo. With the damage amplification effect, this attack of Shifeng's caused over -900 damage on the swamp hippo, instantly killing every single one of them. The gigantic figures of the 20+ swamp hippos fell to the ground with a loud boom, shaking and trembling the earth. The scene was similar over 20 small cars descending from the air, heavily smashing into the ground. When the bodies of the swamp hippos collided with the ground, the resulting impact generated gusts of wind that spread to the surroundings, causing the leaves and branches of the nearby trees to snap and float in midair. Lonely Snow, watching the scene from a distance, was completely dumbfounded. Be it the visual or physical sensation, both impacted him greatly. Shifeng caused over -1,000 damage to the level 15 swamp hippos, ending their lives in just 2 moves. Just how high of an attack power was required to achieve such a feat? If Shifeng fought against average players, wouldn't he kill one with every strike? Lonely Snow even started to suspect that he and Shifeng were not playing the same god's domain. The difference in strength between them was no longer just several stages. It was practically the difference between the sky and the earth. Lonely, you pick up the loot. I'll go help Blackie, Sherfan instructed before turning to chase after the steel-skinned hippo. Lonely Snow nodded in reply, though an absent-minded expression remained on his face. He thought that he had hallucinated before, but after giving his eyes a rub, the pile of swamp hippo corpses still remained. Plenty of items and coins blanketed the ground surrounding them. He now knew that this was not a dream, but reality. When Lonely Snow looked at the system notifications and his experience bar, he was once more given a shock. System, level 15 swamp hippo killed. Level difference of 7. EXP obtained increased by 700%. Obtained 1,650 EXP. After a series of notifications displayed, Lonely Snow's experience bar greatly increased, reaching 69% of level 8. The amount of EXP he obtained was truly frightening. Previously, even when faced with level 8 monsters, they needed to kill each one while being extremely cautious and prudent. Moreover, every kill only yielded each member of the party several tens of EXP. After spending over an hour repeating the same process, they would see their experience bars increase by a sizable portion. On the other hand, Sherfone casually killed off a large group of level 15 swamp hippos with only a few moves. Even after splitting the EXP obtained amongst the three of them, Lonely Snow's experience bar still increased by a sizable chunk. Only now did Lonely Snow understand how Sherfone managed to level up so quickly. In this regard, Lonely Snow became even more respectful towards Sherfone. There was even a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. If he followed someone as strong as Sherfone, his future would be limitless. Even if he could not become Sherfeng's equal, as long as he continued struggling forward, he could still become a true expert one day. On the other side, Blackie was still toying around with the steel-skinned hippo, continuously decreasing the elite hippo's HP. However, not only did the steel-skinned hippo had a very high recovery rate, but its HP was also very high. It would recover a lot of HP every 5 seconds. Moreover, Blackie's attacks could only inflict a tiny amount of damage. If he wanted to grind away the steel-skinned hippo's life completely, he would need at least 20 minutes. And yet, instead of tiring, Blackie grew even more excited. Dark arrows flew from his hand, one after another, each arrow bringing Blackie even more joy. The reason Blackie reacted this way was that challenging monsters of a higher level in God's domain was extremely difficult. Meanwhile, he was currently bypassing 7 levels to challenge a level 15 elite monster. If he spoke of this feat in the future, he would enjoy supreme glory. It was this sense of achievement that became the largest motivation for Blackie. Blackie, use Evil Whip, Sherfone said in the party chat after hurrying over. Okay, seeing Sherfone arrive, Blackie knew that it was time to deal with the steel-skinned hippo. As Blackie's chanting came to an end, 9 black barbed vines sprung up and bound the steel-skinned hippo's 4 limbs, restricting its speed. However, the steel-skinned hippo's strength was just too high. In the blink of an eye, one of the vines snapped, while the remaining 8 were only a small matter. At this moment, Sherfone used Wind Blade, rapidly arriving behind the steel-skinned hippo. Instantly, 3 sword strikes landed on the steel-skinned hippo's body, the collision producing glittering sparks. Seeing that the attacks from his swords had only dealt -22 damage each. To the steel-skinned hippo, Sherfone was slightly speechless. It was as expected of the steel-skinned hippo. Its physical defense was truly frightening. It also possessed its innate steel skin, reducing all physical damage it received by 70%. If even Sherfone could only cause slightly over 20 damage to the steel-skinned hippo, a normal physical damage dealer would most likely cause 2 or 3 damage. This rate of damage certainly could not contend with the steel-skinned hippo's regeneration speed. Sherfeng's attacks had yet to end. He immediately followed up with a thundering flash, the 3 electric arcs causing -125, -160, and -211 damage. The steel-skinned hippo was instantly enraged. It spun around, charging at Sherfone. However, with the thorny vines restricting it, the steel-skinned hippo's turning speed was slowed. This situation gave Sherfone the chance to evade its charge easily. Sherfone continued with a series of attacks on the steel-skinned hippo, using one skill after another. However, the damages his attacks managed to cause were generally very low. AO. Enraged, the steel-skinned hippo abruptly jumped. It intended to use War Stomp. War Stomp was Hippo's killing move. When used, the skill would cause all enemies within a 15-yard radius to enter a fainted state for 5 seconds. Reacting quickly, Shifeng immediately cast Abyssal Bind on the steel-skinned hippo. The hippo's movements immediately halted, and its War Stomp cancelled. Originally, Shifeng did not think that there would be any issues. However, a chilling sensation pervaded his entire body, preventing him from moving a muscle. All of his skills were unusable. This is the Tier 1 magic, Death's Lock. Shifeng was astonished. With his many years of experience, he immediately knew what sort of attack struck him. This was definitely not a move of the steel-skinned hippo. Not bad. This is something that I specifically prepared just for you. You can be at ease and be on your way. A black figure suddenly appeared behind Shifeng. This figure was precisely the Absolute Heaven, the expert assassin Shifeng had met before. In the same moment Absolute Heaven revealed himself, the silver dagger in his hand sunk into Shifeng's back. Absolute Heaven's ambush instantly caused -357 damage. Chapter 146, Might of the Devil Flame, 2. A single ambush instantly devoured 1/4 of Shifeng's HP. Blackie, who stood at a distance, was dumbfounded by this scene. He did not understand why an assassin suddenly appeared here and attacked Shifeng. Although he wished to help Shifeng, time was needed to cast his spells. Moreover, all his restricting skills were already in use on the steel-skinned hippo. He could only helplessly watch as the scene unfolded. The only thing Blackie could do now was to chant and attack with his dark arrows. Such high damage. Watching his HP abruptly decrease by a large portion, Shifeng was inwardly shocked. Previously, when Shifeng faced the level 9 Berserker, 5 rats, the maximum damage Shifeng received was only slightly over -100 damage. Yet, one of Absolute Heaven's ambushes caused over -300 damage. Compared to 5 rats, Absolute Heaven's attack power was much stronger. Assassins had very fast attack speeds, so generally, their attack damage could not compete with that of a berserker's. However, they could complement their low attack damage with the number of attacks they could dish out. To say nothing of Absolute Heaven's attack damage, which far exceeded that of the berserker 5 rats, if an assassin could deal the same amount of damage as a berserker with each attack, their total output would be at least double or triple that of a berserker's. In the case of Absolute Heaven, his total output would be 3 to 4 times that of 5 rats. Although Shifeng was shocked, Absolute Heaven was similarly shocked. When he had used his ambush on an MT who possessed a complete bronze set equipment and was the same level, the attack stole at least 2/3 of the MT's HP. Now, however, he only managed to remove 1/4 of Shifeng's HP. Compared to those well-equipped MTs, Shifeng's defense and HP far exceeded them. Die. Absolute Heaven's hands twisted, a streak of silver swiping across Shifeng's neck. Simultaneously, his other dagger stabbed into Shifeng's back once more. Garrote. Although Absolute Heaven was shocked, an assassin's explosive power did not lie in just the first strike, but a burst of continuous skills. From the moment Shifeng appeared in the Gale Valley to the moment Shifeng began kill-stealing the Shadow Leopard King, he had constantly trailed after Shifeng. He had silently waited for the best moment to attack Shifeng. He knew that Shifeng was extremely powerful, so he needed to wait for the moment when Shifeng was the most vulnerable. Only when Shifeng did not possess any skills, would he have a chance at getting rid of him. However, he never found the perfect time to strike. However, his patience had finally paid off. While battling the steel-skinned hippo, Shifeng finally revealed a weak point. However, in order to guard against the unexpected, he unhesitatingly decided to use the Death's Lock scroll he had bought at an extremely high price. He bought this scroll precisely for this sort of situation. Death's Lock disables all skills of the target, temporarily preventing the target from using any skills. Target's movement will also be disabled. Duration of 6 seconds. Although Shifeng had high defense and HP, a 6-second burst was enough to kill Shifeng. In such close quarters, Shifeng could clearly feel the 2 incoming daggers. If he received the burst of Absolute Heaven's attacks, he would definitely die. At the moment of life and death, Shifeng activated Phantom Kill, immediately swapping positions with his doppelganger. The Death's Lock could only seal the skills a player had learned. However, it would not affect the skills attached to equipment. Just after swapping positions, Absolute Heaven's 2 daggers immediately sliced into the doppelganger's body. Bleeding damage of -212 points and a skill damage of -257 points appeared above the doppelganger's head. Absolute Heaven continued with a flurry of attacks. The 2 daggers in his hands assaulted the doppelganger, and 10 streaks of silver light stabbed the doppelganger's vital points. The series of normal attacks coupled with an assassinate and the poison damage on his daggers instantly decimated the doppelganger's HP. A doppelganger. Originally, Absolute Heaven drowned in ecstasy at the thought of having killed Shifeng. However, he did not expect that, after all of his effort, what he had killed was only a doppelganger. Absolute Heaven's expression turned grim. He squinted his eyes as he observed his surroundings. Very quickly, he discovered Shifeng a distance away, behind him. He immediately spun, charging towards Shifeng. The Death's Lock had a duration of 6 seconds. Right now, there were 4 seconds remaining, so how could he so easily allow Shifeng to break free from the Death's Lock that he had spent a fortune on? Just as Absolute Heaven arrived before Shifeng, a dark arrow came flying at him. Garbage, I don't have time to deal with you right now. Absolute Heaven ignored Blackie's dark arrow, his dagger aimed straight for Shifeng. Regarding Shifeng's teammates, Absolute Heaven did not place any importance on them at all. As long as he dealt with Shifeng, killing Blackie would be a simple task. Boom. The dark arrow exploded on Absolute Heaven's body. Damage of -221 points appeared above Absolute Heaven's head, removing 1/4 of his HP. Why is this garbage's damage so high? Absolute Heaven's brows slightly wrinkled, inwardly shocked. Absolute Heaven had not the slightest knowledge that the staff in Blackie's hands was actually a level 8 secret silver ranked staff. Moreover, Blackie wore a few pieces of level 7 and level 8 mysterious iron equipment. He also used the mysterious iron accessory, the interpreter's pendant, that Shifeng had given him. Blackie's magical damage had long since reached the apex. If it were not for Absolute Heaven's equipment being of excellent quality, he might have lost more than half of his HP from just one of Blackie's dark arrows. However, Blackie's high magical damage could not stop Absolute Heaven. Absolute Heaven still accurately slid his daggers into Shifeng's vital points. The moment Absolute Heaven's dagger was about to stab Shifeng, Shifeng used silent steps, instantly appearing behind Blackie. Crap! Seeing Shifeng vanish before him, rage and dismay filled the assassin. Shifeng was clearly unable to use any of his learned skills, yet, he still possessed so many skills to avoid the ambush. There were over 25 yards between Absolute Heaven and Blackie. If Absolute Heaven ran towards Blackie, he would waste a lot of time. The seal on Shifeng would definitely dissipate, and it would become incomparably harder for him to kill Shifeng. Brother Feng, you're too awesome. You still managed to escape under such conditions. Blackie said with a smile. Watching the previous exchange, shock overwhelmed Blackie. The assassin's speed was impressive. If Shifeng had reacted a bit slower, he would definitely have lost his life. Blackie couldn't help but break out in cold sweat as he had watched the scene unfold. However, now that the distance between them was sizable, that assassin would be at his wit's end. Stop fooling around and be more careful. That assassin is not someone simple, Shifeng warned as Blackie still seemed to be in a joking mood. Got it, leave it to me. The cooldown on my skills have already finished, Blackie confidently said. However, just as Blackie turned to look at Absolute Heaven, he discovered that Absolute Heaven was missing. He could only see an enraged steel-skinned hippo, bellowing as it searched for its enemy. Brother Feng, that person's gone missing. Did he just choose to run away since he failed his ambush? Blackie said with a laugh. Just as Blackie turned to look at Shifeng, his expression immediately turned grim. The assassin from before stood right behind Shifeng. Causing me so much trouble, you guys should be proud of yourselves, Absolute Heaven sneered, his hand holding some flash powder. He tossed the powder at Blackie. Blackie instantly shrieked as both his eyes lost their vision, causing Blackie to lose his battle prowess. After restricting Blackie, Absolute Heaven's dagger immediately stabbed Shifeng. Shifeng did not think that Absolute Heaven could actually learn a high-tier skill like Shadow Steps. Assassin's shadow steps allowed them to instantly appear behind an enemy and increased the damage of their next attack by 15%. However, Shifeng still could not move. Moreover, he did not have any skills left to avoid Absolute Heaven's attack. He could only grit his teeth as he activated the Silvermoon set equipment's second set effect, the Tier 2 Life Shield. The Tier 2 Life Shield would absorb 60% of the damage Shifeng received, up to a maximum of -500 points. It could delay Absolute Heaven for some time. When Absolute Heaven saw the Life Shield appear on Shifeng, he was momentarily speechless. He did not understand just how Shifeng came to possess so many life-saving skills, using them one after another. However, a single life shield was still not enough to extinguish his determination to kill Shifeng. Immediately, Absolute Heaven brandished his daggers, sending a flurry of attacks at Shifeng like a fierce gale. He used normal attacks, coupled with assassinate, backstab, and many other damaging skills. Pang! Shifeng's life shield quickly shattered and disappeared. Shifeng had less than 500 HP remaining. Absolute Heaven excitedly shouted. Immediately, he placed all 5 skill points that he had held onto into his finishing skill, Eviscerate. With all his might, he prepared to use his most powerful damaging skill. Soon after, Absolute Heaven's dagger swiveled, accurately sailing towards Shifeng's back. Finishing skill, Eviscerate. A plume of blue flame suddenly appeared above Shifeng's palm. Chapter 147, Might of the Devil Flame, 3. Absolute Heaven suddenly convulsed in shock when he saw the clear blue flame floating above Shifeng's palm. Although this flame looked minuscule, the heat it gave off was extraordinarily hot. Within an instant, he could already feel his mouth drying up. However, since the arrow was knocked, he had no choice but to let it loose. Within an instant, the ice blue devil flame covered Shifeng's entire body, turning him into a man on fire. The ice-cold dagger suddenly stabbed into Shifeng's back. "You can move already." Absolute Heaven was greatly shocked. To a top-tier expert like himself, he had a very precise grasp on time. At worst, there was only an error of 0.1 seconds. Absolute Heaven clearly felt that the 6-second duration for the Death's Lock had yet to pass. Yet, Shifeng was still able to use Defensive Blade to block his finishing move, Eviscerate. "Didn't you have a fun time beating me up just now?" Shifeng revealed a faint smile, coldly saying, "It's my turn now." Wielding the Abyssal Blade, which was covered by a layer of clear blue flames, Shifeng used Chop, and the Abyssal Blade transformed into a blazing streak of light as it struck towards Absolute Heaven. "You have less than 500 HP remaining right now. Do you think you can defeat me?" Absolute Heaven sneered, retaliating. The instant the two weapons collided, a trace of shock immediately appeared on Absolute Heaven's frosty expression. It was as if the opponent he was facing against right now was not Shifeng, but a humongous bear. Shifeng's strength had thoroughly numbed his arm, and he was forced to retreat several steps before stabilizing his body. How can he have such great strength? When Absolute Heaven had exchanged moves with Shifeng the previous time, Shifeng's strength was not yet quite so terrifying. However, now that he had changed and upgraded most of his equipment, increasing his attributes by a large leap, he not only surpassed Shifeng, but the gap between them had somehow grown even wider. Now that he had failed at ambushing Shifeng, it was already impossible for him to kill Shifeng in a direct confrontation. He could only patiently wait for his next chance. After forcing Absolute Heaven into a retreat, Shifeng quickly took out a basic regeneration potion and drank it. Very quickly, Shifeng's HP recovered more than 700 points. "Absolute Heaven, it seems you only amount to this much. You failed to kill me in both of your ambushes, so now it's my turn to get revenge. Don't even think of getting away from me today." Shifeng revealed a calm smile as he looked at Absolute Heaven, who was currently filled with killing intent. He could not help but admire, and admit, that Absolute Heaven's assassination abilities were very powerful. Not only did Absolute Heaven manage to persevere and track Shifeng to this place, he had even managed to set up an ambush the instant Shifeng relaxed his guard during his battle against the steel-skinned hippo. As a result, Absolute Heaven nearly managed to kill him. Unfortunately, Absolute Heaven did not know that the ice blue devil flame had strengthened Shifeng's body, slightly reducing the duration of the Death's Lock on him. Otherwise, he would truly be finished. Now that he was back to normal, he used the ice blue devil flame to aid him, a 20% increase in damage was no laughing matter. What a joke. You've only managed to live this time due to luck. I will definitely kill you the next time we meet. As for you wanting to keep me here, you couldn't do it the last time, and you similarly won't be able to do it this time. Absolute Heaven felt that Shifeng was simply too conceited, daring to declare that he could kill him. The rage in his heart burned from Shifeng's words. He inwardly vowed to form a more thorough plan to utterly vanquish Shifeng the next time. Brother Feng, I'll help. At that moment, Blackie's vision was finally restored. He angrily glared at Absolute Heaven, prepared to use his evil whip. Shifeng waved his hand, saying with a laugh, "No need. Against him, I alone am enough. Brother Feng, he is an assassin, he definitely has a lot of life-saving skills. His speed is also very fast. If he manages to escape, what should we do if he comes back to ambush us again?" Blackie had seen before an assassin's myriad of escaping skills. If not properly countered, one would be completely helpless against an assassin. Relax, he can't get away. All right, then. Since Shifeng insisted, Blackie could only resolve himself to watch. The reason why Shifeng voiced out those words was to agitate and provoke Absolute Heaven. When dealing with experts like Absolute Heaven, it was not easy to kill them. Dealing with such experts, one first needed to attack them emotionally, provoking them and sending their state of mind into a mess, before looking for a chink or weak point. "Brat, you sure have a big mouth. I want to see just how you intend to block my path," Absolute Heaven said with a sneer, rage clouding over his expression. "We'll know once we try," Shifeng revealed a calm smile. He activated Wind Blade, his body piercing towards Absolute Heaven. Originally, Shifeng's speed was already very fast. Now, with Wind Blade activated, Shifeng's speed was on a whole nother level. He arrived in front of Absolute Heaven within an instant, 6 sword images immediately stabbing towards Absolute Heaven's vital points. So fast. Absolute Heaven was awe-shocked, hurriedly using his daggers to block the attacks. Pang. 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 With the added power from the ice blue devil flame, Shifeng's attacks were not something that Absolute Heaven could easily block. Immediately, Absolute Heaven was in a disadvantageous position. He desperately blocked and dodged Shifeng's attacks, and he was forced into a retreat with every consecutive attack. After exchanging several moves without using any skills, Absolute Heaven was struck once by Shifeng. As a result, Absolute Heaven lost over 300 HP within an instant. Damn. Originally, Absolute Heaven only intended to exchange a few moves with Shifeng, grinding away Shifeng's arrogance. Never would he have imagined that he would instead be forced into a constant retreat. Yet, his pride as an expert was unwilling to admit that he had actually lost against Shifeng in a normal exchange. Seeing as the flaming sword was about to hit him, Absolute Heaven gritted his teeth, using the skill block to defend against this attack. If he was to receive another attack from that flaming sword, then he would very well lose his life. Not good, time to leave. The gap between our attributes and attack power is just too wide. After coming to grips with Shifeng, he clearly understood the gap between the two of them. It was especially true for that clear blue flame. Every time his equipment came into contact with it, their durability would continuously fall. Though his secret silver ranked dagger was better off, only losing a little durability with each clash, the armor he obtained with much difficulty was only of mysterious iron rank. Just a single stab from Shifeng's sword had reduced over a quarter of the armor's total durability. If this situation were to continue, then his equipment would all soon turn to waste. Without the attributes provided by his equipment, he would definitely die under Shifeng's swords. Hence, he immediately turned and ran. You can't escape. Shifeng gave Absolute Heaven no chances at all, activating Windwalk immediately. As fast as a ghost, Shifeng caught up with Absolute Heaven in the blink of an eye. He then let loose his most powerful strength, creating 16 sword images in the blink of an eye. The sword images fully surrounded Absolute Heaven, the flames released by them looking as if they intended to devour Absolute Heaven. Absolute Heaven was greatly shocked. There was no way at all for him to stop so many sword images. He then hurriedly activated Wind Steps, using the 1-second invincibility to block all the incoming attacks. With his speed greatly increased, he immediately entered stealth mode. I said, you cannot get away. Shi Feng immediately leaped up, the silver lake in his hand releasing the power of fire and thunder towards Absolute Heaven's path of advancement. Absolute Heaven knew that this move of Shi Feng's was immensely powerful. He immediately used Vanish, the 1 second of invincibility allowing him to avoid the damage and fainted effect of the thunder flame. Explosion. After successfully blocking the thunder flame explosion, Absolute Heaven no longer possessed any life-saving skills in his arsenal. Just like last time, he was prepared to leap up into the trees, shaking off Shi Feng's pursuit. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that he was unable to jump, nor move. Unknown as to when it happened, both his legs had been frozen solid, and even his figure was revealed. I've already said that you cannot escape. Shi Feng was extremely satisfied with the effect of the frost grenade. Once again, he sent a burst of 16 sword images stabbing at Absolute Heaven. This time, Absolute Heaven could only go all out, desperately stopping the incoming attacks with his daggers. 2 swords, 4 swords, 6 swords. By the time Absolute Heaven blocked the 11th sword, he was no longer able to keep up with the remaining sword images. He could only helplessly watch as the sword images stabbed into him, damages of over -300 points, and even -400 points, appearing above his head, one after another. Moreover, the durability of the equipment on his body fell madly. By the time Absolute Heaven's HP reached 0, the equipment on his body was all turned to scrape. Absolute Heaven suffered an incomparable heartache, gnashing his teeth. All these equipment were gathered by him, one by one, after spending a large amount of time. Yet, they were all destroyed now. The only thing he could rejoice about was that the 2 secret silver-ranked daggers, which were as precious as his own life, were not destroyed. Soon after, Absolute Heaven's dead body fell to the ground, an expression of unwillingness displayed on his face. I've already said that you won't get away. Your weapon, I'll gratefully accept. Shi Feng looked towards the silver-colored dagger that Absolute Heaven dropped with a smile, picking it up. Chapter 148, Underworld. Absolute Heaven disappeared with the wind after he died. Shi Feng toyed around with the dagger Absolute Heaven dropped. The edge of the blade seemed capable of slicing air apart. A dagger with such a degree of sharpness was definitely a rarely seen item. Blade of Assassination. Shi Feng took a look at the dagger's introduction, discovering that the weapon was actually an exclusive item for assassins. Blade of Assassination, dagger, secret silver rank. Attack power +51. Strength +5, agility +12. Attack speed +2. Durability 35 to 60. Additional passive skill dash. Sharp edge, attacks have a 15% chance to cause an armor break effect, reducing target's defense by 50% for 10 seconds. Non-stackable. Class restriction, assassin. With such a high attack power and agility, it was no wonder Absolute Heaven was able to deal such massive damage to Shi Feng. This Blade of Assassination was an assassination weapon completely made to increase the user's attack power and speed. It was definitely a favored weapon for the agility-type assassins. Based on Shi Feng's estimations, the Blade of Assassination was worth at least 1 gold coin. With this death, Absolute Heaven will probably need a very long time before he can recover. Shi Feng looked at the Blade of Assassination, a smile plastered on his face. Previously, Shi Feng still felt apprehensive towards Absolute Heaven constantly following him around and abruptly ambushing him. Now that Shi Feng used the ice blue devil flame to give Absolute Heaven a thorough beating, not only did Absolute Heaven lose a level, all the equipment on his body was destroyed as well. Absolute Heaven had even dropped his Blade of Assassination after dying. It would be a long time before it would be possible for Absolute Heaven to come looking for trouble again. Brother Feng, you're just too awesome. You were like the incarnation of the fire god just now. Just looking from afar, I could already feel myself being burned. I didn't think that swordsman would have such a skill. If I had known about it earlier on, I would have chosen to play as a swordsman as well. If I were to use this skill to pick up chicks in the future, I would definitely catch one with every hook I send. Blackie excitedly ran up to Shi Feng. His eyes filled with endless envy as he looked at the ice blue devil flame covering Shi Feng's body. As for the matter of Shi Feng managing to kill Absolute Heaven, Blackie paid no attention to it at all. In Blackie's eyes, although Absolute Heaven was indeed an expert, he was still just an elite player of martial union. Shi Feng being able to kill him was all too normal. On the other hand, the elegant-looking clear blue flame surrounding Shurfeng was the truly shocking matter. Hearing Blackie describing the ice blue devil flame as a tool to pick up girls, Shurfeng became speechless. He did not understand just what was going through Blackie's mind every day. This flame isn't a swordsman's skill. It is a mysterious flame, and it can increase a player's attack damage, Shurfeng explained. Mysterious flame. Blackie's face filled with confusion. Although Blackie did not know what a mysterious flame was, but hearing that it was able to increase a player's attack damage confirmed it was definitely an extremely precious item. Seeing that Shurfeng possessed such an item, instead of becoming envious, his heart filled with joy. With the mysterious flame, Shurfeng could become even stronger than before. When the time comes, let's see who still dared to bully them. At this moment, Lonely Snow also hurried over after finishing picking up the loot from the swamp hippos. When he saw that Shurfeng's entire body was covered in flames, giving off a scorching hot temperature, and that Shurfeng was even able to control these brilliantly beautiful clear blue flames, he too became incomparably shocked. He nearly regarded Shurfeng as a hidden class. However, after listening to Blackie's explanation, Lonely Snow as well understood just how precious and powerful was the ice blue devil flame. The ice blue devil flame was definitely one of Shurfeng's secrets. If others were to find out about this secret, there would definitely be tons of players wanting to obtain the ice blue devil flame. Moreover, Shurfeng being willing to share the secret with them showed just how much he trusted them. Just this piece of trust alone was enough to let Lonely Snow feel that it was worth striving for Shurfeng. Let's not chat for now. We should get rid of the steel-skinned hippo and quickly leave this place. After Absolute Heaven revives, he might tell the other players from Martial Union to come here and surround us. Shurfeng no longer continued to explain, turning around and charging towards the steel-skinned hippo. Blackie knew that they could not stay in this place for too long as well. He started chanting incantations, aiding Shurfeng in attacking and restricting the steel-skinned hippo. Although the steel-skinned hippo had high HP and defense, with its short vision range, it was destined to become an easy kill for Shurfeng. What Shurfeng needed to do now was to charge up and go all out at dealing damage. After bursting out all of his skills, he would then turn to escape. Meanwhile, Blackie would desperately attack from a distance, and as long as Shurfeng finished using all of his skills, Blackie would use Evil Whip to restrict the steel-skinned hippo. Lonely Snow would then use Charge and Break before escaping as well. After Shurfeng was more than 25 yards away from the steel-skinned hippo, the steel-skinned hippo would lose its target, dumbly rushing about. When the cooldown for Shurfeng's skills ended, he would then continue with another round of bombardment, repeating the cycle all over again. This time, Shurfeng did not keep his strength hidden away. He immediately used the ice blue devil flame, increasing his damage output by 20%. Simultaneously, the power of ice-type and fire-type skills was increased by 40%. With such an increase, Shurfeng's damage against the steel-skinned hippo instantly soared. Even his normal attacks could deal around 50 to 60 damage now. As for Thunder Flame Explosion, the skill could cause over 400 damage to the steel-skinned hippo. Even if the steel-skinned hippo had high HP, it still frantically decreased under the fierce onslaught. Several minutes later, the steel-skinned hippo let out a blood-curdling shriek as its body fell to the ground with a boom. It dropped 4 items and gave a large amount of EXP after it died. Amongst the 4 items, 2 of them were level 15 bronze equipment, while the remaining items were a tier 1 strength gemstone and a bronze-ranked leatherworking material. The effects of the Shadow's blessing was fully displayed here. Otherwise, aside from giving out a lot of EXP, a level 15 elite would at most give out a piece of equipment and some materials only. Let's go somewhere else to kill swamp hippos. After killing the steel-skinned hippo, Shurfeng brought Blackie and Lonely Snow to another grinding spot. The silent swamp was extremely large in size. Its size was at least 2 to 3 times that of the Gale Valley. Meanwhile, the habitat of the swamp hippos took up 1/10 of the entire silent swamp. Moreover, they were scattered throughout the entire silent swamp. With the 100 to 200 members of Martial Union, it would be hard-pressed for them to locate Shurfeng's party successfully. Moreover, Shurfeng was very familiar with the silent swamp. He had once lived at this place for over 20 days in his previous life, so he knew which locations had the highest number of swamp hippos and also the locations with the fastest respawn rates. Shurfeng also knew the spawn locations for the elite monsters in Silent Swamp. However, with the strength of their party of 3 right now, the only elite monster they could deal with was the steel-skinned hippo, as the other elite monsters did not possess any clear weaknesses. If they were to go against these elite monsters, they would have to risk their lives doing so. Leveling up at this place is just too awesome. Originally, I thought that the leveling speed at Gale Valley was already extremely fast, but after coming to this place for less than 2 hours, I've already managed to reach level 9. If we are to continue in this trend, within 3 hours, I would definitely reach level 10 and be able to enter White River City. At this speed, the elites of those major guilds have probably just reached level 9. Blackie excitedly said, if Cola and the others didn't die and were with us right now, we 6 would be able to enter White River City today, becoming the first party to enter White River City. Lonely Snow nodded, agreeing with Blackie's statement. He too could not help but admit to the invigorating feeling of having Sherfone power leveling them. This leveling speed was at least 10 times faster than the other players. Even if Martial Union surrounded them and killed them once right now, with Sherfone carrying them, they would quickly recuperate their losses. They did not need to fear having a confrontation with a large guild like Martial Union at all. Red Leaf Town, slums. Absolute Heaven was currently drinking away his sorrows in the enchanted bar. When the others saw Absolute Heaven, they all obediently distanced themselves to a corner, not daring to go near him at all. The reason was due to the waves of killing intent radiating off of Absolute Heaven. There was nobody who was willing to come into contact with that aura. Damn. I made a huge loss this time. Sooner or later, I will definitely have my revenge. Though Absolute Heaven did not feel heartache over the loss of his levels, it was a different story for the equipment he lost. It was especially true for the Blade of Assassination. As long as he put some time into it, he could easily catch up in terms of EXP. However, it was a different story for equipment. It was especially true for top-tier equipment. Those top-tier equipment were only obtainable through killing monsters or doing high-level quests. They were not something that could be obtained within a short amount of time. The opportunity was also needed to obtain them. Just what is that clear blue flame? After equipping his weapon, he could actually destroy my mysterious iron equipment with such ease, and even greatly reducing the durability of my secret silver weapons. Recalling the ice blue devil flame that surrounded Sherfang's body, Absolute Heaven could not help but shudder in fear. To every player, the destruction of their equipment was much more terrifying than facing death itself. Just considering the future, every time he fought Sherfang, he would once again risk the possibility of all of his hard-earned, top-tier equipment being destroyed. It was truly a nightmare. Brother Absolute Heaven, long time no see. I see that you still love drinking like always, a short-bearded man wearing a black cape said as he sat opposite to Absolute Heaven. South Wolf, why do you have the time to come looking for me? When Absolute Heaven looked at the person speaking to him, his previous indifferent attitude was completely gone. Of course, it is to congratulate you, the man named South Wolf said with a laugh. Didn't you always want to join Underworld? Right now, the higher-ups have already recognized your potential, and you already have the rights to become an outer member of Underworld. In the future, you too will be one of Underworld's members. I think you should know what this means, right? What? I passed the test. Absolute Heaven nearly jumped up from excitement. The frustration and depression Absolute Heaven felt from being killed by Sherfang before were immediately swept clean. He no longer minded even the loss of the Blade of Assassination, as there was nothing more joyous than being able to join Underworld. In order to join Underworld, Absolute Heaven had spent 3 full years undergoing over a dozen assessments and tests. Now, he finally obtained Underworld's recognition, officially becoming one of Underworld's outer members. Underworld was a very mysterious organization. Its strength in the real world was extremely terrifying. The resources, influence, and information it possessed was not something any outsider could imagine. Just based on some of the identities of the outer members of Underworld that Absolute Heaven knew of was enough to astonish him greatly. However, for reasons unknown, Underworld started investing into virtual reality games some 10 years ago. In order to join Underworld, the real-world assassin, Absolute Heaven, had also started playing virtual reality games. Right now, Underworld was paying unprecedented attention towards God's domain. Hence why Absolute Heaven decided to fully devote himself into God's domain. Now that he finally managed to become an outer member of Underworld, how could he not be excited? Absolute heaven, weren't you level 9 the last time I saw you? Why are you level 8 now? You couldn't have been killed by a player, right? The man named South Wolf joked as he downed his drink. He was extremely clear about Absolute Heaven's strength. Absolute Heaven was definitely a top-tier assassin. Moreover, the equipment on him was all of excellent quality, and he even had secret silver weapons. He also learned plenty of rare advanced skills. There were only a scant few players in Red Leaf Town who were capable of directly confronting Absolute Heaven. Moreover, the majority of these players would not have a win rate of over 60%. As for players who would have a win rate of 80% and above, in the entire Red Leaf Town, only the famous Snow Goddess could possibly achieve such a feat. It was absolutely impossible for other players. Moreover, if Absolute Heaven were to put all his might into escaping, even the Snow Goddess would not be able to hold him down. Now that Absolute Heaven lost a level, there was a high possibility that it was due to him accidentally dying while carrying out a high-difficulty quest. However, after hearing South Wolf say so, Absolute Heaven's expression abruptly turned gloomy, his mood turning extremely sour. It can't be, right? Were you really killed by someone? Who did it? Don't tell me you went and provoked the Snow Goddess, Gentle Snow. You couldn't have been so foolish, right? Daring to provoke even her. Looking at Absolute Heaven's dark expression, South Wolf immediately knew that he guessed correctly. He couldn't help but abruptly spit out all the alcohol in his mouth. Chapter 149, Freezing Shadow. I'm no fool. Why would I dig my own grave by provoking Gentle Snow? Absolute Heaven shook his head. If you didn't provoke Gentle Snow, then who killed you? I doubt that there is another expert like her in the entire Red Leaf Town. South Wolf could not help but become curious. Based on the information he obtained, the experts in Red Leaf Town only numbered so many. If it wasn't a top-tier expert like Gentle Snow, could there possibly be another top-tier expert appearing in Red Leaf Town without him knowing? South Wolf's curiosity deeply pierced Absolute Heaven's pride. He tightly gripped his fist to the point where blood almost came out. He had spent such a long time planning and preparing so many measures. Originally, he had a 100% possibility to kill Shifeng. However, the rate at which Shifeng increased his strength had far surpassed Absolute Heaven's estimations. Looking at Absolute Heaven's silence, South Wolf could not help but let loose a smile. He was now even more interested in the expert that managed to kill Absolute Heaven. Absolute Heaven, you know what my job entails, right? Now that such an expert has appeared in Red Leaf Town, I need to know just who that person is. South Wolf looked at Absolute Heaven, asking in a low tone. Absolute Heaven's expression turned sullen. He did not wish to tell anybody of this embarrassing matter at all, not to mention telling it to the South Wolf before him. Absolute Heaven had maintained a no-loss record for 3 whole years. Yet, today that record was ripped apart by the unknown Shifeng. Moreover, today was even the big day where he got to join Underworld. With such an incident happening, it would definitely affect his standing in Underworld in the future. How I can understand how you are feeling right now. You've managed to join Underworld after much difficulty, yet, you were immediately met with such an incident. It would definitely have a huge impact on your mood. However, this is my job. If you do not cooperate, as an outer member, you might even be expelled from the organization. You should think clearly about your decision, South Wolf said strictly. Absolute Heaven was extremely aggravated. However, he could not retaliate against South Wolf's words at all. He could only forcefully suppress the burning rage in his heart, saying in a low tone, the person's a swordsman called Yifeng. Swordsman Yifeng. Isn't that the Yifeng that cleared the hell mode of the Dark Moon Graveyard together with Gentle Snow? South Wolf entered into deep thought. I've seen his battle recording before, and I've also analyzed his strength. He is indeed an expert, but it is only up to a normal standard. He has no qualifications to join Underworld at all. Now that he has actually managed to kill you, however, it would seem that he has previously hidden quite a lot of his strength. What hidden strength? It's just dumb luck. I don't know where he got it from, but that flame of his was extremely powerful. It was able to destroy my equipment during battle, and that flame greatly reduced even the durability of my secret silver weapons. If it wasn't for that flame, he would have no chance at killing me at all, Absolute Heaven said in disdain. Flame. It could even destroy equipment, and not even secret silver weapons could block it. South Wolf became even more curious. I recall that swordsmen do not possess such a skill. It should be some sort of special equipment skill. However, if not even a secret silver weapon could block it, the skill is definitely not anything simple. This special equipment quality must be extremely high. It must be a dark gold ranked special equipment or item. However, even dark gold items would not have such a strong effect. There is a substantial possibility that it is an epic ranked item. Epic rank. Absolute Heaven was greatly astonished. It can't be, right? Right now, I haven't even heard the news of someone obtaining a dark gold ranked item. Yet he, as an independent player, could obtain an epic ranked item. What's there to be surprised about? God's domain is filled with mystery. Even if it is only at this stage of the game, there is no surprise at obtaining an epic ranked item. Within Underworld, there has already been more than one person who obtained a dark gold ranked item, but it is indeed my first time hearing about an epic ranked item. However, this is still just a guess of mine. It requires deeper investigation. South Wolf's face was filled with joy. Thinking that he could obtain such information, even if it was only a possibility, he could still receive quite a reward from the higher-ups. If he could confirm this information, he might even be able to increase his standing within Underworld further. I've already passed on all the information about which the Underworld wishes to inform you. I'll now go and investigate about that flame. If it truly is an epic ranked item, as long as Yi Feng hands over that flame, taking into account his techniques, he might be able to become an outer member of Underworld. Within this period, you should avoid seeking him out for trouble. After all, you guys might be colleagues in the future, South Wolf said with a laugh as he departed from the bar. Damn it. Looking at South Wolf's unconcerned attitude as he departed, Absolute Heaven abruptly punched his fist onto the table. The beer bottles on the table all fell to the ground, breaking apart into fragments. Silent Swamp, Stream Falls. Shurfeng was currently leading Blackie and Lonely Snow to attack a jade green, three-headed snake. Three-headed snake demon, rare elite. Level 16. HP 15,000/15,000. A rare elite was not much stronger when compared to a normal elite monster of the same level. It was extremely rare for players to meet one, hence why it was called a rare elite. However, even these rare elites had specified respawn points. Only, they had many locations they could spawn from, so it was not easy to locate them at all. The loot of rare elites was much better than that of normal elites. Hence why many players loved rare elites. There were only a total of 5 rare elites in the Silent Swamp. Amongst them, the weakest one was the three-headed snake demon. Also, when a rare elite died, they would only respawn 2 days later. After carrying both Blackie and Lonely Snow to level 10, Shurfeng himself reached level 11 as well. He felt that they should roughly be able to kill the three-headed snake demon, hence why they had spent a lot of time looking for it. Brother Feng, this rare elite's movement speed is simply too fast. I can't land a hit on it at all. Blackie continuously used Dark Arrow to attack the three-headed snake demon. However, the snake demon was extremely swift in its movements. It was able to dodge all the dark arrows that flew at it easily. No problems. You just need to use Curse to weaken the three-headed snake demon's speed and strength, Shurfeng said in the party chat. Previously, they obtained many good items from grinding the swamp hippos. Amongst those items was the Weakening Curse skill book for Cursemancers. The skill was able to reduce all the attributes of the target by 15%, damage dealt by 15%, and increase the darkness damage the target received by 10%. It was one of the signature skills of Cursemancers. In addition to the evil whip binding and restricting the three-headed snake demon, and also Lonely Snow's charge and break, Shurfeng could easily deal with this monster. The three-headed snake demon's main form of attack was a long-range venom attack. This venom was extremely terrifying, and even a level 15 MT would not be able to withstand the sustained damage caused by the venom. Moreover, basic antidotes were completely ineffective against it. On the bright side, the three-headed snake demon had very low physical damage. Moreover, the three-headed snake demon had much less defense when compared to the steel-skinned hippo. Just Shurfeng's normal attacks alone could deal over -150 damage to the snake demon. In addition to the damage amplification effect from Thundering Strike, each of Shurfeng's Normal attacks could deal close to -200 damage. If he were to use a skill, then the damage dealt would exceed 300 to 400 points. With only 15,000 HP, the three-headed Snake King stood no chance at all against Shifeng's frightening damage. After 10 minutes or so, the three-headed snake released a pained cry, its body smashing down into the stream. It also dropped 5 pieces of items. Brother Feng, your luck recently is getting better and better. It's even better than mine now. Looking at the large number of good items dropping from the monster Shifeng killed, Blackie could not help but curiously comment. According to his memories, Shifeng's luck before was not very good. Even if Shifeng killed elite monsters, at most he would get 1 piece of bronze equipment. Now, he would get at least 3 pieces of bronze equipment, and even rare materials or skill books. It was truly unfathomable. Ha ha ha. It's a secret. Shifeng smiled. He naturally would not reveal that it was due to the contribution of the Shadow's blessing. The effect of the 3 points in luck was not something with which Blackie could catch up. Shifeng then picked up the loot, discovering a very familiar item. Isn't this the freezing shadow? This thing really brings back memories. Brother Feng, what dropped? Blackie asked. Lonely Snow was also very curious. We got quite the good harvest. We got 2 level 15 bronze equipment, 1 level 15 mysterious iron equipment, 1 rare dungeon teleport scroll, and 1 consumable item, the freezing shadow. We definitely hit the jackpot with this. Shifeng displayed the attributes on all the items for the two to see. Now that the three-headed snake is dead, it will take another 2 days before another respawns. Let's continue grinding swamp hippos, then. Just as Shifeng and the others were about to continue grinding swamp hippos, Shifeng suddenly received a communication request. Who's South Wolf? Shifeng looked at the caller ID, discovering that it was a stranger. Moreover, there was no such person in his memories. Since it is someone I don't know, let's just reject it then. Saying so, Shifeng rejected the call. Chapter 150, Star River Valley. After Shifeng rejected the call, he continued searching for swamp hippos. He actually rejected. South Wolf looked at the rejection notification, feeling a sense of discomfort in his heart. Normally, those with social standings would earnestly wish to converse with him in order to form friendly ties. Now, however, he was actually met with a situation like this. It was definitely a first for him. However, the ones above had already given him the command to make contact with Shifeng. Hence, he could only endure it and continue attempting to contact Shifeng. After he reported the information about Shifeng and the flame, Underworld carried out an analysis on the effects of the flame. They immediately discovered that the flame was definitely extremely precious, and there was over a 70% chance that it could possibly be an epic ranked item. Hence, South Wolf was tasked with negotiating with Shifeng to obtain the flame for Underworld. South Wolf sucked in a few deep breaths, calming down his mood. He then sent another communication request to Shifeng. However, every single request for communication was met with rejection. Crap. I can't believe this. Let's see how long you can keep on rejecting my calls. South Wolf sent a communication request once more. This is getting irritating. Shifeng rejected the request once again. He then adjusted the system settings to stop receiving calls from strangers. After turning off the system interface, Shifeng suddenly felt that the world became much more peaceful and serene than before. Leader, I discovered a very special place here. The rivers are actually flowing in midair. There are also lots of golden-colored fish swimming in the silver-colored river. Moreover, these fish are all level 20 special elites. Lonely Snow suddenly said in the party chat, his voice containing great excitement. A group of level 20 special elite fish. Isn't this too much of an exaggeration? Lonely Snow, are you sure you saw right? Blackie did not believe Lonely Snow's words at all. Special elites. They were much stronger than ordinary elite monsters. The reason being, special elites were very outstanding in a particular field. If it were not in terms of speed, then it would either be in terms of strength, magic, or something else. There were extremely few special elites in God's domain, and their rarity was comparable to rare elites. Not to mention finding a group of special elites, even meeting with a single one was extremely difficult. It's true. If you don't believe me, I'll send you a picture of it. After taking a look at the picture, it was indeed as Lonely Snow said. The location in the picture was like a wonderland on Earth, dazzlingly beautiful. It was truly hard to imagine that the dark and damp silent swamp would have such a location in it. There were hundreds of big golden fish in the Silver River, and they all shone brilliantly, creating a dazzling sight. Golden-colored fish. Shifeng entered deep thought as he looked at the golden fish in the river. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. What are the coordinates? I'll come over immediately. When Shifeng and Blackie arrived at the silver-colored river, they discovered that this river was actually moving in position, though it moved at an extremely slow speed. Shifeng and Blackie only managed to locate this river due to lonely snow continuously following it. As expected, it is the Star River Valley. Shifeng smiled. Star River Valley was one of the rarely seen marvels in God's domain. These marvels would usually appear at maps that were below level 50. Any players that were able to meet such marvels were all extremely lucky, as this meeting represented an opportunity. Shifeng had once heard of a player obtaining a fine gold ranked item from the Star River Valley. There was even a player who obtained an epic ranked item, causing others to feel envious. However, there were also rumors that the person was just lying. Brother Feng, how do we deal with these big golden fish? Blackie felt a headache coming on just from looking at all the big golden fishes swimming in the silver-colored river. Golden fish, special elite. Ignoring the level suppression, attack, and defense of the golden fishes, just their 100,000 HP was enough to bring a person to despair. These golden fish are swimming in a river that's floating in midair. I've previously tested it out before, and I couldn't land an attack at all. However, if we solely depended on Blackie's magical attacks, the damage dealt might not even match up with the golden fish's recovery speed. Lonely Snow said, "Leader, do you have any good ideas? Let's take a look at the surroundings first, then. We might be able to discover some clues," Shifeng said. It was also Shifeng's first time meeting the Star River Valley. If their luck was good, they might receive a huge harvest, possibly even obtaining 1 or 2 pieces of fine gold-ranked items. Blackie and Lonely Snow started searching through the entire region of the Star River Valley. After searching for over 10 minutes, Blackie discovered an elderly man floating in midair. The elder was holding onto a fishing rod, fishing. "Brother Feng, I found an NPC over here," Blackie excitedly said. "I'll be there immediately," Shifeng said, also becoming excited. The NPC elder was called Faust, and he was a level 100 NPC that was capable of easily suppressing Shifeng and the others. "Respected elder, can we help you with anything?" Shifeng respectfully said. The elder, Faust, seemed not to have heard Shifeng speaking. His eyelids remained shut as he quietly fished. "He can't be deaf, right?" Blackie said. "He can't be a deaf person, right? I'm guessing that his hearing is impaired. After all, that NPC's setting is that of an old man, so his hearing should have deteriorated. He should be able to hear us if we speak louder." Lonely Snow shook his head. "This old man is the great Faust. You adventurers are truly ill-mannered, daring to actually speak about this old man in such a way. This old man is going to give you two a punishment." Faust abruptly opened his eyes. Floating in midair, he looked at both Blackie and Lonely Snow as he spoke in a furious tone. "Holy crap. This NPC doesn't react to praises, but immediately reacts when we talk bad about him. Isn't his IQ too high?" Blackie was shocked. Lonely Snow was also incomparably shocked. However, before the two of them could recover from their shock, Faust casually pointed a finger at them. The two of them suddenly floated high up into the air, before plunging down to the ground, nearly dying from the fall. After teaching the two a lesson, Faust started fishing once again. "You two," Shifeng laughed as he spoke in the party chat, "the NPCs in God's domain possess extremely high intelligence. This is especially true for almost all high-level NPCs. They are totally different from the average Joe. You guys should treat powerful NPCs with respect in the future." This time, Faust could be considered to have given you a light lesson. If he were to become truly angry, there is the possibility that he might even kill you. In Shifeng's previous life, many players who paid little respect to NPCs. In the end, they were killed off by said NPCs. Shifeng had even seen more severe cases where NPCs would kill off a player whenever they met. "Brother Feng, why didn't you say so early?" Blackie complained. "I wanted to say it, But you guys spoke before I had a chance to say anything, Shifeng shrugged, shoving away the blame. Just as Shifeng was about to reveal his strategy, the system's message notification constantly rang out. One after another, the message notifications created a symphony of beeps. Shifeng became speechless. Just where did so many messages come from? Why is it South Wolf again? Shifeng did not think that this person called South Wolf would be so persistent. The person had actually sent several hundred messages over. He was truly insane. Do you dare accept a voice call? Do you know who I am? Are you reading this? I know you're reading this. There is a big opportunity awaiting you right now. You best contact me immediately. Looking at these messages, speaking from a certain perspective, this person called South Wolf was indeed a very awesome person. Shifeng was extremely curious about why this person was trying to look for him. He also could not continue involving himself with this person, so he readjusted the system settings to allow calls from strangers again. Chapter 151, Come If You Can. Very quickly, South Wolf's communication request arrived. Who are you? If you have something to say, then say it quickly. I'm very busy, Shifeng said in an annoyed tone after picking up the call. Do you know who I? Shifeng's words nearly caused South Wolf to lose it. However, in the end, he still endured it. After all, this was a task handed down to him from above, so he needed to carry out the job properly. If it were any other person who dared speak to him in such a way, they would definitely face a tragic end. If you have nothing to say, then I'm hanging up, Shifeng said. South Wolf furiously said, Why would I look for you if I have nothing to say? Then speak of it quickly. I'm very busy, Shifeng said, annoyed. There was a huge opportunity right before his eyes, so where would he find the time to bicker with a stranger? South Wolf nearly burst out in rage once again at Shifeng's words. A loose expert like Shifeng dared to speak to him in such a way. However, after giving it some thought, South Wolf realized that Shifeng only dared to speak to him in such a way due to not knowing his real identity. I need to calm down. Calm down, South Wolf consoled himself, saying, as long as he knows my identity, he will definitely be shocked witless. I am the spokesperson for Underworld. I assume that you have never heard of the name of Underworld, right? That's because Underworld is a gigantic hidden organization. If a person does not reach a certain degree of standard, they will have no qualifications for knowing about our existence at all. As for the strength of Underworld, I can tell you about it right now. Even if it is an assassination expert like Absolute Heaven, after striving for 3 years, only now did he manage to obtain the qualifications to become an outer member of Underworld. Until now, he was just an existence at the very bottom. What? Absolute Heaven is just an outer member of Underworld. Shifeng was slightly shocked. Indeed, he had never heard of the name of Underworld before. He also did not know how powerful it was. However, if a top-tier assassin like Absolute Heaven was just an outer member, it could be seen just how unfathomable a background Underworld possessed. Shifeng also did not think that South Wolf was speaking a lie. After experiencing so many things in God's domain, Shifeng was rather proficient at determining whether a person was lying or not. Moreover, the way South Wolf spoke carried the hint of someone speaking down from high above, like an emperor overlooking commoners. This was not an action that could be faked. They can't be wanting to take revenge because I killed Absolute Heaven, right? Shifeng inwardly guessed. Previously, he had not discovered any guild emblem on Absolute Heaven's person. Hence, he always thought that Absolute Heaven was a hidden expert working as a solo assassin. He did not think that Absolute Heaven would have such backing. Hearing Shifeng's shock, South Wolf felt slightly satisfied. Actually, this isn't anything special. Underworld also possesses an unimaginable influence in the real world. The resources and information we possess far exceed your imagination. Even as an outer member, the strength you possess could cause even a major corporation in a city to tremble. Even the snow goddess, Gentle Snow, that you're very familiar with, has to treat an intermediate member of Underworld with respect, not to mention the upper management of Underworld. South Wolf laughed, proudly saying, by telling you all this information, I am not trying to brag about Underworld, but instead, I am telling you just how powerful of a background Underworld possesses. If you don't believe me, you can go ask Gentle Snow. Without sufficient strength, one would not even have the qualifications to know about the existence of Underworld. I'm contacting you to tell you that you have already received the attention of Underworld. You now possess the qualifications to join Underworld. Is it because I killed Absolute Heaven? Sure Feng calmly asked. You can put it that way. If you did not have the strength to kill Absolute Heaven, then you really would not be able to catch the attention of Underworld. South Wolf was slightly astonished. Sure Feng was actually not the least bit excited after hearing his words. If others were to receive a similar message, they would normally be ecstatic, wishing they could join immediately. After all, by joining Underworld, one could have many chances to become acquainted with a group of large characters. Carrying out tasks in the future would also become much more convenient. The information Underworld possessed far exceeded what one could imagine, and it would have an unimaginable benefit towards one's future development. So you're saying, as long as I agree, I can become an outer member of Underworld immediately. Sure Feng had long since weathered through plenty of storms. He was no longer that immature youth in his early 20s. Hence, he reacted extremely calmly. In Sure Feng's previous life, as the guild leader of Shadow, he had never heard of the existence of Underworld. However, Sure Feng did not find it strange either. After all, Shadow was only a second-rate guild. In the eyes of first-rate guilds, they were but an ant on the road, not worthy to be mentioned at all. You can put it that way as well. However, it would not be easy if you wish to join Underworld. Right now, you only possess the qualifications to join. Moreover, in Underworld, we have always believed that, if you wish to obtain something, then you need to pay an equivalent price for it. Only when you can afford the price to join Underworld, would you be able to officially become an outer member. Can you tell me what sort of price I need to pay? The price to join Underworld is a considerable amount. Even Absolute Heaven spent 3 years to join. However, you are extremely lucky. From my previous investigations, I discovered that there is a certain flame in your possession that is able to greatly increase your attack and destructive power. As long as you hand over that flame, and pay a monthly membership fee of 10 gold coins, you will officially become an outer member of Underworld. I see, realization struck Sure Feng. The organization, Underworld, was similar to a grand chamber of commerce in real life. If one wanted to join the organization, then they needed to pay the membership fee. However, not just anybody possessed the qualifications to join the organization. Within the organization, members would be able to form platforms for mutual assistance, information sharing, and resource sharing. With this, members would be able to obtain many more business opportunities to develop their own enterprises further. Since you understand, when are you prepared to pay the price? I can't stay too long in Red Leaf Town. I still have many other things that I need to do, South Wolf said with a laugh. As long as he could obtain the epic ranked flame in Sure Feng's hands, coupling it with several years of accumulated contributions, he would be able to officially become an intermediate member of Underworld. At that time, he would be able to call the wind and rain as he pleased. Sorry, but I refuse to join. You should look for someone else, Sure Feng said in a stern tone. After his experience with Shadow, he no longer wished to join someone else's organization. Moreover, he did not need to join someone else's organization. With his advantage as a reincarnated person, he had knowledge of tons of information of which others were unaware. He also knew the trends in which the future would develop toward. If Underworld was seeking him out to cooperate as equals, then he could put some consideration into the matter. However, for him to become a member of Underworld, it would only be a different form of slaving off for someone else. Fortunately, he did not possess such a hobby. Right now, he could already start establishing a large workshop. The goal of establishing a large guild was also within close sight, so he truly did not see any need to join Underworld. The most valuable thing one could obtain within Underworld was information about God's domain. In the eyes of others, although such information was extremely precious, to Sure Feng it was common knowledge. The reason he spoke so much was simply to find out more about Underworld. What did you say? South Wolf thought he had heard incorrectly. After speaking for such a long time, Sure Feng had simply rejected him. I'm not interested in joining Underworld. You should look for someone else, Sure Feng reiterated once more. After speaking so much, in the end, you are just toying with me. South Wolf angrily said, do you know what kind of consequences your actions will bring? It is you who contacted me first. Now that I don't wish to join Underworld, are you going to threaten me to join? Shifeng sneered. Since you dare to toy around with us, Underworld, you naturally have to pay the price. Hand over the flame, and I'll consider it as if this matter never happened. Otherwise, prepare to suffer Underworld's wrath. South Wolf threatened in a cold tone. Ha ha ha. You finally revealed your fox's tail. Since the beginning, your goal has always been the flame, right? You found out from absolute heaven that my flame is not anything simple, so you wish to have it for yourselves now, is it? Shifeng calmly said, I only have one sentence to say to you, if you guys have the ability, then come. Chapter 152, Legendary Character. South Wolf fell silent at Shifeng's calm reply. He clearly informed Shifeng of Underworld's background and its frightening might, yet, Shifeng still resolutely chose to oppose Underworld, refusing to hand over the flame. This was the first time South Wolf encountered such a case. If you think that, just by being acquainted with and backing of, Gentle Snow, Underworld will not dare target you, you couldn't be more wrong. South Wolf sneered, even the currently famous Ouroboros does not dare possess enmity against Underworld, not to mention a measly first vice leader. I'll give you one last chance to hand over the flame. That way, you can still play in God's domain comfortably. Otherwise, there will be no place to accommodate you in all of God's domain. It looks like you really don't understand human words. Or is there a problem with your intelligence? Shifeng laughed disdainfully, you wish to take something that belongs to me just with just a few words. Do you think that your family runs God's domain or something? I'll tell you one more time, if you have the ability, then come. I'm eager to see just what you can do to me. If it were his last life, Shifeng might have yielded. However, it was a different story altogether now. In this life, he possessed both the capital and confidence to challenge a gigantic existence like Underworld. After reincarnating, Shifeng's goal in life was to complete the dream he never accomplished in his previous life, establishing his own virtual empire. On this path, he was destined to make enemies of the many major powers of God's domain. If he lowered his head to Underworld now, how could he challenge the tyrants of God's domain in the future? How could he compete over the resources, territory, equipment, and such in God's domain? Although Underworld's influence was massive, and its influence in reality similarly great, when faced with God's domain, the globally acknowledged Second World, nary a power in the world could interfere with the main God system, not to mention a measly Underworld. Even if Underworld wished to investigate Shifeng's identity in real life, it was an impossible task to achieve. After over 100 years of operation and improvements, the privacy of players in virtual reality games was nigh perfect. It was also impossible to uncover a person's identity through virtual trades. Very good. Since it seems that you have truly steeled your heart to oppose Underworld, you better make your preparations to enter hell. South Wolf was so angry, he smiled. He truly did not think that there would be a person who did not fear death. Shifeng was but a single independent player, and he only dared speak those conceited words because he did not know the terror of Underworld at all. In South Wolf's view, Shifeng was just an arrogant and presumptuous fool who did not know fear. Underworld's main influence covered 2 empires and several kingdoms, Star Moon Kingdom included. As long as he reported this matter to the higher-ups, within a few days, an independent player like Shifeng would no longer remain mingling in God's domain. At that time, Shifeng would have no choice but to offer up that epic ranked flame. Hell, is it? I've enjoyed its atmosphere plenty of times before, and entering yours won't make any difference. Shifeng shrugged, smiling insolently as he spoke. Shifeng now possessed the ice blue devil flame. With his current battle prowess, he did not fear any player in the least. If they wished to gang up on him, he would use guerrilla warfare to deal with them. His leveling speed was extremely rapid, so he could afford to face off against them. He did not believe that there was any guild or power that could afford to waste that much manpower and resources to continuously battle him in Red Leaf Town. After speaking his piece, Shifeng disconnected the call. Brother Feng, what happened? Blackie could feel Shifeng's rage from the conversation he just had. Nothing much, it was just someone trying to rob me. Shifeng shook his head, casually describing Underworld as a bandit. We're better off thinking of a way to get information off of that elderly NPC. Okay, Blackie nodded, agreeing. Although Shifeng spoke lightly, Blackie knew that the matter was not as simple as Shifeng described. Blackie inwardly hated himself for not being any help to Shifeng. If he could become more powerful, he might be of help to Shifeng in the future. In actuality, Blackie was not alone in this train of thought. Lonely Snow also detected the abnormality in Shifeng's tone, and he similarly hated himself for being so weak and helpless. I must work harder to improve my technique and strength. At the very least, I can't remain as deadweight to Brother Feng. Suddenly, the two of them held an eager desire to increase their own strength. Meanwhile, after Shifeng hung up on him, South Wolf immediately contacted the upper echelons of Underworld. South Wolf, how is the matter regarding the epic ranked item coming along? Young Master Feng, I've already tried my best, but that Brett Yi Feng still refused. He also looked down on Underworld, telling us to come at him if we have the ability. Ha ha ha. He's truly an interesting fellow. It is no wonder Snow is paying attention to him. I haven't met such an arrogant person for a very long time now. Since he has rejected my good intentions, let him disappear from God's domain. I'll give you the authority to mobilize all of Underworld in White River City, so quickly fetch me that item. Yes, this subordinate will definitely succeed. After the call ended, South Wolf released a sigh of relief. Listening to that person's tone, they were definitely angry. Otherwise, that person would not have given him the authority to mobilize the full strength of Underworld in White River City just to deal with a single Yi Feng. Yi Feng, let's see how long you continue acting freely. Very soon, I'll show what kind of place hell really is. Just thinking of Shifeng was enough to cause South Wolf's belly to fill with rage. However, when he thought about how he could operate all the power of Underworld in the White River City region, he could not help his excitement. Although Underworld had a very low member count, each and every one of them were elite experts. Some were even the upper echelons of major guilds. If he gathered all of the members within the White River City region, the total power might even surpass that of a third-rate guild in White River City. Being able to mobilize such a power, just thinking of it gave him an invigorating feeling. Moreover, a majority of Underworld's members were players who walked the path of darkness. What they loved most was murder, and they were the best at dealing with independent players like Shifeng. Meanwhile, as South Wolf thought of ways to deal with Shifeng, the person, himself, was in the process of having a conversation with the NPC named Faust, albeit a one-sided one. According to Shifeng's understanding, Faust was a strange old man. Although Faust was a strange old man, he was also a legendary character. He was once known as the Elemental Dominator. During his youth, Faust had once killed a mighty dragon and had even sealed the Great Demon King. A Great Demon King was the human equivalent of a Tier 5 class. Moreover, Faust was once a teacher to the Emperor of the Black Dragon Empire. Rumor had it that Faust had once fought against a god and survived the encounter. However, when he reached the age of 100, he suddenly started wandering all over God's domain. Right now, Faust was already an old monster that exceeded the age of 300. As to how powerful Faust was right now, Shifeng was unable to properly discern that. In short, Faust's strength was immeasurably deep. Hence, it was extremely difficult to start a conversation with Faust. The first condition to do so was to have sufficient strength to attract Faust's attention. The second condition was to have delicious cooking. Only when both of these conditions were fulfilled would Faust give out a rare quest called Delicious Golden Fish. When this quest was completed, one could obtain a reward. In reality, displaying sufficient strength to Faust was a simple task. To do so, one merely needed to deal over 100 damage to the golden fish. However, it was an extremely difficult challenge for players below level 20 to cause over 100 damage. At the very minimum, one needed to be level 20 and possess a complete set of bronze set equipment and a mysterious iron weapon to achieve such damage. Moreover, before one displayed their strength, they needed to initiate a conversation with Faust. On the surface, Faust appeared to not take notice of players. In reality, he secretly paid attention. Yet, just when Shifeng was about to inform Blackie and Lonely Snow about these conditions, the two of them started cursing at Faust. However, this could also attract Faust's attention. Having the backing of Chapter 153, Legendary Item. After attracting Faust's attention, Shifeng's remaining task was to deal damage to the golden fish. These level 20 golden fish currently swam within the bright silver river suspended in midair. The river was around 25 to 30 yards above the ground, making it impossible for any normal melee class to attack the golden fish. Moreover, the golden fish had scales as hard as diamonds, and it was nigh impossible for players below level 20 to cause them over 100 damage in a single attack. The golden fish possessed a very high magic resistance as well, reducing the magic damage they received by 40%. Also, the golden fish swam at exceptionally fast speeds in the Silver River, making them extremely hard to hit. As a result, there were many players who gained nothing despite having found the Star River Valley. One thing that greatly differed God's Domain from other virtual reality games was that, in God's Domain, there were many of fortuitous encounters available out in the field. These encounters could allow a player to soar to fame and power overnight, and Shifeng had seen many such examples before. However, even though there were plenty of fortuitous encounters available in God's Domain, encountering one did not necessarily guarantee any harvests. Whether one could obtain anything from such an encounter depended on one's abilities. Blackie, Lonely, you two take this. Shifeng took 2 basic frost grenades from his bag, passing them to the two. Previously, to obtain the ice blue devil flame, he used a lot of the frost grenades he stocked up. Right now, there were less than 20 remaining, and they were not enough to deal with all the golden fish in the Silver River. Wah! Aren't these frost grenades effects too powerful? These are godly tools for PK and grinding. If we could use them without limit, then our leveling speed would be absolutely heaven-defying. Blackie said, shocked, after taking a look at the frost grenades introduction. Just imagine if they used these frost grenades to grind on groups of level 30 monsters, they might even level up once every minute. At that time, what would martial union amount to them? Just the level suppression alone would be enough to oppress them to death. It would be fantastic if we could get more of these. In the future, if pikers surround us, we wouldn't even have to use a single skill to deal with them. Just by throwing a dozen or so of these frost grenades, they would definitely fall dead. However, with effects as good as these, I'm guessing that these items should be extremely rare and precious, Lonely Snow lamented. Indeed. Not to mention using them for grinding and PK, just having a few of these tools of massacre as lifesavers would be good enough. The longer Blackie looked at the frost grenade in his hand, the more he could not bear to part with it. With this item in hand, he could use it to save his life. At the most crucial of moments, Shifeng only revealed a smile at the two's reactions. He took out another frost grenade for himself, turning to look at the golden fish in the suspended river, saying, "Stop chatting. In a moment, I'll count down to 3, and we'll all throw our frost grenades at the golden fish together." Blackie and Lonely Snow looked at the frost grenades in their hands, reluctance filling their eyes. Brother Feng, using the frost grenades to deal with these golden fish is just too wasteful. The golden fish have 100,000 HP each. The 200 damage from these frost grenades will not make any difference. Moreover, these items can be used at a crucial moment to save our lives. Using them right now is simply a waste. That's right, leader. Blackie and Lonely Snow both tried to persuade Shifeng. His actions right now were simply that of a wastrel. Shifeng was dumbfounded and speechless at the two's persuasion. Previously, he had used these frost grenades to grind to level 9. Just use them with ease. I still have plenty of them in my possession. Later, I'll give every member of the party 30 of these frost grenades, Shifeng said with a laugh. Blackie and Lonely Snow were immediately shocked, even thinking that they had heard wrong. A frost grenade was such a precious item, yet, Shifeng planned to give each of them 30 in the future. This was simply madness. In the future, if they met those bastards from Martial Union, with the frost grenades in hand, couldn't they utterly massacre them? With Shifeng's assurance, the two of them followed Shifeng's instructions, throwing their frost grenades at the golden fish suspended in midair. Boom. The frost grenades exploded in the midst of the Silver River. Even though the golden fish were adept at dodging, the explosion radius of the frost grenades was extremely wide. Some of the golden fish that did not manage to escape immediately froze solid, damages of over -100 points appearing above their heads. Faust, sitting suspended in midair, stroked his white beard. He nodded his head, saying, "Not bad. It seems that you guys have some ability to actually cause some damage to these golden fish. Esteemed Lord Faust, we are only here to catch some golden fish to cook. We hope that our brutish actions did not disturb you." Shifeng acted courteously as he said. "Oh. I didn't think that you guys would be interested in cooking these golden fish. When Faust heard the word cook, a flash immediately appeared in his eyes. Since you guys wish to catch the golden fish, I wonder if you can help me catch some live ones as well. My strength is too strong, and I will simply kill these golden fish if I am not careful. This dilemma has left me with no choice but to slowly fish here. This Shifeng said with a hesitant expression. Relax, I won't mistreat you all. As long as you can obtain a satisfactory amount of golden fish for me, I can trade some items for them. How about it? Faust casually waved his hand, and immediately, tens of items with pleasing appearances appeared and floated in midair. Every single one of these tens of items was extremely valuable. Moreover, beside the item's introduction, the amount of golden fish required to trade for the item was displayed as well. Brother Feng, look. That's a level 15 secret silver ranked staff. There. That's a mysterious iron ranked mage robe. Wah. That's a fine gold ranked cloth armor armguard. Blackie instantly drooled at the sight of these items. Lonely Snow also discovered a level 15 fine gold ranked two-handed axe, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the weapon. Moreover, the attributes of the weapon were simply mind-blowing. If he equipped that weapon, his attack power would instantly soar by several times. He could get rid of an MT of the same level with just 2 to 3 attacks. However, amongst the many items, an item with a faint orange glow attracted Shifeng's attention. That was the glowing effect only found on legendary ranked items. A legendary ranked item. Shifeng was shocked. Previously, he had only heard of players obtaining an epic item at most from the Star River Valley. Shifeng had even doubted the reliability of the information. Now, however, it seemed that the information was indeed true. The rarity of a legendary item was several tens of times greater than that of an epic item. If a legendary item were already present among the rewards, it would not be strange for there to be an epic item as well. In Shifeng's previous life, even after he reached level 200 and became a top-tier sword king, he did not possess a single legendary ranked item. To Shifeng, a legendary ranked item was but a fleeting dream. Only the extremely few Tier 4 Apex experts would possess 1 or 2 legendary items. It was obvious just how rare a legendary item was. Meanwhile, these players who possessed 1 or 2 legendary items, even if they were only at the peak of Tier 4, their battle prowess would not be any weaker than a Tier 5 player that did not possess any legendary items. It was apparent just how much of an improvement a legendary item provided to a player's strength. Shifeng did not think that, in this life, he would bear witness to a legendary ranked item. This situation was no different than a dream. It was not just Shifeng who discovered the legendary ranked item. Even Blackie and Lonely Snow noticed it, as the orange glow that the item gave off was simply too eye-catching. Brother Feng, I'm not dreaming, right? That's a legendary ranked item, right? Blackie pinched his own cheeks, saying. Meanwhile, Lonely Snow was speechless from excitement. He kept clapping Blackie's shoulders as he pointed towards the legendary item. You guys are not hallucinating. That is indeed a legendary ranked item. It is also something that I chanced upon. However, this item is useless to me. Although it is possible to obtain this item if you want it, it won't be so easy. Faust stroked his beard as he said with self-satisfaction. He felt extremely satisfied by the shocked expressions of Shifeng and the others. At this time, Shifeng had calmed down. Although a legendary item was right before his eyes, obtaining it was an entirely different matter. As for snatching the item away from Faust, that would be no different than suicide. They could only follow the rules to obtain it. Shifeng then clicked to look at the legendary item's introduction. Heavenly Dragon's Sacred Breath, Fragmented Legendary Rank. Chapter 154, A Quest That Is Impossible to Complete. Fragmented Legendary Rank. Shifeng was slightly surprised, but he still felt that it was reasonable. In Shifeng's previous life, the statistics showed that, after operating for over 10 years, there were no more than 3,000 legendary ranked items discovered in God's domain. Right now, however, God's domain had only recently started operation. So, how would it be possible for a legendary item to appear here so easily? Just a fragment alone was already a miracle in and of itself. Blackie and Lonely Snow were dumbfounded after seeing that the item was only fragmented legendary rank. They got all excited over something that was completely different from what they imagined. As a result, their fiery, passionate hearts instantly cooled. Isn't this just a scam? Didn't you say that it was a legendary item? Why is it only a fragment? Blackie complained to Faust. It was no wonder the strange old man was so generous as to take out a legendary ranked item. In reality, it was only a fragment. It was not even close to a legendary item at all. You little brats, aren't you being too greedy here? Do you think that legendary ranked items are like cabbages? Do you think you can just find one in any random place? Faust, flabbergasted, scolded, moreover, do you think that you brats can successfully obtain it? You're better off looking for something else. I'm not trying to belittle you all, but with your current abilities, it is an absolutely impossible goal. Don't waste your energy on such thoughts. I will cast a spell to strengthen you all, give you the ability to float in midair, and deal increased damage to the golden fish. As long as you severely injure the golden fish, for a short time, the golden fish will enter a crippled state and won't be able to move. At that time, use these magical nets to catch them. Following which, Faust took out 3 golden-colored, magical nets, handing them over to Shifeng's group. He then chanted some incantations, providing Shifeng's group with over a dozen buffs, greatly increasing the 3's attributes. Their attributes multiplied by almost 3 to 4 folds, and at the same time, they could ignore up to 15 levels. Who says we won't obtain? With such powerful attributes, the heavenly dragon's breath will definitely be ours. Looking at his increased attributes, Blackie's confidence instantly grew by over 100-fold. Lonely Snow nodded in agreement as well. He could not help but wish he could begin his assault on the golden fish immediately. Regarding Shifeng's strength, the two of them held an almost blind faith in it. Shifeng had simply shown them too many miracles. His battle techniques were even matchless. Ha ha ha. Young folk being so confident is a good thing indeed. However, you should first look at the exchange quantities. Faust stroked his white beard as he laughed. He did not mind Blackie's words at all. The 3 of them immediately checked the exchange quantities. Level 15 bronze ranked item and level 20 bronze ranked item required 1 to 2 golden fish. Level 15 mysterious iron ranked item and level 20 mysterious iron ranked item required 3 to 5 golden fish. Level 15 secret silver ranked item and level 20 secret silver ranked item required 10 to 15 golden fish. Level 15 fine gold ranked item and level 20 fine gold ranked item required 30 to 50 golden fish. Level 15 dark gold ranked item and level 20 dark gold ranked item required 100 to 200 golden fish. Fragmented legendary ranked item required 1000 golden fish. There were a lot of golden fish in the entire Silver River. At a single glance, one could tell that there were several thousand golden fish in the river. Blackie and Lonely Snow could not help but smile. Here I thought you required some astronomical amount. Isn't it just 1,000 golden fish? We'll quickly gather them up for you, Blackie laughed. Shifeng also felt that it would not be difficult for them to obtain 1,000 golden fish. Only, it would require a lot of time to do so. However, to obtain a fragmented legendary rank item, even spending several days would be worth it. Just as Shifeng and the other 2 were about to take action. Before you all start, I need to give you a small reminder. The Star River Valley will not remain in the Silent Swamp for too long. At most, it will disappear from the Silent Swamp in 4 to 5 hours. I, too, will disappear with it. If you do not hand the golden fish to me before that happens, you won't receive any rewards. Faust revealed a slight smile as he spoke. System, rare quest, delicious golden fish, accepted. Within the allocated amount of time, catch as many golden fish as you can and hand them over to Faust. The more you catch, the better the rewards will be. Although there was a time limit, Blackie and Lonely Snow still brimmed with confidence. Even if they could not obtain other equipment, it would be enough if they obtained the heavenly dragon's breath. 4 to 5 hours, is it? Shifeng looked at Faust's smiling figure, inwardly feeling that the matter was not as simple as it appeared. Otherwise, why would Faust be so generous as to show off a fragmented legendary rank item for exchange? However, time was of the essence. The 3 of them immediately started catching the golden fish. At this moment, Shifeng's communication notification rang up again. The call's requester was Gentle Snow. Miss Snow, I truly have to thank you for your support last time. Otherwise, those internet trolls would Have painted me as a scammer, Shifeng jokingly said. In his heart, Gentle Snow was definitely someone worth his friendship, and all her care and aid towards him had clearly proven this matter. At least you still have a good heart, Gentle Snow laughed sweetly. More importantly, I'm contacting you this time just to ask you about a single matter. What happened? Shifeng inwardly felt that Gentle Snow behaved somewhat strangely today. Did you come into contact with people from Underworld? Gentle Snow suddenly asked. That's right, they contacted me, Shifeng nodded his head, saying. Hearing Shifeng's acknowledgement, Gentle Snow could not help but ask in curiosity, just what happened between you? Nothing much. They just wanted something from me, and I refused to give it to them, Shifeng calmly said. How could this be? Although I don't know what actually happened, don't try to trick me. If it is only a small matter like this, that person from Underworld would not specifically send me a message, telling me not to get involved. What exactly happened between you two? If you tell me the truth right now, I might be able to offer some help. Underworld's strength is definitely not something an unrated guild like Martial Union could compare to. Just its strength in White River City alone is probably more than 10 times that of Martial Union. There are also plenty of top-tier experts amongst their ranks that walk the path of darkness. If they go all out to deal with you, it might not even be safe for you to stay within the confines of the town. Gentle Snow's tone turned grave as she spoke. A hint of fear towards Underworld's power also colored her tone. She simply could not understand how an independent player like Shifeng could anger Underworld to such a degree. It was truly unbelievable. It's true. Why would I lie to you? They only wish to obtain something that I possess. I simply refused them and told them to bring it on, if they can. There really isn't anything else, Shifeng said with a bitter smile. You call that nothing else? I truly admire you right now. You are the first one to actually dare provoke Underworld in such a way. Gentle Snow nearly choked when she heard Shifeng's words. Fortunately, your matter isn't too severe. I'll try to explain to the management of Underworld and see if this matter can be settled. Hopefully this event will become bygones. Shifeng did not particularly mind the matter of Underworld trying to deal with him. In any case, adding one more to his list of enemies wouldn't make much of a difference. However, seeing Gentle Snow earnestly trying to help him, he couldn't just not give her face and reject her kind intentions. Thank you. No need for that. We're friends after all, and it is only natural for friends to help each other. Just don't forget to sell me any high-level equipment that you don't need in the future. Gentle Snow revealed a faint smile before hanging up. Soon after, Shifeng joined Blackie and Lonely Snow's fishing party. However, before Shifeng had even reached the golden fish and attacked them, he quickly discovered a problem. After his attributes increased, Blackie was comparable to a powerful level 20 Cursemancer equipped with a complete secret silver set equipment and a fine gold weapon. However, even then, Blackie's attacks dealt less than 400 damage to the golden fish. Moreover, the movement speed of the golden fish was extremely quick in the Silver River. Even if Blackie's techniques improved by quite a lot, out of 10 dark arrows he sent out, only 5 managed to find their targets. As a result, Blackie's damage output was greatly reduced. The golden fish's 100,000 HP was like a huge mountain. Meanwhile, on Lonely Snow's side, he felt even more helpless. The golden fish only dodged and did not attack. Not mentioning whether a melee class could land a hit, to begin with, just trying to chase after the golden fish was a big problem. In addition, the golden fish's physical defense was simply too high. Lonely Snow's normal attacks only dealt around 200 damage, and his overall damage output could not even compare to Blackie's. To strike a golden fish down to critical health, the two of them, with their strengths combined, needed to spend over 4 minutes concentrating their attacks. The total quest duration was only around 4 to 5 hours. At this rate, they could only catch around 70 golden fish within 5 hours. They would not even hit 1/10 of the required 1,000 golden fish. Chapter 155, Devour Once More. After spending a long amount of time, Blackie and Lonely Snow finally managed to catch a golden fish. At this moment, they both realized that they had greatly underestimated the difficulty of the challenge. Not to mention a fragmented legendary ranked item, even a dark gold ranked item was a fanciful delusion. This old man has already said that your strengths are just too weak. Stop thinking about the heavenly dragon's breath and be more realistic. Otherwise, you all might not get anything in the end. Faust, who floated in the air, smiled. In reality, Faust only teased Shifeng's group for fun by taking out the fragmented legendary rank item. In God's domain, even a fragmented legendary rank item was an incomparably precious item. Its value was over 10 times that of an epic ranked item. If one were lucky, one might even restore the legendary fragment into a true legendary ranked item. So, who would be willing to give it away? This was why Faust had set such an unreasonable and unattainable amount for exchange. That damned old man. He is clearly just toying with us. Blackie cursed in the party chat. Leader, what do we do now? Should we just give up on the fragmented legendary and dark gold ranked items and just go for a fine gold ranked item? Lonely Snow had already given up on an unattainable item. Shifeng shook his head, saying, "You guys focus on catching the golden fish. I'll try by myself." It was impossible for Shifeng to give up on the fragmented legendary rank item. Who knew when he would have another chance to meet with a fragmented legendary ranked item? Moreover, the difficulty of obtaining one at that time would definitely be much higher than now. If he couldn't even obtain a fragmented legendary ranked item, how could he secure a legendary ranked item in the future? Soon after, with his attributes now greatly increased, Shifeng rushed towards a golden fish that currently swam in the Silver River. A black light slashed at the golden fish's soft-sided abdomen. He struck the golden fish before it could even react, a damage of over -1,400 points appearing above its head. Immediately after, Shifeng sent a normal slash at the golden fish, causing over -800 damage. Following which, Shifeng brandished the silver lake in his hand. 3 electric arcs wove across 8 golden fish. Instantly, damages of -1,056, -1,384, and -1,758 appeared above their heads. In the blink of an eye, the golden fish lost over 6,000 HP. The frightening damage surprised Faust. "Not bad," Faust praised as he stroked his white beard. However, he still did not hold a thread of belief that Shifeng could procure the heavenly dragon's breath. On the other hand, there was a large possibility for him to secure a dark gold ranked item. Brother Feng. Leader. Looking at the damage Shifeng had caused, Blackie and Lonely Snow forgot to continue attacking the golden fish as their eyes filled with fanaticism and excitement. With such frightening damage, there might really be a hope of completing the quest. "Don't just stare at me, continue your attacks," Shifeng said in the party chat, his hands not halting their actions as he spoke. Shifeng's intense attacks quickly caused the golden fish's HP to fall at flying speeds. In the end, Shifeng had only spent about 100 seconds to capture a golden fish, using around 2/5 of Blackie and Lonely Snow's time. As expected, it's still not enough, Shifeng wrinkled his brows. At this rate, even if Shifeng continuously attacked and captured the golden fish without stop, he would, at most, capture 170 to 190 golden fish. There would still be an immense gap from the targeted 1,000 golden fish. Ha ha ha. Young man, you have truly given me a shock. However, I've already said this before, you all should not try to obtain the fragmented legendary ranked item. With all 3 of you combined, it would be good enough to trade for 1 or 2 dark gold ranked items, Faust laughed with confidence. Naturally, Shifeng did not give up at Faust's words. Suddenly, a clear blue flame appeared floating above Shifeng's palm. This flame was the ice blue devil flame. The ice blue devil flame wrapped around Shifeng's entire body, increasing Shifeng's damage by 20%. I've truly underestimated you. You can even control a mysterious flame. When Faust saw the ice blue devil flame, he was once more given a shock. Looking at the mysterious flame's power, it should be a Tier 2 mysterious flame. Mastering a Tier 2 mysterious flame at such a young age, you are truly not a simple fellow. Unfortunately, it is still not enough. With the support of the ice blue devil flame, Shifeng's damage soared once more. He then attacked zealously, filling the sky with sword images. Now, his normal slashes alone could deal over 1,000 damage, while his chop dealt over -1,700 damage. The most frightening was the thunder flame explosion, dealing over -3,000 damage. In the end, Shifeng only spent around 1 minute to successfully catch a golden fish. Moreover, Thundering Flash, Earth Splitter, and thunder flame explosion also dealt some damage to the other golden fish. Only, the cooldowns for these skills were too long. In addition to the golden fish constantly swimming about, never staying in a single place, the effects of these AoE skills were extremely limited. Continuing at this pace, Sherfong could catch somewhere over 300 golden fish in 5 hours. However, it was still a great distance from 1000. Am I really not able to attain the fragmented legendary ranked item? Sherfong felt very reluctant. No matter what was said, a fragmented legendary ranked item was simply too rare. Finding one now was only due to heaven-defying luck. Ha ha ha. Don't be discouraged, young man. You have already performed quite well. If you all can capture 400 golden fish, I can trade you an epic ranked item. Consider it as a reward for your efforts, Faust smiled, consoling. It had been very long since he had seen a youth with such a fighting spirit. However, with Sherfong and the others' current standards, there was not a great likelihood they could earn even an epic ranked item. That damned old man. He only knows how to toy with us. Even if we have a full 5 hours right now, our chances of catching 400 golden fish are less than 40%, Blackie cursed in the party chat. Having learned his lesson, he no longer cursed out directly. My attack power is still too low, my attack speed is also too slow. I need an increase to my damage and speed. Sherfong entered deep thought as he tried to think of a way to increase his abilities. If he used the intermediate frost grenades, with all 3 of them bombarding a wide area of the Silver River, they might capture over 400 golden fish. The problem was, however, that he simply did not have that many intermediate frost grenades. Moreover, each intermediate frost grenade cost 10 silver coins. A single intermediate frost grenade could deal around -500 damage to the golden fish. Then, killing a golden fish would require 200 intermediate frost grenades, which would cost up to 20 gold coins. Taking into account the effective area of the frost grenades, every 200 frost grenades would kill around 20 golden fish, making the value of each golden fish the equivalent of 1 gold coin. Meanwhile, 1,000 golden fish would equal to 1,000 gold coins. Although purchasing a fragmented legendary ranked item for 1,000 gold coins was no different than daylight robbery, to begin with, Sherfong did not possess nearly that much money. Hence, this method was not feasible. What should I do? How can I increase my attack power? Sherfong flipped through his bag. He managed to think of over a dozen methods, but not one of them were feasible. At this moment, Sherfong discovered the level 10 fine gold ranked greatsword that he collected from the Sun Temple. This greatsword was something he had prepared for the Abyssal Blade's level up. He had completely forgotten about it due to being too busy. Now that he collected 10 silver dawns, he could level up the Abyssal Blade. That's right. If I can raise the Abyssal Blade to level 10, its attributes will massively increase. Maybe it would be possible at that time. Inspiration struck Sherfong. There would be a checkpoint for weapons at every 10 levels, and there would be a big improvement when these checkpoints were reached. Right now, the level 5 Abyssal Blade could rival a level 10 secret silver weapon. If it devoured a fine gold weapon and 10 secret silver weapons, it would undergo an impressive growth. Let's start devouring, then. Sherfong immediately chose to level up the Abyssal Blade, starting the devouring process. Chapter 156, Black Dragon coming into being. At a glance, the Kabula wilderness was comprised mainly of silt and gravel. There were also plenty of abandoned pastures and farmland. From time to time, sounds of crows cawing reverberated throughout the land. Level 10 monsters, such as white-tusked boars, large bisons, and vultures, roamed this land, and they were all extremely ferocious. At this stage of the game, a level 10 monster area was an extremely dangerous place for players. However, in a certain pasture in the Kabula wilderness, a 20-man team currently grinded on white-tusked boars. We're almost finished clearing out the monsters over here. Little Shadow, go lure some more monsters over, a handsome youth commanded. This youth wore a set of golden armor and wielded a great sword. Yes, the level 9 assassin called Little Shadow very respectfully answered. He then turned to lure more monsters. If an average player witnessed this scene, they would probably be incomparably shocked. A level 9 assassin wearing mysterious iron set equipment was definitely an expert of God's domain. No matter which large guild such an expert joined, he would be one of the upper echelons of the guild. However, such an expert was unexpectedly willing to take on the role of an errand boy, and there was not even a hint of resentment or rage in his eyes when treated as such. On the contrary, there was even a hint of pride in them. What? Snow, the golden-armored youth, was slightly surprised when he received a communication request from this person. He picked up the call and spoke in a soft tone. "Snow, it's been a while since you've contacted me. How have you been recently? I really don't know why you insist on staying in a guild like Ouroboros. Won't you develop further if you join me in Underworld?" "Feng Xianyang, I've already said it before, I will not join Underworld. I will depend on myself to create my own legacy. I'm only looking for you today to ask for your help on a matter," Gentle Snow calmly said. "Say it, then. As long as it's a request from you, Snow, I will strive to fulfill it," the golden-armored youth immediately said with a smile. This was the first time Gentle Snow had came to him asking for help. Previously, Gentle Snow had constantly tried to put distance between them, so this was a golden opportunity for him to show off. "It's nothing big. It's about the message that you sent me before, telling me to stay out of that matter. I understand the crux of the problem, and isn't it just a small conflict? Moreover, Yifeng is a friend of mine. So, I hope that you can give me some face and let this matter go," Gentle Snow said. "Yifeng, is it?" Feng Xianyang wrinkled his brows. He did not think that Gentle Snow would ask him about this matter. "That's right, it's Yifeng. What are your thoughts?" Gentle Snow asked. "Since you've already spoken, naturally, there will be no problems. You can rest assured, I'll talk to my subordinates about it," Feng Xianyang smiled. Soon after, Gentle Snow disconnected the call. "Snow, why would you care so much about that Yifeng? You don't usually pay much attention to anyone else. Don't tell me you've taken a liking to that brat." Zhao Yueru, who stood beside Gentle Snow, giggled, the expression she revealed suggesting the two must be involved with each other. "You're overthinking things," Gentle Snow rolled her eyes at Zhao Yueru. She then said in a soft tone, "Moreover, don't forget who it was that gave us the potion-making recipe. Not only did it allow you to become an intermediate potion-making apprentice, but you are also earning a lot of money with it. Aren't you happily counting your silver coins all day right now?" "Fine, I admit that he was indeed a great help, so we ought to help him in return this time." Hearing Gentle Snow saying so, Zhao Yueru was like a kitten that had its sore spot poked, acting pitifully. "Moreover, Yifeng's help isn't limited to just that one time. It was only thanks to him that we managed to clear the hell mode of the Dark Moon Graveyard, allowing my position in Ouroboros to rise rapidly. Many elders in the guild have also changed their initial attitudes towards me, choosing to stand on my side instead. This result has saved me from many troubles, and I haven't even gotten the chance to thank Yifeng for this yet. Helping him with a small matter like this is nothing." Gentle Snow then continued, "If Underworld still doesn't give up and still wishes to deal with Yifeng, I can only use that move. However, since Feng Xianyang has already agreed, there should be no problems." On the other side, after Feng Xianyang ended the call, his face paled with anger. Feng Xianyang could not understand just what sort of relationship Gentle Snow had with the Yifeng for her to actually speak up for him. Feng Xianyang had been trying to woo Gentle Snow for so long, yet, she had paid him no attention from the start. Right now, Underworld was just teaching Yifeng a lesson, yet Gentle Snow immediately came calling. The degree of care that she gave Yifeng was abnormally high. It had even reached a degree that caused Feng Xianyang jealousy. Feng Xianyang had both money and power. He was also incomparably handsome. He was hundreds of times better than the Yifeng in every way. Yet, Gentle Snow chose to pay attention to Yifeng instead. There must be a problem here. However, Feng Xianyang was extremely clear about Gentle Snow's daily lifestyle. There was no chance that a minor character like Yifeng could meet her in real life. The only possibility was in God's domain. There must be something that he had here that led to Gentle Snow treating him so well. If Yifeng remained in God's domain, the two of them might have a deeper development. The more Feng Xianyang thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Feng Xianyang's eyes gleamed with a cold glint. He had no intentions of watching his years of effort go to waste. "I absolutely cannot let the Yifeng remain in God's domain." He would not tolerate Yifeng's continued contact with Gentle Snow. He needed to get rid of Yifeng immediately. Only with Yifeng gone would there be no possibility of any development occurring between him and Gentle Snow. "Young Master Feng, do you have any commands?" South Wolf respectfully asked. "I want you to break apart the relationship between Yifeng and Gentle Snow. Think of a way to turn them against each other, then make Yifeng disappear from God's domain. However, you cannot let others know that Underworld is involved in this matter. Do you understand?" Feng Xianyang coldly said. "Understood. This subordinate will carry out your orders. However, I hope that young Master Feng can allot me some more helpers. That way, I can do things more easily." South Wolf smiled as he spoke. "Fine. I'll send a party from the Underworld Guards to assist you. However, you have to carry things out more beautifully," Feng Xianyang said. Hearing the name, Underworld Guards, South Wolf was shocked into a jump. He simply did not know how Yifeng had provoked young Master Feng to unleash the Underworld Guards, the core strength of Underworld. Moreover, it was not tasking just an individual, but a full party. "Young Master Feng, rest assured, this subordinate will carry out your orders without fail," South Wolf assured. Star River Valley. The abyssal blade in Shifeng's hand suddenly emitted pitch-black flames. These black flames instantly wrapped around the fine gold-ranked greatsword and the 10 silver dawns. The flames radiated a scorchingly hot temperature as they melted these weapons. The temperature of the black flames was on an entirely different level compared to the ice-blue devil flame. In the blink of an eye, even the fine gold-ranked greatsword melted into a lump of metal, the abyssal blade continuously absorbing the essence of the weapon. After the devouring process completed, the abyssal blade flared with a gigantic black flame. The black flame was like a living being, transforming into a black dragon. The size of the dragon was like a great mountain with the height of around 200 to 300 meters, and pitch-black scales that were even harder than steel covered its entire body. Soon after, the black dragon released a heaven-shaking roar, instantly scattering the dark clouds in the sky. The roar of the dragon shocked the entire Star River Valley, and even the golden fish in the Silver River were shocked still, not moving at all. Magic weapon. Faust, who floated in midair, instantly knew what was happening when he saw the black dragon's appearance from the abyssal blade. His constantly calm expression before even showed signs of shock right now. "How is this possible? A young fellow like you actually controls a magic weapon and haven't felt its curse yet." Chapter 157, Battle Prowess dramatically rises. The appearance of the black dragon instantly sent Blackie and Lonely Snow into shock. Just standing on the ground and feeling the roar that rang through the skies was enough to cause one to tremble with fear. As for the flames surrounding the black dragon, the temperature it radiated increased the temperature throughout Star River Valley by more than 10 degrees. The black dragon had thoroughly frightened them stiff. The black dragon glanced at its surroundings, its sight stopping on Faust momentarily before shifting to Shifeng. "It isn't trying to kill me, right?" This was the first time Shifeng had personally witnessed a dragon. In God's domain, dragons were the symbol of power and destruction. It was obvious just how terrifying dragons were. Not to mention, the dragon before him right now was a king amongst dragons, the Black Dragon King. "Young man, relax. It died long ago, and this is merely a phantom of its past. It cannot hurt anybody at all. It has only materialized itself now because you allowed the magic weapon to devour and obtain new power." Faust could see the worry in Shifeng's eyes, hence, he explained with a smile. As expected, the Black Dragon King before Shifeng simply stared him, taking no other actions. However, even if it were just a phantom, it was still enough to frighten a person greatly. If the actual body of the Black Dragon King were here right now, it might have instantly turned the entire Star River Valley into a sea of flames, a living hell. Shifeng and the others would not have remained standing there, safe and sound. After a moment, the shadow of the Black Dragon King dissipated, turning into black flames as it returned into the abyssal blade. Immediately, the abyssal blade began its transformation. Unknown silver-colored runes suddenly appeared on the pitch-black blade in Shifeng's hand. The abyssal blade itself gave off a faint illusion of being surrounded by black flames. There was also a dragon coiling around the hilt of the sword now. A single glance was enough to tell that the abyssal blade was no ordinary item. Is this the new power of the abyssal blade? As Shifeng held the abyssal blade, he felt the misconception of two minds connecting with each other. It felt as if the abyssal blade were becoming another part of his body, and moving it was no different than stretching his own arm. Aside from this misconception, the attributes of the abyssal blade also underwent an earth-shaking transformation. Abyssal blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon. Attack power plus 96. All attributes plus 22. Attack speed plus 6. Ignore levels plus 7. Attacks have a 30% chance of causing 200% damage, 10% chance to cause 300% damage, 20% chance to induce doom curse, reducing all attributes by 40%, lasting 30 seconds. If wielder belongs to any swordsman job, all skill levels plus 3. Increase free ability points received by 2 points for every increase in level. Equipment level 10. Can be leveled up. Devour 10 level 15 mysterious iron equipment and 1 level 15 secret silver equipment to level up to level 15. Can be evolved, unknown. Additional skill 1, Phantom Kill. Instantly creates a doppelganger. You can control this doppelganger. Doppelganger will have 50% of original body's attributes and all skills. At the same time, doppelganger and the original body can be swapped. Duration of 40 seconds. Additional skill 3, 9 Dragon Slash. Instantly create 9 phantoms of the abyssal blade for the wielder's use. Each phantom sword is capable of dealing up to 30% damage. Duration of 28 seconds. Additional skill 4, Dark Violent Dance. 40% of the total damage dealt spreads in a cone-shaped area towards targets within a distance of 12 yards for 30 seconds. The abyssal blade was personally created by Master Smith Alice's using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, and it is ranked 31st. However, this sword has been cursed by the Black Dragon King. Aside from providing the wielder with immense strength, there will be a backlash every period of time. However, after being remodeled by Jack using a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has been greatly reduced. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the curse of the Black Dragon King, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. It looks like, if the abyssal blade devours better quality weapons, the resulting improvements are also greater. Sherfone was extremely satisfied by the abyssal blade's improvements. Right now, the abyssal blade's attack power has reached the standard of a level 10 dark gold ranked two-handed weapon, not to mention its frightening attributes. Just the chances of causing a double damage critical hit increasing to 30% was a frightening improvement, not to mention the chances of inflicting the doom curse increasing to 20%. As long as the target was cursed, all their attributes would be reduced by 40%. It was a fatal power. Let's test out the new power. Sherfone tightened his grip on the abyssal blade as he looked towards the thousands of golden fish swimming in the silver river. The heavenly dragon's breath will definitely be mine. Young man, you are still better off giving up. Although you have greatly increased your weapon's prowess, it is still impossible for you to obtain the fragmented legendary ranked item, Faust said with a smile. It was not that he looked down on Sherfone, rather, he was extremely clear about the difficulty of the challenge he had set. If Sherfone reached level 20 right now and possessed a complete set of level 20 fine gold set equipment, in addition to a level 20 magic weapon, he would then have a chance of completing this quest. However, it was clear that Sherfone had yet to reach such a standard. Moreover, he was still far from achieving it. On the other hand, there was a great possibility that he could earn an epic ranked item now. What if I used this? Sherfone suddenly took out the freezing shadow he previously obtained. Freezing shadow, dart-type consumable item. Usage count, 10,000/10,000. Causes 120% frost damage towards a target. Only effective towards enemies that are level 30 and below. No cooldown. At a glance, even Blackie and Lonely Shadow, who were familiar with Sherfone, might not understand this item. The freezing shadow darts could only attack a single target at a time. Compared to using a skill to cause damage, it was much weaker, so how could it possibly reach the target of 1,000 golden fish? Faust could not help but shake his head, silent as he turned back to his fishing. Blackie, Lonely Snow, come over here and help me capture the golden fish. Sherfone flew up to the silver river as he spoke to his companions. Although the two did not know what Sherfone was trying to do, they still chose to trust him unconditionally. Let's start, then. After the two of them made their preparations to capture the golden fish with the magical net, Shifeng also finished his own preparations. Immediately after Shifeng activated the ice blue devil flame, he rushed towards the group of fish with the abyssal blade in one hand and the freezing shadow in the other. Shifeng then slashed the abyssal blade towards the spot with the highest concentration of golden fish. Instantly, 3 electric arcs weaved across over 20 golden fish, inflicting frightening damages of -1846, -2389, and -3201. There were also some golden fish that received critical hits, doubling the damage they received to -3692, -4778, and -6402. There were even some that felt the doom curse upon them, immediately reducing their attributes by 40% and their maximum HP to 60,000 points. After the 3 massive AoE skills, every golden fish Shifeng struck lost at least 20,000 HP. The ones that received critical strikes lost over 30,000 HP, while those that received the doom curse instantly lost close to half of their HP. Seeing these damages, Blackie and Lonely Snow were both dumbfounded. They even thought that they were dreaming. Scatter and Go, Dark Violent Dance. After using the 3 massive AoE skills, he wielded the freezing shadow as he activated the Dark Violent Dance. Shio. 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 Instantly, more than 10 freezing shadow darts pierced the golden fish inflicted with the doom curse. Every dart caused over -1,700 damage. Simultaneously, the damage spread effect of the Dark Violent Dance caused over -600 damage to each of the surrounding golden fish. In the blink of an eye, over 100 golden fish had their HP reduced. Unlike the frost grenades, the freezing shadows did not have a cooldown. The number of darts a player could toss out within a fixed period of time depended solely on their attack speed. Due to the attribute improvement of the abyssal blade, Shifeng's attack speed had become much faster. In addition to Faust's buff, Shifeng could easily throw out 20 freezing shadow darts simultaneously. However, in an attempt to pursue stability and accuracy, Shifeng limited the number of darts he tossed out to 12 at a time. Due to Shifeng's unrestrained damaging, the HP of the golden fish afflicted by the doom curse madly reduced. Very quickly, the 60,000 HP of these golden fish fell to a critical level, forcing them into a crippled state. Chapter 158, The Final Violent Dance. Lonely, I'm not dreaming, right? Blackie slapped Lonely Snow's shoulders, his finger pointing towards the group of crippled golden fish. Lonely Snow's gaze turned sluggish as he shook his head in a daze. Compared to the rapid decrease of the golden fish's HP, Lonely Snow was more shocked by Shifeng's techniques. He only managed to see the countless shadows left behind by Shifeng's hands. Before Lonely Snow could even get a clear view of Shifeng's hands, more than 10 freezing shadow darts already flew out. Such speed could practically rival an assault rifle. Aside from Shifeng's frightening speed, his accuracy also caused others to submit. Every dart he shot out had accurately landed on the golden fish afflicted with the doom curse. Moreover, they even landed on the softer side abdomens of the golden fish. If Lonely Snow were in Shifeng's shoes, it would be fortunate if he could toss out 1 freezing shadow dart at a time and land the hit, not to mention tossing out more than 10 darts at a time and land every single one on the side abdomens of the golden fish. I'll be satisfied when I can achieve such a level of technique. Lonely Snow was completely trapped in the fantasy of Shifeng's dart-throwing technique. Stop daydreaming and quickly capture the crippled golden fish. Shifeng hurriedly commanded. At this time, Blackie and Lonely Snow were finally aroused from their thoughts. They immediately used the magical nets to capture the crippled golden fish. 1 fish, 2 fish, 3 fish. Shifeng only spent a short 30 seconds to force 3 golden fish into a crippled state. Shifeng's violent speed had shocked even Faust himself, and he could not help but feel a slight ache in his heart. However, when the effects of the damage amplification, doom curse, and dark violent dance dissipated, the capturing speed of the golden fish immediately slowed. Shifeng could only wait until the cooldown for Thundering Flash, Earth Splitter, Thunder Flame Explosion, and Dark Violent Dance to finish before renewing his assault. Overall, Shifeng's group captured an average of 5 golden fish per minute. Within 1 hour, they could capture around 300 golden fish, and within 4 hours, they could collect the required 1,000 golden fish and complete the quest. Time passed, little by little. Unknowingly, over 4 hours passed by already. We're rich. We're rich. Lonely, how many fish did you catch? I got 618. You. Ha ha ha. I have more than you. I have 645. We'll have 1,263 if we add them together. We've already reached the targeted 1,000 to trade for the fragmented legendary ranked item. Leader, hang in there. We should still have some time remaining. We might even gather another 100 or so golden fish to trade for a dark gold ranked item. Blackie and Lonely Snow captured the golden fish in exhilaration. As they watched the number of golden fish continuously grow in their bags, they could not suppress even a smile on their faces. The only misfortune in this situation was that Sherfone could not raise his skill proficiency by attacking these golden fish. He also did not obtain a single point of experience from his efforts. If he killed this many level 20 special elites in a normal situation, the three of them would have long since risen by 2 or 3 levels. However, Sherfone did not feel much from this. It was only Blackie and Lonely Snow who did not know of the rarity of a fragmented legendary ranked item. They might not get another chance to secure one for a very long time. To obtain the fragmented legendary ranked item, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, right now, even spending 1 to 2 days would be worth it, not to mention spending only several hours. Sherfang's strength would soar if they possessed a fragmented legendary ranked item. As long as he equipped it, even when faced with apex experts, he would still suppress them with overwhelming strength. In God's domain, there were none willing to follow a weakling. Players would only revere the strong. If Sherfone wanted to establish his own virtual empire, he first needed to empower himself. Only then could attract others to follow him. During the early stages of God's domain, players like Sherfone, who had yet to start up their own workshops, had 0 chances of competing against the various large guilds. In God's domain, there were plenty of high-leveled field bosses that dropped valuable loot. There were even some that would drop dark gold ranked items. If lucky, players might even encounter a High Lord ranked monster. Although High Lord ranked monsters were incomparably powerful, they possessed a small chance to drop an epic ranked item. As for the usefulness of an epic ranked item to a guild, that was obvious. Not only could it increase a player's personal strength, allowing them to kill even more powerful monsters, they would also attract plenty of famous players to join the guild, further increasing the guild's overall prowess. In regards to dealing with high-level monsters or High Lord ranked monsters, large guilds could simply use numbers to overwhelm them. Although they would have to pay a heavy price, everything would be worth it if they could obtain top-tier equipment. Meanwhile, small guilds and workshops did not have such capabilities, and such a situation would allow the large guilds to have a much easier time procuring top-tier equipment. As more time passed, the gap between the two would continue to grow larger and larger, and soon, the small guilds would have no chance to compare to large guilds at all. Although developing a guild with a massive amount of members was an easy task, it was a long and arduous process to fully persuade these players to willing stay in the guild and share in the wealth and woe together. Time was necessary for the members to improve their cooperation with each other. A guild also needed a core framework that could properly manage the guild members. Aside from that, a guild needed sufficiently attractive incentives and treatment to attract new members. It also needed to have a massive space for improvements and wonderful future prospects. Meanwhile, having wonderful future prospects meant having a powerhouse as a leader. None of these points could be missing. Otherwise, the recruited members would easily choose to leave the guild. For guilds like Martial Union, Assassin's Alliance, and Ouroboros, they had long since formed a sturdy foundation. They were also led by apex powerhouses. Hence, the moment they entered a new virtual reality game, they would very quickly develop themselves. They also continuously recruited a large number of players. Hence, even if they suffered massive setbacks, they would very quickly rise again. Meanwhile, for startup guilds like Shadow, they did not even possess a proper welfare system. If they wished to recruit a large number of players within a short period, they might cause an adverse effect, entering a period of stagnation and maybe even a period of declination. Thus, Sherfone chose to go down the road of the elite. He planned to first form a powerful team as the guild's foundation. He would then improve it steadily, gradually increasing the guild's member capacity. He would not follow in the footsteps of Shadow, where the guild appeared superb on the outside, but in reality, it was riddled with holes, unable to withstand even a single blow. If Sherfone wished to form a sturdy foundation, powerhouses were a definite must, even more so for a newly established guild and workshop like Zero Wing. Without strength that surpassed others, how could they suppress those other experts and recruit them into the guild? Only with great strength would Zero Wing show others the possibilities of advancement in their guild. Meanwhile, the fragmented legendary ranked item was unquestionably a great source of strength for Sherfone. Time is almost up. I should start the final spurt, then. After battling at full power for over 4 hours, Sherfone was drenched in sweat. Be it mentally or physically, he was exhausted near to collapsing. If it were not for the attraction of the fragmented legendary ranked item, he would have long since fainted into a deep sleep. Soon after, Sherfone took out all the frost grenades he had in his possession and all of the Tier 1 magic scrolls he had. He then distributed them to Blackie and Lonely Snow. These items are very precious. We'll use them together. Absolutely do not waste them, Sherfone sternly said in the party chat. Brother Fone, rest assured. I'm a cursemancer, so it will not be a problem for me to release these Tier 1 magic scrolls. Leave it to me. Blackie and Lonely Snow could also feel the weight of these items. Not mentioning the frost grenades, just the value of such a large quantity of Tier 1 magic scrolls was immeasurable. If any accidents occurred, their losses would be abnormally huge. Attack that group of golden fish with me, Sherfone tossed out an intermediate frost grenade, solidifying a group of golden fish in place. He then used Thundering Flash, inflicting a damage amplification effect and the Doom Curse on them. Soon after, he unfurled a Fire-type Tier 1 magic scroll, blasting an attack at the group of golden fish. Blackie and Lonely Snow also tossed out their frost grenades at the same time, freezing all the golden fish. They then followed up by using the Tier 1 magic scrolls, immediately starting violent bombardment. A series of explosions resounded throughout the Silver River, giving rise to layers upon layers of waves. The shocking damages caused the HP of the group of golden fish to roll downwards frantically. Compared to Sherfang's initial burst, this burst was much more powerful. Watching this, Faust could not help but wipe away the cold sweat that formed on his forehead. Are these young lads trying to snatch even my family inheritance away? Chapter 159, The Forgotten History. The power of Tier 1 magic scrolls far surpassed the capabilities of the magic of players at this stage of the game. The might of Fire-type and Ice-type magics that Sherfone wielded was especially frightening. A Tier 1 AoE scroll, Flame Explosion, instantly caused over -6,000 damage to the golden fish, while another Tier 1 AoE scroll, Cold Wind Blowing, caused over -5,000 damage. With all three members of Sherfang's group attacking simultaneously, the golden fish had nowhere to hide. Due to being frozen by the frost grenades, the golden fish were unable to move at all. Tier 1 magic scrolls bombarded them with magical attacks, one after another, rapidly reducing the golden fish's HP and sending them into a crippled state. After an all-out burst lasting more than 10 minutes, Sherfone completely exhausted all of the attack-type Tier 1 magic scrolls he obtained from the Moonlight Forest. They had also fully depleted the frost grenades he bought from the Blackwing City. If totaled, the value of all of the items used was at least 20 gold coins. This loss could bankrupt a normal guild. However, their harvest during these 10 minutes or so was bountiful. They captured a total of 247 golden fish during this time, increasing their total accumulated number to 1510 golden fish, far exceeding Sherfang's initial estimation. They had perfectly achieved the quest's targeted number. Brother Fone, here's the golden fish I collected. Here's mine as well. Blackie and Lonely Snow excitedly handed over all the golden fish they captured to Sherfone. Anticipation filled their eyes as they waited for Sherfone to trade for the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. They wanted to see just how powerful the attributes of fragmented legendary ranked item were. Just as Sherfone received all the golden fish, hesitation appeared on his face. Originally, his goal from the beginning had been the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. Now, however, he had an additional 500 or so golden fish in his possession, far exceeding his initial estimates. He did not know just what sort of items he should trade for with these extras. Brother Fone, what's wrong? Blackie curiously asked as he noticed Sherfang's thoughtful expression. Nothing much. I want to ask you guys for your opinions. Right now, we have over 500 extra golden fish, so we can gain plenty more items with them. If we trade them for dark gold equipment, we can get 2 to 3 pieces. If we convert them to level 15 fine gold equipment, we have enough for more than 10 pieces. If we trade them for secret silver ranked items, we can outfit the entire party with them, greatly increasing the party's strength. However, we can also exchange 500 golden fish for an epic ranked item, Shifeng said. When everyone reaches level 15, the entire party can be fully equipped with level 15 secret silver equipment. Blackie trembled with excitement just from the thought of it. Although they still needed some time before they reached level 15, and by the time they reached that level, the scarcity of equipment would have decreased. An entire party fully geared with secret silver equipment was not a feat that even a first-rate guild could achieve. Even the elites amongst the elites of these first-rate guilds would, at most, have 1 to 2 pieces of secret silver equipment. Moreover, the equipment would be level 10, not level 15. Possibly, only those very few apex experts that reached level 15 could gather a full set of secret silver equipment. However, it would still be impossible for them to gather a complete set of level 15 secret silver equipment. This meant that the moment all the members of the Zero Wing party reached level 15, they would instantly soar to become an apex party in God's domain. None of the elite parties of the major guilds would be their equal. We could surpass all the elite parties of first-rate guilds and become the topmost level 15 elite party in God's domain. Lonely Snow grew excited as well. What do you guys think? Shifeng asked. Blackie and Lonely Snow entered deep thought. This was an extremely grave matter, as it was a problem related to the future development of the Zero Wing workshop. After the three of them gave the matter some thought, Blackie suddenly said, "Brother Feng, my suggestion is to trade for the epic ranked item. Although it would be awesome for our party fully equip secret silver equipment the moment we reached level 15, it isn't exactly impossible for us to get more secret silver equipment in the future. Meanwhile, an epic ranked item is definitely something we won't encounter again. We also don't know when we'll get another chance like this. This is an extremely rare opportunity, so we need to grab it without hesitation. Although an epic ranked item can only raise a single person's strength, its benefits to the party not that great. However, with a single powerhouse in the party, we will have a much easier time obtaining secret silver ranked items. On the other hand, even if we had a party fully geared with secret silver equipment, we won't obtain even a single epic ranked item. When considering the future, level 15 secret silver equipment will sooner or later be worthless. However, it is a different matter for an epic ranked item. It can bring us longer-lasting benefits. I also agree. To a large guild, the improvements brought about by an epic ranked item might not compare to over 100 pieces of secret silver ranked items. However, these large guilds are still willing to use hundreds of secret silver ranked items to trade for just a single epic ranked item. The reason being, although having 100 or more secret silver ranked items could temporarily increase our strength, what about the future? Leader, I think we should exchange for an epic ranked item instead. Blackie and Lonely Snow exchanged looks with each other. They had both given Shifeng their most earnest opinions. They both believed that, once Shifeng grew stronger, by the time they reached level 15, he could outfit them with a pile of good equipment. So, why should they carry out an action that was the equivalent of killing the chicken to get the egg? I get it. I'll take a look and see whether or not the epic ranked items available for trade will be of any help to us in the future. If they are useless, then I'll exchange for a dozen or so fine gold ranked items. Shifeng nodded his head. In reality, Shifeng had thought of this matter as well. However, he couldn't be too selfish either. Compared to a fragmented legendary ranked item, an epic ranked item was not as important. Hence, when trading for other items, he needed to consider everyone else's opinions. After all, this was a result that was only possible through everyone's joint efforts. Young adventurer, here is the list of items. Have a look, and simply tell me whichever items you wish to trade, Faust said with a stiff expression. He truly did not expect the young fellow before him to be so powerful. To actually obtain the heavenly dragon's breath that he had treasured for so many years, he had not been willing to sell it in the past, even when someone offered 30,000 gold coins. Yet, today, he was trading it away for only 1,000 golden fish. Shifeng looked at the list of items, discovering that there were 3 additional epic ranked items available for trade. There was a necklace called Heart of Light, a longbow called Star Chaser, and a staff called Mavis's Guard. As for the dark gold ranked items and fine gold ranked items, there were a ton of them available. Almost every kind of item was available. However, the item that aroused the most attention was still the fragmented legendary ranked item, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. It was needless to be mentioned that the Heavenly Dragon's Breath had to be purchased. As for the remaining 3 epic ranked items, one of them was a longbow, a weapon for rangers, and it was useless to their current party. Hence, only the necklace and staff remained as options. However, when Shifeng looked at both the attributes of these items, he was instantly speechless. He could not decide which item would bring the greatest personal improvement to his party. Which one should I choose? Shifeng's gaze kept switching between the 2 epic ranked items before him, indecisive. Faust only revealed a smile at this sight. What he loved watching the most was the distressed appearance of young people. After hesitating for a long time, Shifeng suddenly recalled a name in his memories from long ago. This name had once resounded throughout God's domain. However, after going through the ravages of time, this name slowly became unknown and forgotten. Esteemed Lord Faust, I wish to exchange for the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, Mavis's Guard, and this level 15 secret silver ranked ring, the Ring of Glory, Shifeng said. How do you know about this matter? Listening to the items that Shifeng wanted to exchange, Faust was instantly dumbfounded. He fixedly stared at Shifeng, asking in disbelief. Chapter 160, Shocking Attributes. Great. The gamble paid off. It really is a treasure left behind by that great existence. Shifeng inwardly felt immense excitement. However, he did not reveal it on his face, maintaining a calm outward expression. To Faust's shock and questioning, Shifeng did not give out an answer. He only revealed a mysterious smile at Faust. Esteemed Lord Faust, I wonder if I can purchase these items. Shifeng asked once more. Maybe this too is fate, Faust sighed. He then said, since you've already made your choice, you have to use this strength properly. The total is 1,510 golden fish for all 3 items. Esteemed Lord Faust, here are 1,510 golden fish. Shifeng handed over the golden fish, receiving 3 items in return. He had made a huge profit from this trade. Actually, Shifeng did not think that his luck would be so heaven-defying after his reincarnation. In Shifeng's previous life, 6 years after God's domain began, Shadow accidentally discovered a level 150 lost ruin. Moreover, to fully explore the lost ruin, they had sacrificed a disastrous amount of resources. However, they did not obtain anything significant from this exploration, only managing to find a golden book on a goddess statue. There was nothing special about this book. It was simply a book made of pure gold, so it did not rot easily. Recorded in the book was a segment about a long-forgotten history. Meanwhile, one of the phrases within the book contained the name, Mavis. During that ancient era, Mavis was likened to a god, and she was referred to as the god of light. Compared to the strange old man, Faust, Mavis was much stronger. Aside from that, Shifeng had not a clue about who Mavis was. Even so, an item left behind by a legendary existence much stronger than Faust would not be an ordinary item. Meanwhile, Blackie and Lonely Snow stood silently in confusion as they watched Shifeng. They did not understand why Shifeng was so joyful. However, listening to Faust's words, they faintly felt that they had gained a great advantage from the trade. Young man, seeing that fate has allowed us to meet, let me give you a warning, the magic weapon in your hand is extremely terrifying. Sealed within the magic weapon is the curse of the Black Dragon King, which even I will not face. This curse is extremely formidable, and even if the lucky stone suppresses it, sooner or later, you will have to face it. Faust's caution was grim. He then continued, saying, while you allow your magic weapon to absorb more power, you also strengthen the curse suppressed within the weapon. Remember that a magic weapon is a double-edged sword. If you wish to obtain extraordinary strength, your will must be extraordinary as well. Otherwise, strength will, soon or later, devour you whole. Maybe, this is also fate. Although the Heavenly Dragon's Breath is only a fragmented item, it could still, more or less, aid you in resisting your magic weapon's backlash. If you can fully restore the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, it will bring you unimaginable benefits. Strive harder, young man. Finished speaking, Faust's body vanished, while the entire Star River Valley gradually faded from existence as well. System, Rare Quest, Delicious Golden Fish, completed. Rewarding 300,000 EXP, Reputation in White River City +10. Feng instantly rose to level 12, a golden glow enveloping his body. Immediately after, a golden glow also coated Blackie and Lonely Snow, both of them reaching level 11. This quest is too awesome. It instantly gave me 150,000 EXP. Blackie said, entranced. Lonely Snow also nodded, saying with a smile, I also received 140,000 EXP. With this, our Zero-Wing party dominates the top 3 positions of White River City. If others know of this, our Zero-Wing workshop will become famous. We might be more than famous, those other players from major guilds might even be dumbfounded. Those bastards from Martial Union would regret becoming enemies with us. The next time we meet them, I will teach them a good lesson. Confidence about the future filled Blackie's heart. Now that his level was so high, and his equipment was excellent, even if he encountered several experts from Martial Union, he could still kill them all. While Blackie fantasized, the Star River Valley had completely disappeared. Only the dark silent swamp and dying forest remained around them. Brother Feng, that strange old man looked so shocked just now. Just what did you obtain from him? Blackie curiously asked. Nothing much. I got the fragmented legendary ranked item, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, an epic rank staff, Mavis's Guard, and a secret silver ranked ring, the Ring of Glory. Feng shared the information of the items with the other two. Heavenly Dragon's Breath, ring, fragmented legendary rank. Equipment requirement, Strength 200, Agility 200, Intelligence 120. Strength plus 40%, Agility plus 40%, Intelligence plus 30%, Endurance plus 30%. Movement speed plus 20%. Attack speed plus 30%. Ignore levels plus 10. All item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. Additional skill 1, Dragon's Authority. Suppress all enemies in the surroundings with the might of the Heavenly Dragon, inflicting the fear status onto enemies within a 30-yard distance, reducing their attack power by 20%, attack speed by 20%, and movement speed by 20% for 1 minute. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Additional skill 2, Dragon Breath. Inflicts 6x damage in a 30 by 5 yard line in front of you. There is a 20% chance to induce the fainted state for 2 seconds. Additional skill 3, Heavenly Dragon's Power. Allows the user to temporarily possess the power of the Heavenly Dragon, increasing HP by 300%, Strength by 100%, and Defense by 300%, and grants immunity to all controlling effects for 2 minutes. Cooldown, 3 hours. The Dragon Slayer Mekaseru once owned the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. It was originally a legendary ranked item possessing the suppressed strength of the dragon tribe. Due to damage resulting from a war between gods, its might has greatly decreased. However, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath possesses an incomparably strong magic power and possesses the potential to restore itself. Its past glory may be restored with 3 magic stars and 1 dragon's heart. Current restoration, 0/4. Mavis's Guard, Staff, Epic Rank. Level 1, Level 60. Equipment requirement, Intelligence 80. Attributes adjust according to user's level. Magic damage plus 20%. Maximum mana plus 20%. Mana consumption minus 10%. All magic type skills plus 2 levels. Additional passive skill, Spear of Light. There is a 15% chance to trigger this skill when attacking, launching a spear of light at the target and causing 200% magic damage. Additional skill 1, Guardian of Light. Grants a target immunity to all magic damage, reduces physical damage by 80%, and recovers 5% HP every second for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 20 minutes. Additional skill 2, Stars of Light. Deals 500% magic damage to targets within a 5-yard radius, or deals 300% magic damage to targets within a 20-yard radius. The damage scales up by 10% every second for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Mavis's Guard was once a staff blessed by the god of light, Mavis. It possesses incomparably powerful magic. However, due to the limited materials used to make the staff, it is unable to display its full might. Its maximum level can increase to level 100 if a master forger uses 5 radiant god steel to reforge the staff. Ring of Glory, ring, secret silver rank. Equipment requirement, Intelligence 40. Intelligence plus 24, Vitality plus 15, Endurance plus 10, Strength plus 8, agility +8. Increases damage of all light-type magic by 15%. These are a fragmented legendary ranked item and an epic rank item. Aren't they too OP? Blackie and Lonely Snow's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when they saw the attributes of the three items. Previously, they thought that the attributes of a secret silver weapon were already powerful. Only now, after seeing these attributes, did they understand that no matter how strong you were, there would always be someone stronger than you. In the face of fragmented legendary ranked items and epic ranked items, secret silver ranked items were simply trash. Chapter 161, Frightening Damage. Seeing these items' attributes, even Shifeng himself was greatly shocked. It was the first time he had witnessed the attributes of a fragmented legendary ranked item. In his previous life, the attributes of fragmented legendary ranked items were all kept secret by their respective owners, so others could only guess the actual attributes. He truly did not think that the Heavenly Dragon's breath would be so powerful. Instead of increasing a fixed amount of attributes, it had a percentage-based increase of the user's attributes. It was no wonder the powerhouses who possessed legendary ranked items claimed that only a powerhouse could use the full potential of such items. Even if a weakling obtained one, the bonuses would not be significant. If Shifeng could equip the Heavenly Dragon's breath right now, with his current attributes, he could easily kill a level 20 elite player. Unfortunately, with the equipment requirements of 200 strength, 200 agility, and 120 intelligence, Shifeng could only helplessly stare at it. Right now, his strength was only at 111 points, with only 123 points in agility, and a measly 50 points in intelligence. He was still far from possessing the required attributes. With the magic weapon he possessed, he would obtain 2 more free attribute points than other players for each level up. Even so, if he wished to equip the Heavenly Dragon's breath, he needed to be level 20, at the very least, and own a full set of level 20 fine gold equipment. Blackie, see if you can equip Mavis's Guard and the Ring of Glory. Shifeng handed the 2 pieces of equipment to Blackie. Shifeng had made considerations when he chose these 2 pieces of equipment. He could not always carry everyone in the party, as he still had many things he needed to tend to. However, if he wanted his party to level up quickly, the party needed a powerhouse to lead it. Meanwhile, the matter regarding an epic weapon was extremely important. The person he could trust the most was Blackie, so he could feel secure passing both the Mavis's Guard and Ring of Glory to Blackie. With the improvement brought about by these 2 pieces of equipment, Blackie's damage output might even surpass his own. After all, his magic weapon was currently only the equivalent of a dark gold weapon. It was still a distance away from rivaling an epic weapon. Moreover, Blackie was a mage class, and Blackie's grinding speed was originally faster than his. In addition, the skills Mavis's Guard granted were extremely powerful. Blackie would have a much easier time leveling up the party than he would. This alright, then. At first, Blackie hesitated. He felt that he did not possess the qualifications to wield this epic weapon in the least. However, looking at Shifeng's serious attitude and trust, he nodded his head earnestly. Although the requirement of 80 intelligence was very high, Blackie was already level 11. His character's attributes massively increased. He also had a few pieces of secret silver equipment. After he added all his attribute points he received from leveling up into intelligence, he just barely reached the staff's requirement, managing to equip Mavis's Guard. Right now, Mavis's Guard was a level 11 epic ranked staff. The staff increased numerous attributes. There was also an additional critical attribute that gave a 20% chance of magical attacks achieving a critical hit. It was much more powerful than Blackie's original goal. Mavis's Guard also reduced the level requirement for equipment by 5 levels. After Blackie equipped the Ring of Glory and the previously obtained level 15 mage class mysterious iron equipment and bronze equipment, he was completely born anew. He now gave others a faint oppressive feeling. This isn't real, right? My intelligence has reached 186 points. Blackie exclaimed, looking at his attribute panel. Compared to before, the 186 intelligence was more than double what he had before, not to mention the increase in his magic damage. His overall attributes had exceeded even the currently most powerful mage class by at least 2-fold. He could possibly one-shot a properly geared level 10 MT. Too powerful. Lonely Snow gazed at Blackie's dazzling attributes with admiration. Even so, he would not feel jealousy over Blackie. After all, this was a natural matter as he had only recently joined Zero Wing Workshop. Just the aid he received in leveling up and the amount of secret silver equipment were already unimaginable, not to mention receiving an extremely important item such as an epic ranked item. On the other hand, it would be extremely strange if he received an epic ranked item that he could use right now. Moreover, when Lonely Snow looked at Shifeng's carefree reaction as he gave Blackie the epic ranked item, he knew that, as long as he performed well in Zero Wing Workshop, there was bound to be a day where he could obtain his very own epic ranked item as well. Hence, he did not need to be jealous over Blackie. An epic weapon is as frightening as expected, Shifeng said with a smile, looking at Blackie's attributes. Normally, an epic ranked item's level would grow along with its user. Only when Blackie reached level 60 could he display the true potential of Mavis's protection. The potential displayed by the level 11 Mavis's guard was but the tip of the iceberg. Moreover, Shifeng knew of plenty of locations which had epic ranked items. However, he did not have the ability to retrieve them right now. He also did not have a powerful team, so he had no way of obtaining those epic ranked items at the moment. He could only wait until his workshop developed before setting out to claim them. Brother Feng, let's go kill some elite monsters. I want to see the awe of an epic weapon. Blackie looked at Shifeng, restless with anticipation. Fine, let's go look for some, then, Shifeng replied with a smile. During that year when he held his first epic ranked item, he, too, was as excited as Blackie right now. He had been extremely eager to test out his strength on powerful monsters. Very quickly, under Shifeng's leadership, the trio located a level 17 rare elite, the Swamp Lizard. Swamp Lizard, rare elite. Level 17. HP 200, 000/200, 000. I'll lure it over. Lonely, try to restrict it as it attempts to spit out gray fog and use caution. Blackie, pay careful attention while you kite it. Make sure you maintain your distance from it, Shifeng spoke in the party chat. The Swamp Lizard was the most challenging rare elite in the Silent Swamp. If it was not for reaching level 12, the Abyssal Blade having upgraded to level 10, and Blackie's possession of Mavis's guard now, he would not have chosen to fight this monster at all. The Swamp Lizard was a physical melee-type monster. However, it could deal a lot of damage. With a single claw attack, it could take away more than half of a normal level 15 MT's HP. Its attacks also carried an additional petrification effect that slowed the target. Moreover, the Swamp Lizard's movement speed ranked at the very top of all the monsters found in the Silent Swamp. If a normal level 15 party met it, the usual result would be a party wipe. Soon after, Shifeng circled the Swamp Lizard. Without holding back, he activated the Ice Blue Devil Flame. He then used Wind Blade, his swords piercing towards the back of the Swamp Lizard. 2 damages of -288 and -224 points appeared above the Swamp Lizard's head. Compared to when Shifeng dealt with the 3-headed snake demon, his damage had greatly increased. However, to the Swamp Lizard, which possessed 200,000 HP, such damage was negligible. With an angry bellow, the Swamp Lizard slashed its claws at Shifeng. Shifeng dodged to the side, sending a level 7 chop slashing towards the Swamp Lizard's waist. A damage of -1058 popped up above the Swamp Lizard's head. The Swamp Lizard immediately released a pained wail, its steel-like tail turned into a black shadow as it swiped at Shifeng. Shifeng quickly reacted, he leaped into the air and dodged the attack, distancing himself from the Swamp Lizard at the same time. Lonely Snow took this chance to use charge on the Swamp Lizard, interrupting the Swamp Lizard's follow-up attack. He then sent a violent strike at the Swamp Lizard's back, causing -28 damage. Lonely Snow nearly spat out blood when he witnessed this damage. However, he was utterly helpless about it. Not mentioning the level suppression, the Swamp Lizard's physical defense was extremely high. Moreover, Lonely Snow could only deal this amount of damage due to reaching level 11 and wielding a secret silver weapon. Otherwise, he wouldn't even deal over 10 damage. Let me see just how amazing you are, Mavis's guard. Blackie had waited in frustration. He shot out a level 7 dark arrow strengthened by the Mavis's guard. When the skill blasted the Swamp Lizard's body, a damage of -712 points appeared above its head. Immediately after, Blackie's attack triggered the passive skill on Mavis's guard, the Spear of Light. A silver-colored spear of light struck the Swamp Lizard once more, landing a critical hit of -1,354 damage. The damage was far more powerful than Shifeng's attacks. Immediately after, Blackie used Evil Whip. 9 thick chains constricted the swamp lizard. When the swamp lizard broke free from one of the chains with much difficulty, a damage of -116 points appeared above its head. By the time it broke free from all the chains, Evil Whip had caused close to -1,000 damage. Due to Blackie's intelligence reaching over 100 points, he activated the intermediate hidden passive skill for intelligence, Quick Chant. The passive greatly reduced the time required for chanting spells, increasing Blackie's rate of attack. As a result, damages in the hundreds continuously appeared above the swamp lizard's head in quick succession, its HP decreasing like water flowing from an open tap. This is too powerful. This is an epic weapon. Lonely Snow was tongue-tied from watching this scene. Blackie was similarly dumbfounded. In addition to Shifeng controlling and damaging the swamp lizard, before even a minute had passed, the swamp lizard fell dead. It dropped 4 items in total, a level 15 mysterious iron equipment and 3 rare materials. Come on, let's look for a place with plenty of monsters to release the stars of light. Seeing that even normal spells were so powerful, Shifeng highly anticipated witnessing the staff's additional AoE spell. Chapter 162, Chieftain One Eye. Level 15 Monster Area, Silent Swamp. Leader, where are we headed? Brother Feng, wasn't there a herd of swamp hippos just now? Blackie and Lonely Snow followed after Shifeng all this time, moving deeper into the silent swamp. They could not figure out just what kind of monster Shifeng intended to test the Stars of Light on. The Stars of Light has a cooldown of half an hour. It would be a huge waste to use it on just a group of level 15 common monsters. Right now, we're going to a place with monsters that are much stronger and more numerous, Shifeng explained. Even the level 17 rare elite swamp lizard died with ease. It was obvious just how high Blackie's damage had become, not to mention a skill like the Stars of Light. The skill could possibly one-shot the level 15 swamp hippos with only 2,000 HP each. That would not properly display the true might of the Stars of Light. Only by seeing the skill's full potential could Shifeng make an accurate judgment. He could then let Blackie lead the others to the most suitable high-level monster area to level up. That way, be it Martial Union or Underworld, neither could locate Blackie and the others, much less surround them. Under Shifeng's lead, after the trio reached the core area of the Silent Swamp, they discovered a large, naturally occurring, marsh. All around, there were a total of 5 groups of level 20 swamp rhinos. Occasionally, they spotted a few level 20 elite twin-horned rhinos. There was also a small island situated in the middle of this large marsh, and a gigantic figure laid flat on this island. This gigantic figure was a 2-story tall rhino. From a distance, the trio could vaguely see the information of this large rhino. It was a monster named Rhino Chieftain One Eye. Brother Feng, isn't this a little too dangerous? Witnessing so many level 20 rhinos gathered together, Blackie felt his confidence waver. Swamp Rhino, Common Monster. HP 3, 200/3, 200. Twin-Horned Rhino, Elite Monster. HP 17, 500/17, 5000. Rhino Chieftain One Eye, Special Elite. HP 50, 000/50, 000. Common monsters were still fine. However, it would be extremely dangerous to tangle with elite monsters, not to mention special elites. Even if Shifeng were very powerful, and his movements extremely agile, when surrounded by so many monsters, he would still meet his end. Only here can the Stars of Light display its true might. I'll think of a way to lure even more monsters, so choose when you cast the spell carefully. Shifeng surveyed his surroundings, his mind planning his route. Leader, this is too dangerous. On the off chance that we die, it would be a huge loss, Lonely Snow opposed. The monsters here were not numbered in the 20s or 30s, but in the hundreds. Every one of them could trample a level 15 player with ease, not to mention the elite monsters or the special elite monster. Moreover, with their currently low levels, the monsters would have an easier time discovering them. They could easily be surrounded, and at that time, only death awaited them. If I activate a speed scroll, my speed will be faster than theirs. However, when I lure all of them over, Blackie, I need you to use Guardian of Light on me, then use Stars of Light. You don't need to panic. Just maintain a calm heart, and you will be fine." Seeing Blackie's nervous expression, Shifeng spoke with a smile. "I get it," Blackie nodded, suppressing the panic in his heart. Soon after, Shifeng sent Blackie and Lonely Snow to a slightly elevated location. On his own, Shifeng activated a speed scroll before rushing towards the rhinos. The rhinos immersed in the marsh quickly discovered the intruder. After all, Shifeng's level was simply too low. He was only level 12, and there was a huge distance from level 20. In addition, Shifeng did not attempt to hide his movements in the least, making it even easier for the monsters to discover him. Within moments, over 20 rhinos stood and rushed towards Shifeng. Although the marsh did not reduce movement speed by half, it still reduced it by 30%. Fortunately, this movement speed reduction was also effective against the rhinos. Now that Shifeng had used a speed scroll, catching up to him was impossible. Shifeng followed along the route he had planned before and circled the central island. He intended to lure all the rhinos in the marsh, aside from the one atop the central island. The rhino chieftain One Eye on the central island was extremely difficult to deal with, and it would be a huge loss if he lost his life as a result of an accident. Hence, Shifeng had no intentions of luring it. Leader's movement technique is truly powerful. If I were in his place, those rhinos would have already turned me into meat paste. Standing on high ground, Blackie and Lonely Snow watched Shifeng use various movements and methods to dodge the attacks from the group of rhinos. They could not help but wipe away the sweat permeating their foreheads. The number of rhinos Shifeng lured grew larger and larger. He had only run half the distance, yet he lured over 100 rhinos. Every time he dodged an attack, the rhinos would dangerously scrap past his body. However, after witnessing the scene repeat itself over and over, Blackie and Lonely Snow discovered that Shifeng successfully dodged every single time. He would always dodge the attack at the very last millisecond. He relied purely on technique to do so, and there was not a hint of luck or coincidence at all. Blackie and Lonely Snow both engraved this scene deeply into their minds, resolving themselves to learn from Shifeng in the future. With an expert like Shifeng demonstrating the moves, they would not have to spend time slowly exploring these techniques. After watching for only a moment, the two of them had benefited greatly. They could not help but wish they could try out these dodging techniques right this instant. Just when Shifeng thought that all was within his control, an elite twin-horned rhino suddenly appeared in front of Shifeng, charging at him. Although Shifeng used parry to block this attack, his entire person was still sent flying. By rotten luck, he landed on the edges of the central island, alarming the rhino chieftain One Eye. Discovering that a human had disturbed its rest, One Eye abruptly stood up. It glared at Shifeng with its blood-red eye, its front hoofs gouging the solid ground as it released an angry roar. Suddenly, it charged at Shifeng with its steel-like horn. Compared to the other rhinos, this rhino chieftain One Eye possessed an extremely fast speed, and not even the marsh could impede its immense charging power. This was the rhino chieftain One Eye's skill, violent charge. Even a level 20 MT would instantly die if One Eye's horn smashed into them. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to dodge, Shifeng activated defensive blade. He then used chop, the abyssal blade slashing at One Eye's horn. Due to the defensive blade's absolute defense effect, Shifeng did not retreat by even an inch. Instead, a damage of -367 points appeared above the rhino chieftain One Eye's head. Such a tough defense. Shifeng was slightly shocked. However, Shifeng did not intend to continue entangling with the rhino chieftain One Eye. The moment One Eye used War Trample, Shifeng used silent steps to appear behind a swamp rhino that was 30 yards away, successfully evading One Eye's attack. AOO. One Eye became further enraged when it saw that its target had evaded. It immediately charged at Shifeng. However, it did not use violent charge this time, so its speed was only slightly faster than the other rhinos. Blackie used the skill. After arriving at the appointed location, Shifeng stopped and spoke into the party chat. Although his plan did not include luring the rhino chieftain One Eye, the plan still had to proceed. He simply had to be more careful now. Leave it to me, Blackie had long since waited with anticipation. Immediately, a golden brilliance descended upon Shifeng's form. This was the effect of the first additional skill of Mavis's Guard, Guardian of Light. For 20 seconds, Shifeng became immune to all magic damage. He also enjoyed 80% physical damage reduction and 5% HP recovery every second. Following which, Shifeng activated the Tier 2 life shield, his maximum HP soaring. Over 200 rhinos surrounded Shifeng. If it were a level 20 MT standing in place of Shifeng, that MT would have long since been trampled to death. However, Shifeng could hold on. Through evading alone, Shifeng managed to dodge over 60% of the attacks sent at him. In addition to Guardian of Light recovering 5% of his HP every second, he was able to hold on to his life. Almost. Shine out, stars of light. When Blackie saw all those monsters grouped together, he used Mavis's guard's other skill, Stars of Light. After chanting the final verse of the incantation, Blackie lost half of his mana in an instant. Immediately after, Blackie pointed his staff towards the sky. The dark clouds hovering above the large marsh were instantly pierced and disappeared. The sky trembled, and suddenly, a gigantic golden magic circle appeared in the sky, shining down on the core of the silent swamp. Chapter 163, Mad Leveling. Chapter 163, Mad Leveling. This is. Shifeng looked towards the sky, discovering that this magic circle was much more powerful than he imagined it to be. Even a Tier 2 spell wasn't as mighty as this. The magic circle actually shook the sky. This was definitely not something a Tier 2 spell was capable of. Although Shifeng did not know exactly how powerful the Stars of Light was, as long as its might surpassed that of a Tier 2 spell, it would be enough to deal with the rhinos chasing after him. Such a powerful magic power. Blackie looked at the sky, towards the light element that madly gathered in the magic circle, with eyes filled with disbelief. This was the most powerful magic he had seen since he started playing God's Domain. As the magic circle in the sky gathered an endless amount of magic, the rhinos on the ground panicked. They started sieging Shifeng desperately from all corners in an attempt to dispel the fear in their hearts. As a result, Shifeng had to deal with the simultaneous attacks from over a dozen swamp rhinos. The space available for him to evade was extremely limited. Fortunately, he had a physical damage reduction of 80%, and he could generate 5% of his HP every second. Faced with no chances of dodging the incoming attacks, Shifeng abruptly leaped into the sky and activated the ice blue devil flame. The clear blue flame instantly covered his body, while the power of thunder and fire gathered around the abyssal blade. The moment the abyssal blade struck down, thunder and fire engulfed and devoured all the monsters within a 5-yard radius. Damages of -626 points appeared above the heads of the monsters, and there were even some rhinos who received critical strikes, succumbing to over -1000 damage. All the rhinos Shifeng's attack struck fell into a fainted state, unable to move for 4 seconds. The monsters surrounding Shifeng in a fainted state formed a natural barrier, granting Shifeng a short breather. Is it starting? Shifeng detected that the golden magic circle in the sky had finished gathering magic power. The magic circle then transformed into a shooting star, falling from the sky. Before the shooting star collided with the ground, Shifeng cast Thundering Flash at the Rhino Chieftain One Eye. Unfortunately, the 3 streaks of thunder did not deal much damage to One Eye. All 3 attacks only caused around a total of -900 damage. However, Shifeng's aim was not its damage, but the additional 20% damage amplification effect. It would allow the Stars of Light to inflict massive amounts of damage to One Eye. Finally, the golden shooting star reached the ground, landing in the center of the rhinos. An explosion occurred, and a blinding light devoured every inch of the large marsh. From a high position, Blackie and Lonely Snow saw damages of over -1000 points appearing above all the rhinos in the marsh. There were also plenty that received critical strikes, receiving over -2000 damage. Furthermore, the rhinos close to the epicenter received damages of over -3000 points, and some even received frightening damages of over -6000 points. A level 20 swamp rhino only had 3200 HP, while the elite twin-horned rhinos had 17,500 HP. Even the Rhino Chieftain One Eye only had 50,000 HP, -3000 damage was not a light injury. Ayo! One Eye was enraged. It immediately directed its furious gaze at Blackie. It was not just the Rhino Chieftain One Eye. All the other rhinos also redirected their rage to Blackie, as the damages Blackie caused were simply too high. There were many swamp rhinos that instantly died from this single attack. However, during the time these rhino monsters directed their angry gazes towards Blackie, a second golden-colored shooting star appeared in the sky. It, too, descended. This time, the impact of the shooting star caused 10% more damage than the previous one. This attack wiped out all of the level 20 swamp rhinos, and only the high HP elites and Chieftain One Eye remained alive. However, this was not the end. With every passing second, for a total of 15 seconds, a shooting star would appear and descend from the sky. Moreover, each shooting star would deal 10% more damage than the previous one. The elite-ranked twin-horned rhinos could only hold on until the fifth shooting star before dying out completely. Meanwhile, Chieftain One Eye remained alive. Its angry gaze turned deadly as it glared at Blackie atop the high slope. Chieftain One Eye instantly went berserk, its defense and attack power greatly increasing as it charged forth. "I won't let you go." Shurfeng used Wind Blade and arrived in front of the rhino Chieftain One Eye. He then stabbed the abyssal blade at it. 9 abyssal chains instantly coiled around One Eye, preventing it from moving even an inch. Following which, streak after streak of stars of light crashed down into the marsh. From the initial -3,000 damage, the damage had now accumulated up to over -7,000 damage. Rhino Chieftain One Eye's 50,000 HP very quickly drained to 0. It then vanished within the blinding light, leaving behind a pile of items. After the stars of light ended, the entire marsh fell deathly silent. All the monsters within had turned into ashes, leaving behind piles upon piles of items. At the same time, golden light surrounded the bodies of both Blackie and Lonely Snow. Within an instant, their levels jumped from level 11 to a little beyond level 13. Shurfeng had also risen to 92% of level 13, only a thread away from level 14. This Blackie looked at the staff in his hands, then looked at the marsh. He did not know how to express the emotions that filled his heart. Not only had the stars of light killed the level 20 elite monsters, it even killed a level 20 special elite. Its intense might far exceeded Blackie's imagination. Previously, they had enjoyed an extremely envious leveling speed. Now, however, it was no longer envious, but shocking. They rose by 2 levels in just slightly over 10 seconds. Moreover, they had risen from level 11 to level 13 and not from level 1 to level 3. Even elite players would have to grind for 5 or 6 days to obtain such a frightening amount of EXP. However, they achieved it in the blink of an eye. This is simply too formidable. If this skill is used in a team battle, no matter how powerful the enemy team was, they would still have to surrender. Lonely Snow unconsciously shuddered as he spoke. Only now did they truly understand why all those large guilds were so desperate to obtain an epic ranked item. Even if they had to sacrifice countless members, they would still willingly choose to overwhelm those powerful monsters with the lives of their people. As long as they obtained an epic ranked item, be it leveling up or securing high-level equipment, everything would become a lot easier. The current scene before Blackie and Lonely Snow was the perfect example. Not to mention a special elite, the stars of light could inflict massive damage to even a chieftain-ranked field boss. This was definitely not a feat that a party, fully equipped with secret silver equipment, could achieve. The aid rendered by an epic ranked item to a workshop's development was simply immense. It far outstripped the usefulness of more than 100 secret silver ranked items. The massacre the Stars of Light caused yielded Shurfeng's group with plenty of level 15 to level 20 bronze and mysterious iron equipment. There were also plenty of varying gemstones. At the very least, the total value of all these items was 10 gold coins or more. It's finally over. Shurfeng let loose a relieved breath. If it were not for the Stars of Light, he definitely could not contend with a level 20 special elite that went berserk. However, he managed to verify the prowess of the Stars of Light personally. He could now send Blackie and the others to the level 22 map, the Crystal Forest, to level up. The drop rate for gemstones in the Crystal Forest was much higher than in the Moonlight Forest. Not only could they level up quickly, but they could also earn a lot of money and extremely precious gemstones and equipment. Moreover, it would be impossible for their enemies to locate Blackie and the others, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. After the trio tidied up all the loot, Shurfeng intended to make a trip back to town to clear up his inventory. Leader, the situation you wanted me to investigate has already occurred. Several guilds have started taking action. Should we start taking action now? Kola, who was in Red Leaf Town, suddenly contacted Shurfeng, his face filled with excitement. Great. Just in time. I've waited a long time for this moment. Our Zero-Wing workshop should also start taking action now, Shifeng smiled brightly. It's about time we show off Zero-Wing workshop's strength. Chapter 164, The First Crisis. Kola was at a loss when he heard Shifeng's words. Show the strength of Zero-Wing workshop. Others had constantly targeted the three of them, so they had been hiding in Red Leaf Town all this time. They had no chances to leave town to grind and quest, and they were all only level 7 right now. They were only slightly stronger than the average player. They had no chances of competing with the members of other guilds at all. If this situation continued, their levels would, sooner or later, fall behind even the average players. Is leader telling us to go level up? Kola grew excited at the thought of this possibility. This is too great. We're being stifled to death by constantly staying in town. It would be fine even if we have to slaughter our way out. You three wait for me inside the hotel in the trade area. I'll be there soon. Shifeng did not further explain, only revealing a faint smile. Brother Feng, what happened to make you so happy? Blackie curiously asked, seeing Shifeng's joyous smile. Something good. You two, stay here and continue leveling up. I'll bring Kola and the others later on. After you carry them to level 10, go to White River City to do some high-level quests, Shifeng said. Brother Feng, rest assured, now that I'm fully geared in level 15 bronze and mysterious iron equipment and possess Mavis's protection, carrying Kola and the others will be a breeze, Blackie assured his leader. He was level 13 right now and even had an epic rank staff. If he could not carry Kola and the others to level 10 quickly, he might as well revert to playing with mud rather than play God's domain. When Kola and the others see our levels, they will be shocked. And when they see Blackie's epic rank staff, the Mavis's protection, they will be stunned speechless. I am even eager to see their expressions, Lonely Snow joked. That's right. Kola and the others could not possibly imagine that, within just a short few hours, we went from hiding from Martial Union's pursuit to reaching to level 13. We've taken the top 3 rankings within the Star Moon Kingdom and even possess an epic weapon now. Compared to before, it is like the difference between heaven and earth. If I were in their shoes, even I wouldn't believe it. Blackie grew even more joyful at the thought of the shocked expressions of Kola and the others. You guys, Shifeng helplessly smiled at the sight of his 2 teammates. Soon after, he took out a return scroll, teleporting to Red Leaf Town. At this moment, there were a lot of changes occurring in Red Leaf Town as well. The number of players purchasing equipment in the trade area grew larger and larger, and an endless stream of shouts for purchase filled the air of the trade area. There were many new players walking around and looking at the stalls set up throughout the street, looking for required items and equipment. Meanwhile, inside the hotel at the trade area. I've previously asked you guys to collect hard stones, so just how many have you actually collected? Why is the number of whetstones still 0? Unstable Devastation's expression turned grim as he asked. He abruptly stood up after taking a look at his subordinate's report. Boss Unstable, under your commands, we desperately tried to purchase all the hard stones available. However, we're not sure why, but hard stones are extremely scarce on the market right now. Moreover, they're very expensive. After much determination, we only managed to collect slightly more than 4 stacks. However, our guild has only recently started nurturing forgers, so their success rate of making whetstones is extremely low. So that subordinate timidly said. Unstable Devastation slammed his fist onto the table, snarling, "You bunch of useless wastes. I clearly notified you all of this matter long ago, and 3 or 4 hours have passed already. Yet, you guys couldn't even produce a single whetstone. How is the elite team supposed to level up this way? Why do I even need you guys here? Boss Unstable, maybe the other guilds have discovered the issue of their weapons deteriorating quickly. Maybe that's why we only managed to purchase a few stacks of hard stones," the Berserker, 5 Rats, said. That's a high possibility. After all, it isn't only our guild leveling up in high-level monster areas. However, hard stones aren't exactly rare, and they can be obtained from level 2 monster areas or above. Moreover, normally nobody touches those things, so there should be a huge stockpile available in Red Leaf Town right now. There should also be plenty of players selling them on the auction house. We also discovered this matter fairly quickly, So even if the other guilds have taken action, it is impossible for them to buy them all out immediately. Unstable Devastation nodded, then shook his head again. He could not make any sense of the situation. After they started hunting Yifeng's party, they discovered that the durability of their weapons fell extraordinarily fast. In the beginning, they paid no attention to it, only focusing on leveling up in their search for Yifeng's party. However, before they found Yifeng, their equipment and weapons were already close to scrap. Without a choice, they had to give up their search for Yifeng, returning to town to repair their equipment. Although the journey back wasted a lot of time, the elite team's equipment was extremely precious. If they did not repair it all in time, resulting in their equipment turning into scrap, the guild would suffer an irrecoverable loss. Moreover, without the equipment, they would also have no way to grind and level up. Thus, they needed to return and repair their equipment. After repairing their equipment, Unstable Devastation began hearing complaints from his subordinates. The repair fees were too expensive, they said. The cost of repairs had nearly depleted all the money they had. As for classes that wore plate armor, they were even forced to borrow money from others for the repair fees. This situation dumbfounded Unstable Devastation. These players were all elites amongst elites. Normally, they carried a lot of money on their persons, and they were considered wealthy. However, their wealth was not enough to cover the fees. Unstable Devastation quickly discovered the crux of the problem. The lower the remaining durability of a piece of equipment was, and the higher the level of the equipment was, the more expensive the resulting repair fee would be. Grinding high-level monster areas greatly depleted equipment's durability. Making a trip to and fro from town to these high-level areas also required them to waste at least 2 to 3 hours. Moreover, they could, at most, stay for 3 to 4 hours at these high-level monster areas before they needed to return to town to repair their equipment. This meant that they had to spend almost half their time in God's domain just traveling. As a result, the time needed for a single level up almost doubled. If they could negate the travel time, their leveling speed would surpass the other players. When Unstable Devastation thought of this crucial matter, he immediately instructed his subordinates to look for a solution to this problem. The resulting solution was the whetstones. Although this item could only repair a small amount of durability of a weapon, even that small amount was enough. Compared to equipment used for protection, a weapon's durability decreased at a much greater rate. If they used whetstones to repair their weapons, the total cost would be much less than repairing it at the smithy. Hence, Unstable Devastation quickly ordered his subordinates to purchase whetstones. However, they quickly discovered that forgers did not normally create this item as its cost was simply too high. Moreover, whetstones normally did not sell at all. Unstable Devastation could only take a step back once again, and instead, choose to purchase hard stones, the materials required to make whetstones. Hard stones were also relatively cheap items. They were mainly used to create whetstones and certain engineering components. Each stack was only around 30 copper coins, and there were 20 in a stack, which meant that they could make 20 whetstones from a single stack of hard stones. However, Unstable Devastation had received even more shocking news. If they could not purchase whetstones directly, then so be it. However, how could hard stones be difficult to purchase as well? In reality, it wasn't just Martial Union who had discovered this problem, the other guilds had also discovered this issue. By the time they tried to purchase hard stones, they suddenly discovered that, be it the auction house or the stalls in town, there were only scarce amounts of hard stones remaining. It was far from enough for the forgers in their own guilds to create whetstones with. Elsewhere, Shifeng had just set foot on the main street of the trade area. He watched as the various large guilds tried to purchase hard stones at a high price. They purchased each stack for 80 copper coins. The price of hard stones had more than doubled. Immediately, Shifeng felt an intense joy in his heart. The moment he had long awaited had finally arrived. However, this was only the beginning. He still wanted to add oil to the fire, causing the price to soar sky-high. Chapter 165, A Foolish Choice. Shifeng completely ignored the high prices these guilds were willing to pay. He headed to the appointed hotel directly. He had stockpiled hard stones for so long, to the point where he had purchased 90% of the hard stones available in White River City. Thus, he would not reveal his hand just for this little bit of profit. Right now, the danger of equipment durability was only beginning. Along with the constant increase of players' levels, they would head towards monster areas of a higher level. Very quickly, players would discover the problem regarding their equipment durability and the importance of whetstones. If they did not possess whetstones, it would greatly affect their leveling speed, and as a result, others would increase the gap between them. This result had caused the demand for whetstones to soar. They were as popular as the commonly used regeneration potions and mana recovery potions. Meanwhile, hard stones were required to make whetstones. Along with the growing demand for whetstones, the prices of hard stones would still increase by several folds. In Shifeng's previous life, hard stones once sold for a maximum price of 3 silver coins per stack. Its price had increased by 10-fold from the original. Right now, due to God's domain's evolution and the investment of major corporations, the available resources were more precious than in Shifeng's previous life. Most likely, the prices of hard stones would increase to record highs. The current price of 80 copper per stack was only the beginning. Red Leaf Town, Trade Area, Black Rose Bar. At this moment, Fire Dance had gathered her entire team to discuss matters regarding the team's future development. Fire Dance's team often frequented this Black Rose Bar, as it occupied a more secluded region. Very few players came to this place. Thus, this place became the gathering spot for Fire Dance's team. Every time they completed a dungeon raid or obtained some precious item, they would come to this bar to celebrate. Fire Dance, we understand what your intentions are. However, I will still tell you the same thing. We are only playing God's domain to pass the time, and we don't have any great ambitions. We prefer to be free, and we aren't planning to earn any achievements through God's domain. If you want me to join that person called Yifeng's team, I can only tell you that I'm sorry. That's right, Fire Dance. If it were a normal situation, maybe joining would be fine. However, Yifeng has a beef with Martial Union, and right now, Martial Union targets us too. Martial Union has already put out the word that, if we do not sever our relations with Yifeng and apologize to them, we won't ever need to think about leaving town to level up and quest. If we leave town, they'll just kill us and send us back. If we join Yifeng's team, won't we end up in an even worse situation? That's right. Martial Union is just too powerful right now. There is no way Yifeng can establish himself in Red Leaf Town. If you want us to join Yifeng's team, I can only look for another way out of this. I, too, share this opinion. We have lost a lot of our levels, and our average right now is only level 5. We can only apologize to Martial Union if we want to have the possibility to continue mingling in Red Leaf Town. If we join Yifeng's team, we'll truly be finished. According to my investigations, the Martial Union branch in Red Leaf Town is completely under the control of that person called Unstable Devastation. He has gathered all the players from Martial Union in 5 different towns to Red Leaf Town, and he is prepared to go all out developing in Red Leaf Town. There are many experts from Martial Union in Red Leaf Town right now. Their guild's treatment is generous, and its development rate is impressively fast. I heard that their member count has already exceeded 1,000, and amongst them, there are over 200 elite members. They are much stronger than before. Martial Union has the ability to constantly target us and prevent us from leaving town to grind and level up. We can afford to provoke them any longer. Even if we reach level 10 and go to White River City, Martial Union's member count would have exceeded 10,000 by then. It would only be a simple matter for them to deal with us. It was a mistake to provoke them right from the very beginning. Our only way out of this mess is to offer them an apology. Right, I agree as well. Our original goal in playing God's domain was simply to mess around. We are completely different from the Yifeng who has embroiled himself in a fight with Martial Union. If you, Fire Dance, wish to join him, please don't drag us in as well. We don't wish to be under surveillance 24 hours a day. Fire Dance did not expect everyone to voice their opinions. They all expressed their refusal to join Shifeng's team, and they even wanted her to apologize to Martial Union. I understand. I'll only ask this one last time, then. If there are any of you willing to join Yifeng's team with me, please stand by my side. Fire Dance understood their troubles. Previously, they were all veteran gamers of virtual reality games. However, the virtual reality games they played before only had a player base in the hundreds of thousands. Even until the later stages of the game, a top-tier guild would only have several thousand members. On the other hand, God's domain had made clear to them the true meaning of a large Guild and the true power of a game with over 2 billion players across the globe. God's Domain was completely different from any other virtual reality games. It had utterly shattered their concept of virtual reality games, as it was practically a second reality. Previously, they didn't think there was anything special about the various large guilds. Only now did they truly understand how frightening a guild could be in a virtual reality game. Just the members of Martial Union inside a single town reached the thousands, and it was still increasing. If they reached White River City, their member count would break into the tens of thousands. A team of independent players like themselves could not afford to provoke such a large guild. Moreover, such a large guild like Martial Union was only an unrated guild. As for third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate guilds, they were tyrannical existences. Although Martial Union was a very frightening existence in Red Leaf Town, Yifeng's shocking performance had been deeply engraved onto Fire Dance's soul. She truly thought that she had wasted her time playing those other games before. Right now, only the thought of following Yifeng filled her heart. She wanted to get to know and experience the world of Apex experts. Fire Dance, wake up, all right. We will not follow you. Right now, our only way out of this mess is to apologize. Haven't you always dreamt of becoming an expert in God's Domain? If you continue fighting it out with Martial Union, you will head away from that goal. Stop being silly and acting foolish. After Fire Dance finished speaking, aside from Water Buffalo, there was not a single person who walked towards Fire Dance's position. They all had their heads lowered, feeling that Fire Dance was simply too foolish. She had truly been bewitched by the Yifeng for her to dig her own grave by joining him. Alright, since you guys have decided, Water Buffalo and I will join Big Brother Yifeng by ourselves. Fire Dance's mood sank after hearing everyone's decision. They had joined each other after much difficulty, dreaming of reaching some achievements in God's Domain. Yet, the result was such in the end. Soon after, Fire Dance opened her friends list, selected Yifeng, and contacted him. Previously, she had told Yifeng that she would contact him after speaking with her team. Now that everyone had finished their discussion, she had to notify him. Big Brother Yifeng, I'm done on my side, Fire Dance said, disappointed. Although she had long since guessed such a result, she originally thought that 3 to 5 others would follow her. Now, however, there were only 2 of them. She was too embarrassed to even speak of this matter. That's great. How many people do you have? If we have enough, we can raid a team dungeon. At this moment, Shifeng had just finished meeting with Cola and the others. He was prepared to focus fully on establishing a core team for Zero Wing. Before that, he sent Cola and the other 2 to visit the auction house to purchase some bags with larger capacities, a large amount of mana recovery potions, and some refreshments. He also asked Violet Cloud to join Blackie to grind and level up. However, he did not think that Fire Dance would contact him just in time. Her timing was impeccable. Chapter 166, Initial Formation of the Team. There are only 2, Water Buffalo and myself. Everyone has their own opinions, so I can't demand this of them. Fire Dance nearly choked on her words after hearing Yifeng's excited tone. 2 people. That's not too bad, Shifeng lightly laughed. Do you guys have anything you need to do right now? If not, you can join me. In reality, Shifeng did not particularly mind the matter with Fire Dance's teammates. Previously, Fire Dance mentioned that her teammates were not ambitious and that they were only casual players in God's Domain. Hence, it was best for Shifeng if all of these people did not join him, it would save him a lot of trouble. He also did not need to waste time on training them. I don't have anything else to do here, Water Buffalo and I will meet you. Previously, Fire Dance had worried that she would disappoint Yifeng with the news. However, after listening to his relaxed tone, she could not help but sigh in relief. After disconnecting the call, Fire Dance and Water Buffalo bade farewell to everyone else. They did not know when they would meet again. How I truly can't understand her. Why is she so obsessed with that guy? An assassin in leather armor said after Fire Dance departed. He could not help but sigh. I'm also very curious about that Yifeng. Just what is so good about him? If she becomes Martial Union's enemy like this, by the time we enter White River City, she might very well still be in hiding in this town, not daring to leave. Would there even be a meaning to such a gaming life? The team members that chose to stay behind voiced their confusion, one after another. Meanwhile, at the Fountain Plaza of Red Leaf Town, although it was still daytime in God's domain, the benches that decorated the plaza were currently overcrowded with players. All around, one could see couples flirting with each other. The scene was the complete opposite of a battlefield. Big Brother Feng, sorry for making you wait. Upon her arrival to the Fountain Plaza, she discovered Yifeng enjoying the breeze as he waited for someone. No worries. All our members are finally here now. In the future, we will all be members of the same team. Let me introduce you all, then. Feng smiled as he started introducing each of the team members. There were a total of 6 members present, excluding himself, the Guardian Knight, Kola, the Oracle, Drowsy Sloth, the Summoner, Gluttonous Mouse, the Cleric, Violet Cloud, the Assassin, Fire Dance, and the Berserker, Water Buffalo. With all 6 of them, they could be a standard dungeon party. Fire Dance, being level 9, was the highest leveled player amongst them. Following her was Violet Cloud and Water Buffalo, who were both at level 8. The remaining were all level 7. Looking at how Violet Cloud had raised herself to level 8 just through cooking, the effort and suffering she had gone through were obvious. If it were not for Feng's stern command, Violet Cloud would not intend to go out to grind at all. She rather preferred continuously cooking and earning money. When Kola and the others saw Fire Dance's level, admiration filled their hearts. Moreover, she was also a great beauty. They only reached level 8 with Feng's guidance. Even if Martial Union had not killed them, sending them back to level 7, they would only be level 8. They were still far from level 9. Moreover, Fire Dance's equipment was extremely high quality. She also possessed a few pieces of secret silver equipment, while the others were mysterious iron. One could see that Fire Dance was definitely an expert, far more amazing than themselves. As for the one who managed to recruit such an expert beauty into the team, Kola and the other 2 could not help but give Feng a thumbs up. This was as expected of their leader. As for Feng's level, nobody in the team could discern it, as Feng had hidden his information with the demon mask. The others could only see unknown. However, nobody felt concerned about his actions. Feng constantly felt like a mysterious expert to them, so it was only natural that they could see his identity. Big Brother Yifeng is amazing as expected. We've only been apart for half a day, yet the pressure you give off has massively increased. After Fire Dance met Yifeng again, she could clearly feel that he was different from before. He was like an unsheathed sword, and her 6 senses told her that Yifeng had become much stronger. Since everyone is familiar with each other now, I'll tell you guys what you need to do next, Feng said formally. However, just as Feng was about to reveal their goal, a group of players suddenly appeared and surrounded the Fountain Plaza. Martial Union is dealing with an issue, all those uninvolved, leave immediately. Martial Union's members chased away the other players, taking complete control of the Fountain Plaza. Yifeng, you've made me look for you for a long time now, a scholarly youth said as he stepped out from the crowd. This was unstable devastation. There were over 400 members of Martial Union crowding the Fountain Plaza. When Kola and the others saw all these players, they immediately panicked, their expressions turning solemn. What? You want to take action here? Feng swept a glance over the players from Martial Union. The majority of them were level 5 or level 6, only a minority were level 8 or level 9 elites. How could I possibly be such a brute? I'm only here today to give you all a final warning, Unstable Devastation said with a smile. Last time, he had taken a huge loss because of Yifeng. If he could, he really wished to kill Yifeng now. However, they were right in the middle of town. If he killed Yifeng here, he might implicate Martial Union as well. However, if he mobilized a dozen or so players against Yifeng, they would only be helpless against him, disgracing Martial Union's reputation. This was not a result he wished to see. Warning. We've already reached the point of no return. Your warning holds zero meaning to me, it is only a bunch of nonsense, Feng laughed. You are still so fearless, even when faced with so many of our members, I truly admire you for that. Unfortunately, your strength is limited, you are not an opponent for Martial Union at all. My warning isn't actually directed at you, Unstable Devastation clapped his hands, shifting his sights towards Kola and the others. He then coldly said, this time, my warning is for the teammates standing behind you. You all better come to your senses. If you sever your relationship with Yifeng immediately, I assure you that I will not pursue past matters and let you all go. Of course, if you resolve to stand with the powerless Yifeng, prepare to suffer the rage of martial union. I admit that killing Yifeng himself is extremely difficult, however, it is only a simple matter for martial union to exterminate you all. Although Unstable Devastation smiled as he spoke, Kola and the others could only feel a deep chill from his words. They could not help but admit that Unstable Devastation's words sounded logical. They were not top-tier experts, and they did not possess that many life-saving skills that could help them escape. Although martial union could not kill Yifeng, that did not mean they could not get rid of them. As proven, they had died once before already. There would definitely be a second time in the future. If such a situation continued, they would not have a future in God's domain to speak of. Looking at the panicked and hesitant expressions on Kola and the others, Shifeng spoke not a single word. He remained silent as he stood there. This move of Unstable Devastation's was extremely vicious. He wanted Shifeng to taste the betrayal of his closest friends. Not only would it reduce his overall power, but it could also become a hit to his heart. Unfortunately, Shifeng was no longer the arrogant brat that he used to be. On the contrary, he wanted to use this plan of Unstable Devastations to refine the members of his elite team. In the future, the team he led would have to face off against many powerful foes. If they could not handle the challenge before them right now, how could they succeed in the future? Shifeng did not desire teammates who only enjoyed the good times, but could not suffer through the bad with him. This could be Shifeng's test for them. He wanted to see just what sort of choice they would make in such a situation. After quite some time had passed, Kola and the others exchanged glances with each other, smiles on their faces. They had all made their decisions, and they all stood by Shifeng's side without hesitation, having zero intentions of leaving. Kola, Drowsy Sloth, Gluttonous Mouse, and Violet Cloud were originally players who others looked down on. They lived at the very bottom of God's domain, and they only possessed the levels and equipment they had today because of Shifeng's help. By becoming enemies with martial union, at worst, they would only revert to their original states. So, how could they possibly betray Shifeng in this sort of situation? As for Fire Dance and Water Buffalo, they had long since steeled their hearts to follow Yifeng. They wished to experience the world of top-tier experts, and faced with such a threat, they paid no mind at all. Unstable Devastation, even in death, we would never betray our leader. If you have the ability, then come. Kola laughed loudly as he looked at Unstable Devastation. Good. Very well said. Unstable Devastation smiled with indignation, saying, "Don't say that I never gave you a chance. This is something you've all chosen for yourselves, so don't blame me for not lacking courtesy. Boys, get them." Originally, Unstable Devastation thought that he could take this chance to shame Yifeng, turning him into a laughingstock. However, he truly did not think that these people would be so muddle-headed. They must have eaten something wrong to follow Yifeng so steadfastly. Otherwise, Yifeng must have shown a hopeful fantasy, letting them think that they still had a future. Since he was already here, he would not let Yifeng and the others escape unscathed. Chapter 167, The Disparity Between Realms. Immediately, more than 400 players in the Fountain Plaza surrounded Shifeng and the others. They all unsheathed their swords and armed their crossbows as they eyed their prey. However, to Shifeng's surprise, none of them showed any intentions of rushing forward. Instead, they parted to the sides and opened a path, letting through 20-odd players. When these 20-plus players arrived by Unstable Devastation's side, their complexions were as gloomy as water, and their expressions numbed. These players' levels were not high, only around level 5 or level 6. Their equipment was also nothing special. Compared to the elites of Martial Union, the difference was just too great. They did not seem like players from Martial Union at all. "I'll be looking forward to your performances," Unstable Devastation spoke to these newcomers harshly. He then turned his sights towards Fire Dance, revealing a fierce sneer as he looked forward to the start of a good show. These newcomers nodded their heads indifferently. They took out their weapons and walked towards Shifeng. In the distance, Fire Dance and Water Buffalo were immediately stunned when they saw these players. "You guys, why are you all with Martial Union?" Fire Dance loudly questioned these players. The 20-plus players that walked over were not strangers to Fire Dance. On the contrary, they were the ex-companions with whom Fire Dance shared both bitter and sweet times. At this moment, unstable devastation looked at Yifeng, laughter escaping his mouth as he said, "Ha ha ha. Yifeng, I am an extremely generous person. Previously, these players aided you in killing many of Martial Union's members. I've promised them that, as long as they kill you and your companions, I will forgive all of their past transgressions, and Martial Union would no longer seek trouble with them. Yifeng, don't you think that you should do something for them to compensate their losses?" Unstable devastation jeered. Yifeng had embarrassed him greatly last time, so he would not let him off the hook so easily. He eagerly wished to see whether Yifeng would dare take action or not. As long as Yifeng took action, the headline on tomorrow's official forums would be, "Publicly acknowledged swordsman expert is an extremely treacherous person. He willingly killed his allies to save himself." At that time, only tatters would remain of Yifeng's reputation. Unstable devastation wanted to see just how Yifeng intended to mingle in God's domain in the future. Unable to endure it any longer, Fire Dance abruptly burst out in rage. Her eyes sent a chill as she glared at Unstable Devastation, yelling loudly, "Unstable Devastation, you despicable little man. These people have all killed your Martial Union members under my commands. If you have the guts, then come at me." Originally, Fire Dance felt extremely joy for being able to join Yifeng's team. She did not think that she would cause Yifeng such a mess. If Yifeng killed all of these people right now, others would gossip, and nasty rumors about him would spread. Yifeng would be slandered as a merciless person, a person willing to kill even those who had helped him in the past. Although this matter was not of her doing, these people were still her past companions. She was responsible for leading them to kill the members of Martial Union. Now that these people had betrayed her and sided with Martial Union, bringing trouble to Yifeng, she felt extremely apologetic towards Yifeng. "Fire Dance, we have no choice in this matter. We have to do this if we wish to obtain Martial Union's forgiveness and continue playing in Red Leaf Town. Fire Dance, this is our only way out. We hope that you can understand." "That's right. They forced us, left us no way out. Let us kill you just this once." Fire Dance's companions closed the distance as they spoke. Some of the mage classes even started chanting their spells, prepared to launch their attacks. "You guys," Fire Dance's complexion turned extremely ugly. She immediately turned towards Yifeng, apologetically saying, "I'm sorry, big brother Yifeng. I will definitely give you an account of this matter. Unstable Devastation, you best listen up. I, Fire Dance, will immediately leave the team right now. I will no longer have any relations with big brother Yifeng, so let me shoulder this debt between us." Fire Dance immediately left the party. After her public declaration, she unsheathed her daggers as she walked forth, towards her companions. She intended to deal with these companions of hers personally. That way, Yifeng would not experience in any sort of slander. After seeing this, Unstable Devastation's complexion turned pale with anger. He did not think that this woman called Fire Dance would be so determined. "Fire Dance, aren't you just making things harder for us? Regardless of the circumstances, we were once companions in the past. How could you treat us like this? That's right. We've gone through life and death so many times together. Are you really going to treat us like this?" Fire Dance's previous team voiced their accusations, one after another. These accusations deeply pierced Fire Dance's heart. The laughs and suffering they went through together, all the bonds had simply turned to smoke. The only thing she could do was hold back her tears and kill the emotions in her heart. "Fire Dance, are you going to be so heartless as to kill us?" a middle-aged assassin wearing gray-colored leather armor asked resentfully. His words had immediately caused Fire Dance to pause. However, immediately after, this middle-aged assassin stabbed his dagger towards Fire Dance's heart. Before the gleaming dagger could reach its target, a pitch-black sword blocked the attack. "Fire Dance, you're not taking me, the team leader, seriously, are you? Since you've already joined my team, you are still a member of our team until this leader decided to kick you out. I will not acknowledge your selfish retirement from the team. Now that you are a member of our team, this team leader has the responsibility of shouldering everything for you. So, in regards to your painful memories, I will help you purge them all." Ever since Shifeng re-entered God's domain, he no longer cared about what others thought of him, because only weaklings would mind how others looked at them. Oh, right. I forgot to mention one more thing to you guys. Anyone who joins my team has to keep in mind one important thing. if you constantly mind how others look at you, you will never truly improve your own strength and techniques. You don't have to care how others look at you. It is enough as long as you advance on the path that you wish to take. Only with that can you become a true expert. Shi Feng suddenly appeared in front of Fire Dance. To Fire Dance, he towered like a mountain before her, blocking any and all dangers from reaching her. Big brother Yifeng, tears inadvertently leaked out from Fire Dance's eyes. Yifeng's actions and words truly touched her heart. After listening to his words, it was as if the door to the realm of experts slowly opened for her. Maybe her hesitation held her back from becoming a true expert. So what if he killed them? Who cared about others' opinions? The strong would never pay attention to such small matters. The only things they needed to consider were the courage to forge ahead and constantly raising their own strength. By the side, after Water Buffalo listened to Yifeng's words, his heart was inexplicably moved. He would never have thought Yifeng would be such a dependable person, a person others could admire. Meanwhile, Kola and the other two merely exchanged glances with each other, smiles plastered on their faces. That's right. This was the leader that they respected and admired. Immediately, Kola and the others stepped forward, one after another, blocking Fire Dance. Well said. So, what are you guys still waiting for? Unstable Devastation felt extreme joy. He had recorded all of Yifeng's words. When the time came, he could deny his actions. Yifeng, you despicable little man. We've already helped you so much, yet, in the end, you still wish to kill us. You are simply inhuman. Fire Dance's ex-companions cursed, enraged. They all rushed at Yifeng, one after another, intending to slash and bash him to death. Shi Feng smiled disdainfully at their actions. Looking at the 20+ melee and mage class players launching their attacks at him, Shi Feng only lightly waved the abyssal blade. 3 electric arcs instantly weaved across the bodies of the 20+ players. Damages ranging from -500 to more than -1000 appeared above everyone's heads, instantly killing everyone. Meanwhile, the green prism marker above Shi Feng's head instantly turned bloody red, giving others a chilling feeling. Big brother Yifeng. Fire Dance and the others immediately panicked. If a player actively killed other players within a town, the guards would hunt them until death. Moreover, after the offending player revived, the guards would toss them in jail. Judging by the intensity of Shi Feng's red name, he would lose at least 3 levels after death, maybe even 4. Ha ha ha. Yifeng's name is finally red. Without the town's protection, we can kill you here without any repercussions and make you lose all of your items. Unstable Devastation laughed madly, saying, everyone else, get him. I will immediately promote whoever manages to kill Yifeng into the leader of an elite team. However, immediately after Unstable Devastation finished his words, a familiar voice sounded from behind him. Has Ironsword Lion never told you how he died? Shi Feng asked coldly, appeared behind Unstable Devastation after using silent steps. Chapter 168, God-Ranked Expert. Yifeng had previously killed over 20 players in a single move. The frightening damage that he dealt that was over -1000 points completely shocked all of the surrounding onlookers, and now, Yifeng had appeared right behind Unstable Devastation. Unstable Devastation was both shocked and angered. Indeed, he did not know how Ironsword Lion had died. However, the current Yifeng was far more powerful than he imagined. Yifeng's strength exceeded his previous estimates. If he received an attack from Yifeng right now, he would unquestioningly die. Unstable Devastation almost instinctively used one of his life-saving skills. He dashed forth, unhindered, then leaped high into the air. He was currently immune to all restricting effects, and by the time he landed, he was already 20 yards from his original location. Shi Feng merely smiled at Unstable Devastation's reaction. With his current reaction speed and powerful attributes, it would be an extremely easy task to destroy Unstable Devastation. Or, speaking from another perspective, Unstable Devastation had 0 chances of retaliation. However, since Unstable Devastation dared to make enemies with him, the Martial Union player needed to prepare to enter hell. It would be too good of an ending if he allowed Unstable Devastation to die, just like that. He wanted Unstable Devastation to feel despair in front of absolute strength and then die. Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights, block him. Elementalists, use Ice Spheres. Focus all attacks and eliminate him. Before unstable devastation even landed on the ground, he calmly gave out commands. Reacting quickly, the shield warriors and berserkers immediately used charge at Shifeng. Seeing that more than 10 warriors charged at Shifeng and were about to stun him, Shifeng abruptly leaped up, the abyssal blade carrying with it the power of thunder and lightning as he landed. Boom! A wave of thunder and fire devoured all of the warriors. Even the highest-leveled shield warrior could not react in time and activate shield wall before Shifeng's thunder flame explosion devoured him. The shield warrior received a critical hit of over -1,700 damage, dying instantly. However, even a normal hit of more than -800 damage was enough to critically slash a level 9 shield warrior's HP, not to mention the berserkers with less HP and defense. They all died in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a pile of equipment. The remaining survivors were all level 8 shield warriors. They were the fortunate ones, spared from a critical hit. However, even though they were alive, they suffered a fainted state for 4 seconds. When the players from Martial Union witnessed this scene, they all stared in shock. Previously, it was no big deal when Shifeng had instant killed those crippled level 5 to level 6 players. However, the players he had just killed were no random Tom, Dick, or Harry. They were all level 8 or level 9 elites of Martial Union. Healers, quickly heal them. Ranged players, attack with everything you've got. Only now was unstable devastation aware of how formidable Shifeng was. His monster-like attack power could even instantly kill a shield warrior that boasted the highest defense amongst all classes. No one present could defend against his attacks. Fortunately, they had the advantage of numbers. They could exhaust Shifeng to death. Immediately after several heals landed on a shield warrior, pulling his HP back up to half, another of Shifeng's slashes landed on the shield warrior's HP. A huge damage of over -700 points appeared above the shield warrior's head, his HP plummeting to 0, his body fell to the ground. Following which, with every slash of his sword, Shifeng culled the lives of the surviving shield warriors. Even if the shield warriors possessed the defense of heavy armor and passive skills that reduced the damage they received, every one of Shifeng's casual attack caused around -300 damage. The healers could not maintain the shield warriors' HPs at all. As for the berserkers without heavy armor, a single sword strike dealt them over -400 damage. Very quickly, the remaining shield warriors lay flat on the ground. At this moment, the Guardian Knights all activated Protection Blessing as they rushed forward. Meanwhile, the mages behind them shot out streak after streak of magic. Fireballs and ice spheres flew at Shifeng, one after another. Shifeng activated wind steps, avoiding more than half of the ranged attacks. Immediately after, he rushed after unstable devastation. Although Shifeng dodged more than half of the spells, there were still a few occasional spells that hit him. However, the damage these spells dealt nearly dazzled the backline mages. Even when blasting a level 9 MT, skills such as the Flame Explosion and Great Fireball could deal over 100 damage. However, none of them had actually dealt more than 20 damage to Shifeng. The highest damage was only -15 points, while a majority of the spells only dealt single digits. To Shifeng, who possessed over 1,500 HP, these spells simply tickled. Shifeng's automatic recovery alone regenerated 30 HP for him every 5 seconds. This indicated that, even if Shifeng received the ice and flame magic attacks from a normal level 7 or level 8 elementalist, Shifeng would not die, even if he did nothing. Shifeng's was currently level 13, and these mages had no idea. Shifeng also had 20 points in both fire-type and ice-type resistance. Even without the level suppression of 4 or more levels, their damage to Shifeng would not exceed 40 points. There were many mages on Martial Union's side. However, their damages were too pitiful to watch. Standing behind Shifeng, Drowsy Sloth and Violet Cloud merely used 1 heal each, and within an instant, Shifeng's HP was already back to full. Faced with another wave of melee classes charging at him, Shifeng activated Dark Violet Dance, using the 12-yard cone attack. Taking a step forward, Shifeng instantly circled the Guardian Knights, and like a ferocious lion, he pounced on the other melee classes. Before one of the swordsmen could even use parry, Shifeng's sword sent him flying. The swordsman died in mid-flight, dropping a piece of equipment as his body disappeared. To Shifeng, these swordsmen and assassins' attempts to block him were meaningless. With a single earth splitter, more than 10 players lost their lives. Shi Feng's attacks were all one-hit kills. With over 100 points in strength, he could snap a common weapon in half with his bare hands. As for the current Shi Feng, who held the abyssal blade and silver lake in each hand, a simple slash from either weapon could easily send the assassins and swordsmen flying and greatly damage their weapons. For some who reacted slower and failed to block Shi Feng's attacks, they died under a single slash. Not only did their defensive equipment's durability greatly decrease, but they also dropped a level and lost a piece of equipment. However, this was all. There was still the cleaving effect. Before the players behind could make sense of things, they lost close to half of their total HP, and in the next moment, even that remaining half vanished. As a result, a group of players lay dead on the ground after meeting their inexplicable demise. Within a short 5 seconds, Martial Union lost over a dozen elite members and several dozen average members. Shi Feng was like the god of death that caused people's hearts to shudder. Meanwhile, unstable devastation stood only several meters away from that frightening god of death. Shi Feng's chilling gaze landed on unstable devastation. The intent he radiated sent a chill down the surrounding Martial Union players' backs. Just looking into Shi Feng's cold eyes caused them to retreat backward inadvertently. Everyone, block him for me. Even when bombarded with so many spells and sieged on all sides by so many players, Shi Feng still walked forth, step after step, leaving behind a massacre as he advanced. It was the first time unstable devastation felt such a deep-seated fear. To unstable devastation, Shi Feng was no longer a player, but a devil. There was also the tangible killing intent that surrounded Shi Feng. Although unstable devastation knew that this was only a game, the realistic effects of virtual reality caused unstable devastation to forget that this was just a virtual world completely. He had even forgotten how many elites of Martial Union had died and how grave losses were to Martial Union. The only thing unstable devastation knew was that he was in an extremely dangerous situation. If he did not escape immediately, only death awaited him. Immediately, unstable devastation activated a speed scroll. He then turned and ran. Shi Feng simply smiled at unstable devastation attempt to escape. With a single wind blade, his sword pierced towards unstable devastation's back. Unstable devastation spun around, firing an arrow from his bow in an attempt to hold Shi Feng back. However, he immediately discovered that Shi Feng was truly too frightening. Shi Feng's pitch-black abyssal blade easily split the arrow, and in the blink of an eye, Shi Feng arrived in front of him. A silver glow pierced his heart, and immediately after, another black glow slashed across his neck. Unable to stop his HP from madly decreasing, his HP reached 0 in an instant. Even until death, unstable devastation wore a stupefied expression. The others from Martial Union were similarly shocked as they witnessed this sight. Unstable devastation was one of the big bosses of Martial Union. He was also a level 9 ranger. Yet, when facing Yi Feng, he had no power to retaliate at all. Just how strong was this Yi Feng? Shi Feng noticed a secret silver-ranked longbow dropping after unstable devastation's death. He casually picked up the longbow and placed it in his bag. He then turned to look at the other members of Martial Union. Although Shi Feng did not take any action, only sending them a glance, his might had already deeply engraved into their minds. The members of Martial Union all halted their actions, inadvertently backing off. They all revealed fearful expressions as they looked at Shi Feng. Why hadn't the town guards arrived yet? This thought suddenly appeared in their minds. They felt that only the guards could protect them from Shi Feng's attacks. However, from the moment Shi Feng began his assault to the moment unstable devastation died, only a brief 8 or 9 seconds had passed. Even if the town guards hurried over, they would need at least 10 minutes before they arrived. Faced with the members of Martial Union who dared not move, Shi Feng only swept a glance at them. He did not rush up and kill them. The cooldown for most of his skills had almost finished. Although he could kill a sizable chunk of Martial Union if he continued his spree, he would run the risk of paying with his and his teammates' lives, and this was not an ending that he wished to see. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's actions had caused plenty of the surrounding onlookers to become tongue-tied. A single glance from Shi Feng was enough to petrify the hundreds of players from Martial Union. This power was just too frightening. Just who is this guy? Is he a god-ranked expert? The onlooking players were with both curious and shocked as they watched Shi Feng. He had single-handedly faced off against several hundred players and even managed to kill tens of players without receiving any damage. Even a god-ranked expert was not capable of such a feat. After some time, the town guards finally arrived. The guards are here. We're saved. Seeing dozens of guards in silver heavy armor rushing over, the members of Martial Union sighed in relief. Chapter 169, The Most Awesome Red Name. At this moment, thousands of players surrounded the fountain plaza of Red Leaf Town. Due to the increase of new players in God's domain, Red Leaf Town had become the most prosperous town among the few surrounding towns. The player count in Red Leaf Town was already close to 20,000. Hence, the scene of Martial Union suddenly chasing away all the players from the town's fountain plaza would naturally attract the attention of other players. Curiosity would grow over the disturbance. This wasn't limited to independent players, even the other large guilds had sent players over to investigate what Martial Union was up to. When all these players arrived, they discovered that Martial Union currently attempted to carry out a vendetta against an independent player. Moreover, they did so right in the middle of Red Leaf Town. However, Red Leaf Town possessed a protective mechanism for players. If they started a battle here, the town guards would definitely appear. Not only would they kill red players on the spot, but they would also jail them upon revival. No matter how one looked at it, killing someone in town was unwise. Both sides would only suffer losses. At this stage of the game, no matter how many players one had on their side, they still would not dare provoke the town guards. Every player clearly understood how powerful these guards were. As these guards would normally patrol around the town, players could easily find one and observe their statistics. The normal guards alone were level 60, while the guard captain was a level 80 elite. It would not matter how many players went up against them, any who resisted would only meet their demise. To put it another way, the current players in God's domain had no abilities whatsoever to retaliate against the town guards. However, nobody would have imagined that someone would actually take action. Moreover, the one who took action was that independent player. Originally, everyone thought that the independent player was fated to die. In spite of that, the results exceeded everyone's expectations. One man alone had massacred the players from Martial Union, instilling a paralyzing fear. This feat was too heaven-defying. Unfortunately, even if that independent player were powerful, he would still die at the hands of the town guards. Who told them to start a fight right in the middle of town? The town guards that hurried over had surrounded the fountain plaza, detaining all of the players involved in causing this ruckus. Big brother Yifeng, I'm sorry. It's my fault for dragging you into this mess. Fire Dance apologized as she walked over. Shifeng's character name had begun to turn black due to the high intensity of the red color. Just looking at it caused one to shudder. Including her past companions, Shifeng had killed more than 100 players during this battle. With this crime value, if Shifeng died, he would lose at least 7 levels. Meanwhile, the town guards had them surrounded. The guards would kill all red players, leaving Shifeng no chance to escape. This was still not the most important point. After the guards killed him, Shifeng would immediately revive in jail, and his crime value would determine the duration of his imprisonment. With Shifeng's crime value, he would be locked up for around a week before he could clear away his crime value. The players of Martial Union watched Shifeng with ridiculing expressions. Although they, too, would receive punishment, compared to Shifeng, theirs would significantly pale in comparison. Relax, Shifeng laughed. Kola and the others had smiles on their faces. It was especially true for Violet Cloud. This was not the first time she had experienced such a situation. Martial Union had also caused the previous incident she encountered. She would have never imagined that history would repeat itself. The reactions of Shifeng's teammates confused Fire Dance and Water Buffalo. Why, as teammates, were Kola and the others not worried for Shifeng one little bit? Big sister Fire Dance, you should relax. Our leader isn't an ordinary person, Violet Cloud giggled as she spoke. The moment Violet Cloud finished speaking, a guard, donned with silvery gray-colored heavy armor, walked up. Esteemed Lord Demon Hunter, we meet again. How may I be of service to you this time? The guard captain was all smiles as he greeted Shifeng respectfully. Compared to the last meeting, Shifeng's current reputation was much higher. Hence, the guard captain spoke to Shifeng with even more respect. Although Shifeng and his teammates felt that the guard captain's actions were only natural, this scene shocked the other onlookers. It was especially true for the members of Martial Union. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in shock. Shifeng was clearly a devil of massacre, yet, instead of quickly killing him, the guard captain spoke to him with such regard. What was going on in this world? Isn't that person Yifeng? I remember him. Last time, he killed the members of Martial Union right in front of the guards. In the end, he got away with simply paying a small sum of money. I was dumbfounded at that time, but later on, I found out that if a player became a noble, they gained special privileges. Even if he killed players right in front of the guards, he would not receive any sort of punishment. At worst, he would have to pay a small compensation fee. How could Martial Union be so forgetful this time? They still dare to take action against Yifeng inside of Red Leaf Town. Don't they know that Yifeng is a noble of Red Leaf Town? How foolish could they get? You might not know this, but the Martial Union in Red Leaf Town has already changed. The previous members have long since left the guild, and Unstable Devastation is the new leader. Right now, the members of Martial Union are all players called in from other towns. A large majority of them also consist of newcomers, so they have no idea about this matter at all. Some of the players aware of the previous incident simply shook their heads while laughing. They felt that Martial Union, as a guild, was truly beyond salvation. At the very least, before they tried to deal with Yifeng, they should have investigated and tried to understand more about him. Regardless of what others said, Yifeng was one of the few players who managed to clear the hell mode of Dark Moon Graveyard. Hearing the explanation from these knowledgeable players, the faces of everyone from Martial Union turned grim. Only now did they know why Shifeng behaved so calmly. However, now that matters had reached this point, they could only glare at him, their gazes full of reluctance. Esteemed Lord Guard Captain, this isn't the first time these people from Martial Union have provoked me in town. I wonder if there is any way to prevent such incidents from happening in the future. Shifeng asked with a smile. Esteemed Lord Demon Hunter, since this guild called Martial Union has a record of past offense, with my lord's high status, you can employ your rights to chase this guild out of Red Leaf Town. However, you will have to pay a fixed amount of reputation to utilize this right. What will my lord decide? The guard captain stated. Originally, Shifeng simply inquired. After all, without a definite degree of status, he could not employ such a right. However, he never imagined that a demon hunter would have such a high social status. Hence, he asked, how much do I have to pay? Since Martial Union does not possess any members of nobility in Red Leaf Town, my lord only needs to pay 100 Red Leaf Town reputation points, the guard captain said. I understand. Shifeng only had 130 Red Leaf Town reputation points right now. However, spending 100 points as a precautionary measure was nothing of significance. He had the Demon Hunter title in any case, he would be a noble wherever he went, and he did not lack such a small amount of reputation points. I wish to employ this right. System, you have used your special privileges, reputation in Red Leaf Town reduced by 100 points. Red Leaf Town will deport all members of Martial Union. As you wish, esteemed Lord Demon Hunter. Immediately, the guard captain gave out the deportation order to his subordinates. However, all members of Martial Union currently in the Fountain Plaza would first sit in jail for 3 hours before their removal from Red Leaf Town. As for the other members of Martial Union, the guards would immediately exorcise them from town, and any who resist would be immediately killed. Simultaneously, all members of Martial Union within Red Leaf Town received the deportation notice. The notice stunned every one of them, and even Unstable Devastation, who just revived with a stomach full of anger, was dumbfounded. He had already given up on his plan to develop Martial Union in 5 different towns, and after much difficulty, he only just managed to solidify Martial Union's foundation in Red Leaf Town. Just as he was about to welcome a bright future, that future shattered. How could this be? Just what happened? Unstable Devastation's mental state was a mess right now. Everything had happened far too quickly for him to react. He had wasted so much manpower, resources, and a great amount of time, yet it all had gone to waste. Just who was this Yifeng? Why did he possess such great authority? How could a red player have the authority to deport an entire guild from a town? For a time, countless questions darted through Unstable Devastation's mind. However, regardless of how hard he racked his brain, he could not think of any way to deal with this matter. He also could not change the fact that they were being deported. He could only watch as guards walked up to him, intending to chase him out of Red Leaf Town. Everyone had sentimental attachments for their homeland. If they suddenly moved, within a short time, they could not adapt to the new location. It was even more so for average players. They would not suddenly accept having to leave the location with which they were most familiar. Thus, they all promptly chose to leave Martial Union instead. For a time, the member count of Martial Union frantically decreased. Only a few moments had passed since the deportation started, and the member count had already dropped below 500. The majority of the members who stayed mostly consisted of the members that Unstable Devastation had originally brought over from other towns. Hence, they did not choose to leave the guild immediately. However, leaving for another town now would greatly impact their leveling speed. As a result, the guild's development would stagnate for a long period. The loss they incurred was simply immeasurable. Watching the town guards deport the members of Martial Union, the onlooking players were at a loss. They were shocked into speechlessness. Just what was happening here? Could that red player be the new mayor of Red Leaf Town? However, compared to Martial Union's exorcism, the members of other guilds concerned themselves with another matter. Boss, I've discovered big news here. Look at the recording I just sent to you. Vice Leader, I discovered another God-ranked expert. Big bro, something big happened in Red Leaf Town. Someone in the Fountain Plaza has flipped over Martial Union several hundred players by himself, and even the guards could do nothing against him. The members of various large guilds started contacting the upper echelons of their guilds. They intended to report this unbelievable incident, letting the upper echelons determining their next move. Originally, these upper echelons refused to believe the reports. However, after watching the irrefutable evidence, they were all greatly shocked. Could a single player be so strong? Sherfong had killed a level 9 shield warrior in a single hit. Moreover, they were very familiar with this shield warrior. He was Cold Mountain Fighting Spirit, the core MT of Martial Union's elite team, and he was fully geared with mysterious iron equipment. Yet, he still died from a single hit. Schwanzi, listen up. You must keep an eye on him. I'll hurry over there now. For such a God-ranked expert to actually be an independent player, we must recruit him. Remember, you absolutely cannot provoke him. If any problems occur, it'll all be on your head. Undefeated Wolf, the vice leader of the third-rate guild, Heaven's Crown, said sternly. Boss, rest assured, I'll keep an eye on him. I will not let him out of my sight. At this moment, the upper echelons of the various large guilds had made a similar decision, to recruit Sherfong into their guilds, no matter what it took. One could no longer use the normal standard to judge a great expert like Sherfong. He was a tactical ranked expert that could single-handedly decide the results of a team battle. If they could recruit him, be it team dungeons or fighting field bosses, he would have a decisive role. Chapter 170, Famous. After the guard captain respectfully left, Fire Dance finally understood why her new teammates were not concerned one bit for Sherfong. However, more questions tumbled through her mind now. Just who was Sherfong? Standing by the side, Water Buffalo finally managed to shut his hanging jaw. There was a saying commonly used in virtual reality games: a team's achievements depended on their leader. Right now, even the guard captain treated Sherfong with such respect. With a team leader like Sherfong, just to what heights would he lead them? In God's domain, gaming experts like Sherfong were definitely highly sought-after characters. With a simple word from Sherfong, countless large guilds would be willing to offer a high price to recruit him into their guilds, even first-rate. Guilds were no exception. Water Buffalo never imagined that Sherfong would form his own team instead. Meanwhile, the players who joined such a team would become the envy of others. Previously, the main reason Water Buffalo willingly joined Sherfeng's team was his trust in Fire Dance. Meanwhile, Fire Dance was, more or less, an expert herself. As for Water Buffalo, he had his own hero's dream, and he only joined Fire Dance's team to learn various techniques from her. Since the beginning, this was the first time Water Buffalo truly felt fortunate for being able to join Sherfeng's team. However, it was not due to Sherfeng's terrifying attack power. Instead, it was because of the techniques Sherfong displayed during battle. Be it dodging, angles to attack, timing, or a confident grasp of the surrounding terrain, Shifeng was extremely precise with all of these aspects. Otherwise, Shifeng could not have made fools out of Martial Union. Moreover, Shifeng was a righteous person. Regarding potential, Shifeng stood at the apex of the virtual gaming world. If Water Buffalo could learn even a little from this new team leader of his, he would have no troubles with becoming a normal expert. If he followed Shifeng's guidance, he might even set foot in the unreachable world of top-tier experts. Ugh, there's too many people here. Let's go to a restaurant with fewer people before we continue our discussion. Shifeng surveyed his surroundings, discovering that there were over 300 or 400 players staring fervently at him. This was not a suitable place to speak about his future plans. Cola and the others nodded. They could no longer endure the countless stares either. These gazes all belonged to independent players that wished to join their team. Among them, there were plenty who were level 7 or level 8. There were even quite a few wealthy players who offered tens of thousands of credits in exchange for power leveling, or in some cases, assistance with their quests. There were also plenty of good-looking female players running up, asking to become friends. That aroused the envy of many male players. However, they were helpless in the face of Shifeng's ferocity. Shifeng was like a hero from ancient times. In this day and age, men who possessed powerful techniques were very attractive to beautiful women, not to mention a god-ranked expert like Shifeng. However, something more amazing occurred simultaneously. The various large guilds in Red Leaf Town flooded Shifeng with communication requests, wishing to chat with him. He rejected them all. Sister Fire Dance, you have to strive harder. This is a great chance for you right now. In the future, as leaders' popularity grows larger and larger, who knows, there might be even more powerful beauties joining the team. Water Buffalo nudged Fire Dance, laughing quietly. Scram. Who said that I wanted to become Big Brother Yifeng's girlfriend? Fire Dance stuttered, a light blush suddenly appearing on her cheeks. Atop a hill, outside Red Leaf Town, hundreds of Martial Union's members gathered. They could only observe Red Leaf Town from the hilltop, not daring to go near the town. Despicable. Despicable. That damnable Yifeng. All my plans have been ruined now because of him. Unstable Devastation coldly glared at Red Leaf Town, his heart burning with anger. Previously, he had looked down upon Shifeng. He merely thought of Shifeng as a vagabond expert. How powerful could he be? Only now did he realize the crux of the problem. Shifeng was no ordinary expert. As proven, he was even capable of deporting their entire guild. If Unstable Devastation had known of this matter earlier, he would not have taken such a foolish action. Yifeng, you will only enjoy this glory for the moment. Very quickly, the footage that will ruin you will dominate the official forums. When that time arrives, everyone will condemn you. Although I can't kill you, it will be enough if I can annoy you to death. We'll see if you can establish your own team with your reputation in tatters. Without a team, a person's strength is limited. When we enter White River City, I'll deal with you slowly. I don't believe that you can deport Martial Union from White River City as well. Unstable Devastation laughed contemptuously. He then uploaded the footage he recorded to the official forums, and while doing so, he instructed his subordinates to hype things up. To save his own life, Shifeng slaughtered his own companions. Sooner or later, Shifeng's name would fall into ruin. Who would dare team up with such a person then? Inside a restaurant in Red Leaf Town, Shifeng finally managed to break away from all the pestering that had overwhelmed him. Nobody could disturb him inside a private room. After spending more than 10 minutes discussing and arranging the necessary tasks for Cola and the others, just as they were about to take action. Leader, as expected, that Unstable Devastation has retaliated. Right now, a video has appeared on the official forums. The post also stated that, in order to save your own life, you willingly killed your own companions. Extremely despicable. There are also plenty of people slandering you below the post, Cola said. Fire Dance and the others took a look at the post as well. God-ranked expert is a despicable little man. Proof available. Immediately, the team's expressions turned livid. They did not imagine that their former companions would behave so shamelessly. They actually stood up to accuse Shifeng. They had clearly received Shifeng's reward, yet, they worded it as if they had only attacked Martial Union because of their friendship with Shifeng. After they realized their wrongdoings, when they tried to denounce Shifeng, he killed them all. Such a treacherous little man did not deserve to be called an expert. However, as Shifeng was too strong, and they were only a group of weaklings, they were powerless to seek justice. They could denounce Shifeng online. The proof lay in their previous leader, Fire Dance, joining Shifeng's current team. It was irrefutable, solid proof that Shifeng could not challenge. Shifeng was originally very famous throughout White River City. Not only did he clear the hell mode of a team dungeon, but he also enjoyed an indistinct relationship with the snow goddess, becoming the envy of others. Now that a scandal about him surfaced, in addition to the post being extremely one-sided, Shifeng became everyone's target. All kinds of curses were written in response to the post. Some of Shifeng's previous supporters also voiced their shock at Shifeng's hideous behavior, exclaiming their bad judgment from before. Instantly, this post became the most viewed topic in White River City. Its view count soared, far surpassing the post made during the war between Black Flame and Hammer Trading. Leader, let's start a counterattack right now. Cola could no longer endure this travesty. Unstable devastation was simply too despicable. He had failed to defeat Shifeng in an upright battle, so he retaliated from the shadows, slandering Shifeng's reputation. Although Shifeng did not suffer any substantial losses, he still needed to establish his own guild in the future. Those players blinded by this matter would certainly not join a guild with such a leader. How were they supposed to develop their guild? How could they compete with those large guilds? Ha ha ha. It is truly well said, with both proof and logic. I'm so touched, I'm tearing up. Shifeng could not help but laugh after seeing the post. Shifeng had seen such tactics countless times in his past life. Among them, Unstable Devastation had used such tactics more than a dozen times to deal a hit to his enemies. Shifeng could not help but admit that the tactic was indeed effective. However, so what? Unstable Devastation was the same as in the past. In the end, he could still not become the guild leader of Martial Union, and his strength in the later stages of the game was even weaker than Iron Sword Lion by several stages. In front of absolute strength, all minor tricks were pointless. Alright, everyone's dismissed. Go to the Silent Swamp and meet up with Blackie and Lonely Snow. Also, take these 2 group isolation scrolls. Find a place inside of town to use these, then leave town and head for the Silent Swamp. Shifeng took out 2 Tier 1 group isolation magic scrolls, handing them to Fire Dance and Cola. The group isolation scroll allowed players to enter stealth mode and increased movement speed by 10%. It could only be used in a non-combative state, and it had a duration of half an hour. The stealth effect would break when players entered combat. With this item, Cola and the others could easily meet up with Blackie while avoiding surveillance. The group departed from the restaurant. Meanwhile, Shifeng headed towards Red Leaf Town's town hall by himself. Unstable Devastation, I'll teach you, right now, that, no matter what tricks you have up your sleeves, in front of absolute strength, it is all meaningless. Shifeng smiled as he closed the official forums. He then entered the tightly guarded town hall. Chapter 171, Underworld Guard. Red Leaf Town, Slums, the Enchanted Bar. It was currently daytime in God's domain. A majority of the players were all out in the fields, leveling up, so there were very few players currently in the bar. However, there were currently over 10 men geared with high-level equipment sitting in the corner of the bar. A murderous air surrounded these 10+ men, and each of them possessed a sharp gaze similar to that of a poisonous snake, causing the hairs of others to stand on end. The presence of these men kept other players a respectful distance from them, chasing them from the bar, one after another. Hence, aside from the NPCs present, only these 10+ men remained within. There was a man with thick eyebrows who sat at the outermost edge of these players. He was a former captain of Martial Union, Iron Sword Lion. At this moment, Iron Sword Lion did not wear the guild emblem of Martial Union, signifying that he was no longer one of Martial Union's men. Iron Sword, you've done well this time. It is only thanks to you that Unstable Devastation has done as I wished. Once we return, I'll give you credit for your efforts. As long as you continue working hard, sooner or later, you can be the same as Absolute Heaven, an outer member of Underworld, seated at the head of the table. South Wolf praised Iron Sword Lion. Thank you, Lord South Wolf, for your support. I will definitely give my utmost to complete all tasks given by the organization. Iron Sword Lion respectfully said, his face filled with extreme excitement. Ever since Absolute Heaven had recommended him to South Wolf, Iron Sword Lion discovered that his previous self was a frog in a well. His past self did not truly know how deep the waters of God's domain were. The interests involved in God's domain were simply too big for him to comprehend. If it were not for him coming into contact with a mysterious organization like Underworld, he would not know about this huge secret at all. Iron Sword Lion was immediately stunned when he found out about this secret. He even thought that he had heard wrong. It took him more than 10 minutes before he could accept this chilling secret. He celebrated the fact that he could gain the favor of Underworld, leaving behind the worthless Martial Union. God's domain was not a place in which unrated guilds like Martial Union could play around. Even third-rate guilds could be annihilated at any time. Only those second-rate guilds or above, which possessed a strong background, could qualify to compete for authority in God's domain. If Iron Sword Lion could become an outer member of Underworld, he could live a carefree life in the future. At that time, having an annual salary would only be a small matter. The more important part of becoming an outer member of Underworld was the status and authority that came with the position. He would be on equal standings with those big shots of corporations in the city. This was something that he had always dreamt of becoming. Let's continue by discussing how to deal with Yifeng. With unstable devastation slandering him right now, Yifeng will, sooner or later, fall from fame. The next step is destroying the relationship he has with Gentle Snow, then, finally giving Yifeng a fatal blow, we will make him disappear from God's domain completely. When South Wolf recalled Shifeng's arrogant words, he could not help but narrow his eyes, a cold glint shining in them. He wished he could get rid of Shifeng right this instant. However, young Master Feng had already given him a command and had even sent a party of Underworld guards to assist him. Hence, South Wolf could only vent his anger by slowly toying with Shifeng. At this moment, Absolute Heaven, silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth, saying, it would be very simple to break apart the relationship between Yifeng and Gentle Snow. The problem is, how are we going to deal with Yifeng? From the footage transmitted to us just now, I think that everyone has clearly seen how powerful he is. Even several hundred players could do nothing to Yifeng. Who could block that frightening attack power of his? The last time I exchanged moves with him, I could withstand a few his blows. If I met him now, however, I probably wouldn't even have the chance to escape. As for a direct confrontation, he could most likely kill me in 2 to 3 moves. Dealing with Yifeng right now, we'd only have a chance if we had 10 or more top-tier experts to surround him. However, where can we find so many experts? Naturally, I realize this. This is also the reason why we need to deal with Yifeng. He possesses an epic ranked item, so his strength is intense. However, you shouldn't downplay our strengths just because of this. He merely got rid of a group of trash like Martial Union. Although the Underworld guards are not as capable as Yifeng, we can do the same thing. The only thing we lack is attack power. Regarding pure technique, Underworld Guard is much stronger than Yifeng. Moreover, young Master Feng has specifically sent us a full party of Underworld Guards as assistants. With a party of Underworld Guards, even if Yifeng has an epic ranked item, he will still be helpless against them. So, you don't have to worry about this, South Wolf said, smirking. He is simply a small character that got lucky. If it weren't for young Master Feng's command, I would be enough to deal with him. There would be no need for our entire party to take action, a level 9 assassin named Flying Rat said disdainfully as he toyed with his dagger. Flying Rat wore the level 8 mysterious iron set equipment, the Blood Dawn. That's enough, Flying Rat. That Yifeng has some ability. Otherwise, young Master Feng would not have told all of us to come here. South Wolf, contact us if you have any matters that you need us to deal with. The Underworld guards aren't free all day. The higher-ups have already given us a command to reach level 10 by tomorrow. Otherwise, they'll expel us from the Underworld guards. So, we're off to level for now, Ming Sha, the party leader of this group of Underworld guards, said. Ming Sha had a large body, and he was a stern-looking man over 40 years old. Killing intent radiated from his entire body, and even Absolute Heaven feared this man. That is only natural. How could I possibly waste Big Bro Ming Sha's valuable time? South Wolf said respectfully. Within the Underworld organization, the position of the Underworld guards was relatively high up as they were the core strength of all of Underworld. Normally, Underworld guards would only listen to the commands of the guild leader or elders. As for young Master Feng, however, he was not even an elder in the organization. He could only mobilize the Underworld guards due to his position in Underworld being slightly special. If it were any other person, the Underworld guards would not pay them any attention. Elsewhere, sure. Feng had already walked into the town hall. "Sir, how may I be of service to you today?" An elegant female worker walked up and asked Sir Feng. "I wish to activate the permission to utilize the teleportation circle," Sir Feng said. In God's domain, only when a player reached level 10 would they have the qualifications to come to the town hall and utilize the teleportation gates. After all, teleportation gates were extremely precious, and their maintenance required a lot of resources. Not just anybody could use them. "I understand. Please follow me." Following which, Sir Feng arrived at the front desk of the town hall. After dealing with all the necessary procedures, he obtained a new identity card. With it, he could freely utilize the teleportation gate. However, he would have to pay a fee each time he used it. Normally, when one teleported from a town to a city, the fees were 1 silver coin. Meanwhile, teleportation between cities was slightly more expensive, and the fees would change depending on the distance. Teleporting to one of the closest cities from White River City cost at least 20 silver coins. Meanwhile, teleporting to the capital city, Star Moon City, from White River City, cost around 1 gold coin. As a result, average players had no way to utilize these teleportation gates to travel between cities. Thus, average players would normally stay within the surroundings of their own cities to level up. They would not go to other cities to grind or do quests. Of course, they could run to other cities by foot as well. Only, they would need to spend at least a few days running to cross such a distance. When Sir Feng arrived at the teleportation hall of Red Leaf Town, the place was void of players. There were only a few level 100 elite guards wandering about. In actuality, Sir Feng did not originally intend to go to White River City so early. However, after the ruckus unstable devastation caused, his troubles had grown larger and larger. In order to develop his guild in the future, he could only hasten his plans and take action now. "Adventurer, you have to pay 1 silver coin to use the teleportation gate," the magician guarding the teleportation gate informed Sir Feng. Sir Feng paid the fees without hesitation, walking up to the teleportation gate. Shwa. Sir Feng disappeared from the teleportation hall of Red Leaf Town. At the same time, a notification rang out throughout the Star Moon Kingdom. Star Moon Kingdom Region System Announcement: Congratulations to Yi Feng for becoming the first player in Star Moon Kingdom to arrive at a city. Rewarding 20 reputation points in White River City and the title of Honorary Citizen of White River City. The appearance of this notice immediately sent trembles through all the players in the Star Moon Kingdom. Chapter 172, Shocking All Sides. Currently, the players of Martial Union hurried towards Clearwater Town. Clearwater Town was the nearest town to Red Leaf Town, and the player base there was around 5,000 to 6,000. Ha ha ha. Although we will incur a huge loss moving our base of operations, we can just start all over again. However, Yi Feng, your reputation is ruined. Everyone is denouncing you right now. I really want to see just how you are going to mingling in God's domain, and who else will dare join your team now. Unstable Devastation could not help but laugh as he read the forum post. Originally, the others from Martial Union felt depressed over having to move to another town. However, after watching Shifeng's fame fall into complete ruin, their moods greatly improved. What is this? Unstable Devastation immediately froze, shocked, after listening to this system announcement. 5 to 6 seconds passed before he sobered up, and questions instantly filled his mind. How did Shifeng reach level 10 so quickly? The EXP required to go from level 9 to level 10 was several times that of the EXP needed to go from level 8 to level 9. Even for the upper echelons of first-rate guilds, the most heaven-defying were only at 70% or so of level 9 right now. Yet, Shifeng had already reached level 10. This also meant that Shifeng had reached level 10 before they had surrounded him. In regards to an independent player, such a leveling speed was simply unimaginable. Boss unstable, not good. A new post about Yifeng has appeared on the forums, and it is filled with all sorts of reverence and support for Yifeng. Unstable Devastation hurriedly opened the official forums. At this moment, the post his subordinate mentioned already owned the top position on the forum, with the title, "The #1 player in White River City." Instantly, the popularity of the post surpassed the post Unstable Devastation had previously submitted. In this post, aside from Shifeng's achievement of becoming the #1 player in White River City, there were also plenty of other accomplishments mentioned. There was even uploaded footage of Shifeng massacring the hundreds of players of Martial Union. In the footage, Shifeng had killed close to 100 players by himself, while he had frightened the hundreds of Martial Union's players present. Shifeng's domineering actions had caused many players to start worshipping him. Although the footage only lasted a few short seconds, even after viewing it over 100 times, one would still not tire of it. Shifeng's lightning speed dodging techniques and battle techniques were especially worth watching and learning. Previously, there had been quite a few people writing harsh words about Shifeng, stating that he edited the footage and that it was impossible that he could be so powerful. They also argued that Shifeng was only a backstabbing, traitorous bastard, that there should be a limit to how far he could go, even when severing relationships. These people warned others not fall for such tricks, claiming that people like Shifeng did not deserve praise. However, very quickly, people started standing up and speaking for Shifeng. These people had all personally witnessed the entire incident, and knew more information than others. Moreover, videos recorded in God's domain could not be photoshopped, as these videos were under the supervision of the main God system. Thus, the law acknowledged both the videos recorded and contracts signed in God's domain. Immediately, those who slandered Shifeng fell abruptly silent, as they knew that they would only become a joke if they continued mindlessly causing trouble. Simultaneously, plenty of people who explained the truth of the matter came out of the woodwork. These idiots only scandalize others because they can't stand others living a better life. I'm a player of Red Leaf Town, and I witnessed the incident very clearly. Even Martial Union was helpless against Yifeng. Do you think he'll need that trash's help? Those losers were people who took the bounty Yifeng offered, and they slandered Yifeng simply because they were afraid of Martial Union taking revenge on them. I've also heard about it. Those people are the scum of society. To avoid Martial Union's retaliation, they were even willing to kill their own team leader. Meanwhile, Yifeng killed all of them because he simply could not sit back and watch. Now, not only have these people not repented for their actions, but they also took the initiative to blame Yifeng. They are simply too despicable. Ha ha ha. Those people received a big slap to their faces. Yifeng can frighten hundreds of players from Martial Union into a pause. Do you people really think that you are fit to become a God-ranked expert's companions? You even have the gall to say that you helped Yifeng. Is your second-grade syndrome incurable? You guys don't know how awesome Yifeng is. Just a word from him, and right now, all of Martial Union is being removed from Red Leaf Town. You can't find a single player from Martial Union standing on the streets now. Yifeng is just too awesome. As expected of a God-ranked expert. When God slaps faces, all of those haters will have to dismiss themselves. Unstable Devastation was immediately dumbfounded as he read the replies to the post. He had only managed to slander Shifeng after great difficulties. Yet, in the end, without even saying a word, Shifeng had recovered using a single system announcement. Not only did he solve the problem, but he had also increased his fame to greater heights. As for Fire Dance's companions, when they saw the system announcement and the forum post, their expressions turned extremely ugly, even their intestines turned green with regret. They did not imagine that Shifeng was actually so powerful. How great would it have been if, at that time, they had joined Shifeng's team with Fire Dance. Instead, they were now scorned and verbally abused by others. Furthermore, they had lost another level due to their deaths at Shifeng's hands. They could not even compare to average players anymore. At that time, they only acted in such a way to avoid the retaliation of Martial Union. In the end, however, Martial Union was deported from Red Leaf Town, so they wouldn't be able to retaliate against them in the first place. Such an end left them feeling empty and lost. Just why had they chosen such a path? Meanwhile, it wasn't just Unstable Devastation who was shocked by this development. On Underworld's side, both South Wolf and the Underworld guards were similarly stunned by this news. Wasn't this Yifeng's leveling speed a little too fast? South Wolf nearly spat blood in anger. Now that Shifeng had entered the city, his previous detailed plan was useless. He needed to start from the very beginning again. When Gentle Snow, who was currently in a level 10 monster area, discovered this news, she fell into deep thought for quite some time. I truly underestimated him. Although my level is already quite high, I still have to grind for 5 to 6 hours before I can reach level 10. During these 5 to 6 hours, Yifeng might very well widen the gap in our levels even further. After entering White River City, Gentle Snow laughed bitterly. Everyone knew that all virtual reality games shared a common point: the resources available were limited. There were only so many leveling resources available in every region. Unquestionably, the more resources a person possessed, the greater their leveling and development speed would be. As for the resources available in the city, without a doubt, the earlier one entered the city, the more resources one could obtain. There were plenty of high-level quests in a city. The existence of teleportation gates also enabled fast travel to leveling areas. Hence, by entering the city ahead of others, one could quickly monopolize the best areas for leveling up. In the city, the tools and items sold were also limited. These items would be of great help to a team's speedy development. This gap of 5 to 6 hours would allow Shifeng to do plenty of things in the city. By the time we reach White River City, most likely, we would have to discuss matters of cooperation with him once again. Gentle Snow revealed a helpless smile. In actuality, Gentle Snow wasn't the only person who intended to discuss matters of cooperation with Shifeng. The various large guilds around White River City also tried desperately to contact Shifeng. They all wished to recruit Shifeng into their command. As for the guilds outside of White River City, they all developed a curiosity towards Shifeng. An independent player was actually the first player to reach level 10. It was an incredible feat. If Shifeng were some great character from a large guild, they might not have thought much about this matter. However, this was not the case. The upper echelons of the various guilds all had a group of elite players aiding them with grinding monsters. Thus, their leveling efficiency was much higher than other players. However, against all odds, the first person to enter a city was an independent player. How could this not shock them? At the same time, Shifeng's entrance into White River City had rung alarm bells to the many guilds out there. Someone had already started their development in a city. If they continued dragging their feet, this would become a big threat to their futures. To increase their leveling speed, they all focused on crafting whetstones. They purchased hard stones in bulks, inflating the cost of hard stones once more. However, all these large guilds were unaware that their actions were precisely as Shifeng had planned. White River City, one of the 5 major cities in Star Moon Kingdom. From afar, one could see towering buildings erected throughout the city. It was a sight no town could ever hope to compare with. Just the number of NPCs residing within the city exceeded 100,000. Moreover, the city could hold over 2 million players within its walls. It was a sight that many guilds would fight to possess. At this time, Shifeng walked down the main street of White River City. Before he had arrived in White River City, Shifeng had wiped clean his name using the demon mask, so he was not afraid of the city guards. In any case, he was a globally recognized noble. Even if he entered White River City with a red name, he would not face any major challenges. Only, there were some NPCs unwilling to deal with red players, preventing Shifeng from accepting any high-level quests. So, he chose to clear up his name. Let's have a look at the city hall for now. Shifeng revealed a faint smile. He took out the recommendation letter that he received from Blackbeard, the mayor of Stonehammer Town. This letter was one of the items he would use as capital to rise in White River City. Chapter 173, Magistrate Weissman. White River City was the 5th most populated city in Star Moon Kingdom. Although it was incredibly small compared to Blackwing City, if one wanted to explore the entire city fully, one would need at least several days. The teleportation hall of White River City was located on the southwest side of the city. It was relatively close to the city's entrance. Meanwhile, the city hall was situated right in the heart of the city, by the White River Plaza in the trade area. White River City was considered a city because its administration was far more strict than a town's. At the same time, it was also much active. Being the focal point of several hundred towns, there were many more merchants here. On either side of the main street, one could easily find various item shops, bars, restaurants, fruit stores, clothing stores, leather clothing stores, armor stores, magic stores, alchemy workshops, smithies, and much more. In the city, players were not allowed to set up their own stalls. If they wished to sell their items, they needed to purchase a shop. However, it was extremely expensive to purchase a personal shop in the city. Ordinary players could not afford a shop by themselves. Not just any player could purchase a shop either. Players needed a set amount of reputation points before they were able to do so, and the locations of the shops they could buy depended on their status. However, this didn't mean that players had no chances of selling their items at all. The first method players could employ, other than purchasing their own shops, was the auction house. The auction house of White River City was extremely prosperous as it connected to the closest 8 cities with lower populations. As long as players put their items up for auction, players from the other 8 cities could access them. However, the auction house charged an extraordinary fee for their services. The registration fees depended on an item's selling price and the duration the owner wished to auction for. There was also an 8% auction fee after the item sold. If players sold an item in the auction house, overall, they would have to pay 15% of the item's value in fees. It was not worthwhile in the least. Items sold in a city's auction house were extremely expensive. Some of the minor items were not even worth auctioning. As for the second method, there would be a large-scale market once every 3 days in the plaza of White River City. Players only need pay a small fee, and they could set up their own stalls to sell their items. This method suited independent players extremely well. The only unfortunate aspect was that the market only occurred once every 3 days. Moreover, the market began at night and only lasted for 10 hours. For players uninterested in grinding and adventure, yet still desiring development within God's domain, opening their own shops in a city was of the utmost importance. Only with a shop could players conduct business 48 hours in a day. Moreover, along with the development of God's domain, the money one could earn from opening a shop in White River City could rival the earnings of opening a shop in real life. In Shifeng's previous life, there were plenty of players who were unimpressed by grinding monsters and leveling. Instead, these players spent all their efforts to purchase a shop. Although the locations of their shops were very secluded, the amount of money they earned was enough to cover their living expenses in real life with a lot to spare as well. Shifeng rode a horse carriage towards the city hall. Compared to the town hall in Red Leaf Town, the city hall in White River City was a much more spectacular sight. The building had a total of 10 floors, and the area it covered was about the size of a football field. At the entrance of the building, there were more than 20 garrison knights standing guard. These guards were all level 150 elites. The garrison captain was a level 160 tier 2 knight. With his strength, he could easily decimate an entire town. Moreover, for a large city like White River City, there would be 2 to 3 tier 4 class NPCs on guard. Powerful monsters and dark powers dared not come near it. Immediately after Shifeng stepped into the city hall, an elegant beauty walked towards him. "Esteemed sir, is there anything I can help you with?" The beautiful employee blinked her doll-like eyes as she asked. "I wish to see the magistrate, Lord Weissman." "I have with me Blackbeard's letter of introduction," Shifeng said, displaying his demon hunter title. Commoners had no right to meet the magistrate of White River City, Weissman, as one needed sufficient status to do so. After all, a magistrate was equivalent of a mayor, and Magistrate Weissman controlled all military and political power in White River City. If one wished to speak with him, at the barest minimum, one needed to be a noble of White River City. However, Shifeng's reputation in White River City was far from a noble. He could only reveal his identity as a demon hunter. "So it is Lord Demon Hunter. Magistrate Weissman is currently occupied with public affairs. My lord will have to wait for some time before he becomes available. If you are not in a hurry, you can wait in the lounge, and I will notify Lord Weissman of your arrival." The beautiful employee showed respect upon seeing Shifeng's title. A noble was not an existence commoners like her could afford to provoke, even if she worked for the kingdom. "Yes, please notify him for me," Shifeng nodded. He then wandered towards the city hall's lounge. Sitting in the empty lounge with nothing better to do, Shifeng switched his system communications back on. Previously, to avoid interruption, Shifeng had intentionally switched off the system communication function. Nobody could contact him that way. However, the moment he switched it back on, he discovered hundreds of communication requests pending his approval. Feng was familiar with many of these players. A majority of them were the upper echelons of large guilds situated in White River City. Some were even the vice leaders or elders of guilds. Of course, Stabbing Heart and Gentle Snow were no exception to this list. After all, the advantage of entering White River City ahead of others was far too impressive to ignore. Before entering White River City, information such as the best leveling grounds and the best locations to farm resources were a big mystery to everyone. Without entering the city, one could not obtain any information about the quests available in the city and the city laws imposed on players. To a guild, obtaining such information before others was a great boon. They could occupy the best leveling spots and obtain high-level quests a step ahead of others. They could purchase daily and weekly limited items and gather herbs, ores, and such resources ahead of others. Guilds were most eager for this information as it would enable them to rise ahead of their competitors. Especially now as these guilds neared level 10 and the ability to enter White River City. If they could obtain this information beforehand, they could adapt to the new environment quickly and confidently go out to grind and gather resources. They would not need to waste time collecting this information. They could also use the time saved to pull ahead of the other guilds developing in other cities. With so many benefits, these guilds would not Feng slip through their grasps. They would find a way to contact him. Unfortunately, the results of their efforts simply dumbfounded all of them. They did not think that Feng would shut down all forms of communications, leaving them with no way to contact him at all. The only choice they had left was to leave Feng messages. As a result, thousands of messages filled Feng's mailbox. If he read all of them, he would need to spend at least 4 to 5 hours. However, since Feng had nothing better to do right now, he looked at the messages sent by guilds worth contacting. After all, he was an independent player. If he did not sell even any information, he would only gain enemies. With his current strength and influence, he would only end up in tragedy by doing so. So, he would choose a few to do business with. Naturally, Stabbing Heart and Gentle Snow were on his list of business partners. Feng was already friends with them no matter how he looked at it. He would sell them information at a reduced price. However, it was a different story for the other guilds. Feng also had to consider what information he would sell. After all, he knew White River City like his own backyard. However, there was no way he could sell all the information he knew. He needed to consider what information he could sell. This information should greatly interest these guilds. He could charge a high price while not giving these guilds too much advantage and hindering to his own future. Feng was gaining a migraine over this decision. Chapter 174, Blacksteel's Contract. Shortly after Feng entered White River City, all the players within White River City region entered a crazed state. The various large guilds behaved in the same way. They all began forming teams to grind and level up, intending to enter White River City as soon as possible. However, the higher level the monster areas they grinded in were, the more problems they encountered. Not mentioning the fact that more players explored the high-level areas, nor the matter of the guilds competing and battling with each other, just the simple matter of weapon and equipment durability was already a huge headache to these various large guilds. Have they still not sent the whetstones, yet? The entire team's weapon durability is almost at its limit, Stabbing Heart said in the team chat. They just informed me that the forgers have just finished a new batch and are sending it our way, a ranger replied. How many are they sending? Stabbing Heart asked. 5 stacks, a total of 100 whetstones, the ranger said in a soft and troubled tone. Why are there only 100? Didn't we buy over 500 hard stones? Stabbing Heart's expression sunk, turning extremely ugly to behold. There were over 60 players in their elite team, and they all were currently grinding in a level 10 monster area. Each whetstone could recover 3 to 7 durability points on a weapon, and 100 whetstones would only last them around an hour or so. They've already used all 500. We are trying to purchase them in bulk, but we simply can't find any. Many players are just paying forgers to turn their hard stones into whetstones. We've already sent out many of our newcomers to grind for hard stones in Dark Moon Valley. However, ever since God's Domain's upgrade, the drop rate of hard stones has decreased. Moreover, the 10+ forgers we've nurtured are only basic forging apprentices right now, they have a very low success rate for making whetstones. The success rate would be higher if they were intermediate forging apprentices, we wouldn't have to waste so many hard stones. However, the increase in proficiency in forging is just too slow. Right now, they don't have enough proficiency points to become an intermediate forging apprentices at the moment. The ranger's face turned awkward as he explained. Nurturing forgers and potion makers had been very important to their guild for some time. However, where would they find enough money and resources to invest in them? Until now, these lifestyle players had not supplied any advantages to the guild. Stabbing Heart let out a deep sigh. He grew worried as he listened to his subordinate's report. Only now did he truly realize the importance of forgers. Although their guild had started nurturing forgers from an early period, collecting plenty of resources and investing a great amount of money into their development, they never thought that it would be so hard to raise a forger. If the guild had an intermediate forging apprentice right now, they wouldn't have been so desperate for whetstones. I understand. Tell the elite team members to use them sparingly, then. Try to reduce the contact their weapons have with monsters, that way, they can slow down the damage to their weapons. Also, tell the outer members to put more effort into gathering hard stones, Stabbing Heart said helplessly. The lack of whetstones had left a second-rate apex guild like the Assassins' Alliance in such a poor state. Of course, this wasn't due to them not having money, but simply because they could not buy any hard stones, not to mention whetstones. Even if a stack of whetstones sold for 10 silver coins at the moment, Stabbing Heart would not hesitate to purchase it. Unfortunately, there were none to be found on the market. The Assassins' Alliance wasn't the only guild faced with such a predicament. All the guilds throughout the Starmoon Kingdom currently held an intense desire for whetstones. Only, they were not as tense as the guilds situated within the White River City region. Speaking of which, the guilds in the White River City region were currently in a desperate situation. The durability of their weapons fell too quickly, so they could not battle for long periods. However, without weapons, how could they battle at all? Even though they had such a large-sized guild, there were only a scarce few forgers that could create whetstones. An average guild based in a town would normally have an elite team of around 30 players grinding in high-level monster areas. As for the third-rate guilds in the White River City region, they had elite teams of around 500 to 600 players, while second-rate guilds had over 1,000, and first-rate guilds had over 3,000 to 4,000 players. Of course, there were still the independent players. Right now, the demand for whetstones throughout the White River City region was intimidating. However, due to all of these guilds desperately grinding towards level 10, the price of hard stones soared once again. Each stack of hard stones sold of 1 silver 20 coppers right now. Yet, even with such a high price, the many guilds in the White River City region still failed to purchase any. White River City, City Hall. Unknowingly, more than half an hour had passed since Shifeng began his wait. During this half hour or so, Shifeng managed to tidy up all the information regarding White River City. To the guilds in the White River City region that did not know anything, this information was gold. Meanwhile, Shifeng had organized this information into 2 versions. One was the simplified version, the other was the luxury version. After players read the simplified version, they would only have a rough understanding of White River City. For example, they would know that White River City held a large-scale market once every 3 days. However, the simplified version would not touch on the topic of resource distribution. On the other hand, the luxury version would give a rough introduction to it. It would tell the owner which locations were suited to certain classes for leveling, and which locations would have the most of a particular resource and more such information. This was the information large guilds needed the most. Originally, Shifeng intended to sell this information to these guilds personally, converting it into gold coins. However, it was simply too troublesome to carry out these tasks. Moreover, Shifeng did not lack gold coins right now, but credits. After some careful consideration, Shifeng finally decided to sell the information through the official forums. He would conduct the trade in credits. The simplified version would target the independent players, while the luxury version would target the guilds. Shifeng sold the simplified version for 300 credits. If players possessed the simplified version, it would be the equivalent of purchasing a guidebook of the city. At the very least, players would not be at a complete loss after entering the city, not knowing a single thing. As for the luxury version, Shifeng sold it for 20,000 credits. Although these guilds would, sooner or later, discover the information themselves, they would need to waste a lot of time to do so. According to Shifeng's estimates, at the very least, they would need to spend 2 to 3 days' time investigating. Moreover, the information they obtained by themselves would not be as accurate as Shifeng's. 2 to 3 days' time was incomparably precious to a guild, so they would not pay any heed to wasting 20,000 credits. Lord Demon Hunter, Magistrate Weissman waits for you in the parlor. Please, follow me, the beautiful employee suddenly returned to Shifeng's side, softly saying. All right, lead the way. Shifeng stood and nodded. He followed the female employee up to the parlor on the building's second floor. When he stepped into the spacious and elegant-looking parlor, the person waiting for him wore a silvery gray-colored robe. The well-dressed man was in his 50s, and he held a staff with a deep blue-colored gemstone embedded in it. The man currently sat by the window side, gazing at the scenery outside the window in silence. This man was the magistrate of White River City, Weissman. He was also a Tier 4 wizard, and he was a level 200 NPC. Without question, he was one of the strongest individuals currently in White River City. Even though Weissman stood there in silence, Shifeng could clearly feel the elemental mana in the room frantically gathering around Weissman, forming a weak magical domain that pressured others. However, this was merely an unconscious action of Weissman's. It went to show just how frightening a Tier 4 powerhouse was. If Weissman employed his magical domain, he could instantly turn Shifeng into a pile of ash. Although Weissman only appeared to be a man in his 50s, his true age was well over 100 years old. He was, without a doubt, an old monster. Young man, I hear you have a recommendation letter from Blackbeard. Weissman asked, smiling at Shifeng. Although the Demon Hunter title held sway over normal NPCs, to a powerhouse like Weissman, it was nothing worthy of mention. Weissman's identity as a Tier 4 class far exceeded the status of a Demon Hunter. That's right. Mayor Blackbeard wanted me to pass this to you. Shifeng took out the recommendation letter, handing it over to Weissman. After Weissman received the letter, he did not immediately open it. He simply let out a deep sigh as he looked at Shifeng, saying, that which should have come has finally arrived. I've waited for this letter for 30 years. Only, I never imagined a young man like you would bring it to me. I guess it is now time for me to fulfill the contract made so long ago. Chapter 175, Demon's Heart. Contract. Shifeng silently murmured, confused. From the information he collected in his previous life, there was no mention of a contract. That fortunate player had not revealed this information, so naturally, Shifeng had no idea. However, since that fortunate player managed to complete the quest, Shifeng did not believe that he could not complete it himself. After all, he was much stronger than that fortunate player in his previous life, so there was no reason why he couldn't do it as well. As long as he completed this quest, he would have the capital to establish himself in White River City. As for what that capital was there even a need to mention it? To any players new to White River City, there was nothing better than to own their own real estate. Moreover, this real estate wasn't ordinary, it was one of the nobles' mansions, located in the heart of the trade area. Only with a mansion could one establish a guild residence. A guild residence was extremely important to a guild. It was a guild's most important benefit, second to none. Every guild residence acted as private territory. The greatest benefits it provided were an increase in leveling speed and unique resident quests. As long as a guild possessed a residence, all members that rested within could gain a double EXP buff. With this buff, whether grinding or questing, players could obtain double the original EXP. However, players needed to rest in the guild residence for a certain amount of time to gain the double EXP buff. Normally, resting for 48 hours would grant a player 20% double EXP, and players could gain up to an entire level's worth of double EXP. To guild members tired from battle, this feature was fatally tempting. There were also the special resident quests only available in the guild residence. The local NPCs commissioned these quests, and there would be some available every day. Moreover, the rewards for these quests were quite bountiful. There were even times that a quest would reward a dark gold ranked item. When these resident quests were completed, the guild would also receive guild reputation and guild funds, as 20% of the remuneration for these resident quests would belong to the guild. However, even though the guild members only received 80% of the reward money, it was still a great deal more than the reward money of the majority of high-level quests. Aside from all that, a guild residence had many more functions. Thus, a guild residence was the core of a guild. Unfortunately, it was extremely hard for guilds to obtain their own residence. First-rate guilds could usually not obtain a residence until more than a month had passed since God's Domain's release, not to mention the second-rate and third-rate guilds. Even after 4 months, there would still be plenty of third-rate guilds without guild residences. In Shifeng's previous life, Shadow only managed to obtain its first guild residence after 7 months in God's Domain. By that time, a majority of the players were already around level 50 or so. After much difficulty, Shadow only secured a guild residence in a relatively isolated city with only a population base of 200,000 to 300,000. From that moment onwards, Shadow had finally begun walking the path of a rated guild. In God's Domain, a guild would only be officially recognized when they possessed a guild residence. Also, the speed at which they procured a residence displayed the guild's strength. Shifeng's goal was to attain his own guild residence 15 days after he entered White River City, and Blackbeard's recommendation letter was the fastest way to achieve that goal. Right, however, Weissman measured up Shifeng in detail, shaking his head, saying, "Young man, you are still too weak right now. I'm afraid that you cannot fulfill this contract. Although I don't understand why Blackbeard places such trust in you, it is still too early for you right now. Lord Weissman, I believe that I am competent enough to complete this quest," Shifeng spoke with determination. Weissman couldn't help but smile. Young people are so confident. However, they will realize their ignorance when they meet true trouble. He immediately replied, "Young man, how about we make an accord? If you can pass the test I give you, I'll agree to your request. I will even aid you in completing Blackbeard's contract. If you fail, however, then please, only return after you have officially become a swordsman. How about it?" Shifeng lowered his head in silent contemplation. Based on what he could recall from his past life, that fortunate player also received his private territory when he was only around level 10. Meanwhile, Weissman insisted that Shifeng only return after officially becoming a swordsman. At the beginning of the game, players did not actually start out with official classes, they were merely class apprentices. If they wished to receive an official class, a Tier 1 class, they needed to reach level 20. Players would then need to apply for a class examination at the class association. Only when players passed the test would they officially be a Tier 1 class. In Shifeng's case, after he passed the class examination, he would officially become a swordsman. At that time, not only would his attributes greatly increase, but he could also learn skills that catered to Tier 1 swordsmen. He would also receive an official swordsman's emblem. If even that level 10 fortunate player could clear the quest, Shifeng did not believe that he couldn't. After all, he was already level 13, he hadn't just reached level 10. Moreover, the equipment he wore was extremely good quality, so there was no reason for him to fail the quest. "Lord Weissman, I accept your test," Shifeng nodded his head in affirmation. "My requirement is very simple. Bring me a demon's heart. In the Cursed Land, there is a demon's castle. Originally, it was the residence of a lord. However, after being tempted by a demon, that lord became a demon himself, reborn as the Dark Knight Gaia. He then cursed the land he ruled over, turning all of its people into demonkin. I need you to retrieve Gaia's heart to dispel this curse. I wonder if you would be willing to go to that cursed castle and kill Dark Knight Gaia, fetching his heart for me?" Weissman asked, his tone stern. The demon's castle in the Cursed Land. Shifeng could not help his shock. That was where the Apex 20-man team dungeon for levels 10 to 15 was. In the past, there had been countless guilds who experienced team wipe after team wipe raiding the demon's castle. They had all died at the hands of Dark Knight Gaia. That's right. If you can't accomplish even this task, I can only advise you to give up on the contract, Weissman persuaded. Is there a time limit? Shifeng asked. None. It will be fine even if you complete the task after you've been promoted to an official swordsman, Weissman smiled. All right, then. I accept this agreement, Shifeng released a breath. Most of the players in God's Domain had yet to reach level 10. If there were a short time limit, he could not complete this quest at all. If there were no time limit, however, then there would not be any huge problems. Shifeng finally understood how that fortunate player completed this quest. At that time, a large majority of the players had already reached level 20 or so. The elite team of a third-rate guild could easily raid and conquer the demon's castle, obtaining the demon's heart. However, to the current guilds in God's domain, it was an impossible task. At the very least, a team of 20 players was necessary to raid the demon's castle. Moreover, their levels needed to be around level 12 or level 13, and they needed to possess adequate equipment. Otherwise, raiding the demon's castle was only a pipe dream. It seems that I need to hurry up and establish a team. Feng now had an approximate goal in his heart. The fellowship party being held in a few days' time was an especially a good place for Feng to recruit new members. If he had sufficient capital, he might be able to establish a powerful team. At that time, conquering the demon's castle would be much easier. Watching Feng leave, Weissman suddenly thought of something. He called at Feng, saying, "Young man, wait a moment. I still have something very important to tell you." Part 3 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.